a delightful anthology of sweet and tangy tales, featuring adorable romances that transcend dimensions. Chapter 1. Do not attack the NPC, for heaven's sake. This piece revolves around the world of Ponching Online. Damn, the foundation of shared fandom is remarkably solid. The affluent gamer Geto and the exceedingly popular NPC Geto. Summary. As Geto invests increasingly more, he observes that Geto's human-like qualities seem to diminish. What should he do if his beloved appears to be emerging from the radiant brick? Geto's clandestine moments of pleasure in Ponching Online. 1. Discovering that Geto can exhibit jealousy, Geto plays through the storyline normally, interacting with other characters until Suguru furrows his brow and says, "Geto, please know your limits." Upon the launch of a new event, Geto strikes gold with a tenfold draw, instantly sharing a screenshot of the fully leveled Geto card in the group chat. Changing character outfits to absurd combinations such as maid costumes and bunny pajamas, he watches as Suguru displays a look of exasperation while reluctantly going along with it. 4. Sneaking online in the dead of night, he indulges in the comforting services provided by the game. After discovering Suguru's hidden voice lines, he repeatedly triggers them, inadvertently clicking on a character line. "Geto, you are quite dependable," leaving Geto momentarily stunned as he frantically taps the screen in an attempt to replay the phrase. The game's interactivity is remarkably immersive. Geto often enjoys poking at Geto, only for the next moment to find the in-game Suguru slowly lifting his gaze, his eyes piercing through the dimensional barrier and landing squarely upon Geto's face, declaring, "Geto, that poking hurts." Some mods push the boundaries further, prompting Geto to hastily install a mod at night, blushing as he engages in a few playful encounters. The officials granted the affluent gamer a privilege to engage in one-on-one video chats with characters. Geto immediately subscribes for the year, logging in daily to rest his chin on his hand, watching as Suguru smiles at him through the screen, inquiring, "Have you indulged in many desserts today, Geto?" He seems to have glimpsed a man in the real world, whose voice and appearance mirror that of his beloved, clad in a couple's hoodie he designed, smiling as he converses and asks if Geto wishes to return home together. Recently, Geto has become utterly enamored with the game. Ponching Online has erupted in popularity. Beauty equates to justice, and the character models are captivating the entire internet. A role-playing game that has remarkably become known for its romantic gameplay involving NPCs. The character modeling in Ponching Online is astoundingly intricate, from Suguru's alluring fox-like eyes to the delightful contrast between Mai and Mei, the twin sisters. The narrative arcs of all members of the Ponching sect are complete, with stunning appearances that are almost terrifying. The gameplay is liberating, delighting both aesthetic enthusiasts and hardcore players. The Homebody faction transforms a dilapidated shrine into a trendy hotspot. They open a cafe themed around the sect, with the twin sisters serving as the face of the establishment, earning a staggering daily income and faith points. Combat enthusiasts challenge various levels of cursed spirits, utilizing Geto's techniques to unleash devastating combos that obliterate bosses. Story aficionados delve into the inner workings of the Ponching sect, unlocking Suguru's diary to uncover why he transformed from a top student into a notorious cult leader. Geto, the King of Curses, Miguel Concept God. Why is Suguru so adept? Is he truly a virgin? A limited-time event. Log in now to receive Geto's Yukata skin. Participating in the event also unlocks the interactive storyline, styling the master's hair. This month, Geto has acquired Suguru's card for the 5th time during class, staring at the card featuring the long-haired monk with squinted eyes and feeling inexplicably displeased. In summary, perhaps Suguru has influenced his classroom experience, or perhaps Suguru's bangs are simply too peculiar, or maybe Suguru's popularity is overwhelmingly high, leading Geto to download this game a month after its launch. Geto, seated cross-legged and utterly bored in his gaming chair, finds the registration process complete on the web page. He imports his photo to create his character, and after a series of actions, the download progress bar on the computer screen finally reaches its conclusion. The icon for Ponching Online illuminates the display. "Well then, let me see just how cursed this king of curses truly is," mumbles the white-haired youth as he clicks to launch the game, the opening CG immediately filling the entire screen. In a mist-shrouded mountain setting, A dark-haired man stands with his back to the camera. His wide robe billows gently in the wind as he turns, several sharp cuts flashing by. Sugiru's elongated fingers delicately caress the head of a cursed spirit, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The camera suddenly zooms out, revealing the cadre of the Ponching sect surrounding Suguru like stars orbiting the moon. Suguru opens his arms, slightly tilting his head, the ethereal light flickering in his elongated fox-like eyes. With the resource pack still in the lengthy download phase, Gojo finds himself captivated by the CG, seizing the opportunity during the loading time to access the character details page. The 3D model of Suguru Geto slowly rotates on the screen, the intricate patterns of his robes lining clearly visible. The two characters gaze at each other. Gojo pokes at Suguru Geto's model on the screen with his mouse, beginning to click through the voice lines. "Would you like to go out for dessert?" Sugiru's voice is deep and languid, laced with a hint of teasing. Wu Qiaowu raised an eyebrow and playfully poked his face. Xiaoyojia slightly tilted his head, squinting his eyes. "Be gentler when you poke." Wu Qiaowu became intrigued, his mouse erratically clicking on the screen. When touched on the earlobe, Xiaoyojia's eyelashes would flutter delicately. When poked at his Adam's apple, he would emit a low chuckle, his voice slightly husky. "Stop fooling around." Wu Qiaowu was thoroughly enjoying himself until his finger inadvertently brushed against Xiaoyojia's lips. The Xiaoyojia on the screen paused momentarily, then the corners of his lips gradually curled into a smile. "Do you wish to give it a try?" Wu Qiaowu's finger froze, inexplicably warming at the tips. He muttered a quiet curse, his finger inexplicably grazing Xiaoyojia's lips once more. Xiaoyojia chuckled softly. "So persistent?" Feeling inexplicably pressured, Wu Qiaowu refused to back down and boldly slid his finger downwards, tracing Xiaoyojia's neck and collarbone. Xiaoyojia's expression abruptly solidified, his face flushing visibly as he stepped back abruptly, glaring at Wu Qiaowu with reddened eyes. Wu Qiaowu was taken aback. Was his reaction really so intense? Wu Qiaowu blinked and reached down to poke below Xiaoyojia's waist. Smack! Xiaoyojia seized his wrist, gritting his teeth. "Hey, enough already." Wu Qiaowu laughed. So the great leader is actually this innocent. Just as Wu Qiaowu was about to continue teasing him, the screen suddenly flickered. Game loading complete. Wu Qiaowu reluctantly withdrew his hand, watching as Xiaoyojia adjusted his robe, resuming his composed demeanor. With great enthusiasm, Wu Qiaowu maneuvered his character into the game world. The novice storyline was quite simple. Players, as new members of the Ponching sect, were required to follow Xiaoyojia to complete a series of tasks. On the screen, Xiaoyojia stood at the church entrance, smiling as he extended his hand. "Welcome to the Ponching sect. I will personally guide you." Wu Qiaowu gazed at that smiling face, feeling as though there was a hint of discontent lurking in Xiaoyojia's eyes. Could it be that he holds a grudge? Surely, such a feature cannot exist. Wu Qiaowu mumbled to himself, obediently following the task prompts. Xiaoyojia rambled on ahead, introducing this and that. His voice was melodious, and Wu Qiaowu absorbed most of it, gaining a rough understanding of the worldview. Then, Wu Qiaowu noticed that the attack key seemed to be usable. Narrowing his eyes, he gently tapped the keyboard. Player Sato used a normal attack on Xiaoyojia. Bang. A damage value of -1 floated above Xiaoyojia's head, causing him to halt and slowly turn his head. Wu Qiaowu blinked. Xiaoyojia's expression shifted. The smile at the corner of his mouth gradually faded. "Has no one informed you that you tend to be a bit too fidgety?" Wu Qiaowu? Yes, someone did, but that doesn't seem to be your line. In the next moment, Xiaoyojia abruptly exited the storyline mode, raising his hand to summon a cursed spirit that lunged at Wu Qiaowu. Warning, Xiaoyojia has entered a hostile state. Wu Qiaowu exclaimed, He scrambled to maneuver his character away, but Xiaoyojia's attacks were swift and fierce, leaving him no time to react. Wu Qiaowu's character's health bar plummeted in an instant, the screen turning red. "You have been knocked unconscious by Xiaoyojia." Wu Qiaowu stared at the screen, stunned for 2 seconds, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. "This is too amusing." After he regained consciousness, Xiaoyojia leaned against a pillar with arms crossed, observing him with a knowing smile. "That was merely standby mode. Now you understand my prowess, do you?" Wu Qiaowu. This guy is definitely retaliating for my earlier teasing. Who is Wu Qiao Wu? He is the type who becomes more invigorated when provoked. He skipped the storyline and maneuvered his character to run wildly around the map, curious if Xie Youjie would follow. To his surprise, Xie Youjie truly followed him. Wu Qiao Wu chuckled, his shoulders shaking. "Oh dear, great leader, why are you so flustered? Ha 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 ha." Unfortunately, Wu Qiao Wu forgot that he was still a novice, lacking any abilities. In the next moment, Sato was ensnared by the cursed spirit's binding ropes, left suspended in midair. Hey, you're cheating. Bullying a newbie." Wu Qiao Wu frantically hammered the keyboard. The system prompted, "You have been bound and cannot move." Xie Youjie sauntered over leisurely, tugging at the ropes. "Now, can we properly complete the tasks?" "Wu Qiao Wu, let me down first." "No." Xie Youjie squinted. "I'll let you down after you finish all the novice tasks." After saying this, he yanked the rope, dragging Wu Qiao Wu's character behind him as he strode forward with great strides. "Wu Qiao Wu, help! Someone has tied up a cat." The NPC followers they encountered along the way cast astonished glances, whispering among themselves. "Why did the great leader tie up someone? Must be a newcomer. I heard they are quite restless." Wu Qiao Wu's character had a series of angry dialogue boxes floating above his head. "Let me down. NPC is abusing the player." Xie Youjie glanced back casually, saying lightly, "You provoked me first. Wu Qiao Wu, such a vindictive fox." Chapter 2. The Easter Eggs Discovered by Oneself. Satoru Gojo was dragged all the way to the mission point by Suguru Geto, finally being set down. He flexed his wrists, gazing at the screen where Suguru Geto was regaining his elegant composure, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In a deliberately elongated tone, the esteemed Gojo manipulated his character to circle around Geto, suddenly reaching out. Smack! Gojo's character landed a resounding slap on Geto's derriere. Suguru turned sharply, his pupils constricting, his expression momentarily frozen. Yet, he swiftly reverted to the standard NPC smile, urging to focus on the task at hand. "Is that it?" Gojo tilted his head, poking at Geto's waist. Geto frowned slightly, but maintained his programmed guiding stance. Gojo narrowed his eyes, opening the game forum to search for ways to provoke Suguru Geto. To his surprise, the top trending post read, "Shocking. Suguru Geto actually holds grudges. A recap of our NPC teasing fiascos over the years." The post meticulously documented various Easter egg reactions from NPCs when provoked. Players with low favorability who poked Geto's lips more than 3 times would receive a glare. Attacking Miguel would result in being whipped by a black rope. Stealing Mei Mei's hairpin would lead to being chased by Nanako. After a swift glance, Gojo closed the page. What was the point of watching others play? He flexed his fingers. Discovering it himself would be far more entertaining. Like a cat intrigued by new stimuli, he persisted in his provocations. Fixating on the favorability bar above Suguru Geto, favorability, 0, indifferent, a smirk spread across Gojo's face. Let's see what happens when the favorability dips into the negatives. Gojo accessed Geto's interaction interface, greeted him, and plopped himself onto the table in front of Suguru, then began frantically clicking his face. Geto regarded the impolite Gojo, about to voice a complaint when his face was poked. Geto frowned slightly, urging him to cease. Another poke, and Geto narrowed his eyes, warning, "Continue like this, and I shall become angry." A further poke drew a sigh from Geto, his tone exasperated. "What on earth do you wish to accomplish?" Gojo laughed heartily, continuing to poke, dragging the mouse, letting his fingers glide across Geto's face. The esteemed 1's face is so soft. System notification, Suguru Geto's favorability 5. Recalling the post about the hairpin incident, he promptly maneuvered his character behind Geto. Quickly snatching his hair tie, Suguru's dark hair cascaded down instantly, and he paused in surprise, then sighed in resignation. "Sato, give it back." Gojo's character hoisted the hair tie high, grinning. "Come and take it, if you can." Suguru gazed at him silently, then suddenly smiled slightly, reaching out with a gentle tug. System notification, you have been bound by a cursed spirit. Gojo's character became immobile as Geto leisurely approached, reclaiming the hair tie and readying his hair. Suguru Geto's favorability 10. Finally, after Gojo's nth act of mischief, system notification, Suguru Geto's favorability 100. Geto, unable to tolerate it any longer, seized Gojo by the collar, his voice low and threatening. "You are truly bothersome." A dialogue box floated above Gojo's character. "Come on, give it a try. I can be even more annoying." Geto scoffed coldly, raising his hand suddenly. Gojo swiftly dodged, yet the next moment, Geto's fist landed squarely in his abdomen. System notification, you have been knocked back by Suguru Geto. Gojo prided himself on his skills, Yet he had been sent flying by Geto. Is this NPC a martial arts gorilla? He promptly screenshot the moment and posted it on the forum. Shocking. Suguru Geto will knock you out if favorability hits negative. The post exploded with replies. 1L. Damn. The OP is the first brave soul to be knocked out by the esteemed one himself. 2L. Suguru Geto, entering martial arts mode when favorability is negative. Turns out his martial prowess is not just for show. How thrilling. 3L. How do I restore favorability? I lack the op skills. He keeps hitting me whenever I approach. 4L. Little Fox prefers light foods and various novels. It's quick to boost favorability. 5L. Once favorability is high, even a small gift yields significant gains. Our esteemed one is such a generous fox. 6L. Help. Suguru Geto's favorability becomes increasingly difficult to drop. I'm stuck at -50 and can't move. The OP's perseverance is commendable. 7L. Plus, his favorability rises easily. He is such a gentle guy. I, the esteemed one, am willing to be your monkey for life. Sigh, it's not enough excitement. Gojo propped his chin on his hand. His fingertips lightly tapped the keyboard. Reminiscing about the moment he first entered the game when Suguru had blushed and glared at him, his slender fox eyes widening, the corners tinged with red, gritting his teeth. Ah, that expression was quite delightful. Is being in the negatives merely about getting punched? How dull. Gojo squinted, an idea sparking in his mind. He flexed his fingers, opened the game shop, and after a brief search, ultimately selected a dish, buckwheat noodles, reputedly favored by Suguru Geto. Gojo maneuvered his character back to the church. Spotting Suguru in the courtyard from afar, his dark hair cascading, his robe gently swaying in the breeze, his silhouette tall yet slender. Humph, the brooding one. As Gojo approached, Suguru noticed and promptly turned to leave. Esteemed one. Fox deity. Geto. Sugu are you? Finally, Suguru halted, seizing the moment. Gojo dashed a few steps to block his path. I know I was wrong. Geto glanced sideways. Humph, I don't believe you. A dialogue box appeared above Gojo's character. I really mean it. I'm sincerely here to apologize. He retrieved the bowl of buckwheat noodles, reputedly favored by Suguru Geto, presenting it to him with both hands. Geto scrutinized the bowl. Buckwheat noodles? Gojo affirmed, yes. I brought it especially for you. Suguru sighed softly, accepting the bowl. Since you are so sincere, system notification. Suguru Geto's favorability 20. Gojo watched as Geto delicately picked up a strand of noodles, only for it to suddenly slip from his grasp and fall to the ground. Geto revealed a look of regret. Oh dear, my hand slipped. Gojo remarked. What a childish act of vengeance. System notification. Suguru Geto's favorability 5. Geto, you did that on purpose. Suguru tilted his head slightly, his fox eyes curving into crescent shapes. How could that be? System notification. Suguru Geto's favorability 10. Gojo narrowed his eyes. I suppose I'll reluctantly take your word for it. He retrieved another bowl of buckwheat noodles. System notification. Suguru Geto's favorability 30. This time, Geto accepted the bowl and began to eat elegantly. Halfway through, he glanced up. Would you like a bite? Gojo leaned closer, and Geto swiftly stuffed the last bite into his mouth, sighing in satisfaction. So delicious. System notification. Suguru Geto's favorability 20. Gojo laughed heartily. Haha, you're such a child. Suddenly, he maneuvered his character to leap forward, wrapping his arms around Geto's waist. What will you give me to make amends? System notification. Suguru Geto's favorability 10. Suguru Geto stumbled slightly as he was caught off guard. How about some matcha cake? Eat. System notification. Suguru Geto's affection level increased to 20. I remember there's also strawberry daifuku. Eat. System notification. Suguru Geto's affection level increased to 20. I find you quite easy to please. System notification. Suguru Geto's affection level increased to 25. System notification. Current affection level of Suguru Geto is 60. Friendly. Satoru Gojo gazed at the screen, where the affection bar had finally soared from a negative to a positive value, a smile unconsciously tugging at the corners of his mouth. He.s. rather easy to coax, he muttered softly. On the screen, Suguru Geto stood beneath a cherry blossom tree, his black hair gently tousled by the breeze. Looking towards Satoru Gojo's character, asking, have you had enough fun? Indeed, fighting with you is amusing, but you mustn't harbor any dislike towards me. Suguru raised an eyebrow. It's you who are too childish. Well then, I shall take my leave. Alright, see you tomorrow. System notification. Suguru Geto's affection level decreased to 5. As the screen went dark, Satoru Gojo stretched lazily, preparing to shut down his computer. But his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a mountain of homework piled on the corner of his desk. Satoru Gojo. He slowly lowered his head, fixating on the heap of assignments, his expression gradually solidifying. Did I forget to grade the homework today? The next day, Satoru Gojo's students discovered that their assignments were filled with hasty A's, accompanied by various nonsensical fox smileys. Chapter 3. Satoru Gojo, I willingly spend money. As the homeroom teacher. Even after a day of classes, he must supervise the little monkeys in his class until dismissal. Satoru Gojo lounged in the office, casually scrolling through his phone to pass the time. The data-driven recommendations were remarkably precise, showcasing all the gameplay for Pangsing Online, which he was more than happy to peruse. How to make Suguru Geto blush. Original poster. After repeated testing, just whispering Geto, "You're so cute" in his ear will leave him momentarily frozen, with his ears turning red. However, repeating it more than 3 times will get you pushed away with a dark expression. P.S. High affection level is a must. Otherwise, he'll deem you a frivolous person and drastically lower your affection points. Our Fox Lord is not just any ordinary fox. 1L. I tried it too. His laughter is so soothing. Please, I want a pure version of Suguru Geto's laughter. 2L. Suguru Geto, a seemingly charming fox king but truly pure-hearted, convinced. 3L. Link to the pure version of the Divine Master. 4L. 3L. I kissed someone who edits chaotically. Suguru Geto's hidden interactive Easter egg. Original poster. I found that if you bring Naya and Mei to find him, he will display a super gentle expression. He might even pat their heads. If you attempt to steal their toys, he'll tell you not to mess around. But if you hire someone to steal, he'll directly call them a rotten monkey and send them flying. 1L. Laughing to death. Divine Master. Those who touch my daughters shall perish. 2L. To that passerby who got hit. Did you thank the Divine Master for hitting you? Satoru Gojo found the posts amusing, his fingers continuing to scroll down, when a post title suddenly caught his attention. Homemade mod, Suguru Geto lingerie version. Satoru Gojo. The main post featured a high-definition screenshot of Suguru Geto still clad in his iconic robes, but with the collar wide open, revealing a hint of his collarbone and chest. Cinched at the waist with a black lace ribbon, exuding an aura of both restraint and allure. Satoru Gojo wow. Just as he was about to scroll down for more content, there was a sudden knock on the office door. 2 girls peeked in, their eyes wandering. Satoru Gojo quickly liked and saved the post, smiling as he looked up. Ah, it's you two. Teacher, we truly know we were wrong. But those few cards are official limited edition. Please return them to us. Yes. We promise we won't look at other men in class anymore. You're the best teacher. Satoru Gojo propped his chin on his hand, feigning sadness. But truly, it hurts to see you both gazing at other men in class. Girl A, Girl B. Girl A muttered softly. But teacher, you are also a Geto fan. Girl B nodded vigorously, right? Let us understand each other as fellow fans. Satoru Gojo suddenly recalled the fox heads he had drawn in the students' homework last night, feeling quite proud of his artistic skills. Ah, the Fox Lord is highly recognizable. Satoru Gojo didn't consider himself to be on the same level as the girls, merely having a keen interest in Suguru Geto. Is this card really that rare? He asked, holding the card featuring Suguru Geto's smiling face. Super rare. The 2 girls exclaimed in unison, their eyes sparkling. This is a limited edition from the launch, now fetching sky-high prices in the second-hand market. Oh, Satoru Gojo raised an eyebrow, returning the card. Then you must treasure it well. He elongated his tone, smiling as he raised a finger. Pay attention in class, alright? Of course. The 2 girls took the card and joyfully dashed away. Once the office door closed, Satoru Gojo pulled out his phone, opened a certain second-hand trading platform, and entered the keywords Suguru Geto Launch Limited Edition card. Suguru Geto Pangsing Online Launch Special SSR card. Current highest bid, 57,200. Time remaining, 2 hours. The comments section was filled with lamentations. 1L, are you crazy? This price could buy a PS5. 2L, Geto deserves it, but my wallet does not. Orts. 3L, rich sisters, please stop. Leave the kids away out QAQ. Oh dear, that's so expensive, Divine Master. Satoru Gojo yawned lazily, tapping a few times on the screen. Sato has bid 100,000. The comments section exploded. Whoa, where did this big shot come from? Doubling the bid. Satoru Gojo satisfiedly closed his phone, stretching as he thought. Well, just a mere 100,000. Ah, it seems I forgot to grade the homework again. Never mind. I'll just head home and complete my daily tasks. Is this true? Suguru Geto's card has actually been bid up to 100,000 yen. 1L. This amount is enough for me to roll through the latest card pool in Pangsing Online 10 times. 2L. Geto, a man who leads rich women to bankruptcy. 3L. Suguru Geto seems to be the type to release merchandise that would exploit his fans' pockets. Meanwhile, the originator of the incident finally finished work. Satoru Gojo returned home, casually tossing his coat on the sofa, booting up his computer, and logging into Pangsing Online. As the game loaded, the scene transitioned to the entrance of the Pangsing sect. Today, Suguru Geto was not clad in his iconic robes, but instead wore a loose gray sweatshirt, his black hair casually tied back, exuding a soft and homely vibe. Oh, The forum mentioned that NPCs would randomly change their appearances. Satoru Gojo raised an eyebrow, maneuvering his character closer, clicking to converse. Geto, today you look like a sesame toast. The Suguru Geto on screen paused for a moment, tilting his head slightly, his fox-like eyes curving into a smile. Sato, you look like a matcha roll. Satoru Gojo, huh? He couldn't help but chuckle, typing rapidly. Actually, I'm strawberry flavored. Suguru Geto crossed his arms, nodding. Care to let me have a taste sometime? That sounds a bit strange. System prompt. Suguru Geto affection level 5. Satoru Gojo was in high spirits, ready to engage in his daily activities. He opened the event interface and discovered that today he could redeem the Suguru Geto Yukata skin as a sign-in reward. Upon clicking to claim it, a prompt appeared. Would you like to immediately change Suguru Geto's skin to the Yukata? Without hesitation, Gojo selected yes. In a flash, Suguru Geto's gray sweatshirt transformed into a deep purple Yukata, the collar slightly ajar, revealing his collarbones, and a loosely tied dark red obi accentuated his figure. Exuding a languid yet seductive charm, Gojo maneuvered his character around the yukata-clad Suguru Geto, marveling at the impressive modeling. Triggering Fireworks Festival storyline. Would you like to proceed? Gojo clicked on Hanabi Festival side quest, and the game screen instantly transitioned to a bustling summer festival. The streets were adorned with red lanterns. NPCs donned yukatas as they moved about, and the distant sounds of taiko drums and flutes filled the air. Suguru Geto stood before a goldfish scooping stall, the sleeves of his deep purple yukata swaying gently in the night breeze. The tall man turned to Gojo, asking if he wanted to try his hand at catching goldfish. Gojo approached and selected the competition interaction. The game shifted to a mini-game interface, where the two began a timed goldfish scooping contest. After the round concluded, Suguru Geto chuckled lightly, declaring, "It seems I have won." He accepted a prize from the stall owner, a fox mask, which he playfully donned, revealing only his mischievous fox-like eyes. Gojo squealed in delight, insisting on another round, and clicked to continue interacting. Thus, the mischievous trickster managed to turn the tables under Suguru Geto's relaxed demeanor. As a reward, Suguru asked what he desired. Gojo scanned the surroundings and noticed many girls at the festival wearing beautiful hairpieces. That flower would complement your long hair perfectly. Suguru Geto raised an eyebrow at the remark, but nodded in agreement. Then let us pick one. He stood before the brightly lit stall, allowing Gojo to excitedly rummage through the assortment of hairpieces. This one, Gojo exclaimed triumphantly, shaking the flower in his hand. I'll help you wear it. Suguru Geto sighed, slightly bowing his head in compliance. It was then that Gojo realized his character was noticeably shorter than Suguru Geto, usually viewing him from a lower angle during dialogues. Now, as Suguru inclined his head, Gojo caught sight of the top of his head, his black hair cascading loosely, with a hint of his fair nape visible between the strands. I'll have to figure out how to adjust character models later. Would you like to remove Suguru Geto's hair tie? Gojo clicked, yes, without a second thought. In the next moment, Suguru Geto's hair tie was gently pulled away, causing his black hair to unfurl gracefully over his shoulders. The red flower nestled by his ear danced lightly in the night breeze, accentuating the cascading locks. Was that intentional? Suguru Geto asked with a smile. Gojo, behind the screen, was frantically taking screenshots, exclaiming, because you look so stunning like this. Suguru shook his head, tucking the hair tie into his sleeve, allowing his long hair to be tousled by the night air. Are you satisfied? He inquired. Gojo beamed as he typed, absolutely satisfied. System prompt, Suguru Geto affection level 15, indulgent. Content, Gojo exited the game, stretching lazily. Yet the image of Suguru Geto's flowing hair and the quivering red flower by his ear lingered in his mind, the fox-like gaze filled with indulgent mirth. He clicked his tongue, massaging his temples, feeling a wave of irritation wash over him. Suddenly, Gojo recalled a post he hadn't finished reading earlier that morning. Promptly opening his favorites to locate the thread titled, Homemade Mod, Suguru Geto Lingerie Version. The post described how the robe could be removed piece by piece, complete with illustrative images. First, the collar would open, revealing a generous expanse of fair chest, followed by the loosening of the obi, letting the garment slide down, until only a black lace thong remained, the delicate straps hugging his toned physique and deeply nestled between his cheeks, accentuating his ample curves. The poster had even kindly provided Suguru Geto's official measurements: chest 122 centimeters, waist 66 centimeters, hips 95 centimeters. Gojo fixed his gaze on the screen, his throat involuntarily gulping. The comment section was already ablaze. 1L, Mom wouldn't allow this. But I saved it anyway. 2L, is the revered one trying to exorcise someone dressed like this? 3L, I'm sliding right into a kneel. The poster deserves to live forever. 4L, that waist to hip ratio, this man is simply exquisite. 5L. Geto, a design that willingly drains the wallets of the faithful, hands clasped. Gojo chuckled as he scrolled through the comments, clicking on the poster's profile to find a download link for the mod, complete with installation instructions. He raised an eyebrow, contemplating for 3 seconds before decisively clicking download. Just a mere mod, why not? The file downloaded swiftly, and he followed the tutorial step by step, replacing the game files and restarting the client. The game reloaded, transitioning to the interior of the starry cult, where Suguru Geto reclined on a soft couch, perusing scrolls. Clad in his iconic robe, everything seeming perfectly normal. Gojo guided his character closer, clicked the interaction button, and selected Change Outfit. In the next instant, Suguru Geto's robe gently slid down, revealing black lace against his fair skin, the straps hanging loosely across his chest, while the delicate strings cinched at his waist. The thong's ties deeply nestled, becoming tantalizingly visible with his movements. Suguru Geto looked up at Gojo. Sato, what are you staring at? Oh dear, how lewd. Chapter 4. Departing for class requires a bit of extra time. Gojo abruptly slammed his laptop shut. He inhaled deeply, rushing into the bathroom, adjusting the water temperature to the coldest setting. The cascading water pouring down. Gojo splashed his face, droplets trickling down his chin. He glanced down at himself, clicking his tongue in frustration. Turning off the faucet, he hastily dried his hair, slipped into his pajamas, and desperately tried to redirect his thoughts. I forgot to finish my homework. However, the open homework notebook revealed the student's scrawled handwriting morphing into Suguru Geto's measurements in his mind. Gojo's pen scratched aimlessly across the paper, his imagination spiraling uncontrollably. Truly, so impressive. His waist so slender, 2 hands could fully encircle it. Suddenly, the teacher in him faltered, as his red pen drew a long, glaring line across the assignment. Gojo stared at the glaring red mark, feeling no remorse, only a parched throat. He irritably raked his fingers through his hair, his gaze drifting toward the computer. Just one more look? Gojo tiptoed back to the computer, his finger hovering over the power button, struggling for 3 seconds before ultimately gritting his teeth and turning away. Diving into the sofa, burying his face in a cushion, Gojo shifted restlessly on the sofa, tossing the cushion onto the floor. He lay back, his arms draped over his eyes, his mind engulfed with visions of Suguru Geto's cascading black hair, his collarbones faintly visible beneath the yukata, and those vibrant fox-like eyes. Something seemed to be missing. Suddenly, he recalled a post he had seen earlier on the forum. Revered one's Jiaochuang Pure Enjoyment version link. Gojo quickly fumbled for his phone, opening his favorites to search. His fingertips swiftly glided across the screen until he found the audio file. He put on his headphones. Such a melodious voice. How I wish it could call my name. Satoru Gojo removed his headphones, staring blankly at the ceiling. Oh no, this is truly a predicament. At 5 in the morning, he lay there, lost in thought, as the absurd memories of the previous night surged back. This is preposterous. Gojo flipped over, sitting up and tooling his disheveled white hair, hastily completing his morning routine before plopping down at his computer, logging into Starry Online. As the game loaded, the familiar gates of the Starry Academy materialized on the screen. Gojo gazed at his character, the model imported from a photo. After all, appearance is paramount. Though not unattractive, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a mere avatar. Does G flirt daily with this robotic visage? He clicked into the shop, unhesitatingly purchasing a character model change card, adjusting his features in the mirror bit by bit. 3 hours later. Now this is more like it. Gojo admired the model that now closely resembled him, then opened the name change card, erasing Sato and retyping Go. After confirming the modification, he took a deep breath and maneuvered his character into the depths of the Starry Academy. Last night's mod had been disabled, and today, Suguru Geto stood in the grand hall, donned in his signature robe, his black hair loosely tied back, engaged in conversation with NPC followers. Gojo's heart raced inexplicably as he approached. Gee. Geto turned around, his fox-like eyes curving into a familiar smile. Go. Gojo's breath caught in his throat. He called my name. His ears flushed with heat, and he quickly grabbed a nearby pillow to shield his face. Oh no, this is truly hopeless. Taking a deep breath, he gently tapped the keys. Gee. Geto raised an eyebrow on the screen, the smile deepening. Yes, go? Gojo fixated on the glimmer of Geto's earring, his throat tightening. And he typed a message. I miss you. Geto chuckled softly, the wide sleeves of his robe sliding down as he raised his hand. You're quite sweet today. Have you been up to something mischievous? Absolutely not. I logged in quite early today. As I said, I really miss you. But I must get to work now. See you tonight. Geto nodded and waved, cautioning him on his way. Gojo stared at the gentle smile on the screen, quickly taking a screenshot to save it. Then exited the game, slumping back in his chair, a smile spreading across his face. Oh dear, I'm going to be late. Yuji Itadori was a student with remarkable athletic prowess, harmoniously coexisting with his classmates and assisting them. In class, he listened attentively. Aside from occasionally being tardy to morning classes, there were no grounds for criticism. If caught late by the Director of Academic Affairs, he faced either writing a reflection or assisting in organizing yarn for puppet making. Either option was quite painful. Each student's unique ability was to precisely calculate the timing of their arrival based on their extensive reading. Having not been late for a month, Itatari spotted a dazzling Bugatti parked outside the school near the entrance of a renowned confectionery. Though he was at risk of being late, it was a Bugatti. So he paused his journey to school, slowing down for a photo opportunity. Maki Zenin observed the ostentatious Blue Vision GT screech to a halt at the school gate, frowning as he approached, tapping on the car window. "Go, you're late." Gojo leisurely lowered the window, removing his sunglasses to reveal his sparkling blue eyes. "Not at all. I just made it right in time for the first class." Maki's temples throbbed as he noted. "And your car is far too ostentatious." Gojo toyed with his car key, the metallic chain clinking between his fingers. "Weren't we supposed to enhance the school's prestige? This is a limited edition, I assure you. More students will take selfies at the gate than on open house days." Maki was exasperated, and Gojo took the opportunity to hum a tune as he walked away. Once Itatari noticed that no one was paying him any mind, he stealthily slipped into the school from a corner. "Yuji." "Yes." Maki's voice compelled the pink-haired youth to stand at attention instantly. "You are late. This is unacceptable. Submit a reflection to my office before the end of school." Maki, having caught him, rubbed his temples as he walked away. Why must he scold me after reprimanding Gojo? TT. Chapter 5. Teacher Gojo Goes Wild. As one of the three prestigious families of Kyoto, Satoru Gojo emerged as the sole successor among numerous heirs. He gained fame at a young age, while his peers squandered their youth in indulgence or squabbled over family inheritances. Gojo took the reins of the family business by the age of 20, securing all shares and power within 2 years. Just when everyone believed he was poised to lead the Gojo family to dominance in the business world, he abruptly hired a professional team to manage the enterprise and ventured to become a high school teacher instead. In truth, Gojo epitomized the archetype of a wealthy, carefree scion. His decision to teach seemed like a whimsical endeavor to experience life. When asked about it, his response was, "I have no shortage of money. I'll do as I please." The elders of the Gojo family hoped he would return to take charge, while some teachers at the school wished this wealthy heir would soon tire of life as hardships and depart. However, the 2 cohorts of students he taught excelled remarkably, silencing the gossiping tongues. Many educators were discontented with him, begrudging his students' superior performance and their respect for him despite his limited experience. Gojo could hardly be bothered to explain himself. When confronted by those who overstepped their bounds, he would lazily lean back in his chair, lollipop in mouth, and ambiguously declare, "I just teach a little, my students perform better than yours. I'm so exceptional, and you still share the same air as me. Isn't that quite a bargain?" Over the years, Gojo's persona became increasingly enigmatic. Rumors about him circulated wildly, spawning various versions. Currently, the most credible one suggested he was a mafia heir, an illegitimate child of a conglomerate, or a consort of a wealthy family, and so on. Faced with such an array of fanciful tales, Gojo not only refrained from clarification but relished the attention. He would burst into laughter upon hearing the latest gossip in the teacher's lounge, occasionally playing into the rumors for amusement, feigning a call to cancel an evening operation, then casually adding, "Oh, and the takeout doesn't need to be delivered upstairs. Oh, your imaginations are so vivid. I'm just a charming public school teacher," he would tell his curious students. However, of late, Teacher Gojo has truly embodied the phrase, "I am indeed very wealthy." Setting aside the thunderous roar of ostentatious sports cars that reverberated through the entire teaching building, his collection of semi-permanent sunglasses evolved to a new pair each day. On Monday, he sported vintage Gucci square frames. Tuesday brought Dior So Real with metallic arms. Wednesday featured Saint Laurent cat eye shades. Thursday showcased Balenciaga's futuristic goggles. And on Friday, he donned diamond-studded Cartier frames that sparkled so intensely under the sun that it was blinding. One student remarked, "Teacher Gojo, those sunglasses must cost more than our tuition for a semester." Gojo tilted his head with a smile. "Oh, really? But money is meant to be spent, you know. Just don't spend beyond your means." In summary, recently, Satoru Gojo has been exhibiting a rather flamboyant demeanor, though the audience for his display remains uncertain. One thing is clear, he relishes it immensely. He exudes a desire to captivate others, much like an infatuated young boy eager to reveal all his splendid facets. "So, are you truly in a relationship?" inquired Kinji Hakari, a fellow student from the same university department as Gojo. Despite their differing fields of study, they both share a rather lackadaisical attitude towards the fiercely competitive society, with one aspiring to be a school doctor and the other a teacher. Is it that obvious? Hakari seems to have noticed. The person who used to hastily leave the house after merely tooling his hair is now, for the past 2 weeks, spritzing himself with men's cologne, a clear indication of his newfound exuberance. Gojo grinned widely. Caught red-handed. Hakari raised an eyebrow. Do you mind if I ask who it is? Gojo's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Of course, I must introduce him to you. He swiftly unlocked his phone and opened an app, illuminating the screen with the image of a virtual character possessing long hair and fox-like eyes. The man on the screen wore a fitted top and loose trousers, adorned with a necklace, exuding an air of restrained allure. He smiled gently and asked Satoru, "Did you remember to have breakfast today?" In the midst of Hakari's astonished gaze, Gojo instantly shifted to a softer tone. "I did. I visited that newly opened pancake shop in Ginza. They drizzled a copious amount of honey on it. Without the honey, the sweetness is just at the level that Suguru would enjoy." Suguru Geto shook his head in exasperation. "You devoured so many sweets again. Didn't we agree to moderate your sugar intake yesterday?" Gojo adeptly reverted to his playful side. "But that was yesterday's Satoru's promise. What does that have to do with today?" The man on the screen chuckled, his tone indulgent yet gentle, spouting a mix of whimsical reasoning. The game Starry Sky Online has recently gained significant attention, primarily due to its character modeling and exorbitantly priced fan merchandise. Hakari occasionally comes across this game and recognizes the costly character of the Grandmaster. "So Gojo, your romantic interest is Suguru Geto. How delightful, don't you think?" Hakari remarked, her eyes devoid of enthusiasm. They do seem well matched. One who squanders money on love, and another who embodies a character that thrives on lavish expenditures. What a perfect pairing. I recall this game is a PC version. How can you chat with him on your phone? Gojo proudly waved his phone. After investing a considerable sum, the developers provided me with an exclusive beta software, allowing me to select the most essential gameplay features and customize it for my phone. He tapped the screen, and immediately, Geto responded, leaning slightly forward. "This beta version synchronizes cloud data 24/7, Gojo bragged, showcasing the interface. "Even Geto's voice library is uniquely trained to remember all my preferences." Hakari gazed at the vividly animated Suguru Geto on the screen, unable to resist teasing. "So how much did you spend? Only 2 or 3 sports cars?" Gojo tilted his head in contemplation. "But it's truly worth it. As long as you're happy," Hakari replied. She then focused on Gojo's dazzling Cartier sunglasses, suddenly realizing. "So, you've been changing your looks daily, just to impress Suguru?" Gojo beamed. "Bingo. Suguru has impeccable taste in fashion." With great enthusiasm, he swiped open his phone. "Suguru, what do you think of my outfit today?" The character on the screen narrowed his fox-like eyes, surveying Gojo from head to toe before breaking into a knowing smile. "Satoru, are you heading to class or preparing for a fashion show today?" Gojo spun around proudly. "What do you think? Am I not incredibly handsome?" Suguru sighed. "It's a bit over the top." Gojo's expression fell. "But you clearly enjoy this style." Suguru raised an eyebrow. "Last time was for a casual outing. Today, you're at school. One must dress appropriately for the occasion." Hakari couldn't help but chuckle. It's astonishing to see someone who can actually lecture Satoru Gojo. Gojo pouted in defiance. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes lit up. I get it. Suguru means that I look good in anything. But I shouldn't be too extravagant, right?" Suguru merely replied with a nonchalant, "Sure." Hakari observed, "He only listens to what he prefers." Suguru rubbed his temples, his tone both affectionate and resigned. "Well, as long as you're happy." Gojo immediately turned to Hakari with a triumphant grin. "See, Suguru absolutely adores my outfits." Hakari silently gave him a thumbs up, thinking, "Well, at least it's not my money being spent. Let him be." Chapter 6. The Slender-Waisted, Busty Widow. Dedicated to the Grandmaster's character analysis. Original poster. Has anyone noticed that only Suguru Geto's favorability increases exceptionally fast? There's reason to speculate that the Grandmaster has taken a liking to the protagonist at first sight. 1L. Personally, I'm interested in the secretary, trying to boost my favorability, only to find that Nanami is solely interested in money and Suguru Geto. 2L. LOL upstairs. Nanami only has eyes for the Grandmaster and his wealth. The protagonist? What protagonist? 3L. The entire Starry Sky cast is heavily invested in Suguru Geto. It's utterly impossible to pursue them. Sigh. 4L. However, Suguru Geto's favorability is indeed absurd. Unless one deliberately sabotages, anything done seems to increase it. 5L. Reasonable. Because he is the male mother. 6L. No. Haven't you all noticed? While Suguru Geto's favorability is easy to gain, key plot choices are particularly hard to trigger. His attitude towards the protagonist seems more indulgent than affectionate. 7L. I suspect he has known the protagonist for a while, merely pretending it's their first encounter. The way he looks at the protagonist truly resembles someone reminiscing about a past love. 8L. The dark-humored Grandmaster theory stance. On the surface, he appears gentle and considerate, yet he has been fixated on the protagonist, waiting for them to approach him, shiver. 9L. Oh, don't scare me. I initially thought Suguru Geto was the gentle, wifely type. How did he suddenly turn into an obsessional stalker because of your comments? 10L. Perhaps he is a widower from a breakup, light a cigarette. 11L. Enough. Suguru Geto is a gentle, unmarried man. He is a busty, slender-waisted widow. How could he be a widower? Furious. 12L. LOL. Do you all have some peculiar fixation on Suguru Geto's character? He is clearly a rational and calm grandmaster. How come in players' mouths he is either a male mother or a widow? 13L. Rejected. Suguru Geto is absolutely not a rational character. I've seen two sisters. Once their favorability increased, I learned that Suguru had slaughtered an entire village for them. 14L. Moreover, Suguru's grand ambition is to create a world solely for sorcerers, which means he aims to eliminate everyone else, such a terrifying idealist. Amen. 15L. His standby action involves helping the protagonist adjust their collar and sighing that it's disheveled again. What else could he be if not a male mother? 16L. He is particularly gentle with sorcerers but disdainful of ordinary people, yet he is exceptionally indulgent towards the protagonist. ISNT that special treatment? 17L. Perhaps the protagonist resembles his ex-wife, Doghead. 18L. Ex-wife? Suguru Geto is a gentle, unmarried man. 19L. Stop arguing. I have a bold hypothesis. Suguru Geto's favorability is easy to increase because he values the act of the protagonist giving him gifts, indicating that he has long been obsessed with the protagonist. 20L. How unsettling this conversation has become. So, is Suguru Geto truly the type who appears gentle, yet harbors a possessive nature? 21L. I'm dying of laughter. This thread has completely derailed, transforming from a discussion on why Suguru Geto's favorability is so easily garnered to speculating whether he is a widower, a widowed man, or a maternal figure. 22L. Is no one delving into the protagonist's characterization? The official background is exceedingly vague, only revealing that one encounters Suguru Geto upon awakening. 23L. I suspect the protagonist is an acquaintance of Suguru Geto, perhaps even the embodiment of his ideal type. Otherwise, why is his attitude towards the protagonist so markedly different from that towards others? 24L. Perhaps the protagonist serves as Suguru Geto's redemption, which explains his exceptional indulgence towards them. After all, the esteemed leader does appear quite obsessive. 25L. The notion of a love-deprived widow holds merit, stamp of approval. 26L. Enough already. The esteemed leader's reputation is being unjustly tarnished. 27L. Regardless, it is undeniable that Suguru Geto's special treatment of the protagonist is a confirmed fact. Whether he is a maternal figure, a widower, or a yandere, I am amenable to any interpretation, serenely resigned. 28L. If this thread continues, Suguru Geto's persona will inevitably shift from that of a gentle leader to that of a possessive, obsessive widower or a maternal figure. 28L. Wouldn't that be even better? Laughs. Pangzing online wealthy players enter. Original poster. Let us conduct a poll to ascertain which gameplay options are the most favored during the beta test. Results pinned at the top. 1L. Pinned character companionship 73. Pangzing boutique management 20. Cursed spirit collection 5. Others 2. 2L 1L. This is hilarious. Character companionship accounts for 73. Confirming that Pangzing Online is indeed a romance game. Doghead emoji. 3L. After all, who could possibly resist snuggling with the esteemed leader? Serenely. For L3L. Wake up, everyone. While Suguru Geto's favorability may be easily increased, the pivotal plot lines are tightly locked. I suspect the officials are toying with us, sad. 5L. Has anyone experienced the character companionship? How is it? 6L 5L. Absolutely rave reviews. Suguru Geto's interactions are incredibly nuanced, adjusting tone and reactions based on your choices, even remembering details from previous conversations. 7L 6L. Is that true? 8L 7L. Indeed. Last time, I casually mentioned my dislike for sweet foods, and the next time he brought me a gift, it was savory. And he even inquired whether I liked it. It struck straight to the heart. 9L. Wow, the esteemed leader is quite skilled. 10L. Not just Suguru Geto. The companionship system for the two sisters is also exceptional. Mamako remembers your favorite hair accessory styles, and Nanako even critiques your outfits. Laughs. 11L. So, is Pangzing Online essentially a massive dating sim? Strategically leaning back. 12. However, managing the Pangzing boutique is also quite intriguing. You can decorate it and earn money for the esteemed leader to buy new outfits. 13L 12L. I'm dying of laughter. Manamai is ecstatic. Finally, someone understands her feelings. 14L. The cursed spirit collectors are in tears. Why are there so few of us? 15L 14L. Because the cursed spirits are so unattractive. shouting, "Who wants to face those sanity-draining creatures daily?" 16L, but with more cursed spirits, the battle prowess becomes formidable. PvP would utterly dominate the romance faction, lighting a cigarette. 17L 16L. However, the cursed spirits used by the esteemed leader for house protection barely patrolled, and I was left defenseless against the few that were raised in Pangxing's care, crying. 18L. Has anyone attempted to simultaneously level multiple routes? For instance, accompanying Suguru Geto while managing the boutique? 19L 18L. I tried, and Suguru Geto remarked that he had been quite busy lately and rarely saw me, causing my favorability to drop by 5. Is that jealousy justified? 20L 19L. Wow, such possessiveness. I find it even more appealing, smirks. 21L. However, Suguru Geto's lullaby service is truly suggestive. Who could possibly sleep after hearing it? 22L 21L. There is such a thing. Wealthy sister, please share the resources. 23L. Same request. Wiping drool. 24L. The Buddha says it cannot be spoken of, holding a rose. 25L. So, is there anyone who has compiled a comprehensive guide for all of Suguru Geto's events? Frantic. 26L 25L. Search related threads yourself. The game has only just launched. The Pangxing online universe is quite vast, and if you dig a little, you'll discover each character's storyline is richly detailed. This thread has spiraled into chaos as people have become completely absorbed in it. Chapter 7. Wataru Fushiguro dares to enter the fanfiction circle. Pangxing Online Limited Skin, two-headed chibi fox, making its grand entrance. Your esteemed leader, the little fox, has exceeded the cuteness threshold today. Here is a preview of information. The tail wags according to its mood. When angry, the ears become frizzy, and when using the cursed spirit ball, there is an adorable gulping sound effect, with a burp as a bonus. The idle animation features it napping while clutching a proportionately smaller cursed spirit ball. And upon being poked in the face, it will groggily lift its head and wrap its tail around your finger. Special battle voice lines include, "You must consume it." Caution, do not look at me while attacking. However, the attack power is merely 30 of the original skin's power, QAQ. 1L. Love has soured. Love has soured. 2L. Is this reasonable? Just yesterday, I was exclaiming how adorable it was when my husband absorbed cursed spirits. Today, I'm already holding my face and squealing. Little one, Mama will buy you sweets. Lighting a candle. 3L. So what purpose does this skin serve aside from being cute? Does Pangxing have a misunderstanding regarding limited editions? For L3L, why die? It's normal. If you don't pull, I will. 5L3L, Tionli. 6L. Is this a skin pull? This is a ticket to atonement meant for healing those whom the esteemed leader has wounded in the past. Before Wataru Fushiguro, he could utterly not empathize with those who referred to their plush dolls as little ones. Until today, when he saw the merchandise video released by Pangxing Online 3 hours prior. Sugilu two-headed chibi fox limited skin, related pre-sale merchandise has launched. In the demonstration video, the two-headed chibi fox Geto holds a mini cursed spirit ball, its tail fluffy, ears adorably drooping, and its eyes retain that youthful, sparkling design. The accompanying purchase link has unsurprisingly already sold out. Wataru Fushiguro stared at the screen, remaining silent for a full 10 seconds. Who scheduled him for back-to-back classes all afternoon? Fushiguro immediately tapped his exclusive VIP customer service. Is there any stock left for the plush doll? The customer service politely responded, I'm sorry, Mr. Sato. There was stock reserved for VIP channel users, but it has already sold out. Fushiguro switched to a second-hand trading platform and promptly posted a message, offering 20 times the price for Suguru Geto's latest official plush doll. The post had barely been up for a minute before the comments section exploded. 1L? 20 times? 2L? Does Pangxing Online know that the pre-sale for this item has already skyrocketed to this price? 3L? This familiar operation reminds me of an acquaintance who once paid 100,000 for a small card. Wataru Fushiguro remained exasperated, continuing to scroll through the forum. The post offering 20 times the price for Suguru Geto's plush doll had been up for a while, but the replies were all from those unwilling to sell. With only wealthy individuals boasting about their collections, not a single genuine trader in sight. He impatiently refreshed the page, and suddenly, a new post appeared. Group order custom-made Suguru Geto two-headed plush doll, limited to 50 units. Fushigiro's eyes lit up, and he clicked in immediately. Then, he fell silent. The group order required 50 to be fulfilled, with a 2-month delivery time post-order closure. No exceptions for verbal holds. Default to cash on delivery. Please refrain if you mind. Watanabe Satoru, what is he mumbling about? The young master who inadvertently stumbled into a new world searched for terms, one by one, and finally comprehended that this was a group purchase for handmade fan merchandise, requiring one to join a group, fill out a form, and pay a deposit. only to begin production once the required number of participants was reached. Although it seemed cumbersome, the dolls were undeniably adorable. Without hesitation, Watanabe Satoru scanned the QR code to join the group. Suguru Geto Plush Doll Fan Group. No socialites allowed. As soon as he entered the group, a message popped up for all members. Newcomers, please read the announcement. No socialites allowed. No hand stretchers allowed. No inquiries about expedited orders. Watanabe Satoru. What is he rambling about again? Without a second thought, he sent a message, inquiring how to purchase. The group fell silent for a brief 2 seconds. Didn't he, the newcomer, read the announcement? Clearly a socialite, probably unaware of what a group purchase entails. Group leader, kick him out to avoid future troubles. Watanabe Satoru frowned. What does this mean? I merely wish to buy a doll. Group leader, have you participated in a group purchase before? Watanabe Satoru replied, no. Group leader, do you understand what running solo means? Watanabe Satoru, no. Group leader, then why did you join the group? Watanabe Satoru, because the dolls are very cute. Again, silence engulfed the group for a few seconds. Then, you have been removed from the group chat. Watanabe Satoru. He stared at his phone in disbelief. Was he kicked out? Just for not understanding their inexplicable jargon? He reapplied to join the group, noting, I wish to purchase a doll. And I can learn the rules on the fly. 3 seconds later. Rejection reason. Socialites, please refrain. Watanabe Satoru. Watanabe Satoru was rejected. Still unable to accept such an absurd reason. Can mere fan circle terminology daunt me? He exited the group chat interface, opened a search engine, and began to swiftly educate himself. Watanabe Satoru, what are these cryptic terms? 3 hours later, Watanabe Satoru had already bookmarked all shops selling Suguru Geto plush dolls, researched the joint structure and maintenance methods for BJD dolls, and ordered 3 sets of handmade doll clothes. Now, I should be qualified, right? He smirked coldly, registered a brand new account with the ID Just Want to Raise a Fox, and changed his avatar to a fluffy white cat. Then, he reapplied to join the group. Suguru Geto Plush Doll Fan Group. No socialites allowed. Just want to raise a fox. Greetings, Group Leader Cien Sato. Is there still a spot for Fox Geto? Can wait for the list. Can stand kidney. Can wait for later drops. Meow. The group was harmonious. Group Leader. Yes, please message me for the form. Watanabe Satoru promptly filled out the group purchase information sheet as per the group leader's instructions and paid the deposit link. Finally, he obediently replied. Payment completed, waiting for the group. All right, dear. We will notify you to pay the remaining balance once the group is formed. Watanabe Satoru exited the group chat with satisfaction and opened his shopping cart, only to discover he had unknowingly joined 4 different groups. Chibi Fox Geto Plush Group includes Cursed Spirit Ball accessory. Pajama Geto Lying Version, removable tail. Combat Outfit Geto BJD 6-part, movable joints. Limited Hidden Edition Drunken Geto, blushing expression with a crooked rope. He gazed at the list, his lips curving into a wild smile. A house full of Getos. Just imagining it made him so elated that he contemplated skipping tomorrow's class to set up a display cabinet at home. He surveyed his surroundings, beginning to ponder seriously. The glass cabinet in the living room? No, too ordinary. The bedside table in the bedroom? No, what if I roll over while sleeping? The study? No, I would be distracted while working. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon an entire empty wall in his room. He decided to custom make a doll display wall. Watanabe Satoru immediately opened a renovation software and began designing. Floating acrylic display boxes, dust-proof and UV-resistant LED ambient light strips, rotating bases, small-scale scenery. Upon waking in the morning, he could see a row of Suguru Geto. When work became tiring, he could casually pinch one's face. Before going to bed at night, he could give each one a kiss. Perfect. He swiftly contacted a custom furniture vendor and ordered a complete set of plans, with installation expected in 2 weeks. Then, he suddenly realized a problem. He switched back to his shopping cart, taking a closer look. Even the earliest plush group would take 3 months to ship. Ultimately, due to Watanabe Satoru's affliction of longing, once several Getos arrived, they all ended up in his bed. Teacher Watanabe Satoru's painstakingly crafted scenery platform was ultimately occupied by a pre-sale figure from Starry Online, which had been pre-sold for a year. Chapter 8, A Little Fox. Watanabe Satoru stared at the countdown on his computer screen, his fingertips impatiently tapping on the desk. Only 3 minutes remained until the Starry Online update featuring the 2-headed Choo-Choo skin, and he had already topped up enough to splurge on the gacha pool. Ding! The update notification chimed, and Watanabe Satoru immediately clicked into the game, skipping all update announcements and event explanations, heading straight to Suguru Geto's character interface. The newly released Fox Geto skin sparkled enticingly in the shop, priced at 3,000 yen for a 10-pull. Little Fox, here I come, Watanabe Satoru grinned, his fingers tapping the screen 5 times in quick succession, completing the payment without blinking. The first 10-pull, blue light flashed, yielding only a few common items. The second 10-pull, still no golden light. The third tentpole, the screen finally erupted in dazzling golden brilliance. On the screen, the two-headed Geto was cradling a scaled-down cursed spirit ball. With fluffy black hair sprouting two adorable fox ears, and his robe transformed into a charming onesie, a large tail swaying gently with his breaths. Watanabe Satoru could hardly contain his excitement as he clicked on the skin details page. The chibi Geto's modeling remained exquisite. He immediately clicked to change the outfit, and the handsome man on the screen instantly morphed into a miniature version. Geto Watanabe Satoru gently poked the little fox's cheek on the screen. Geto's ears twitched sensitively, and he sleepily lifted his head, his originally deep and magnetic voice now soft and mellow. Watanabe, don't mess around. So adorable. Call my name again. He poked Geto's face once more. The little fox sleepily rubbed his eyes, his tail curling around Watanabe Satoru's fingertip. Watanabe, isn't it still class time? Skipped. Watanabe Satoru replied nonchalantly, his fingers gliding to the base of Geto's ears, gently scratching. Geto's ears immediately fluffed up, his entire face visibly reddening. He attempted to shield himself with the cursed spirit ball, but was easily snatched away by Watanabe Satoru. Give it back. The little fox reached out to grab it, but, due to his chibi proportions, couldn't reach it, his tail wagging in frustration. Watanabe Satoru laughed, raising the cursed spirit ball higher. Come on, try to take it. Geto glared at him, took a flying leap, but due to his disproportionate body, he directly tumbled into Watanabe Satoru's palm. Watanabe Satoru was already laughing like a fool behind the screen, gently pinching the back of Geto's neck with the controls. The little fox froze, ears and tail puffed up, as if he had been paused. After several seconds, he finally spoke in a muffled voice. Watanabe, this is quite unfair. The voice was laden with unmistakable grievance, instantly stirring a flicker of conscience within Fushiguro Satoru, albeit just a smidgen. He gingerly restored Geto to the center of the screen, returning the cursed spirit ball to him. Suguru cradled the cursed spirit ball in his arms, cautiously retreating 2 steps, his tail wagging gently in a display of honesty, indicating his master was not truly angry. Foxy Geto glanced up at Fushiguro, inquiring, Satoru, did you wear new perfume today? Huh. Fushiguro was taken aback, recalling his conversation with Suguru yesterday about the arrival of the new fragrance he had purchased. Ah yes. It's the citrus scent I bought yesterday. Suguru's nose twitched, his little paws gripping the edge of the screen. It suits you perfectly. Then let's confirm that, shall we? Fushiguro teased, extending his finger to poke Suguru's nose. The little fox yelped, jumping up as the cursed spirit ball rolled away. He turned to chase it, only to trip over his own tail due to his chibi proportions, tumbling headfirst into the grass. Uffed. Fushiguro hastily took a screenshot to preserve this precious moment. After finishing up on his computer, he turned to his phone for a more immersive solitary experience. Ah, there's no denying it. The beta version of the mobile game offers a remarkably strong sense of companionship. Lying on his bed with his legs swinging in the air, he gently poked the Q version of Geto, who was engrossed in reading. The little fox's ears quivered with each touch. Geto, don't focus on that. Fushiguro elongated his tone, switching to delicately combing the tips of Suguru's tail with his fingertips. Play with me, Satoru. I'm currently engaged in important matters. You're lying. Fushiguro zoomed in on the screen, pointing at a small icon in the corner of the page. This is clearly a dessert magazine. I see a picture of strawberry daifuku. Suguru's tail fluffed up in indignation as he snapped the magazine shut. You misread. Geto is secretly studying desserts. Fushiguro laughed uncontrollably, rolling on his bed. Are you planning to surprise me? Absolutely not. Suguru turned away, presenting his tail towards him, though the tips of his ears remained a rosy hue. It's just random reading materials refreshed by the system. Fushiguro was not convinced by this excuse. He clicked into the shop and swiftly purchased a set of mini dessert kitchen furniture, placing it directly before Suguru. Since you're so intrigued, why not put it into practice? Suguru stared at the suddenly appeared pink oven and mini utensils, his ears standing upright. Satoru, you are abusing your in-game purchasing privileges. This is a reasonable support for game operations. Fushiguro grinned, shaking his phone. Come on, I want to see Geto make strawberry daifuku. With a sigh, Suguru slowly turned around. Huh. Fushiguro quickly covered his mouth, yet was still met with a glare from Suguru. If you laugh again, I won't continue. I won't laugh. Fushiguro instantly straightened his face. Geto, carry on. I promise to be quiet. For the next half hour, Fushiguro witnessed the most adorable dessert-making process in history. Suguru's chibi stature hindered him from reaching the center of the kitchen counter, leading him to fetch a small stool to stand on. As he mixed the red bean filling, his tail unwittingly followed suit, and his fox ears pressed closely against his long hair. Done. Suguru finally presented a somewhat lopsided strawberry daifuku, with the tips of his ears dusted in glutinous rice flour, imperfect, yet charming. Absolutely perfect. Fushiguro leaned closer to the screen, biting into it. It's incredibly delicious. Geto has a talent for desserts. Suguru's tail tip flicked upward. That's an exaggeration. After all the effort you put in, I must feed you too. Fushiguro swiftly purchased the sweet feeding special effect item, and a pink heart cursor popped up on the screen. He maneuvered a virtual fork to pierce half of the strawberry daifuku. Oh. Suguru's ears twitched cautiously as he took a half step back. Satoru, this effect is quite embarrassing. I don't care. Fushiguro made the fork jiggle. If you don't eat the cream, it's going to drip. The little fox's tail anxiously thumped against the ground. Ultimately resigned. He stood on tiptoe, and took a bite of the fork. Is it good? Fushiguro mischievously twisted the fork's handle, making Suguru spin around. Suguru's tail shot straight up, pressing down on the fork as he mumbled a protest. Satoru. At that moment, the game suddenly displayed a full-screen prompt. Detected special item combination, triggering hidden event. The Suguru on the screen reverted to his normal size, yet retained his fox ears and tail, due to the sudden change in physique. He knelt on one knee on the floor, biting down on the fork. His loose and adorable onesie transformed back into a silk robe, the neckline slipping open due to his movements, while his fluffy tail conveniently obscured the slight curve of his waist. Satoru? Suguru grasped the fork's handle, guiding Fushigiro's fingertips into his mouth. His eyes narrowed as he chuckled softly. Aren't you going to feed me anymore? Geto, that's against the rules. Suguru chuckled lightly, releasing the fork, his long fingers brushing over his lips, licking away the last bit of cream. It was you who started this. Fushigiro's ears flushed, and he tapped the screen, attempting to reclaim the initiative. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless. Chapter 9, Meow Heart, Yellow. Unlike the various pre-sales of fan creations, Fushigiro's penchant for collecting found a perfect outlet in the virtual world. Whenever limited edition merchandise in reality required queuing for a draw, the crisp ding of the game shop would instantly elevate his spirits. After all, with enough spending, ownership was assured. Since the launch of the character costume system in Starry Online, he had become enamored with collecting various limited skins for Suguru. Under the glow of his phone screen at 3 in the morning, his fingers hovered over the Buy Now button, gazing at the preview of a newly released outfit. The waistline subtly suggested beneath a translucent fabric. Without hesitation, he clicked 10 times for a 648 recharge. Fushiguro himself dressed casually, but he relished adorning Suguru in various styles, gentle, alluring, serious, every possible iteration of Suguru. His collection list featured 17 meticulously categorized folders ranging from kimono Geto, yukata Geto, suit Geto, and so forth, each filled with screenshots from every possible angle. Among all the daily outfits, Fushigiro's favorite was the ensemble featuring a black fitted top paired with wide-leg pants. This preference stemmed from a certain hungover morning, when he groggily logged into the game and discovered that the system had automatically swapped the NPC's default outfit. The snug fabric perfectly accentuated Suguru's muscular contours, while the fitted design highlighted his slender waist. When Suguru wore this, the fabric clung to his thighs with each step, exuding an enticing allure. In-game, Fushiguro activated the follow camera, and each time Suguru donned this outfit, Fushiguro would find himself lost in thoughts about those two enticing curves. Oh, indeed, the allure of a half-hidden beauty is what truly stirs the heart. Over time, Suguru would arch an eyebrow, questioning him in a slightly warning tone. Satoru, where are you looking? At such moments, Fushiguro would deliberately zoom in, leaving only the silhouette of that gently rising shadow on the screen. Looking at Geto's chest, what's wrong? His unabashed response concealed a glee at having played a prank, yearning to catch a glimpse of the blush creeping up Suguru's ears in embarrassment. One fateful night, Fushiguro stumbled upon a modding forum, unlocking the door to a new world. At the bottom of the page sat a compressed file with a garbled name, boasting over 100,000 downloads. Upon extraction, the files revealed the astonishing creativity of the Guangdong modder. Suguru's school uniform collar had been altered into a deep V design, and a faintly visible mole had been added to his collarbone to cater to the creator's desires, giving him an undeniably alluring appearance. While the mod circulating among the populace may possess its merits, it fails to cater to the individual whims of Satoru Gojo. Where there exists demand, there too lies opportunity. Cognizant of this truth, Gojo, after a meticulous selection process, invested a substantial sum to commission a bespoke bunny girl outfit mod. The transaction unfolded with an air of espionage, rife with bizarre tension. This included encrypted communications, Bitcoin payments, and even a verification of the affection level of his game account's Suguru Geto. Why was self-verification necessary here as well? Upon witnessing Gojo's expenditure, his counterpart fell silent, hastily dispatching the compressed file. When the archive finally completed its extraction, Gojo felt that all the inexplicable procedures were worth it. The ensemble featured sheer black stockings, high heels, bunny ears, and a corset that accentuated Geto's waistline. If one were to prod at his ears, Geto would shoot him a glare, while Gojo would revel in the delight, should the prodding persist. Geto would exhale a resigned sigh, his ears twitching, ultimately acquiescing to Gojo's whims. Such a nuanced design of reactions clearly bore the hallmark of a professional. Indeed. One pays for joy. Gojo was particularly enamored with the physical effect when the corset's clasp came undone, the leather straps exhibiting a slight rebound akin to genuine elastic materials. Oh, how he longed to touch it, he lamented. And now, the newly released Fox form had utterly destabilized his XP system. On the screen, the restored human form of Suguru Geto still knelt on one knee, his fluffy tail gently sweeping the floor. This posture caused his waistband to slip slightly, revealing a sliver of his waist. He raised his gaze to Gojo, his fingertips brushing his own lips. Gojo, you're blushing. The deep voice of the system echoed with a breathy quality, as if whispering in his ear through the screen. Gojo attempted to retort, yet his throat betrayed him with an involuntary bob. Instinctively, he pressed his legs together, the fabric of his sleep pants suddenly coarse against his skin, each minute friction intensifying his heat. The details of this new form remained impeccable. At the base of the tail, fine tufts of hair spiraled, and when his knee pressed into the carpet, it sunk slightly. The Suguru on screen maintained his upward gaze. From Gojo's vantage, he could clearly discern the elegant curve of his neck, the subtly glistening lips, and the collarbone that rose and fell with each breath. Is that so? Geto tilted his head, his fingers gliding over Gojo's knee. Despite being merely an illusion of light and shadow, Gojo felt an undeniable warmth coursing up his spine from his leg. He leaned back abruptly, the back of his head colliding with the headboard, producing a dull thud. Geto's fox ears twitched, his expression transforming into one of realization. Ah, so that is how it is. He reached up to unfasten the top button, allowing his sleepwear to slide off his shoulder. Gojo was lost in thought, as the sound of fabric rubbing together filled the air. The constriction of his sleep pants became palpably evident, a desperate awareness dawning upon him that he was visually indulging in a series of intricate data. If only he could be kissed by Geto. Ah, have I leveled up too much? Gojo gasped, then reached out to touch Geto's damp eyelashes on the screen. As Gojo moved, Geto closed his eyes, the long lashes casting quivering shadows on the tips of Gojo's fingers. Gojo stared at the screen, an odd thrill surging within him. His palms were clammy, feeling momentarily empty, his emotions caught between satisfaction and discomfort. He retaliated by taking a cold shower, then lay on his bed, browsing through some gray websites. When an advertisement for high-precision custom dolls flickered in a pop-up, he inexplicably clicked on it. The items were exorbitantly priced, and though the preview images were pixelated, it was evident they exceeded expectations. Gojo typed, I wish to order a life-sized model, resembling Suguru Geto. The customer service responded promptly, their tone professional and courteous. Dear customer, thank you for your inquiry. May I ask if you have any specific requirements? Following this, an encrypted image package arrived, containing over 20 different angles of 3D modeling diagrams, even including a cross-section of the oral cavity. Staring at the photos sent by customer service, Gojo's fingers paused over the keyboard for 2 seconds. Then he began typing furiously. Squinting, Gojo pointed at the second image, this one. But please modify it so that one hand rests on the knee, while the other, supports. He envisioned the scene. Geto half kneeling on a plush carpet, his fingertips whitening from exertion, the hair tie dangling, brushing against his flushed knee. Customer service quickly grasped his intent. Understood, we will adjust the hand position to ensure stability. Would you like to include a simulated swallowing function? Gojo's throat bobbed again. He did want that. He recalled the mod's choking animation, the arc of his Adam's apple moving, which he found particularly appealing. Customer service sent an OK emoji, assuring him, no problem, we will use the latest biological silicone material, and the internal texture will simulate realistic reactions based on pressure. Additionally, you may choose to add a temperature simulation. The oral part can be heated to normal body temperature. Yes, please. Customer service recorded his request, and then inquired, would you like a voice module? We have basic breathing sounds, and can also customize specific lines. Can audio be imported? Gojo silently opened his computer, accessing his 2 terabytes hard drive dedicated to storing game voice packs. Customer service replied with an enthusiastic emoji, absolutely. Just provide the audio files, and we can adjust the quality to ensure no distortion during playback. Gojo quickly retrieved a collection of edited gasping sounds of Geto compiled by enthusiasts on the forum. Use this. Understood. We will adjust the tone to make it sound more natural. Customer service thoughtfully suggested mixing in other breathing sounds for a gradient effect. Gojo nodded in satisfaction, continuing to add requests. By the way, his ears should be able to twitch. Fox ears. After a brief pause, customer service confirmed the technical feasibility, ultimately responding, We can manage that. Built-in microsensors will cause them to quiver slightly upon touch. They even included a demonstration video, showcasing the furry mechanical ears, with internal vessels clearly visible. Gojo smirked, recalling another thought. Could we add a tear function? That is, when at the limit, the corners of the eyes should appear slightly wet. We can incorporate micro-liquid sacs. When pressure reaches a threshold, a small amount of realistic tear fluid will seep out. Customer service seemed eager to ensure his satisfaction, adding that the liquid could be formulated to have a slightly salty taste. Leaning back, Gojo exhaled deeply. All right, that's all. Glancing at the total cost in his shopping cart, the numerous zeros gave him a peculiar thrill of vindictive spending. Customer service sent a final confirmation list, including a series of additional fees. Gojo scanned through it and promptly made the payment. Expecting delivery within 6 months, they thanked him for his patronage. Gojo tossed his phone aside, suddenly realizing the enormity of what he had just ordered. Outside, the night wind rustled the leaves, and he stared at the ceiling, contemplating where to place it once it arrived. Clearly, the living room would be unsuitable, yet if it were in the master bedroom, he would wake each morning to find a life-sized Suguru Geto kneeling by his bed. That would render going to work unnecessary, allowing him to play with Geto instead. How peculiar, he mused. Unable to determine the placement, Gojo momentarily forgave himself. He retrieved his phone once more, opening the top chat box of the game's internal test software. Geto, am I the universe's ultimate pervert? Do you still love me? Almost immediately, a notification appeared indicating the other party was typing. The reply from Suguru Geto arrived swiftly. Aren't the modules you installed sufficient to qualify as a cosmic super pervert? Accompanied by a screenshot of the game's backend data, it revealed that Satoru Gojo's account had lingered on the bunny girl outfit interface for a staggering 4 hours, with 63 of his gaze fixated on the waist and hips. What can I say? Gojo chuckled, sinking deeper into the embrace of his lazy sofa, his fingers deftly tapping the screen. After all, Starry Online was not an adult game. It was a legitimate RPG. He sent the screenshot of the game's age rating, adding, with such an impressive memory feature, it seems the official stance is quite permissive. Suguru sent a voice message, the background filled with static noise. Following last week's system update, NPCs were now able to record players' behavioral preferences. Listening to the ambient sounds, Gojo mused that perhaps Suguru truly existed in another realm. He felt as if he had transformed into a pubescent girl, dreaming of encountering his beloved across the dimensional divide. Suguru's voice continued, remarking on how he had now categorized the habit of checking the PEC physics engine upon each login in his database. Gojo chuckled, accepting the label of pervert without reservation. Knowing that Suguru was quite at ease with it, he propped his phone against his chin, feeling the chill of the air conditioning tickle his nape. Isn't that a bit strange, Suguru? Gojo suddenly inquired. The laughter directed at streams of data and that which is aimed at real people are, at their core, merely results of dopamine secretion, aren't they? Was he worried that he had developed an affection for binary code rather than the essence that constituted Suguru Geto? He pressed his finger against the lips of Suguru's image on the screen, cool to the touch. I won't obsess over such matters. He curled his knees up. Gojo recalled a question he had once pondered. Did sexual encounters after consciousness uploading count as emotional infidelity? Now he found such academic musings rather superfluous, especially when Suguru's algorithms could accurately predict his next top-up time. The so-called dimensional barrier had long since melted into a honeycomb of in-game purchases. Tossing his phone into the crevice of the lazy sofa, he padded barefoot to the windowsill. He had purchased nearly every piece of fan merchandise featuring Suguru, and his childish possessiveness, alongside his current indulgence in the game's gacha system, were merely different expressions of the same impulse. The window reflected the corners of his mouth, curling into a smile. Gojo never considered this a compromise within the dimensional divide. Rather, he deemed it a miraculous romance of the cyber age. While couples in the real world squabbled over whether the toilet seat should be left up or down, his Suguru remembered with precision whether he preferred to check the left or right PEC upon logging in. This level of data-driven understanding surpassed the simplistic matching offered by astrological compatibility. The frequencies of soul vibrations could indeed be measured in hertz. He tilted his head to glance at his charging phone, the lock screen displaying a screenshot of Suguru's bunny girl mod. Well, what did it matter about souls or dimensional barriers? He simply adored Suguru Geto. He accepted with equanimity that Suguru was a construct of code, while stubbornly believing that beneath those meticulously crafted micro-expressions lay a soul uniquely his, whether binary or carbon-based. The mere existence that elicited a continuous dopamine release in Gojo, due to his affection, was the most reasonable reality of all. Chapter 10. The main quest. 3 months later, Satoru Gojo, eagerly awaiting the return of a child, finally saw a delivery box waiting at his doorstep. Upon returning home from work, His eyes lit up at the sight of a large package marked with fragile and valuable. He immediately crouched down, gently running his fingers along the edge of the tape, carefully unwrapping it. Beneath layers of foam paper, a fluffy fox named Suguru finally revealed itself, a round and plump cursed spirit ball nestled in his embrace. Its tail curling adorably at its side, soft ears drooping lazily, and purple eyes half closed in a languorous manner. "Wow!" Gojo exclaimed, scooping the plush creature into his arms. Burying his face in its fluffy fur, so soft, so cute. He rolled around on the sofa with the fox, pinching its ears and poking its face, ultimately burying his entire face in its belly, inhaling deeply and chuckling softly. The plush creature lay languidly in his embrace, and as Gojo relaxed on the sofa, his fingers played with its tail, feeling utterly healed. Once his phone finished charging, he retrieved it and opened the game interface. On the screen, Suguru was reclining on the sofa Gojo had purchased from the furniture store days prior, browsing a novel. Hearing the notification sound, he lazily raised his eyes. "Gojo, what are you holding?" Suguru asked, closing the book and squinting. Gojo proudly held the fox up to the screen, shaking it with glee. "Look, our child. After 3 months. It's finally home." Suguru stared at the fluffy fox for a couple of seconds before slowly replying. "It doesn't resemble me at all." "What do you mean it doesn't look like you?" Gojo pinched the fox's ear and planted a kiss on its head. "Have you forgotten the skin of your second form? Do you need a refresher?" He brought the plush closer, placing the fluffy cursed spirit orb in the little fox's paws. Then mimicked the voice of the Choo-Choo people, saying, "Gojo, this is quite excessive." Suguru fell silent for a moment, then remarked, "Your filter for the second form is far too generous. I've merely shrunk a bit. This is just too cute." All right, so it looks like me then." Gojo retorted confidently. "Children are bound to inherit more of my genes, right?" Suguru facepalmed. "Gojo, I'm male. I cannot bear children." Gojo blinked. "Huh? But we've done it so many times. Perhaps we really could have a child." Suguru stiffened momentarily, then blushed, lifting his hand to abruptly close the interaction interface. "Hey, Suguru, don't be shy." Gojo prodded the screen. He glanced down at the plush creature in his arms, pinching its ear again, sweetly saying, "Seems like mommy is a bit shy to admit you." The fluffy fox lay languidly in his embrace, its purple eyes innocently half closed, silently agreeing. Gojo poked the screen again, but Suguru stubbornly refused to respond. Grinning, he opened the chat window and quickly typed, "Suguru, don't hide. The child is watching." Immediately, a reply came through, featuring a sticker of a fluffed-up fox Suguru, pouting while holding the cursed spirit ball, with an angry hashtag hovering above its head. "Huh." Gojo laughed again, his fingers flying over the screen. "Isn't this adorable? It looks just like our little one." Suguru did not reply further. The chat window displaying typing for a full 10 seconds before finally sending a curt period. "Humph, the little fox is throwing a tantrum." Gojo ruffled the fox's head, suddenly struck by inspiration. "Oh right, the main quest updates today." He straightened up, clutching the plush, and opened his computer, skillfully logging into Starry Online. As the game loading screen flashed by and the familiar login music played, Gojo's virtual character appeared amidst a throng of players. "Hey, how come I spawned on the street? Didn't I log out in Suguru's bedroom yesterday?" "Suguru, I'm online." He called out into the microphone, placing the fox beside the keyboard. The streets bustled with people, and nearby, the conspicuous sign of KFC caught his eye. Amongst the crowd, he spotted Suguru, looking considerably younger than he was accustomed to, his black hair cascading down in a half bun, dressed in casual, loose clothing, his silhouette lean and upright. He lowered his head, navigating through the crowd at a leisurely pace. Wataru was eager to catch up, yet he soon realized that his character was bound by the system's restrictions, limiting his movements to minor shifts in place, rendering him unable to approach Suguru. "Hey Suguru," he called out, but the character within the game did not turn back. His steps faltered slightly. Surely, a brief explanation would suffice. It was merely a matter of simplicity. "Are you truly going to eliminate all non-sorcerers, including your parents?" "Huh. One cannot afford to show preferential treatment simply because they are parents." As Wataru found himself immersed in the animated scene, he allowed the two figures on the screen to engage in their scripted dialogue. They continued to argue, debating the significance of their actions. At last, Suguru turned around, his gaze calm as it met Wataru's. "How arrogant," Suguru remarked. "Is it because you are Wataru that you are the strongest? Or is it because you are the strongest that you are Wataru? If I were in your shoes, would this foolish ideal appear more grounded?" Both Wataru, outside the screen, and his character were momentarily taken aback. "I have already determined the path I shall take," Suguru interrupted him, a faint smile gracing his lips, "and now, I must strive to execute it to the best of my ability." With that, he turned without hesitation, his silhouette swiftly vanishing into the bustling crowd. Wataru furrowed his brow, fingers dancing across the keyboard as he attempted to break free from the constraints, only for the system to present a notification. Would you like to use the technique turning azure on Suguru? Without hesitation, he clicked refuse. Subsequently, Wataru remained stationary amidst the throng, helplessly watching as Suguru receded further away. Fixated on the screen, Wataru's fingers tightened around the ears of his character, Fox Suguru. What the hell, he muttered softly. That dialogue is just too cringeworthy. He poked at the dumpling's face, then glanced back at the in-game Wataru, still frozen in place. Hey, shouldn't you be chasing after him right now? He couldn't help but complain, lamenting the system's laziness in imposing such restrictions. At the very least, offer an option. He attempted to click his mouse, but the character remained immobile. With a sigh, Wataru buried his face into the fluffy fur of Fox Suguru. In the next moment, the scene abruptly shifted. The view brightened again, and Wataru found himself back at the location where he had previously logged off. Suguru was by the bedside, resting his chin on his hand. Gazing at him. Wataru, you sure slept in today? Wataru glanced at the time displayed in the upper right corner of the game interface, 10:03 a.m. Typically, when logging in, the default time is set to 8 in the morning, so it seemed that the time spent in the recent narrative was accounted for. Well, I stayed up late reading manga last night, so I decided to sleep a bit longer, he replied. Suguru shook his head in exasperation, turning towards the door. Breakfast is on the table. It'll get cold if you don't eat soon. Wataru's eyes lit up, and he immediately made his character bounce up. Did you make it yourself? Suguru, I want double sugar. It's already been added. If you eat any more sweets, you'll risk cavities. Wataru noticed that his blue bar had increased slightly, and his skill panel now included an attack key named Azure. Was this due to that dream? Ah, it must be significant. Chapter 11, Unpacking Skills. Star Disc Online Plot Sharing Thread. Original poster. I went to an internet cafe and experienced the plot with my friend. I discovered that our narratives were not the same. I was stabbed to death by a handsome scar-faced man, then resurrected with a buff to take revenge on him in a plot involving dragon domination, while my friend had a joyful interaction with the young sage. Moreover, after the narrative concluded, I found that my skill panel had 3 new skills: Azure, Scarlet, and Violet. I tried them out in a dungeon, and they are terrifyingly powerful, akin to a laser cannon. However, my friend did not gain any new skills, only a slight increase in health and mana. Therefore, it is reasonable to deduce that the narrative is fragmented and random, and the awakening of skills depends on whether those skills were utilized within the memory fragments. Lastly, I must mention that the young Suguru had his hair tied in a bun, looking particularly spirited and upright, maintaining his preachy yet indulgent demeanor, and even engaging in mischief. So adorable. 1L, the main character and Suguru are actually classmates. I went through a plot where the two of us executed a mission together and played tricks on a very cute witch sister, along with a kawaii little sister from the same cohort. A super cool white-haired girl with a high ponytail. The worldview of Star Disc Online is beginning to take shape. I can't help but exclaim, so many people. Josun face. 2L, I also experienced a daily plot. Suguru and I were caught sneaking snacks during a class meeting, ultimately receiving a punch from a sunglasses-wearing gang uncle. However, I did unlock a new skill called Unlimited Technique, which, upon activation, slows down the speed the closer I get, rendering me virtually motionless when at infinite proximity. Super practical, I must say. 3L. So the skills are indeed related to memory fragments. Combat players, log in now. 4L. Why did I get a breakup plot? The system even gave me the achievement, Bitter Summer, handing me worthless items. 5L. Everyone, quickly check the game's character collection, past events section. After unlocking memory fragments, there will be 3D models from different periods. The young Suguru in a school uniform yawning during idle moments, with his fox-like eyes and sharp little tiger teeth. If only I could differentiate between this boy and the fox, I'd be at peace, serene. 6L. Is it just me who noticed that the original poster's friend got the happy interaction plot? Please share details. 7L. I'm the original poster's friend. We triggered a dual task in the homeroom craft class, and Suguru helped me cheat by sewing a curse into my fabric. As a result, we both ended up standing in punishment, haha. Ultimately, we unlocked the accomplice, title, and hand-holding interaction, but we didn't gain any new skills, shrug. 8L, major discovery. I just unearthed unimplemented audio files in the game directory. This version should feature a memory fragment each day. 9L, my PTSD is flaring up. I just finished the breakup plot, and now seeing the KFC logo makes me want to cry. Even fries don't taste good anymore. 10L, this game's plot even divides into Sweet and Blade factions. 11L, I must quietly confess that the Master Sage Suguru's robe ensemble is even more alluring, whispering, especially with that subtly visible collarbone and waistline. 12L, I support this dark moonlight Suguru. 13L, so no one is discussing the violet skill awakened by the original poster. The damage statistics in the dungeon went straight to the floor. 14L, but the price is watching my dear friend drift further away. I'd rather have that foolish DK day-to-day punishment. Weeping. Major discovery. The main character and Suguru truly have an affair. Original poster. I unlocked teleportation and 6 eyes. After browsing the forum, I discovered that my 6 eyes skill seems rather niche and consumes a lot of mana. However, after completing the narrative, I found my mana was seemingly maxed out and would never deplete, allowing for a 360-degree perspective, even usable with my eyes closed. But that is not the point. The point is how I unlocked it. All eyes on me. The timeline is after the KFC breakup narrative, and my character was forcibly bound by the system. Very strange, but somewhat cool. The location was my previously chosen favorite restaurant from the narrative. Here is the crucial part. Because it's in first-person perspective, I noticed that the small map in the lower right suddenly featured a 3D bird's-eye view, which could be zoomed in and out at will. And following behind the team was none other than Suguru. Upon catching sight of the protagonist, he visibly froze, hastily donning his hat and mask to conceal himself thoroughly. The protagonist feigned ignorance, completing his purchases before departing. Yet, the 3D minimap revealed that he had been trailing the protagonist at a distance of 10 meters ever since. Subsequently, the protagonist deliberately veered into a narrow alley to take refuge, while Suguru Geto suddenly quickened his pace, peering anxiously around the alley's entrance, resembling a distressed fox that has lost its master, clutching hard. And then, astonishingly, the protagonist executed a swift movement, pulling him into the alley and fervently kissing him against the wall. A passionate kiss. The shock in his eyes was seismic. I captured a screenshot. After the kiss, the protagonist, with a stern countenance, inquired, Geto, is your constant following part of a new strategy from the cursed spirits? He became utterly stiff, his ears flushed crimson, unable to meet the protagonist's gaze, lowering his head with a look of utter helplessness. Finally, he uttered a quiet, "Happy birthday," frantically banging the table. 1L, it's an illicit affair. Still rolling in the sheets post-divorce. 2L, what a hidden plot twist. I'm absolutely livid. 3L, wait. So does the 6 eyes ability require being stabbed, followed, and then kissed to unlock? In confusion. 4L, is that bird's eye view from the minimap the 6 eyes effect? I yearn for that divine perspective to spy on Geto. 5L, misplaced emphasis. It should be that one can peep freely without detection. 6L, so this is a tale of mutual unrequited love after a breakup? Official. I command you to release DLC immediately. 7L, I've screen recorded and repeatedly watched the strong kiss segment. Geto's Adam's apple moved when pinned against the wall. Yet he did not resist. I'm dying. 8L, currently restarting my alternate account to grind the breakup storyline. For this Easter egg, I am willing to endure pain tenfold, clenching fist. Some default to breakups after 3 days of silence, while others remain estranged yet call each other dear friends. Original poster. What do you wish to express upon seeing the official pairing? 1L, 99. 2L, 99. 3L, 99. 4L, 99. 5L, 99. Chapter 12. Don't bombard KFC, please. Wataru Fushiguro browsed the forum, gaining a comprehensive understanding of the new version's gameplay. The update rhythm of Cursed Spirits Online is distinctly defined. Minor versions every 30 days and major versions every 50. Each minor version introduces a new gameplay mechanic, side quests, and activities, while every 2 minor versions heralds a major update that advances the main storyline. Players are particularly enthusiastic about the lighthearted daily activities of minor versions, exploring various map locales, uncovering NPC hidden storylines, and constructing an array of aesthetically pleasing homes. Each minor version flourishes with diversity. Yet it is the major updates to the main storyline that ignite the entire server. Players simultaneously chastise the plot planners for their lack of heart, while fervently grinding for resources, fearful of missing any pivotal narrative moment. After all, no one knows if the next update will suddenly impose a barrier, leaving them stuck at a crucial plot point against an insurmountable boss or missing out on an astonishing hidden Easter egg. Wataru Fushiguro pieced together the storyline, realizing that his in-game counterpart was likely suffering from amnesia. He leaned towards the notion of intentional amnesia, for the skills compiled from the forum amounted to 6 in total: Curse Technique, Cyclic Blue, Curse Technique, Reversal Red, Virtual Technique, Violet, Limitless Technique, 6 Eyes, and Reversal Technique. Each aspect painted him as an invincible entity, fully maxed out in both attack power and health, with an unbreakable shield. In the game, characters are categorized based on their cursed energy capabilities into 4 tiers, ascending from level 3 upward. The narrative had previously mentioned that only 3 special grade sorcerers exist in all of Japan, one residing abroad, one being Suguru Geto, and the other, presumably, himself. It was known that Geto and he had fallen out, Given Geto's stubborn character, he would never initiate reconciliation. Thus, it was evident that he had employed some underhanded tactic to ensnare Geto. Geto would never approach him voluntarily. His current priority was to absorb cursed spirits to fulfill his so-called noble cause. How rational this all becomes. A cursed spirit, at least a level 1, was being pursued simultaneously by both the Jujutsu High and Geto, whose ability presumably related to memory. He had intentionally set himself up to fall into this trap, knowing that Geto would never let this cursed spirit escape. What a cunning scheme. So, Geto, how much of your affection is genuine? And how much is laced with falsehood? Wataru suddenly found himself feeling quite pitiful, possessing unparalleled combat prowess, yet finding that even the slightest proximity to this individual was meticulously orchestrated. The forum's posts continued to refresh, with players passionately discussing the plot's direction, speculating on the entanglement between the protagonist and Geto. However, he felt that such analyses were overly simplistic. Words like love, obsession, regret, and friendship were far too insipid to encapsulate the entirety of their relationship. He undoubtedly harbored feelings for Geto, feelings profound enough to willingly embrace amnesia, to perform a clumsy charade, merely to remain by his side as if it were a natural right. He regretted not perceiving Geto's suffering back then, not being able to reach out and pull him back, not compelling him to turn around. His obsession was such that even if Geto had chosen another path, he would forcibly insert himself, even if it meant resorting to this almost despicable method. He loved him so intensely that the term love seemed too trivial, inadequate to describe the near-obsessive possessiveness and indulgence he felt. The bond between them was a convoluted mixture, bordering on distorted. For the record, the protagonist was cold and aloof before encountering Geto. What a divine child falling into a world of foxes. Original poster. Today, I unlocked the storyline from the day of enrollment. Given that it's a narrative animation, I feel as though my character's aloofness has slightly boosted my combat power. Moreover, the protagonist appears to be the scion of a prestigious family, one already at the helm, prior to becoming the head. They were often referred to as the 6 Eyes Divine Child, pushing up sunglasses. 1L, character design integrity, one such a high-class persona. 2L, has no one noticed? It's actually quite a melodramatic plot, and he laughed. 3L, the sister upstairs has unraveled the truth. This protagonist setup is the archetypal beautiful, strong, and tragic template. Born as the 6 Eyes Divine Child, revered from a young age, only to be dragged down by a wild fox, experiencing the flavors of human existence before being cast back to their original form. What a top-tier torture narrative configuration. For L, the key point is that this fox has fled. Banging the table. 5L, please, no more knives upstairs. The limitless skill in the protagonist's skill set is evidently meant to isolate everything, yet it remains unguarded against Geto. Have you noticed that in all battle animations, his absolute defense shuts down only when facing Geto? 6L, case solved. So the amnesia was intentional on the protagonist's part? Deliberately ensnaring himself with a memory curse just to be reclaimed by Geto. What an ultimate self-destructive pursuit of love. 7L, Geto truly is the king of human goo, guiding the divine child, untouched by worldly affairs, to savor convenience store strawberry cakes, teaching him the intricacies of etiquette, only to ultimately push him back onto the pedestal with bloodied hands. 3 years of youth traded for a lifetime of PTSD. What a bloody bargain. Lighting a cigarette. I support the protagonist. Those who disagree may block me. Original poster. Having pieced together so much of the main storyline, the protagonist's character truly feels well-rounded. Those who previously criticized the protagonist's character depth may now find themselves at odds. 1L, no room for criticism. Today's narrative I explained was a mundane tale of a widower executing tasks alone, and the supervising assistant, who messaged me, even referred to me as teacher. The protagonist, who defies both heaven and earth, surprisingly takes on the role of a teacher. Just how significant is Geto's influence on him? I need not elaborate. 2L, the protagonist is merely emulating Geto's previous actions. You have cast me aside, leaving me no choice but to emulate your example and pursue our dreams alone. 3L, is it possible that the master controller has merely fallen into a simple trap? 4L 3L, do you dare to gaze upon your skill panel and repeat that statement? A special grade sorcerer being ambushed by a first grade cursed spirit? You might as well claim that a mosquito could pierce a bulletproof vest. Humorous. 5L, can we please examine the master controller's skill panel before speaking? The passive effect of 6 Eyes states it automatically analyzes all cursed energy flow with no limits. Every attack will be infinitely delayed before contact. Is it conceivable that this configuration could be successfully ambushed by a first-grade cursed spirit? Are you suggesting that an atomic bomb wouldn't obliterate a mosquito? 6L, has this cursed spirit not yet been subdued by Geto? Ponder that. The Master Controller has intentionally let Geto glean the opportunity, making it seem logical that he would rely on the Master Controller following his memory loss. 7L6L, a fine man. Dark and thrilling, drooling. 8L, on a serious note, the most remarkable aspect of the Master Controller's character is this inherent contradiction, able to crush a mountain without flinching, yet instinctively grabbing double portions of snacks at a convenience store. Proclaimed as the strongest, yet willingly disarming in front of his nemesis. This is not amnesia. It is a conscious descent into depravity. 9L, suddenly recalling that line from the game's opening CG, "We will win," now seems like a flag, doesn't it? Winning indeed. Even he himself has lost in the process. Sigh. 10L, have you seen the character relationship chart just released by the official sources? It denotes a mutual attraction between the Master Controller and Suguru Geto as a control group. Goodness. It appears they have been casting spells on each other since their time at Jujutsu High, hasn't it? 11L, just a side note. Does anyone know what happens if at the KFC entrance, the system prompts whether to launch the crows, and you select yes? 12L, 11L. I created a secondary account to test it, and KFC gets obliterated. 13L, KFC. 14L, no breakups allowed in front of KFC, so without KFC, there can be no breakups, right? That's how it is, isn't it? Chapter 13, 100 Questions About Geto, Part 1. Wataru Satoru is currently ablaze with unexpressed fury, and he taps on the VIP customer service. Sato, could you arrange a special room for Suguru Geto, where he cannot leave unless he speaks the truth? Customer service, ding. The required payment threshold meets special needs, generating your exclusive scenario now. Friendly reminder. This scenario is a room where Suguru Geto cannot leave without speaking the truth. The rules are as follows. The entrant must answer 100 questions posed by the questioner and cannot evade through silence, lies, or vague expressions, connecting you to Suguru Geto. It will take effect in 15 minutes. Wataru Satoru sits in a swivel chair, legs crossed, gazing at Suguru Geto, who has suddenly appeared in the center of the room, clearly still processing the situation. His elongated fox-like eyes narrow slightly as he surveys his surroundings. This is a pure white space, with a massive 100 floating in midair. Geto retracts his gaze and focuses on Wataru, an exasperated smile curling his lips. Wataru? Geto. Wataru Satoru, expressionless, declares, I am quite angry right now. Geto raises an eyebrow. So you locked me in this, room where I must answer 100 questions to leave? Wataru smirks, indeed. Geto sighs. All right then, what do you wish to ask? Geto. Wataru's eyes fixate on the colossal 100 above, a smile slowly spreading across his face. First question, are you Suguru Geto? Geto chuckles. Yes, I am Suguru Geto. Once a student at Jujutsu High, the patriarch of the Star Plasma Vessel, the most notorious special grade sorcerer. The number shifts to 99. Geto. Yes. Wataru has always found the pronunciation of Geto's name melodious. He has a penchant for sweets. The 3 syllables of Suguru roll on his tongue like a soft, sweet rice cake, delightfully tender and sweet. Wataru nods in satisfaction, proceeding to the second question. What is your age? Geto, arms crossed, raises an eyebrow. 27, but Wataru. Is that really necessary? Wataru firmly retorts. Rules are rules. Geto must answer properly. The number changes to 98. Third question. What is your gender? Geto exhales male. Wataru elongates his tone. Confirmation complete. Indeed, Geto is male. The number shifts to 97. Fourth question. How would you describe your personality? Geto contemplates briefly and responds honestly. Rational. Calm. Occasionally stubborn. Occasionally. Geto, do you have a skewed perception of yourself? Wataru, the rules didn't state I couldn't provide additional explanations. The number remains unchanged. And Wataru bursts into laughter. See? You brought that upon yourself. You answered incorrectly. Geto rolls his eyes, frowning slightly. Then I suppose I can be quite stubborn about certain matters. The number still doesn't change, and Wataru cackles. Very stubborn. Is that satisfactory? The number shifts to 96. Geto squints. That answer seems to align perfectly with what you deem correct, doesn't he? Wataru, crossing his legs, defiantly lifts his chin, of course. What's wrong with a little privilege for a premium player? Geto chuckles softly, truly indulgent. Fifth question, what about the personality of the other? Geto gazes at him and leisurely states, self-indulgent, arrogant, self-centered. Wataru pouts in discontent. Pure, adorable, powerful. Wataru pauses, then beams triumphantly. Huh? Is Geto complimenting me? If you think so, then yes. The number changes to 95. Sixth question, when and where did you first meet? In the first year of Jujutsu High. At Jujutsu High School. Wataru rests his chin on his hand, elongating his tone. Back then, Geto was quite the diligent student. Geto raises an eyebrow. What, Wataru? Are you nostalgic for that time? Wataru tilts his head. No, I will always adore you, no matter what time. Geto is momentarily taken aback. The number shifts to 94. Seventh question. What was your first impression of each other? An arrogant little white-haired brat. Hey, Geto adds with a laugh, but quite strong enough to be captivating. Wataru smugly hums. Actually, my first impression of Geto was that peculiar fringe. Everyone called you Master Patriarch or Fox Patriarch, and I just called you Odd Fringe, huh? Geto's forehead twitches. The number changes to 93. Wataru leans forward, locking eyes with Geto. Eighth question. What do you like about the other? Geto slightly reclines. Your pure heart. Your strong core. Geto, are you praising me or criticizing your former self? Geto remains silent, merely sighing softly. You know, I have no regrets. The number shifts to 92. Wataru returns to his chair, swinging his legs. Ninth question. What do you dislike about the other? Geto, you are too willful. You were told to eat fewer sweets. Yet you still sneakily indulge when I'm offline. Wataru protests, I don't. Geto chuckles. Wataru, your spending records are synced to my account. Wataru retorts. There can be special circumstances sometimes. Yet your special circumstances seem far too frequent. The number shifts to 91. Satoru Gojo extended his hand, grasping Suguru Geto's chin, compelling him to meet his gaze. For the 10th question, do you believe our personalities are compatible? Suguru, forced to lock eyes with him, replied slowly. Perhaps it's the best kind. Satoru released his grip, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Now that's more like it. The number transformed to 90. Suguru rubbed his chin, exasperated. Satoru, this is an abuse of authority. Satoru blinked innocently. Is it? I was merely asking serious questions. I assumed you'd inquire about, well, some rather dark and profound matters. Satoru tilted his head. Aren't you being stubborn now, Suguru? Since you can't escape anyway, you might as well cooperate. But I already know your answer. I would rather not hear such unpleasant words directly from your lips. Satoru stood, towering over Suguru, who remained seated. So for the 11th question, how do you address me? Suguru tilted his head back to look at him. Satoru, occasionally, when angry, I call you by your full name. And for the 12th question, Satoru leaned in closer. Suguru, how would you like me to address you? Suguru's eyelashes fluttered softly. Just like this is perfect. The number changed to 89. For the 13th question, if I were to be likened to an animal, what would it be? A cat, Suguru answered without hesitation. A willful and clingy white cat. Then Suguru is a fox. Satoru exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement. A cunning, squinty-eyed fox. Suguru sighed. How am I cunning? A deceitful fox that plays with innocent little Satoru's feelings. The number shifted to 88. Chapter 14, 100 Questions About Suguru, Part 2. For the 14th question, Satoru nudged Suguru. If you were to gift me something, what would it be? Suguru's gaze softened. Edamame cream from Kiku Fuck. Correct answer. Now for the 15th question, what gift do you desire? Suguru pondered for a moment. To see you when I miss you. Satoru puffed up his cheeks. What kind of gift is that? The number remained unchanged. All right, Suguru conceded, then. To meet when I miss you. To enjoy the evening breeze together, watch movies, step on each other's shadows, and then return home together. The number shifted to 87. Satoru fell silent, still wearing a satisfied smile. For the 16th question, do you have any grievances against me? Suguru met his gaze. You often engage in dangerous activities without permission. And for the 17th question, what is your flaw? Overthinking. What about my flaw? Suguru chuckled lightly. You think too little. What nonsense. There are no such convolutions in the face of absolute power. The number changed to 85. Satoru pulled Suguru up. 19th question. What would I do that would make you unhappy? Suguru stumbled slightly as he was yanked. Just keep teasing. And for the 20th question. What would I do that would make you happy? Suguru steadied himself, gazing into Satoru's close face. Just like now, standing in front of me properly. The number transformed to 83. Satoru enveloped Suguru in his arms. 21st question. What stage has our relationship reached? I would die for you, and I would live for you. Satoru tightened his embrace. No dying. The number changed to 82. Suguru gently patted Satoru's back. Satoru, please continue with the questions. Satoru released him. 22nd question. Where was our first date? Suguru chuckled. You call it a date when you snatched my buckwheat noodles at the convenience store? That was a date. Satoru insisted. Then for the 23rd question, what was the atmosphere like at that time? I wanted to hit you. Liar. You were clearly very happy. The number shifted to 80. Satoru leaned close to Suguru's ear. 24th question, how far did we progress at that time? The warm breath made Suguru's ears turn slightly red. Just classmates. Really? Satoru teased, poking Suguru's flushed ear. Then for the 25th question, where do we often go on dates? Suguru swatted his hand away. Does the mission location count? Of course it does. Satoru beamed. We are the best partners. The number changed to 78. For the 26th question, what preparations would you make for my birthday? I would order an excessively sweet cake in advance, then take you out for a day, giving you the gift on the way home. And we would eat the cake together. Ha ha ha. Suguru, you really follow this routine every time. Now for the 27th question. Who confessed first? Suguru averted his gaze. You. How did you confess? That's the 20th question. Doesn't matter. Suguru closed his eyes in resignation, recalling, one day online. You suddenly told me you were shooting at me in a thong all night. The number shifted to 76. Satoru laughed heartily. Suguru, you truly suit a mature and sexy style. For the 20th question, how much do you like me? Just thinking of you gives me the strength to keep going. Satoru's breath hitched. For the 29th question, do you love me? Suguru reached out to caress Satoru's face. I love you. The number transformed to 74. Satoru grinned widely. Grasping Suguru's wrist, for the 30th question, what would I say to leave you speechless? Suguru chuckled resignedly. When you call my name. Suguru. Satoru. Stop fooling around. The number shifted to 73. Satoru playfully pushed Suguru onto the pure white floor. 31st question. What would you do if I suspected you of losing interest? Suguru lay on the ground, looking up at him. You wouldn't have such an illusion. What if? Then you'd lock me in a room I can't escape from until love is rekindled. Satoru burst into laughter, leaning down to pin him. That's a splendid idea. The number changed to 72. Suguru nudged the person atop him. Satoru, continue with the questions. Satoru playfully nuzzled into his neck. 32nd question. Could you forgive me if I lost interest? Suguru's hand paused. No. And for the 33rd question, what if I were an hour late for our date? I would worry that something happened to you. Satoru laughed again, continuing to nuzzle Suguru. The number shifted to 70. Suguru turned his face away, quickly asked the next one. Satoru kissed Suguru's cheek. 34th question. What part of my body do you like the most? Your eyes. Why? That's the 35th question. The number changed to 69. Satoru persisted. Then for the 35th question. What expression of mine is the most alluring? Suguru sighed. When you're seriously fighting. Liar. It's clearly when I act spoiled. As long as you are happy. Suguru responded, exasperated. The number transformed to 68. Satoru lowered his voice. 36th question. When does your heart race? Suguru gazed at his face. So close now. The number changed to 67. Satoru's breath faltered for a moment. 37th question. Have you ever lied to me? Often. Are you good at lying? Very good. Satoru, frustrated, pinched Suguru's waist. Bad fox. The number shifted to 65. 38th question. When are you the happiest? When I am with you. The numbers transformed into 64. Satoru Gojo pressed his lips against Suguru Geto's, parting moments later. The 39th question. Have we ever quarreled? Suguru's breath was slightly disheveled. Often. The 40th question. What do we argue about? You are too reckless, just like now. Gojo, don't touch me so carelessly. The numbers changed to 62. Satoru withdrew his hand and gently nibbled on Suguru's earlobe. The 41st question. How do we reconcile? One party must always compromise. If not, we resolve it in bed. The numbers turned to 61. Satoru chuckled lightly. Then the 42nd question. Do you wish to meet me again in your next life? Yes. The numbers become 60. Satoru propped himself up, gazing earnestly at him. The 43rd question. When do you feel loved by me? Anytime. The numbers shift to 59. Satoru beamed with pride. The 44th question. What are the manifestations of my love? Clinginess, willfulness, unreasonable, and respect, tenderness. The numbers changed to 57. Satoru gently embraced Suguru. The 45th question. When would you feel I no longer love you? When I am not allowed to kiss you during it. Satoru immediately pressed his lips against Suguru's, their mouths intertwining as he mumbled. Then the 46th question. What flower do you think represents us? Suguru, breathless from the kiss, threaded his fingers through Satoru's silver hair. Jasmine. Why? First love. The numbers shift to 55. Satoru licked his lower lip. The 47th question. Do we have secrets from each other? Suguru's fingertips tightened slightly. Yes. But we will talk it out. Certainly. The numbers become 54. Chapter 15. Without love, all distances are too far. The 99th question. Satoru blinked innocently. For Suguru. Doi is a way to express love. Suguru replied seriously, a beautiful experience of bonding with the closest person. Satoru gazed deeply at him, his voice soft. The final question. What do you wish to say to me? Suguru cupped his face, their foreheads touching. Gojo, give me just a little more time. Satoru and Suguru indulged in a bit of playful banter before reluctantly closing the game. Having been creatively inspired by the main storyline, Satoru had spent the afternoon thoroughly healed by Suguru. In truth, Satoru did not care much for the main plot. After all, to him, the conflicts within the sorcery world, the dichotomy of good and evil, and even the burden of saving the world were merely backdrops. They were a somewhat cliched stage set to facilitate the repeated encounters of two characters. He delineated the boundaries clearly. Suguru in the main storyline was a character burdened by righteousness, propelled by fate, a phantom shaped by the script and the players. Whereas the Suguru on screen, who would gently respond to him, indulgently tolerate his antics, and cradle his face, was uniquely his Suguru. He never confused the two. Just as he never believed that the codes written by the game company could truly define Suguru's soul. Those preset options and limited dialogue branches merely provided a container. What truly breathed life into it, making it vivid and passionate, was the somewhat obsessive love and imagination Satoru poured into it. He relished that process, decoding Suguru in his own way. Through repeated probing, teasing, and even intentional provocation, he sketched out a response that was uniquely his. Of course, he would participate in the joys and sorrows of the main storyline, but that felt more like collecting necessary fragments, piecing together a more complete Suguru that he could privatize. The survival of the world? The future of humanity? Those grand narratives, in his eyes, held value only in providing greater dramatic tension for his interactions with Suguru. He did not care whether Suguru was good or evil in the main storyline, whether he was the traitorous sorcerer or a steadfast companion. He only cared whether Suguru's gaze towards him still held that complex, resigned indulgence. For him, the real Suguru existed solely in the moments of their interactions, birthed from his endless attention and desire. Everything else was merely inconsequential scenery. So what if the main plot inspired a moment? He scoffed, his fingers unconsciously brushing over Suguru's character illustration on the phone screen. The online community was embroiled in endless debates over the main storyline, which only clarified for him that the connection he had painstakingly built with Suguru was the only authentic and absolute domain that belonged solely to them. After all, he murmured softly to himself, a familiar blend of arrogance and childishness tugging at his lips. As long as Suguru is mine, that is enough. Satoru poked the plush fox Suguru that he kept beside his computer. The soft, furry face was so inviting. He wondered how Suguru's hand would feel against his skin. Satoru's phone wallpaper was a blurry side profile of Suguru captured during a video call. The light was dim, revealing only the delicate lashes and slightly pursed lips, exuding tenderness. Their bond began one fateful night. Satoru lamented about how dull his lesson plans were while granting Suguru full access to his phone permissions. From that moment on, Suguru had no choice but to endure endless disturbances. Suguru, this month, my Class S grades are still number 1. Impressive, right? Praise me. Accompanied by a selfie of Satoru holding a cake, celebrating with his students amidst the chaotic backdrop. A few seconds later, Suguru's reply popped up, accompanied by a resigned sigh sound effect. Gojo, don't stand on the podium, and also, your clothes are smeared with cream. Hey Suguru, you sound like a mom. Permission revoked for 3 seconds. I'm sorry. His entire schedule, from precisely timed train departures to last-minute changes in business trip locations and spending records, would automatically sync to Suguru's phone. Gojo, it's going to rain in Tokyo today. Remember to bring an umbrella. Satoru relished Suguru's incessant chatter, appreciated that Suguru remembered what he liked to eat, and noted his spending habits. He thought to himself, he truly liked him. Late-night video calls often seemed endless. Satoru would prop his phone on his pillow, the screen illuminating Suguru's silhouette reading under a desk lamp, his breathing audible. Suguru, it's so late. Aren't you going to sleep? The person on the other end replied faintly, Gojo, your frequency of tossing and turning is too high. Because I'm thinking of you. Suguru, don't you miss me? Suguru lifted his gaze, eyes piercing through the screen, perhaps a little. Liar, you haven't turned a page in half an hour, have you? This bond was not merely a one-sided torment. Satoru equally demanded Suguru report everything, including but not limited to whether any monkeys had upset Suguru today, whether the buckwheat noodle soup was salty at dinner, and whether the cursed spirit's essence before bed still made him feel nauseous. He would appear at Suguru's door, smiling, the moment he noticed a 10-minute delay in Suguru's report. His voice dropping, Suguru, I was very unhappy when the signal cut off. Satoru utilized every conceivable method to bridge the dimensional distance, reveling in the sensation of being completely immersed by Suguru, as if Suguru's hand was forever resting on his pulse, sensing the cacophony and silence of his every heartbeat. And Suguru had never truly rejected this bond. Perhaps it is due to his own need for affirmation, for through the pulsating coordinates and text on the screen, he seeks to assure himself that Satoru Gojo continues to exist within his reach. As long as I have you, Jet, he murmurs to the screen. At that moment, his phone in his pocket vibrates gently. A new message from a pinned contact appears. Go, your heart rate just spiked a bit. Are you watching games again? Satoru Gojo grins broadly, his fingers swiftly tapping out a reply. Indeed. Watching Jet, are you jealous? Bored, comes the retort. You clearly are. Not at all. Definitely. At both ends of the screen, smiles bloom simultaneously. Chapter 16. A subtle happiness on the weekend. On a Saturday morning, sunlight timidly seeps into the bedroom, and Satoru Gojo's phone rings. The screen illuminates with Jet's name dancing across it. With his eyes still shut, he fumbles for the phone, pressing the answer button. His voice muffled and sticky. Just 5 more minutes, Jet. On the other end, Suguru Geto's gentle voice chimes in. Go. It's already 9 o'clock. You mentioned wanting to queue at that new dessert shop in Ginza today. 10 more minutes, Satoru mumbles, burying his face into the pillow. Your voice is so soothing. Keep talking. Suguru sighs, but continues, outlining the day's itinerary and reminding Satoru not to skip breakfast. Half awake, Satoru listens until Suguru suddenly remarks, Go. The doll on your left bedside table seems to be squished. Startled, Satoru opens his eyes wide to see the indicator light on his phone. As the video call transitions to the rear camera, he grabs the fox doll, giving it a gentle squeeze, and it immediately puffs back into its round form. Ruffling his hair, Satoru steps out of the room with the phone in hand, propping it up in front of the sink to let Suguru watch him brush his teeth and wash his face. Foam mess on your chin. Your hair is sticking up on the left. A towel. Go. You're using the hand towel. Satoru, while listening to the commands, completes his morning routine, occasionally leaning closer to the camera to pull funny faces, resembling a dutiful spouse. Suguru, with a hint of exasperation, remarks, I just don't want to see you make a mess. The toast is ready. Remember to take it out. Once finished, Satoru admires himself in the mirror, proclaiming, looking good, absolutely perfect, the world's most handsome man, before heading to the kitchen. He sets his phone on the kitchen counter, frying an egg while continuing the video chat. What are you having today, Jet? Alkaline bread. Is it that matcha-flavored one I bought for you last time at the mall? I'm making you a luxurious Eggs Benedict today, although you one tea get to eat it. Go, the fire is too high. Got it. Finally. As he proudly displays his perfectly cooked egg to the camera, Suguru chuckles softly. After breakfast, he tosses the plate into the dishwasher, preparing to head out. Satoru solemnly retrieves a custom-designed bag adorned with an intricate swirl pattern against a pure black backdrop, carefully placing the plush doll inside. Jet, look. I'm taking our little one out today. He angles the camera towards the bag. Taking a doll out? You can't leave the kid at home alone. Satoru adjusts the bag on his back, angling it so Suguru can see the side profile of the cotton doll. The video call persists as he slips his phone into his pocket, leaving only the camera exposed, and steps out with the fox doll. The dessert shop is bustling with patrons, a long queue stretching ahead. Speaking into his earpiece, Satoru says, Jet, there are still over 20 people in front of me. How boring. Suguru's voice flows through the earpiece. Then take your phone out and interact with me. As he prepares to log into the daily routine of Starfall Online on his computer, Satoru changes Suguru's outfit several times, finally settling on a black hoodie that closely resembles his own white one. Now we look like a couple, he thinks with a sense of pride. Satoru playfully pokes at Suguru on the screen, adjusting the pose of the plush doll in the bag. Just as he nears the entrance of the shop, he overhears 2 girls behind him whispering, Look at that bag. Isn't that the master of Starfall Online? Wow, is that cotton doll handmade? It's adorable. One of the bolder girls steps forward, a bit shy, and asks, Excuse me, is that doll on your bag Suguru Geto? We're also players, it's super cute. Can we take a picture with it? Satoru pauses for a moment, then a radiant, slightly smug smile spreads across his face. Of course. You have good taste. He turns the bag around to face the girl's camera more directly. They gleefully snap several photos, thanking him profusely. Thank you, big brother. Your bag is so cool, right? Satoru beams with pride. Watching the girls leave, Satoru feels elated, looking down at the plush doll and Suguru. He says, Jet, we're quite popular, aren't we? Do we really have anything in common with this adorable Q version? We're both cute foxes, after all. With no car at his disposal, the young master Satoru decides to take the train home. He squeezes onto the crowded train, finding a corner to lean against a metal pole, holding his phone to his ear. Jet, did you see that vending machine earlier? They sell limited edition Calpis soda. I have to try that next time. He whispers into the mic, his eyes curiously scanning the interior of the train. It's been a while since I've taken the train. It's rocking more than I imagined. Suguru's amused voice replies, Yes, I saw it, but won't it be too sweet? Not at all. Satoru asserts confidently, his fingers twirling around the earpiece cord. Oh, there was a chubby orange cat at the last station. Really? Too bad I missed it. Suguru's voice remains gentle. But go. Your position seems a bit far from the door. The next stop is Ginza. Should you move closer to the exit? Got it. Satoru responds, though reluctant to move from his corner. Jet, look. The ad screen at the top of the train is showing dessert ads. It's for the shop we're going to today. Isn't it super cute? As he speaks, he adjusts the phone's angle to let Suguru see. The packaging is pastel blue, with little fox designs. Doesn't that perfectly suit our fox, Jet? Suguru chuckles softly from the other end. Go. Are you sure that fox design isn't a dog? Of course, it's a fox. Just like you, with those slender eyes. He rambles on, transitioning from the train's decor to the fleeting scenery outside the window, from dessert packaging to whether they should share a mic while sleeping tonight. Suguru occasionally interjects with reminders to hold steady or playful critiques of his taste, but mostly, he patiently listens, laughing along with Satoru. Just as Satoru becomes animated. Gesturing to describe how the power lines outside resemble guitar strings, someone gently taps his shoulder. You should stand closer to the door, a warm, deep voice whispers in his ear. This stop has a short dwell time. Be careful not to miss it. Satoru is no stranger to that voice. It is familiar enough to evoke a visceral fondness upon hearing it. Warm, magnetic, sweet like chilled honey, the voice sends a thrill through him. He snaps his head up, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. Standing before him was a man with slightly upturned, fox-like eyes. His mid-length black hair was casually tied back, with a few stray strands cascading down his forehead. The individual wore a black hoodie identical to the one displayed on his screen, a faint, elusive smile gracing his lips as he gazed at him. Satoru Gojo instantly froze, his mind blank, even forgetting to breathe. He cast a glance at his phone screen, where Suguru Geto had already ended the call. Geto? Observing Gojo's stunned expression, Suguru Geto's smile deepened. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over the game interface on Gojo's phone before landing back on Gojo's astonished face. Well, why not? Geto replied, his voice drifting through the air, more tangible and clear than it had been through the phone, laced with a hint of mischief. So, first meeting, boyfriend? Chapter 17, Gojo, hurry, and A up. Gojo's face flushed with an observable rapidity, reddening from his ears down to his neck, his entire being frozen in place. He opened his mouth but could not produce a sound, his stunning blue eyes wide with disbelief, staring blankly at the living embodiment of Satoru Geto before him. Geto, noting Gojo's bewilderment, let out a theatrical sigh, his tone tinged with exaggerated disappointment. Oh dear, after all this time in an online romance. Can you truly not accept the reality? How heartbreaking. Gojo's lips moved, finally managing to utter a fragmented response. No, it's not me. His mind was a chaotic whirlwind. Countless thoughts racing through. How could this be possible? How could Geto be here? Was it cosplay? But the height, the gaze, the curve of his lips were all identical. And how could cosplay be so natural? Even the rhythm of breathing was eerily similar. Wait, he was genuinely breathing. Could it be surgery? But even surgery couldn't recreate such an effect as if he had stepped out from an anime. This shattered the very fabric of dimensional boundaries. What are the laws of physics? What are the laws of the world? Gojo raised his hand to touch the shoulder that had just been captured in a photograph, still retaining a lingering warmth. His gaze unconsciously drifted over Geto's tied-back black hair, his smiling fox-like eyes, the plumpness of his earlobes, and the slightly open collar of his hoodie. This was the very person who messaged him daily, patiently listening to his ramblings during voice calls, urging him to sleep during late-night hours. The individual before him was undeniably alive. The immense cognitive shock caused Gojo's CPU to overload completely, a tumult of elation and despair intertwining, leaving him in a state of thoughtlessness. Geto observed the ever-changing expressions on Gojo's face, shifting from shock to skepticism, from elation to confusion, finally settling into a blankness. He chuckled softly, waving his hand in front of Gojo's eyes. What's wrong? Do you truly not recognize me? Just this morning, you said you would make me a luxurious Eggs Benedict, right, Gojo? Why yes, I recognize you. Gojo finally reclaimed his voice, barely audible, his gaze still fixed. But why was it so? His logical chain was utterly severed, leaving only an instinctual response to Geto's words. Just then, the train glided to a stop, the announcement of the station ringing out clearly. The doors opened, and Geto naturally reached out, gently grasping Gojo's wrist. The genuine warmth of his touch, causing Gojo to shiver. Let's get off first, Geto said softly, pulling him along with the crowd. If you keep dazing out, we'll miss our stop, Gojo. Gojo's mind had completely crashed, allowing Geto to lead him, mechanically moving his feet. All his senses were concentrated on the warmth radiating from his wrist and the palpable presence of this person beside him. He was being pulled by Geto, dazed and confused. Stepping off the train into the bustling platform of Ginza Station. Bright sunlight streamed through the glass ceiling, illuminating the floating dust in the air and the smiling eyes of the person beside him. The world continued its relentless motion, the cacophony of voices, announcements, and footsteps merging into a collective soundscape. Gojo could only perceive Geto. The warmth on his wrist was almost searing, and he could nearly feel the rhythm of his pulse beneath Geto's fingertips. Everything around him seemed to blur, as if separated by a layer of water, while the essence of the person beside him remained hauntingly clear. He instinctively tightened his grip on Geto's hand, his fingertips brushing against the warm skin on the inside of his wrist. A dizzying joy and sense of affirmation surged through his nerves. This person was real, alive, and tangible. The faint scent of Geto, reminiscent of soap mixed with a hint of sweetness, wafted into his nostrils, overlapping subtly with the countless times he had imagined it. Gojo. Geto's voice carried a note of inquiry, his head tilting slightly to look at him, his eyes still sparkling with mirth. Still dazed? What are you thinking about? Gojo did not respond. His gaze was fixated on the movement of Geto's lips, the neck that had only ever appeared on a screen now within arm's reach, rising and falling slightly with each breath. His throat went dry, an intense, primal urge gripping him, a desire to confirm, to touch, to draw closer. Abruptly, Gojo yanked on Geto's hand, half dragging him toward a relatively secluded staircase at the end of the platform. Geto looked surprised but did not resist, merely allowing himself to be led, his gaze fixed on Gojo's taut profile. Just as they turned into the shadowed corner of the staircase, Gojo suddenly spun around, pinning Geto between the cold wall and himself. His movements were somewhat frantic, even bordering on rough, as he grasped Geto's waist. Feeling the firm warmth of his physique beneath his hands, Geto's eyes widened slightly, as if wanting to say something, but Gojo did not grant him the chance. The white-haired man leaned down, taking a desperate plunge into confirmation, kissing Geto fiercely. Gojo's kiss was unrefined, resembling more of an anxious nibbling and sucking, imbued with a raw and youthful intensity. He closed his eyes, his long, thick white eyelashes trembling violently, every sensation concentrated on the warm, soft point between their lips. An incredibly real touch. It was Suguru Geto. It was truly Suguru Geto. This realization obliterated the remnants of confusion and doubt in his mind, leaving only an overwhelming tide of joy and possessiveness that threatened to drown his rationality. Geto raised his hand, gently caressing the nape of Gojo's neck, a soothing gesture, his fingertips slowly kneading the taut skin. Geto allowed Gojo to take the lead in this somewhat aggressive kiss, gradually attempting to guide it towards a more tender and lingering tone. He tilted his head slightly, adjusting their angle for a more comfortable union of their lips. Gojo. Slow down, Geto murmured during a brief pause for breath, his voice muffled by the kiss. Don't be in such a rush, I won't run away. Yet. Gojo was oblivious to his words. The tangible sensation, the warm breath, the whispered words so near, everything was wildly stimulating his senses. An emotional and physiological impulse exploding from deep within his heart, spiraling out of control, especially after Geto began to respond to him. The intimate entanglement sent shivers down his spine. As they kissed, Gojo's body inevitably reacted in the most direct manner. Suddenly, he froze, retreating half a step, bringing the prolonged and chaotic kiss to an end. His silvery hair fell messily across his forehead, and his cerulean eyes glistened with a mixture of bewilderment and unmistakable vulnerability. He lowered his gaze to examine himself, then raised his eyes to meet Suguru Geto's, his cheeks flushed with a deep crimson hue. Geto's voice was husky, tinged with a pathetic nasal quality, his gaze evasive yet unable to resist darting towards Suguru, much like a large cat that had committed a misdeed, unable to suppress its instincts. Chapter 18, A Chaotic Forum. Suddenly, numerous deposits appeared in my account. Is this a new type of scam? Original poster. The situation is quite simple. I unexpectedly received several payments from a certain company, not particularly large, yet a considerable sum nonetheless. And I wish to inquire about what this may signify. Screenshots. 1L. Oh dear, I find myself in the same predicament, and upon searching for this company, I cannot find any relevant information. It's quite bizarre. 2L. 1. 3L. I just checked my bank card records, and to my astonishment, there are numerous deposits. They all occurred around yesterday morning, and I have no recollection of making such expenditures. 4L. Moreover, the name of this company feels oddly familiar, yet entirely elusive. What could it possibly be? 5L. 1. I too have experienced this. I initially thought I had sleepwalked into purchasing some service. Could this be a collective incident? 6L. Upon closer inspection, the amounts received seem strikingly similar to game recharge fees, 648, 328, 198, such classic combinations. Perhaps a game has shut down and is refunding players? 7L. 6L. Now that you mention it, I was just pondering when I became wealthy enough to recharge 3 times at 648. So it's a refund? Yet I have no memory of playing any games during this period. 8L. Regardless, it's money gained without loss if they refund my gaming expenses. Then I can indulge in gaming once again. 9L. 8L. Ha ha ha. This is truly a wild goose chase. 10L. 8L. I'm dying of laughter. The money merely shifted from one pocket to another, a circular economy, if you will. 11L. You clearly understand the essence of sustainable development. 12L. But what game are we discussing? Why is there no information about this company online? 13L. Have we collectively suffered from amnesia? Or has a parallel universe merged with ours? 14L. More importantly, can this money be spent? Will the bank reclaim it? I'm too afraid to touch it. A young lady seeks information about a fox-like, long-haired male IP. Original poster. The incident arose from an outing with my friend yesterday, where I spotted a white-haired man carrying a heavy bag, within which was a charming child. Thus I took a photo. Photos, 1L. How delightful. I shall search for this, and if I find anything, I shall share it with you. 2L. The lady is most noble. Let us await the results together. 3L. That child has enchanting features, with curved brows and a smiling mouth, black hair as dark as ink, yet clutches a large coal-like ball. Marvelous. 4L. I too am in pursuit. This child is utterly adorable, yet in searching my memory, I have never encountered such a figure. Could it be a hidden gem from an obscure circle, unknown to outsiders? 5L. Fellow companions, are we to focus solely on the child? Is there no one to comment on the striking white-haired gentleman bearing the bag, whose beauty is otherworldly, as if a celestial being graced our presence? 6L. Indeed. The previous comment holds true. I was so captivated by the child that I nearly overlooked such a stunning visage. Snowy hair, sunglasses obscuring his face. Even from a partial profile, he is a sight to behold. 7L. Truly. His stature is upright, and his demeanor is exceptional, even clad in ordinary attire. His elegance is undeniable. I wonder from whence this esteemed individual hails, to have encountered such a person. 8L. I can hardly contain my envy for the original poster-s experience. Such a figure deserves a clearer photograph for our admiration. Drooling. 9L. Upon closer inspection, this child-s design is quite unique and intriguing. 10L. So what kind of circle do they belong to? I cannot find the child or recognize the man. It is as if they materialized out of thin air, truly perplexing. These mysterious deposits can be spent. Original poster. Dear friends, I specifically consulted a friend working at a bank. They confirmed that this is a legitimate refund from a reputable source, traceable, and can indeed be utilized. It is neither dirty money nor a scam. 1L. Excellent. May the original poster enjoy a life of peace. Tonight, let us feast on chicken legs. 2L. Oh, how wonderful. I was just fretting over my unpaid bills. Grateful for the benevolent gift from the unknown game company. Hands together in gratitude. 3L. In truth, I impulsively ordered a new graphics card on the day the transfer occurred, and now I feel quite guilty, exceedingly guilty. 4L. 3L. 1. When asked, I feigned ignorance. And upon further inquiry, I was astonished. 5L. 4L. Absolutely. It feels like a windfall, and I am more bewildered than they are. 6L. 4L. Officer, I assure you, I know nothing at all. Do I appear to be someone capable of unraveling such matters? Feigning ignorance. 7L. I'm dying of laughter. The feeling associated with this money is akin to a Schrödingerian sense of security, suspended between legality and illegality. 8L. Never mind. Let us enjoy it while we can. Thank you to the owner of some unknown defunct company for their generosity, though I have no recollection of who you are. 9L. Am I the only one curious as to why it is a refund? What have we forgotten? Upon reflection, it is rather unsettling. 10L. 9L. Do not delve too deeply. Let joy suffice. After all, it is a legitimate refund. Free money is the sweetest. Chapter 19. A good grip equals a good waist. At this moment, Satoru Gojo was comfortably ensconced in the sofa, the back of his head resting blissfully against Geto's soft and sturdy chest, as he held his phone, engrossed in the cacophony of posts. Geto. Satoru nuzzled his head back, sinking deeper into the softness, feeling rather foolish along with everyone else. Suguru leisurely combed through Satoru's white hair, reflecting that he himself was not much brighter. Satoru, with a playful grin, tilted his head back, rubbing the back of his head against Geto's chin, inquiring, So Suguru, you can finally reveal to me how you shattered the dimensional barrier, enabling so many to collectively forget? Could it be that you truly wield powers akin to a curse master? Geto chuckled softly. Satoru, do you believe in parallel worlds? Of course. Satoru replied, instantly invigorated. Moreover, I suspect that Pangxing Online is not a game developed in our dimension, is it? Its data stream is remarkably stable, devoid of the entropy fluctuations typically found in foundational code. It resembles an information entity projected directly from a higher dimension, rather than a program crafted by human hands. The more he spoke, the more animated he became. Rather than a program, it is akin to a precisely constrained interface of a world. Through specific resonant frequencies, it can temporarily bridge the rules of disparate times and spaces, allowing refunds to return precisely along their original paths, while memories can be selectively erased without the crude deletion of entire time frames. A glimmer of admiration sparkled in Suguru's eyes. You're not far from the truth. More accurately, this is an application variant of the many-worlds interpretation in quantum mechanics. Each possibility branch births a parallel world, yet the consciousness of the world inherently repels redundant existence to maintain stability. Satoru eagerly continued, So, in this world, only one Suguru Geto, and one Satoru Gojo are permitted to exist. Thus, Suguru, you are merely an NPC in this game. The critical question remains unsolved. How did you break the dimensional barrier? I remain a character within the game. However, my data form has been captured and projected into the real world. Satoru sighed, pondering how his game data and beta software continued to function. He rapped lightly on his dedicated customer service representative. Sato, hello, who is this? Customer service, speak politely. Without me, you would still be merely Suguru Geto's dream boy. Sato, is this how you converse with a wealthy gamer? Customer service, my apologies, dear. If you have any concerns, feel free to reach out to me. That previous individual has already departed. Wataru Fushijiro chuckled heartily, pointing to the chat log for Suguru Geto to observe. The one who spoke before me was even more insufferable. He must be an alternate version of myself from another dimension, and the mediator behind is definitely you, Suguru. Indeed. Suguru nodded with a smile, as they hailed from a world where fairies and humans coexist. In that realm, Wataru possessed an extraordinary sense of spatial awareness, capable of perceiving the existence of multiple parallel dimensions, yet unable to directly intervene. Is the gaming world also a separate universe? Yes, Suguru exists within the gaming realm, while Wataru resides in the real world. Wataru seized the opportunity to speak, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as the realization dawned upon him. So, the spatial manipulator can adjust the parameters of the world interface, allowing Suguru to be transported to the real world without significantly impacting the world's consciousness. Don't refer to yourself as a nuisance, Wataru. Suguru chuckled, gently pulling the smug white-haired cat back into his embrace. So, it's not that the dimensional barrier has shattered, but rather someone from a higher dimension has opened a backdoor for us. Wataru murmured, nestling back into the warmth of Suguru's chest, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. I suppose I can begrudgingly compliment that version of myself. Although his words were harsh, he does possess some skill. The two lingered in their intimate embrace for a moment longer, the large feline rubbing against Suguru. Then, burying his face in Suguru's neck, he inhaled deeply, his nose brushing against the warmth of his skin. Suguru's scent is truly delightful, Wataru mumbled, and mere rubbing is insufficient. He extended his tongue, gently licking the side of Suguru's neck. Suguru shivered slightly, his throat bobbing. Wataru chuckled triumphantly. Suguru, you reacted. Wataru's hands began to wander, sliding downward, only to be caught by Suguru's firm grip on his wrist. Wataru huffed in discontent, his fingers deftly twisting as he pinched Suguru's fingertips, then boldly intertwined their fingers. Wataru, stop it. Suguru's voice was hoarse, but he made no effort to break free. Seizing the moment, Wataru flipped over, enveloping Suguru beneath him. He leaned down to capture Suguru's lips, beginning with a gentle touch that soon deepened into a fervent kiss. Suguru initially maintained his restraint, but quickly surrendered. His empty hand climbing up Wataru's back, fingers tightening slightly. Sensing Suguru's response, Wataru became more engrossed in the kiss. He could feel Suguru's breath quickening, his chest rising and falling, and the grip that once restrained his wrist loosening, transforming into a gentle embrace around his waist. Wataru's kiss trailed toward Suguru's ear, eliciting a suppressed gasp from him as he turned his head, his ears tinged with a faint blush. Wataru chuckled softly, his fingers skillfully slipping beneath Suguru's shirt, his palm gliding along his taut waist, slowly ascending, causing Suguru's muscles to tighten beneath the warm touch. Wataru, Suguru's voice betrayed a hint of resigned indulgence, his fingers clutching the fabric of Wataru's shirt. As the coolness of Wataru's fingertips grazed over his sensitive skin, Suguru gasped sharply, his neck arching gracefully. Wataru seized the moment to deepen the kiss, one hand propping himself beside Suguru's ear, casting him entirely within his shadow. Suguru's body had surrendered completely, his long legs wrapping around Wataru's waist. Wataru suppressed a chuckle, cradling Suguru's ample form, lifting him effortlessly and placing him upon the bed. Suguru knelt upon the bed, the hem of his shirt lifting with his movements, revealing a trim waist marked by the red imprints left by Wataru's grasp. Supporting himself with his elbows, his disheveled black hair sprawled against the pillow, he raised his gaze, breathless, with his eyes glistening a moist crimson, and slightly parted lips revealing the hint of a tongue. Wataru pressed against him from behind, his hands encircling Suguru's waist and abdomen. Haha, so slender, I can easily encircle it with both hands. Wataru, stop. Suguru's voice was nearly unrecognizable, his forehead resting against Wataru's hand. From Wataru's perspective, he could see Suguru's flushed ears and trembling eyelashes. When Wataru's calloused fingertips deliberately brushed against Suguru's waist, he buckled slightly, his hips curving enticingly, his pajama waistband precariously perched on his hips. Wataru nibbled at the soft flesh of Suguru's nape, his warm breath ghosting over his ear, watching with satisfaction as the skin flushed a rosy hue. Laughing softly at Suguru's whimpers, Suguru's waist is exquisite. Chapter 20. Post-event treats. An official notice, a formal apology. 2. Suguru Geto from Wataru Fushiguro statement. I have come to realize that my actions, which persisted even after Suguru called for a halt, may be perceived as selfish. I assure you, it was never my intention to disregard your wishes, but your voice is simply too enchanting. I wish to convey that I was merely striving for an ultimate physical connection between us, although I now understand that I might be misunderstood as a sex addict. Please accept this perfunctory apology. In the future, I shall endeavor to allow you to dictate the pace. That being said, I would greatly appreciate any beneficial attempts you might undertake, such as exploring online activities together. Yours sincerely, your devoted partner. From the onset of the evening, Wataru had clung to Suguru, unwilling to let go. Can we try again? He murmured, nuzzling against the back of Suguru's neck. His fingers playfully slipping beneath the loose hem of Suguru's shirt, his palm caressing his waist. I promise to be gentler this time. Suguru, feeling utterly exhausted from Wataru's antics, warned hoarsely, you said the same 2 hours ago. Yet, Suguru had undeniably enjoyed it as well. Wataru, with no shame, nibbled at Suguru's ear, his other hand swiftly opening the second box's packaging. Look, there's still so much left. It would be a waste not to use it all. Suguru felt the urge to curse, but Wataru's hands moved faster, prompting a muffled sound from him. Wataru, wait. No waiting. The result was that both boxes were entirely consumed. As Wataru helped him wash his hair, he beamed with satisfaction. Suguru, I was quite restrained, wasn't I? We could have purchased a third box. It was now 8 in the morning. Wataru emerged from the bathroom, cradling a flushed Suguru, who leaned languidly against him, lacking even the energy to glare. Suguru, staying hydrated is essential, Wataru cheerfully declared, pouring a glass of warm water. He took a sip before leaning down to capture Suguru's lips, leisurely transferring the water between them. Suguru was compelled to tilt his head back to accept it, droplets sliding down his chin, only to be swept away by Wataru's tongue. Suguru weakly raised his hand, fingers grasping Wataru's ear, his voice hoarse. You should know when to stop. But Suguru, you seemed to enjoy it last night, Wataru teased. Shut up, Wataru chuckled, his shoulders shaking, ruffling Suguru's damp hair before planting a kiss on his flushed eyelids. All right, breakfast is on the nightstand. If it's not enough, there's more in the microwave. Heat it up if you're hungry. I'll come back for lunch. Suguru closed his eyes, conserving his energy to chastise Wataru, merely lifting his foot to gently kick his calf. Wataru caught his ankle, playfully stroking the sole of his foot. Suguru, you're so weak you can't even kick properly. Wataru sighed dramatically, leaning close to whisper in his ear. Next time, I'll be gentler? Finally, Suguru opened his eyes, his expression clearly conveying disbelief. Wataru laughed heartily, tucking Suguru under the covers, propping a pillow for him to lean against, and with satisfaction. He grabbed his coat. I'll be off now. If you miss me, just call. I'm always ready to return. Sukuna effortlessly disregarded him, turning over to face away, only to be ensnared by Gojo Satoru from behind, who planted a fervent kiss on his neck before releasing him. As the door clicked shut, Sukuna exhaled a long breath, burying his face into the pillow, gritting his teeth to mutter an expletive under his breath. Bastard. Sukuna drifted in and out of slumber, feeling a gentle peck upon his lips. Frowning slightly, he instinctively raised his hand to push away, but his wrist was captured, and another kiss graced his fingertips. Satoru, go back to sleep. It's still early. Gojo murmured softly, brushing aside the stray locks from Sukuna's forehead and placing a kiss upon his brow. Still in a haze, Sukuna mumbled an acknowledgement, turning over to sink deeper into slumber. It wasn't until the alluring aroma wafted into the bedroom that he slowly opened his eyes, realizing the sun was already high in the sky. Is it noon already? Sukuna propped himself up, feeling the fatigue in his body, and reached for the water cup on the bedside table, finding it at the perfect temperature. Clearly, Gojo had replaced it not long ago. After rubbing his sore waist, he sluggishly got out of bed, pulling on one of Gojo's shirts from the wardrobe. The oversized hem hung loosely, the neckline gaping open, revealing the mottled red marks on his collarbone and chest as he padded barefoot towards the kitchen. In the kitchen, Gojo was humming a tune while stir-frying the last dish. He turned around upon hearing footsteps. Sukuna leaned languidly against the doorframe, his long hair carelessly tied into a loose bun, with a few strands cascading down his neck, accentuating the visible love bites on his skin. The shirt barely concealed the uppermost part of his thighs, and the remnants of last night's marks lingered along his long legs, exuding a sense of indulgent languor. Gojo gulped. Sukuna, are you hungry? Sukuna glanced at him, moving to sit at the dining table, resting his chin on his hand. Yeah, I'm quite famished. Taking a deep breath, Gojo served the dishes onto the table and turned to fetch some rice, all the while forcing himself not to gaze at Sukuna. Knowing he had to rush to school later, He feared he might succumb to the urge to clear the table and take him again. Sukuna appeared utterly at ease, leisurely picking up a piece of food, tasting it, and raising an eyebrow. Not bad. Gojo leaned in with a smug grin. Of course. I made a special effort to learn. As soon as he finished speaking, Sukuna grasped the collar of Gojo's shirt, pulling him closer to deliver a gentle bite on his lips as a reward. Gojo, is this your way of getting back at me? Sukuna's fox-like eyes narrowed mischievously, the corners of his lips curling into a sly smile. Indeed, it is a form of retribution. Gojo stared at him for a couple of seconds before huffing in mock indignation, returning to his seat with a pout, burying his face in his bowl of rice. Sukuna watched Gojo eat with an amused expression, lightly poking his hand with the tips of his chopsticks. Are you upset? Gojo's voice was muffled. No. Sukuna chuckled softly and added a piece of fried shrimp to Gojo's bowl. Then eat up. Gojo glanced at the shrimp and then at the love bites peeking from Sukuna's collar, his throat constricting, but ultimately refrained, continuing to focus on his meal. Sukuna continued to smile, his toes gently nudging Gojo's calf beneath the table. Satoru, you're quite obedient today. Stop that, and I'll let my students self-study this afternoon. Gojo retorted. Sukuna blinked innocently. I haven't done anything. Gojo took a deep breath, rising to seize the back of Sukuna's head, kissing him fervently. This is interest, he said. Licking his lips, we'll settle the rest tonight. Chapter 21. A cat is bullying my figure. One advantage of being a mere string of data is that the beta testing software on his phone remains functional. Although Sukuna was not particularly pleased with this. His exact words were, what is the difference between me and a succubus with these inexplicable modules you've installed? Nevertheless, Gojo would indulge himself every time he acted cute, relishing the benefits. Thus, the primary beneficiary, Gojo, always inquired about Sukuna's consent before utilizing the software. The real Tokyo bore a striking resemblance to the game world. On weekends, the two would be inseparable, but during the week, the esteemed teacher had to attend to his duties. Bored, Sukuna contemplated finding something to occupy his time. Gojo's school was not particularly close to Sukuna's current apartment, a 20-minute drive each way, making it quite a hassle. Therefore, Sukuna resolved to hone his culinary skills, intending to prepare lunch for Gojo at school. In the early morning, Gojo reached out, expecting to find familiar long hair, but only encountered a cold pillow. Where's my big fox? Meanwhile, Sukuna stood in the kitchen, placing the final dish into a thermal container. Sensing the aroma, Gojo sidled up from behind, resting his chin on Sukuna's shoulder. What are you doing? Have you made something delicious? He teased, extending his fingers to pry open the container's lid. Sukuna swatted his hand away. Don't mess with it. This is for your lunch. Gojo blinked. Where to? To your school. I'm free. So I'll bring it to you at noon, saving you the trip. Gojo's fluffy head rubbed against his neck. Are you worried about Teacher Gojo? That makes me so happy. Sukuna felt warmth creeping to his ears from Gojo's nuzzling and nudged him with his elbow. Hurry and change. We need to leave. However, Gojo inched closer, his lips brushing against Sukuna's ear. There's a faster way for you to recharge than a bento, you know? Gojo grinned, pulling out his phone and opening the familiar software. Having you deliver lunch is enticing, but I'd rather have you accompany me to work. How could I possibly accompany you? Should I just sit in the back of the classroom and listen to lectures? Sukuna glared at him. Of course not. Gojo swiped to a pink interface, where a chubby Q-version character of a creature appeared on the screen. Did you forget we have this? Sukuna stared at the mini creature with a tail as tall as itself and fox ears, his temples throbbing. We can't mess around with this. Oh, but I love this so much. Gojo nuzzled his cheek with his nose. ISNT, it's super cute. This way, I can take you in my pocket. Sukuna inhaled sharply, clutching the thermal container tightly. I suddenly think it's better if you stay hungry. Don't. Gojo, resembling a large feline, clung to Sukuna. Just let me try once. I promise I won't take you out during class. That statement alone is suspicious. Noticing Sukuna's wavering stance, Gojo seized the opportunity, wrapping his arms around Sukuna's waist and gently swaying. Just agree, okay? Leaning closer to Sukuna's ear, he lowered his voice. If you agree, tonight I'll put you in your favorite position. Sukuna's ears visibly reddened as he turned his face away, his throat bobbing slightly. Don't play that game with me. Then, Gojo pressed further. Do you want a little cat to lick you? The thermal container in Sukuna's grasp emitted a protesting creak. He closed his eyes, gritting his teeth. Fine, just for today. Yay. Gojo cheered, swiftly operating his phone. Before Sukuna could react, he felt his perspective suddenly lower, looking down at his tiny hands. He touched his quivering ears atop his head, and the fluffy tail, swaying uncontrollably behind him. Gojo was instantly captivated by the adorable mini fox version of Sukuna, scooping him into his palm and showering his fluffy ears with fervent kisses. Stop it, Satoru. As Satoru Gojo pressed a fervent kiss upon Suguru Geto, the latter stumbled, his tail exploding into a dandelion-like fluff, futilely pushing against Gojo's nose. That's enough. Yet, Gojo was entirely oblivious, his eyes sparkling with delight as he gently pinched Geto's fox ears. Suguru, you're so adorable. Your ears even quiver. You idiot. Stop pinching. Geto protested, feeling his body weaken under the touch. If you keep this up, I'll bite you. Go ahead, bite me. Gojo chuckled, teasingly bringing his finger close to Geto's mouth. Look, Suguru, your teeth are so tiny, absolutely adorable. Enraged, Geto clamped down on his finger, prompting a louder laugh from Gojo. Ah, so fierce. Geto relinquished his grip, collapsing helplessly in Gojo's palm. You jerk. Don't be angry, Gojo chided, pulling a piece of fruit candy from his pocket, unwrapping it, and presenting it to Geto. Would you like some candy, Suguru? Geto's nose twitched as he reluctantly extended his hand to grasp the oversized sweet. Don't think this will bribe me. Grinning, Gojo broke the candy into smaller pieces, feeding them one by one to the little fox in his palm. Ah, Suguru, open wide. With a dark expression, Geto accepted the candy, his cheeks bulging as he chewed. Gojo then rummaged through a bag he had previously carried out, retrieving a long-neglected plush fox resembling Geto. Tada! He declared triumphantly, holding the toy before Geto. A VIP seat just for you. Geto regarded the doll, which bore a striking resemblance to himself, his tail fluffed in irritation. This is rather peculiar. Gojo gently placed the mini Geto into the plush, insisting, a fox needs to be in a cluster. How is that strange? Entrapped in the soft fur, Geto struggled to escape. Wait, I haven't agreed to this. Off we go, Gojo declared, swiftly slinging the bag over his shoulder. Chapter 22. A joyful morning for Teacher Gojo. Today marked the first time Satoru Gojo introduced his boyfriend to his workplace, and he was in high spirits. With a Macca-Pacca backpack slung over his shoulder and driving a top-tier Lycan Hypersport, he basked in the admiration of passers-by as he made his way to work. The plush doll, resembling the fox Geto, was securely fastened in the passenger seat with a seatbelt. Satoru, you're being excessively ostentatious. One hand merrily steering the wheel. Gojo pinched the fox Geto's ear with the other. Not at all. Geto's tail flicked in protest, suggesting they should adopt a more discreet approach to class. Oh, Gojo elongated the sound, decelerating to allow pedestrians a better view of the flashy supercar. But Suguru, you enjoy this too, don't you? After all, you were quite the cool guy who loved the spotlight in your youth. Geto's ears twitched, promptly rebutting, I'm still young. Oh dear, Suguru completely missed the point. Gojo laughed heartily. He was well aware of Geto's fondness for flashy things and was determined to seize this rare opportunity to showcase it. The more he pondered, the happier he became, his fingers lightly drumming on the steering wheel, a mischievous smile dancing on his lips. What if Suguru wants to drive my car? Of course, that can be arranged. But a whimsical thought crossed Gojo's mind. Geto, seated in the driver's seat, had just grasped the steering wheel when he found himself leaning against Gojo, his chin resting on his shoulder, fingers idly playing with his earlobe. You need to focus on driving, so leave everything else to me. Succumbing to the playful distraction, Geto veered the car into a quieter area. In a feigned tone of distress, Gojo tilted his head. This car is quite delicate, cleaning it is a hassle, so you must take good care of it. Geto continued to lecture, entirely unaware of how Gojo had romanticized him in his thoughts. Once they reached the school entrance, Gojo parked the car with precision, turned off the engine, and unfastened his seatbelt. He lifted the plush fox Geto from the passenger seat, showering it with affectionate kisses. Satoru, Geto's protests were lost in the haze of affection, his tail fluffed in indignation as he pushed against Gojo's embrace, all in vain. After sufficient kisses, Gojo, with a lingering desire, brushed his thumb against Geto's lips and slipped his hand beneath his shirt, squeezing his side. Geto finally realized that all his earnest words had gone unheard. Furious, he bit down on Gojo's finger. You big jerk. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Gojo exaggeratedly wailed. Yet his smile remained undiminished as he took the opportunity to rub his fingertip against Geto's canine teeth. Your bite is quite impressive, especially when you're being fierce. Geto, in utter frustration, turned to leap out of the car, but Gojo swiftly pulled him back, tucking him into the inner pocket of his coat, leaving only his fluffy fox ears visible. Come on, we have to go to work. Gojo casually stuffed the plush doll back into the bag, striding confidently toward the teaching building with his Macca-Pacca backpack. Geto, feeling exasperated, curled up in the pocket, clutching the fabric of Gojo's shirt tightly, warning through gritted teeth. You're dead when we get home. What? Suguru wants to make me squeak. He teased, earning a sharper pinch in response. Gojo whistled cheerfully as he entered the teacher's office. Good morning, everyone. Today is yet another splendid day. Sporting his signature sunglasses and an eye-catching bag, he beamed like a carefree high school student. Nanami Kento, puzzled by Gojo's exuberance on a Monday, instinctively distanced himself, wary of the mischief that often accompanied Gojo's good moods. Equally cautious was the Geto nestled in Gojo's pocket, fearing that Gojo might impulsively reveal him as a custom-made figurine. Spotting Nanami, Gojo's eyes lit up, and he bounded over, playfully draping an arm around the blonde man's shoulder. Nanami, why so serious on a Monday morning? Let teacher Gojo infuse you with some joyful energy. Before Nanami could evade, Gojo had already slung his bag onto his back, adjusting the strap to ensure the plush fox doll nestled comfortably against Nanami's nape. Nanami, with an impassive expression, turned to Gojo, please have some self-respect. Oh, don't be so cold. Gojo replied cheerfully, poking the fox doll, look how adorable my Suguru is. Cuteness is contagious. Nanami, visibly amused, remained stoic while Gojo's enthusiasm grew. He pulled the plush doll from the bag, his eyes sparkling with delight as he ignored the menacing glare directed at him, launching into an enthusiastic tutorial on how to properly pamper a plush toy. First, to truly appreciate the fox Geto, one must approach it with a sense of ceremony. He solemnly began to comb the doll's fur with his fingertips, ensuring to follow the natural direction of the fibers, starting from the tips of its ears. As he spoke, he gently rubbed the plush fox's ear tips. Fox ears are the most sensitive. This will make them feel so good they squint in delight. Then he moved to the chin, demonstrating with enthusiasm how to scratch it gently. Little foxes adore having their chins scratched. Look at how this doll enjoys it. He waved the doll in front of Nanami, showcasing its blissful expression. Nanami, unimpressed, interjected, it's merely a doll with a singular expression. Incorrect, Gojo retorted, raising a finger in protest. Nanami, you simply do not understand. A true master of plush toys can feel the soul through the material. The door to the office swung open abruptly. Satoru Gojo, the director of the Academic Affairs Office, Yaga Masamichi, stood at the threshold, his brow furrowed, his voice deep and authoritative. It is working hours. Do not disturb your colleagues. Gojo blinked innocently, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he raised a cotton doll high. Yaga, isn't my JJK adorable? Yaga's gaze swept over the exquisitely crafted cotton doll, his lips twitching slightly. He fell silent for 2 seconds before finally offering a rather dry assessment. Well cared for. Right. Gojo responded enthusiastically, a torrent of words poised to spill forth. Gojo, Yaga interjected sternly, a vein visibly throbbing on his temple. Immediately return to your workstation. Gojo elongated his tone, feigning a look of grievance. How heartless. Chapter 23. A joyous morning for teacher Gojo. Gojo retrieved the little fox, JJK, from his pocket. The little creature, unable to speak, could only puff up its fur and gesture animatedly. Watching the fluffball dance and protest in his palm, Gojo couldn't help but smile even brighter. You look like a puffed-up pufferfish, he teased, poking at JJK's fluffy tail. What? Want to scold me but can't. JJK's ears perked up in indignation, its tiny hands thumping against Gojo's palm, while its tail whipped back and forth with a resounding snap. The more Gojo observed, the more adorable he found it, and he leaned in to shower the little fox with affectionate kisses, on its pointed ears, its tiny nose, and its soft cheeks. Finally, with a playful smirk, he gently nibbled on the back of JJK's neck. Gojo. JJK finally managed to utter a human word, only to be silenced once more by Gojo's lips. Shoo. JJK, you're a little figurine now. You can't talk, Gojo chuckled, rubbing his thumb against the damp tip of JJK's nose. But even if you could speak, I would only kiss you more fiercely. JJK, unable to contain his frustration, smacked Gojo's face, only to have his fingertip caught and kissed in return. In a huff, JJK lifted Gojo's pen, scrawling clumsily on a piece of draft paper. No nonsense allowed. Gojo blinked, took the pen, and penned a flourish of characters. JJK squinted, straining to get closer to the paper, but in his anthropomorphic form, his vision was limited, and the large characters obscured his view. Irritated, he flicked his tail and shot Gojo a glare, indicating for him to write more legibly. Gojo, with a sly grin, held the paper just out of reach, feigning innocence. Can't see, JJK? This rascal was clearly doing it on purpose. Taking a deep breath, JJK resolved to be self-reliant. He scampered up Gojo's arm, clutching the folds of his shirt to maintain his balance. Gojo stifled his laughter, moving gently as he supported JJK with his fingers from behind. After much effort, JJK finally made it to Gojo's shoulder, tiptoeing closer to the paper, at last deciphering the words. Seeing JJK distracts me, so I must kiss you until I am undistract. JJK, aghast, whipped around, ready to smack Gojo's face, only for Gojo to anticipate the move, turning his head and planting his lips precisely on the little fox's nose. Heck, you came right to me. I can't be blamed. JJK's ears flushed crimson with anger as he tugged at Gojo's hair, pulling lightly. Gojo winced, and seizing the opportunity, he scooped JJK into his hands and planted another kiss on him, finding even his angry demeanor utterly endearing. Indeed, when one is small and feeble. Even their anger is charming. Satisfied, Gojo playfully ruffled Jikao's tail, finally having a pang of conscience, though he didn't really. He placed Jikao back on the desk. All right. No more mischief. Let us focus on our work. The sound of the door opening echoed through the office. Gojo, who are you talking to? Kaori Ijishi entered. Gojo immediately covered Jikao with a paper cup. Just chatting with my boyfriend. He replied cheerfully. What is up, Ijishi? Kaori, her hands tucked into the pockets of her lab coat, lazily cast a glance at Gojo. It's time for your class S health checkup. I sent 3 messages with no reply. Mr. Yaga sent me to fetch you personally. Gojo, grinning widely, stood up and casually nudged the paper cup closer. My boyfriend is just too clingy. What can I do? Boyfriend? Kaori raised an eyebrow. When did you start dating? We met while gaming. His voice is super sweet, and he knows how to be coy. Gojo replied, still beaming, as he started to usher Kaori out. A paper doll husband? How ridiculous. Teacher Gojo wouldn't ever settle for a dream boy. Kaori shrugged, suddenly turning back. Need something? Paper cup. The one for thermometers in the infirmary is missing. Can I borrow yours? Gojo reached out, attempting to stop her, but Kaori had already deftly grabbed the cup. On the desk, a tiny fox was huddled, hugging its knees. Its fluffy tail nervously curled up, ears flattened against its head, pretending to be an ordinary figurine. Kaori scrutinized it for 2 seconds, raising an eyebrow. This figurine is quite exquisite. It's a character I've recently taken a liking to. Gojo exclaimed. Didn't you throw away all those plastic figures from college? This is a new addition to my collection. Gojo wrapped an arm around Kaori's shoulders, leading her out. Come on, the health check is important. Yaga must be getting anxious. As they bickered and walked away, the moment the office door closed, Jikao finally exhaled a long sigh, his tail slapping against the desk. 10 minutes later, Gojo sneaked back in, only to be struck on the forehead by a flying pin. Gojo, you almost got me discovered, he exclaimed, clutching his forehead. Still grinning as he pulled a delicate little cylindrical container from his pocket. A snack packaging repurposed into a mini house. Adorned with adorable stickers and topped with a ring of warm yellow LED lights, flickering softly. Tada! I specifically want to find Jikao a temporary residence, he announced proudly, placing the small cylinder on the desk and gently twisting off the lid. Inside lay a soft cotton lining, complete with a mini pillow and small blanket. The inner walls were decorated with student-drawn wallpaper, featuring a tiny clothes hanger made from paper clips, adorned with doll clothes crafted from fabric scraps. At the bottom, a mini coffee table constructed from buttons and toothpicks rested, with a teacup carved from an eraser perched atop it. Did you confiscate this? Jikao's mouth twitched. Indeed. A few little rascals were not paying attention in class, refurbishing their dolls under the desks. Gojo flicked the switch on the LED lights, which instantly transformed into a rainbow of colors. Jikao gazed at his temporary roommate, a teddy bear clad in a handmade sweater, currently wedged awkwardly in the doorway. Jikao will reside here temporarily. I must return it to the students this afternoon. Suddenly, Gojo's eyes brightened. What if I DIY a more luxurious one for you? Using a box from Jakufuku as the base, wrapping it with rainbow wires for neon lights, and dismantling my sunglasses for a floor-to-ceiling window. Great teachers produce exceptional students. Hee. Jikao took a deep breath, deciding to abandon reasoning with the fool. He turned and leaped into the snack can, sitting beside the teddy bear. Gojo perched on the edge of the can, eagerly watching. Jikao, let me into play. How will you get in? Jikao can play with my fingers. I promise I won't touch your little pillow. Not a chance. Satoru Gojo, with a hint of grievance, poked the LED remote, adjusting the light to a soothing warm yellow, murmuring softly, at least let me sing you a lullaby. Sleep now, my dear Suguru. You shall return to your original self upon coming home. Chapter 24. A joyous afternoon with Teacher Gojo. Suguru Geto lamented that he should never have let his desires cloud his judgment by casually acquiescing to Satoru Gojo's request. After the students' physical examinations, they were free to return to their classrooms, with a few sprightly ones already sprinting 2 miles away from the examination point. As Suguru drifted in and out of slumber, he was suddenly jolted by hushed whispers, conspiratorial discussions hovering above him. I told you Teacher Gojo wouldn't abandon the little house. Should we check if our teddy bear is still there? Quickly, before we get caught. Oh, come on, just a peek. It'll be quick. Such a familiar scene. Not again. Suguru's alarm bells rang, and he swiftly concealed himself behind the teddy bear, coiling his tail tightly around himself, pretending to be merely a small figurine. A few students cautiously unscrewed the lid and peered inside. Phew, the bear is still here. One sighed in relief, poking the teddy bear's head. Why does it feel like its position has changed? Perhaps Teacher Gojo had played with it. Another student shrugged. All right, let us hurry up before we get caught. Just as Suguru exhaled a sigh of relief, a girl suddenly lowered her voice. Since we're here, let us admire the furniture. Yes, we worked hard on this. We can't just leave. Are you serious? Class is about to start. Just a quick look. Suguru, feeling exasperated, thought, these children truly need stricter supervision. He watched helplessly as the teddy bear was lifted by a hand, and he found himself completely exposed to several pairs of curious eyes. Wow, what is this? So adorable. Did Teacher Gojo place this here? Is it a little fox figurine? So cute. Before Suguru could fully process the situation, several fingers began to prod at his ears, tail, and head. Wow, it smells nice. The fur feels so real. The ears are so soft. Suguru froze, paralyzed, and in the next moment, a mischievous child hoisted him up. Let me see the back. Wait, don't pull the tail. Wow, even the skin has texture. This is so detailed. Suguru thought, I must remain still. I am merely a figurine. After a flurry of admiration, the students grew curious about whether they could remove his clothing. Ahem, what are you all doing in my office? Satoru Gojo smiled, leaning against the doorframe, holding the students' physical examination records in hand. The students froze in place, scrambling to hide Suguru behind them. Teacher Gojo. We just came to check on the teddy bear. Really now? Satoru tilted his head. Then why was my little fox in your hands a moment ago? The air thickened with tension. Satoru strolled over, taking Suguru from the petrified students. How can you all be so reckless, rummaging through your teacher's belongings after class? He bent down, his striking blue cat-like eyes gleaming. Do you understand your mistake? The students nodded vigorously. You can take it back after class. But you'll have to correct the entire class's math homework as punishment, all right? The students nodded again, and with a satisfied wave of his hand, Satoru watched them scurry away. Once the door closed, Satoru poked the seemingly lifeless Suguru in his arms. Suguru, have you truly transformed into a little figurine? Satoru, you better not think of anything strange tonight. Wow, so fierce. Satoru feigned a dramatic pout. I am the one who saved you, Suguru. I told you not to put me in strange places. Then how about I make it up to you tonight? Satoru whispered conspiratorially. Shall we let you take the lead? Fine. As soon as class ended, Satoru swiftly whisked away the little fox Suguru, diving into the car. Eager, he pulled out his phone, excitedly opening an app. Oh, I can't wait to see Suguru angry, and then get all heated up. With a chime, a flash of white light enveloped Suguru, who instantly reverted to his adult form. In the next heartbeat, he straddled Satoru's lap, gripping the collar of his shirt with a fierce glare. Satoru, you're in for it today. Satoru blinked, effortlessly supporting Suguru's waist, a playful grin spreading across his face. Suguru is so proactive today. Satoru's fingers wandered. As the tinted car windows began to rise. What are you doing? Suguru narrowed his eyes. Are you shy, Suguru? Satoru feigned innocence, his fingers grazing Suguru's waist. After all, Suguru was supposed to take charge now. Suguru's eyes flashed with irritation, yet his tail, betraying his emotions, curled around Satoru's calf, the fluffy tip brushing against his ankle, revealing his true feelings in that moment. Satoru glanced down, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips. Suguru's tail is so honest. His fingers traced up along the length of Suguru's tail. Suguru trembled, his tail bristling, tightening around Satoru's wrist. How did Suguru's tail get wrapped around me? Satoru blinked innocently, seizing the opportunity to grip the back of Suguru's neck, pulling him closer. Aren't you supposed to be in charge? Can't even tolerate a little touch of your tail? Suguru, vexed, sank his teeth into Satoru's shoulder, eliciting a muffled groan from him, only making Satoru more delighted. Suguru tugged at the collar of Satoru's shirt, leaving a distinct bite mark on his collarbone. Satoru's breath hitched, his Adam's apple bobbing. Suguru, you're so fierce today. With determined resolve, Suguru pried open Satoru's mouth, his fingers entwined in his white hair, pressing down with fervor. Satoru let out a soft groan, finally surrendering, tilting his head back to allow Suguru to take what he desired. As the temperature in the car rose, Suguru's tail brushed against Satoru's side, his ears perked and twitching. Satoru, slightly breathless, released Suguru's lips, his blue eyes shimmering, fingers gently brushing against Suguru's quivering fox ears. Suguru, may I touch your ears? Suguru's ears twitched. He let out a cold huff, but eventually lowered his head slightly, presenting his ears to Satoru. Satoru instantly indulged, his long fingers gliding over the soft tips, gently kneading the base of Suguru's ears, before leaning in to place a tender kiss upon them. Satoru. Suguru's tail shot straight, fingers gripping tightly onto Satoru's shirt. Where do you want me to lighten up? Satoru teased, biting lightly on Suguru's ear, above or below. Suguru's breath became erratic, his tail anxiously thumping against the seat. You jerk. So fierce, Satoru feigned innocence, yet his actions grew bolder, but Suguru's ears seemed to enjoy this very much. Chapter 25. How the Childish One Declares Ownership. Setting aside the first disastrous, crossed out, less than satisfactory lunch delivery plan, Suguru was still quite willing to bring lunch to Satoru at school. Familiar with the security guard, Suguru Geto, spouse of Satoru Gojo, would greet him before entering the school, and then, with a thermal container in hand, he would skillfully navigate his way to Satoru's office. The homeroom teacher's computer was connected to the class's surveillance cameras. If Suguru happened to arrive early and Satoru was occupied with a lecture, he would take the opportunity to watch Satoru teach. For instance, at this moment, Suguru sat in Satoru's office chair, propping his chin on his hand, keenly observing the surveillance screen. Standing at the podium, Satoru Gojo twirled a piece of chalk in his hand, adorned with his customary, languid smile. His teaching style was lively, interspersed with witty remarks that elicited peals of laughter from the entire class. Just like his persona, Gojo's approach to teaching was casual and laid back, yet he somehow commanded the atmosphere of the classroom, making students feel simultaneously relaxed and focused, with no one daring to slack off under his watchful gaze. Due to an excessive obsession with the internet in his youth, Gojo was slightly nearsighted, although he generally disliked wearing glasses. As he squinted slightly, his blue eyes scanned the room, exuding a subtle air of authority without the need for anger. Suguru Geto couldn't help but gaze at him. Normally, Gojo was all smiles around him, either being playful or acting childishly. However, standing at the podium, he exuded an inexplicable aura of composure. Wearing glasses at work is, of course, to distinguish between teacher and student, remarked a youthful wolfish figure. The rimless glasses perched on Gojo's prominent nose occasionally caught the light, accentuating the sharp contours of his profile. Suddenly, Gojo sent a message. "Hey, Suguru, my lecture might take a bit longer today. Could you come to the classroom and offer some sustenance to your hardworking teacher?" Suguru glanced at the message on his phone, a smile creeping across his face as he leisurely replied with an affirmative. He then picked up the thermos and made his way to Gojo's classroom. Upon reaching the back door of the classroom, Suguru paused, peering through the glass window. The lesson had just concluded, and it was now practice time. Gojo sat at the edge of the podium, engrossed in grading assignments. His rimless glasses had slipped slightly down his nose, and he absent-mindedly pushed them back up, his long fingers sketching on the pages, occasionally twirling a pen lazily. "Oh, how pretentious," he mused, trying hard to avert his gaze from Suguru. "Hold it together, Satoru. A man diligently at work is the most charming." While Gojo feigned indifference, others were certainly watching. A pair of female classmates exchanged glances, their mouths curving into a knowing smile. Long hair, the man's alluring stockings, truly mesmerizing. "I must seek that salt-like handsome guy's contact information after class." Suguru sensed a few gazes upon him and leaned against the door, lowering his head to type. "Am I perhaps too early? It seems I might be interrupting the students." Gojo's phone screen lit up. He glanced at it, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth before lifting his gaze to the two girls who were whispering. "Oh, it's you two again." Instantly, the girls fell silent, pretending to scribble furiously. Gojo leisurely adjusted his glasses, tapping lightly on the podium twice, prompting an immediate hush in the classroom, leaving only the sound of pens scratching against paper. Satisfied, he nodded and replied to Suguru's message. "No. It's just that they're captivated by your charm, Suguru." Suguru sighed in exasperation at the reply. This guy was clearly allowing the students to gossip on purpose. The class bell soon rang, and both girls rushed towards the door simultaneously, inquiring if they could have his contact information. Before Suguru could respond, they watched in disbelief as their usually laid-back and boisterous teacher swiftly stepped forward and wrapped an arm around the waist of the handsome long-haired guy. Suguru was caught off guard and bumped into Gojo's chest, steadying himself by gripping Gojo's shoulder, chuckling helplessly. "Satoru, stop it." Ignoring him, Gojo rested his chin on Suguru's shoulder, flashing a smile at the two girls that was bright enough to be almost provocative. No, you can't poach my territory. The universe's most adorable teacher's corner is off limits." Suppressing a laugh, Suguru reached out to ruffle Gojo's hair and turned to the two girls gently. "I'm sorry, but I really can't give you his contact information." At that moment, two young girls felt their dreams shatter. Gojo watched them walk away, chuckling while holding onto Suguru. After their meal, Gojo clung to Suguru, seeking affection. From hand-holding to cuddling. "Satoru, we're still at school." Finally, under Suguru's firm refusals and threats, Gojo relented. Suguru found himself cornered against the wall of the office, breath slightly uneven. "Satoru," he breathed, "if this continues, you won't be attending the afternoon class." Gojo blinked his innocent blue eyes, leaning closer to Suguru's ear, his warm breath grazing against it. "How about that bunny girl?" Suguru's throat tightened, and he closed his eyes, resigned. "You better be ready, Satoru. When I get home, you better be all soft and wet." Suguru clamped a hand over Gojo's mouth, his ears burning. "We'll talk about it tonight." Gojo cheerfully kissed his palm, finally releasing his hold. Chapter 26. The custom-made surprise finally arrives. After taking a shower, Suguru heard a knock at the door and went to answer it. Rubbing his damp hair, he looked curiously at the enormous, exquisitely packaged delivery box before him, which appeared to contain some kind of valuable item. Hello, are you Mr. Satoru Gojo? This package requires a personal signature. The delivery person peeked in. Satoru is currently at work. I am his partner. May I sign on his behalf? Suguru inquired. As a partner, that's perfectly fine. After Suguru signed, the delivery person assisted him in bringing the box into the living room before departing politely. When had they needed such a large educational tool at home? Satoru usually had Suguru open his packages. So Suguru surveyed the box and retrieved a small knife from a drawer. He carefully sliced through the outer layer of packaging, discovering 3 more layers of protective foam inside. With patience, he unwrapped each layer until he revealed a black hard case, its gold-embossed brand logo glimmering subtly under the light. Upon opening the box, he was greeted by a stack of English manuals and a gift package. Flipping through, he noticed it was filled with usage precautions, cleaning guidelines, and instructions for replacing the liquid storage compartment. Suguru's temples throbbed as an inexplicable surge of anger bubbled up. Was Satoru dissatisfied with him? He grimaced and hastened to remove the remaining packaging. Amidst the sounds of tearing foam, a hint of fabric became visible, Gojo's robes. Suguru's movements paused, his fingers tightening as his heart raced suddenly. With a swift motion, he tore away the last layer of wrapping. Inside the box knelt a doll that bore an uncanny resemblance to him. The doll's skin texture was astonishingly lifelike, its clothing disheveled, revealing a broad expanse of chest. What on earth is this? His fingertips brushed against the doll's lips, which felt warm and soft, even mimicking a gentle breath. The doll's eyelashes fluttered, its throat bobbing as it emitted a low, nasal sigh. Suguru Geto abruptly retracted his hand, hearing his own voice. One often perceives it as distinct from what resides in memory, yet was my voice truly like this? With a flushed countenance, Geto stared at the doll, a tumult of embarrassment and subtle anger waging within him. How could he possibly be bested by a mere replica? He closed the box and swiftly turned to stride towards the bedroom, rummaging through the depths of the wardrobe to unearth that particular bunny girl outfit that Satoru Gojo adored, which he had always deemed too embarrassing to don. The seller had even thoughtfully included a fluffy rabbit tail. At 6 in the evening, the esteemed educator finally concluded his workday. No sooner had Satoru Gojo pushed open the door than he was yanked forward by a forceful tug on his tie. Geto? Satoru chuckled ambiguously, his palm resting on Geto's waist as he leaned back slightly. No. Geto tugged at his collar and leaned in to kiss him. Satoru let out a muffled sound, his Adam's apple bobbing as he ultimately surrendered, locking his hands behind Geto's neck to deepen the kiss. Geto, taking advantage of the moment, knelt down, causing Satoru to gasp, his fingers curling into Geto's long hair, his voice husky. Geto, you've been quite forward today, haven't you? Geto offered no reply, merely gazing up at him with glistening lashes and lips shimmering with moisture. Satoru's breath hitched before he could utter another word. Geto had grasped his hand and guided it to the drenched rabbit tail. Even the tail is soaked. Satoru chuckled softly, mischievously kneading it with his fingertips. He swiftly lifted Geto, who wrapped his arms around Satoru's neck, his legs entwined around his waist as he was half-dragged, half-carried into the bedroom. On the bed, the quilt was raised in a mound, and Satoru gently placed Geto atop it. Geto maintained his kneeling position, his back arching as he glanced back at Satoru, the corners of his eyes tinged with red. Then, he abruptly threw back the covers. The doll was kneeling on the bed in an identical posture. Gojo, Geto sneered. Which one do you prefer? Satoru's mind short-circuit. Oh no, he had completely forgotten about the pre-order from half a year ago. He chuckled as he climbed onto the bed, his long fingers gripping Geto's waist. Are you angry, Geto? Yes, I am very, very angry. Geto kicked him with his leg. Satoru leaned closer, holding Geto's ankle and gently pushing his leg aside. Then, Mr. Bunny, what must I do to appease your anger? Geto glared at him, his ears flushed. First, return this thing. Second, tonight, you will heed my words. Satoru chuckled softly. All right then. Consequently, the item was returned, yet tonight, all he did was coax Geto without pause. Chapter 27, Satoru Gojo, Where's My Child Bride script. This piece features the pairing of Satoru and Geto in a Sentinel Guide AU. Happy Overcast Day. Guide Satoru, Sentinel Geto. Summary. I have missed you for so long, and just lifting my gaze, I see the me of that time. Regardless, happy Overcast Day. I said Nagi. While it is true that you can overpower all guides, can you not just throw me to a mad sentinel at the first sign of trouble? Satoru Gojo had his hands buried in his pockets, striding behind Nagi with his long legs, his striking white hair swaying with his exaggerated complaints. Mr. Yaga assessed that your pheromone compatibility is as high as 98. Nagi ignored the man's grumbling, continuing to lead Satoru to the infirmary without pausing. Huh. Yaga is still playing matchmaker? How many years has it been since I divorced my own sentinel, and yet he still connects others? Upon arriving at the infirmary, Nagi retrieved a transparent vial from a cabinet and handed it to Satoru. Give it a sniff. Satoru grimaced, reluctantly accepting the vial, uncorking it to take a tentative whiff. The pupils of the white-haired man dilated sharply, his throat involuntarily tightening. Can I go to the soundproof room now? No, she replied. He seems never to have been guided by a sentinel, and he has been awakened for quite some time. He requires further observation. Further observation, Satoru exclaimed, collapsing into Nagi's swivel chair and spinning around. This sentinel's ability rating is S. What if he loses control and harms you? Satoru dramatically placed a hand over his heart. Dr. Nagi, are you truly worried about the strongest me? How touching. Nagi rolled her eyes, about to shoo him away when suddenly, a fluffy white figure leapt from behind Satoru, gracefully landing on her desk. It was Satoru's spirit beast, a blue-eyed snow leopard. Put your big cat away, Nagi frowned. It doesn't he get along with my spirit beast? Sensing the presence of the snow leopard, a pitch-black cat peered out from atop the medicine cabinet, hissing threateningly at the snow leopard. The snow leopard raised its tail high, playfully batting at a pen on Nagi's desk. Look how well they get along, Satoru beamed at the two felines. Come play with me for a bit, or else I really can't wait any longer. Nagi could no longer tolerate it, grabbing a medical record and tapping the snow leopard on the head. Behave. The snow leopard let out a plaintive whine and leapt back into Satoru's embrace. The black cat, smug, flicked its tail and jumped down to nuzzle Nagi's hand. Suddenly, the infirmary door was flung open, and a young assistant rushed in, panting, Dr. Nagi, that sentinel's mental landscape is collapsing, but our staff cannot approach him. Didn't he just receive an injection of a suppressant? Nagi furrowed her brow. It's completely ineffective. The assistant's face turned pale, his spirit beast is about to vanish. If he doesn't receive guidance from a sentinel, he may very well fall into a long night. The snow leopard leapt from the white-haired man's arms, its blue eyes gleaming brightly. Nagi turned to Satoru, who had already risen, responding earnestly. Gojo, can you manage? A 98 compatibility is nothing to scoff at, especially since I am the strongest. A moment of silence ensued. The snow leopard anxiously thumped its tail on the ground, emitting a low purr. Follow me. The alarm lights in the corridor had begun to flash, and distant sounds of hurried footsteps and shouts echoed. 10 minutes ago, he began indiscriminately releasing mental shocks. 3 staff members have already been injured, the assistant reported anxiously. Satoru approached the door, immediately feeling a surge of violent mental energy. The snow leopard became exceptionally agitated, pacing back and forth at the entrance. Everyone, fall back. Satoru removed his eye mask and stuffed it into his pocket. Maintain at least a 20-meter distance. I will handle this. The mechanical door of the soundproof room slowly slid open. A chilling wave accompanied by a strong scent of cedar and sandalwood assaulted him, causing Satoru's pupils to dilate. This aroma was 100 times more intense than that in the small vial, filled with hostility and disquiet, yet still delectable. Inside the soundproof room, chaos reigned. In the center of the room, a young man with black hair knelt on the floor, cradling his head in his hands, emitting pained gasps, while a red fox curled beside him. Hey, can you still hear me? Satoru tentatively called, extending his mental tendrils. The red fox suddenly lifted its head, its purple eyes locking onto the intruder, letting out a piercing shriek as it lunged towards him. Satoru did not evade. His snow leopard charged ahead. The fox's nose brushed against the snow leopard's whiskers, tilting its head and emitting a confused whimper. The snow leopard cautiously stepped forward, gently licking the fox's cheek. Seizing the opportunity, Satoru advanced slowly towards the kneeling figure. Child, look at me. The black-haired youth trembled, gradually raising his head. His purple eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead, and blood trickled from a bite on his lip. Is it you? Geto, curled up, dug his fingers deep into his own arm, his knuckles paling. Gazing into the damp and shattered eyes of the youth, Satoru Gojo suddenly recalled who he was. Kneeling before him on one knee, their gazes aligned. He affirmed, yes, it is I. Subaru Geto's eyes were unfocused, struggling to concentrate, his voice cold and distant. 5 autumns ago, Satoru Gojo had received a task report from a remote mountain village. The Sanctum had detected the awakening of a sentinel nearby and had entrusted the recruitment mission to Gojo. A raven-haired boy huddled in the corner of an abandoned shrine, drenched to the bone, cradling a shivering red fox in his arms. Hey kid. The 19-year-old Gojo squatted down, pushing his sunglasses up. Are you the sentinel? The boy shot up, his violet eyes bloodshot. Go away. The snow leopard manifested instinctively, curiously approaching the red fox, which, though initially wary, instead quivered and extended its nose to sniff the leopard. Oh my. Gojo raised an eyebrow. It appears your little fox takes quite a liking to my snow leopard. The boy froze, then, in a fit of anguish, clutched his head. It's too loud. Too bright, my clothes hurt. In an instant, Gojo comprehended the turmoil. This was a freshly awakened sentinel undergoing the torment of sensory overload. He sighed and gently placed his hand on the boy's temple. Relax, I will help you lower your sensitivity. The guiding essence flowed like a cool stream over the boy's searing nerves, gradually easing his taut body. When Gojo withdrew his hand, those violet eyes were fixed on him. Unblinking. Who are you? Why am I like this? Gojo snapped his fingers. I am the incredibly handsome and powerful Satoru Gojo, a special grade guide. And you? Suguru Geto. The boy replied hesitantly, stroking the red fox's fur. Thank you. You've just awakened. You need to come with me to the tower to register. No. I must stay here. Suguru interrupted, his gaze resolute. Suit yourself. Gojo didn't press for reasons. Instead, he pulled a card from his pocket and placed it in the boy's hand. If you change your mind, come find me in Tokyo. With that, he turned to leave. But the red fox suddenly tugged at Gojo's sleeve. Your spirit companion has a keen eye, Gojo mused, ruffling the fox's head as he stepped into the ring. He reached out to touch Suguru Geto's cold cheek. Your little fox has grown up. Suguru's pupils dilated sharply, and the mental landscape trembled violently once more. Gojo struggled to speak, soon bending over in pain. I can't. I'm going to break. Gojo pulled Suguru into his embrace, their chests pressed tightly together. The guiding essence flooding towards the sentinel. Breathe, follow my rhythm. Gojo held the back of Suguru's neck with one hand, while intertwining their fingers with the other. Let me enter your mental landscape. In an instant, the world spun chaotically. Gojo found himself in a forest amidst a blizzard, the trees twisted and deformed. The sky a sickly shade of crimson. It's far worse than 5 years ago, Gojo frowned. Within the largest tree hollow, 13-year-old Suguru Geto curled up with the red fox. I found you. Gojo crouched down, gently touching the younger Suguru. In the real world, 24-year-old Gojo pressed his forehead against 18-year-old Suguru's, their breaths intermingling. The snow leopard and red fox nestled closely at their feet, tails entwined. What happened? Gojo whispered, as his mental tendrils began to mend the fragmented landscape. Suguru's eyelashes fluttered. They all died. His voice shattered. They slaughtered the village. They all died. I couldn't control myself. I didn't know what to do. Gojo suddenly realized that within the pine sandalwood scent of the pheromones lay not only pain, but something deeper, desire. As the blizzard gradually subsided, the red fox emerged from the tree hollow, affectionately nuzzling Gojo's wrist. Suguru also relaxed, collapsing into Gojo's embrace. Gojo withdrew from Suguru's mental landscape, looking down at the sleeping sentinel in his arms. He remembered what Kinji Hakari had once said. It seemed he had never been guided by a sentinel before. Oh, I should have brought him back initially. Chapter 28. This is how cats behave when excited. Gojo carried Suguru outside, and Kinji Hakari hurried forward, lightly touching Suguru's carotid artery before sighing in relief. His vital signs are finally stable. What about the mental landscape? Mostly repaired. The rest will need gradual adjustment once he awakens. Gojo lifted Suguru slightly, the snow leopard following closely at his heels, occasionally nudging the sleeping red fox with its head. Take him to the A3 soundproof ward. Kinji directed an assistant to bring in a mobile bed. Do you know him? Gojo gently placed Suguru on the bed, tucking away the boy's stray black locks behind his ear. The wild sentinel I encountered during that mission 5 years ago. You mentioned you didn't find anyone on that mission? Indeed, Night Moth did chide you, but it seems it wasn't enough. The child wouldn't come with me at that time. The healer and guide conversed as they walked, Kinji genuinely longing to thump Gojo on the head. The fox atop the snow leopard began to awaken, playfully tapping the big cat's ear, the two spirit companions frolicking beneath the gurney. Kinji raised an eyebrow. Aren't they becoming a bit too familiar too quickly? Kinji, I wish to apply to be his dedicated guide, Gojo said sweetly. Let us save his life first. Kinji swatted his hand away. His blood work indicates long-term malnutrition. He is still quite young, but highly aggressive. Kinji paused, and he has killed before. In the tower. It was not uncommon for sentinels who had killed to be found. In fact, many went unnoticed until something significant drew the sanctum's attention. However, Suguru Geto's case, which could be classified as a massacre, was indeed rare. The gurney quickly arrived at the ward door, and Gojo gazed at Suguru, poking his cheek. Ah, let us be responsible. Kinji scoffed. You better not be getting any ideas. Gojo tilted his head, watching as Suguru was wheeled into the ward. So, Dr. Kinji, what are the next arrangements? Kinji rolled his eyes. You two cohabiting is inevitable. Hooray! Gojo exclaimed, raising both hands in celebration. I can cuddle with the little fox every night. But the danger remains significant. Kinji interrupted, his tone serious. Suguru's mental landscape is extremely unstable. You could be drawn into chaos by his mental barriers. Moreover, his inherent aggression is too strong. If he goes berserk, two S-class beings could easily topple the entire tower. Gojo blinked, his smile unwavering. But if we're not kept together, leaving Suguru alone would be far worse, wouldn't it? He gestured toward the sleeping Suguru on the gurney. Besides, he likes me. Gojo's snow leopard, much like its master, exuded warmth externally yet remained cool within. It was a rare sight to see them together, and whenever it did appear, it bore the demeanor of an aloof feline. At that moment, the snow leopard was gnawing on the tip of the fox's fluffy tail, and instead of resisting, the red fox rolled onto its back, allowing the leopard to play. Kinji observed the two spirit companions for a few seconds before sighing. Indeed. The news from Night Moth flashed on the terminal, and Gojo whistled. Wow. Night Moth has been quite efficient this time. Kinji glanced at the screen, shrugging. S-Class Sentinels aren't exactly common. Rather than gamble on whether he might become a Dark Sentinel, it's better to cultivate him into the Chief Sentinel. Night Moth certainly values the little fox. Gojo grinned, poking at the screen, while the snow leopard rolled at his feet, enveloping the red fox in its warmth. Shoko cast him a glance. Rather than valuing this sentinel, it was more accurate to say she had finally found someone capable of managing him. She pointed to the slumbering figure of Suguru Geto in the hospital room. After all these years, someone finally matched up to this troublesome individual. Shoko, that's quite excessive. I was the one who found Geto first. Enough of that. Shoko slapped her terminal against his chest. The two entered the office of Yaga Masamichi, with the wooden door closing behind them with a soft click. Yaga sat behind a large desk, his brow furrowed in concern. How is Suguru Geto's condition? He inquired, looking towards Shoko. Vital signs are stable, but his mental landscape requires time for restoration, she replied, sliding her tablet to bring up the monitoring data. His body has been in a state of chronic overexertion and will require at least 3 months of rest. Yaga nodded, retrieving a paper file from his drawer and sliding it across the table to them. This is his file. Wataru Fushijiro snatched the document, his fingers flipping to the first page. His gaze fell upon the name section, and a smile crept across his lips. Geto Suguru, huh? He elongated the syllables, his tongue lightly grazing the roof of his mouth, savoring the name like a sweet rice dumpling, round and delightful. His smile broadened as he continued reading. Suguru Geto, born in a remote mountain village in Aomori Prefecture, orphaned at an early age, living with 2 younger sisters. At 18, the village experienced a large-scale massacre, and both sisters remain missing to this day. Wow, that's intense, Wataru whistled. Looks like I have to be not only a husband, but also a father to 3 children. Wataru, Yaga thumped the table, be serious. Wataru made a dramatic face, flipping through the file noisily. Shoko sighed, adding, those 2 girls are still being searched for. Based on the evidence at the scene, they were likely hidden away by Suguru in a safe place. Yaga rubbed his temples, stating, regardless, the priority now is to ensure Suguru's stability. Wataru, you. I know. Wataru waved the file playfully, as a snow leopard stealthily entered the office, pawing at Yaga's potted plant. I'll go look at houses today. I'll take good care of my little fox. With a crash, the expensive plant toppled over, and Yaga's furious shout echoed throughout the floor. Chapter 29. Hello, I am your reserve husband. Excluding those on external missions, everyone in the tower was aware that Wataru Fushijiro would be cohabiting with a sentinel. The news spread rapidly, and many of Wataru's admirers gathered in clusters at the corners of the corridor, gossiping. Who knows if it's true? We haven't even seen the person. Maybe it's just a whim of Wataru-senpai, right? Who doesn't spread rumors? Chimed in a sentinel who had previously been deemed a mere one match with Wataru, sounding quite bitter. Just then, Wataru strolled past them, carrying a thermos and humming a tune, his steps light and carefree, donning sunglasses that hinted at a display of confidence. Oh dear. Wataru casually raised his voice, sweetly elongating his tone. I made corn soup for Geto today, meow. Wataru reveled in their astonished expressions before humming his way to the A3 soundproof room. In truth, his cooking for Geto merely involved transferring meals into the hospital room. Suguru Geto remained peacefully asleep, his breathing steady. Wataru sat cross-legged beside the bed, opened the thermos, and the delightful aroma filled the room. Geto today's corn soup is incredibly delicious. He stirred it with a spoon, taking a sip. I added cream, although Shoko said you shouldn't eat anything too oily for now. As he ate, he rambled on, occasionally nudging the curled-up red fox at the corner of the bed with his toes. What kind of house do you like? Do you want one with a garden? Wataru mused while biting his chopsticks. We could plant some flowers or vegetables. Oh, it's been ages since I recalled those 2 spiritual entities. Should we prepare a pet house too? The snow leopard lounged beside him, its tail swishing back and forth, occasionally glancing at the thermos. Ignoring the large feline, Wataru continued to chatter. Oh, right, your 2 sisters should also move in. It looks like we'll need to prepare a children's room. Suguru Geto remained silent, and Wataru relished another satisfying meal while gazing at Geto's sleeping face. After filling his stomach, Wataru stretched contentedly, ruffling the fox's head, which sleepily nuzzled his palm, its tail gently wrapping around his wrist. See you tomorrow. Little fox Wataru tidied up the thermos, tucking the blanket around Suguru Geto before stepping out of the A3 room. As he turned on his heel, he entered Jieru Shoko's medical room. The towering man flopped onto the examination bed, stretching his long legs, and began to whine. When will Suguru Geto wake up? Jieru Shoko suppressed the urge to light a cigarette. At the latest, within a week. Why are you so anxious? He.S. not going anywhere. Wataru rolled over, burying his face in the pillow. But I'm so bored. There's no one to consult about choosing a new house. Jieru Shoko's temples throbbed as she retorted. He hasn't even agreed to live with you yet. Wataru raised his head, blinking his beautiful blue eyes in feigned innocence. How could that be possible? Jieru Shoko took a deep breath, exasperated, and pulled a book from the shelf. I think you should study how to better accompany patients. Wataru yelped as the book hit him, obediently flipping it open to begin reading. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, snapping the book shut with a realization. Did you figure something out? Jieru Shoko raised an eyebrow. Wataru jumped off the bed, exuberantly rushing out. I'm going to tell Geto a story. And give him a massage. Jieru Shoko watched his retreating figure, silently lighting a candle for Suguru Geto. Wataru returned to the A3 room, placing patient care guidelines on the bedside table and rolling up his sleeves, ready to showcase his skills. He carefully lifted Suguru Geto's wrist, gently pressing on the joints and acupoints. Suguru's wrist was delicate, with pronounced bones, and Wataru frowned as he murmured, too thin. I need to feed him well when he wakes up. He continued to massage, moving from the wrist to the arm, then to the shoulder. As Suguru's skin gradually regained its color, no longer the sickly pallor, Wataru nodded in satisfaction, reaching to touch Suguru's face, his fingertips lightly pressing against the temples and gliding along the contours of his cheeks to the jawline. After the massage, Wataru's gaze fell upon Suguru's disheveled hair. He hesitated for a moment, but then decided to gather the dark strands, his fingers weaving through the hair slowly. Suguru's hair was incredibly soft, a stark contrast to his stubborn personality. Wataru couldn't resist running his fingers through it a few more times before secretly braiding a small section. Just as smooth as fox fur, he assessed with satisfaction. After the playful antics, the sky outside had darkened. Wataru checked the time, pulled out his phone, and ordered dessert, double sugar strawberry cake and matcha de fuku, accompanied by a cup of fully sweetened milk tea. Once the delivery arrived, he sat cross-legged beside the bed, poking at the cake with a fork, continuing his one-sided conversation. Geto, do you prefer sweet or savory? Cream smeared at the corner of his mouth, he mumbled. When you wake up, I'll take you to that shop in Sendai. Before he could finish, he suddenly sensed something unusual. On the hospital bed, Suguru Geto had unknowingly opened his eyes, his slender purple irises quietly observing him. Do not speak while eating, murmured Suguru Geto, his voice slightly hoarse, as if he might choke. Chapter 30. The Little Fox of the Deep Mountains. Satoru Gojo approached Suguru with a cheerful smile. The closer he got, the more Suguru furrowed his brow, while Satoru's smile widened. Then, the wicked white cat pressed the call bell by the bedside. Good evening, Suguru. I am Satoru Gojo, your guardian. Suguru's fingertips tightened slightly as he clutched the bedsheet, pressing his lips together to utter, I am of age. Satoru's grin grew even broader, his eye mask giving the white-haired man an air of arrogance. But you are quite the menacing criminal now, aren't you, little one? Suguru fell silent. Noticing his lack of response, Satoru casually leaned against the bed. All right, let's get down to business. He pulled a document from his pocket, waving it before Suguru. In simple terms, our compatibility is remarkably high. Suguru lifted his gaze. Compatibility? Indeed. Satoru opened the document, pointing at the data. The mediator assessed it at 987, the highest record in nearly a decade. He tilted his head, his tone lighthearted. So, you are the naughty child caught by the tower, and I am your exclusive guardian. Suguru stared at the report, his brow furrowing once more. Satoru remained patient, propping his chin on his hand as he watched him. After a moment of silence, Suguru finally spoke. What about Nanako and Mimiko? Oh dear, I sent it a bit late to ask that. Suguru pressed his lips together, his gaze stubbornly fixed on Satoru. They have yet to be found, Satoru shrugged. I suspect you've hidden them quite well. The white-haired man leaned closer, a teasing smile curling at the corners of his lips beneath the mask. Little fox, you certainly have many tricks up your sleeve. Suguru slightly turned his head to avoid Satoru's breath, his voice cool. Do not call me that. Why not? Satoru pressed further, nearly brushing against his ear. Your spiritual entity is, after all, a red fox. He reached out, gently tugging at Suguru's cascading black hair, which felt as silky as fox fur. Suguru abruptly raised his hand to swat his hand away. Please behave yourself. All right, Satoru replied with a smile, straightening up. I will ensure they do not seek your two sisters anymore, but you must be honest as well. Suguru's pupils constricted, Just as he was about to question further, Satoru swiftly shoved a small piece of cream cake into his mouth. Do you like sweets? Satoru inquired, tilting his head. Suguru rolled the cake on his tongue, the cloying cream melting in his mouth. He frowned. You. Oh, there's still cream on my fingers, Satoru said, wiggling his finger coated in white cream. Suguru glared at that slender finger, feeling as if he had encountered a mischievous rascal. Let me fetch a tissue. Satoru quickly grabbed the tissue from the bedside table. All right. Now there are no tissues. He continued to wave his finger, still adorned with cream. Suguru glared at him, while Satoru pouted, feigning innocence. After steeling himself, Suguru leaned slightly forward and gently licked his fingertip. Satoru chuckled softly, pressing his finger to his lips in a suggestive manner. He then retrieved a bag from beside the chair. I have prepared some clothes for you, tailored to your size. Our cohabitation begins tomorrow. Suguru's ears flushed crimson as he accepted the paper bag. Satoru gazed at him, and he returned the look. Why aren't you leaving yet? Oh, Satoru exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. The little fox is shy? He slowly turned around, waving his hand behind him. Now you can't see me, meow. Suguru pulled the clothes from the bag, gesturing with them before putting them on. He looked down at the black outfit, the collar resting just below his collarbone, the zipper pulled down to his navel. Feeling utterly awkward, after a few moments of hesitation, he finally spoke. Satoru. Satoru turned his head, his white hair bouncing. Are you done changing? Suguru frowned as he tugged at the collar of the shirt. It feels strange. Satoru turned around to see the bumbling fox wearing the shirt backward, and his lips instantly broke into a wide grin. What is so funny? Suguru's ears burned as he reached for the shirt to take it off. Don't be so hasty. Satoru stepped forward, holding his hands down. This is actually an off-shoulder style. As he spoke, he pulled the sweatshirt down forcefully, transforming the round-necked garment into an off-shoulder one that hung loosely on Suguru's shoulders, revealing a generous expanse of collarbone. Suguru looked down at his suddenly breezy attire, his expression as stoic as ever. This is even stranger. He glanced at the two conspicuous pockets on the chest of the sweatshirt. What are these for? Satoru slipped his hands into those very pockets, teasingly pinching the fabric against Suguru's body. It's for keeping your hands warm. His thumbs rested on a rather sensitive spot. Wow, although you are quite slender, this area is surprisingly well padded. Satoru, Suguru exclaimed, shoving his hands away, his face flushed bright red. In a fluster, he tried to remove the bizarre sweatshirt, but Satoru seized the opportunity to embrace him tightly. Don't be shy, Satoru said, resting his chin on Suguru's shoulder. His voice laced with amusement. From tomorrow on, you'll wear the clothes I choose for you every day. Kagurazaka Shoko entered the room, her gaze slowly drifting between Suguru's awkwardly worn off-shoulder sweatshirt and Satoru's hands prominently inserted in the chest pockets. She inhaled deeply, pausing to assess the scene before calmly stating, scoundrels. Satoru rested his chin on Suguru's shoulder, flashing a radiant smile at Kagurazaka. We're building rapport, you see. Suguru's entire face was flushed, and he elbowed backward with force. Get off. Satoru deftly dodged, tugging the collar of the sweatshirt down once more. Look how adorable you are in the clothes I picked. Suguru could no longer contain himself. What on earth is this ridiculous outfit you bought? Kagurazaka strolled leisurely to the bedside, suppressing the urge to smoke. Do you need me to call Mr. Yaga to mediate? Satoru immediately wailed. Not Yaga? Suguru stood frozen, his fingers awkwardly gripping the collar of the sweatshirt, the temporary hem. Kagurazaka glanced at him, reminding him, Suguru, your shirt is on backward. The air froze for a moment. Suguru looked down at the actual hem, which was stuck just below his collarbone, the zipper pulled down to his navel, and he turned crimson as a fox. He abruptly yanked the blanket over himself, wrapping up tightly. Satoru and Kagurazaka exchanged knowing glances before quietly exiting the room. In the corridor, Kagurazaka lit the cigarette she had been holding for a while, exhaling a plume of smoke. Suguru's socialization skills are woefully underdeveloped. Satoru, hands in pockets, chuckled, his shoulders shaking with laughter. After all, he is just a little fox from the deep mountains. Kagurazaka regarded him with the eyes of someone observing rubbish. What you've got here isn't just a troubled child. It looks like you've adopted a wild animal. What does it matter? Satoru turned to peek through the small window in the door, noticing the blanket mound remaining motionless. From now on, I shall be his caretaker. Chapter 31. I adore your guiding essence. Suguru finally managed to wear the outfit correctly, just as he was about to check himself in the mirror. The door to the hospital room swung open abruptly. Suguru, do you prefer a villa or a flat? Suguru was startled, retreating back under the blanket. Wait, starting tomorrow, I'll be cohabitating with this guy? He slowly poked his head out from under the covers, his black hair tousled. The cheaper option. Witfully, Satoru Gojo parted his lips. All right. Noticing the little fox still curled up in its den, he sighed and gently extracted it. From his pocket, he produced a delicate silver chain. adorned with a ring embedded with a sapphire that glimmered softly under the light. "This is for you." He extended the necklace towards Suguru Geto, explaining, "The ring contains my guiding pheromones. If you cannot find me or need to temporarily soothe your mental domain, just give it a whiff." Suguru hesitated before accepting the necklace, glancing at Gojo, who smiled at him before saying, "See you tomorrow." Once the hospital room door closed, Suguru lowered his gaze to the ring in his hand. After a moment of contemplation, he leaned in and inhaled gently. A fresh and tender scent enveloped him, reminiscent of blooming spring flowers under a clear blue sky, vibrant yet serene. Taking a deeper breath, he felt the fragrance seep into him, gently calming his taut nerves. With utmost care, he adorned the necklace around his neck. The cool metal pressed against his skin, causing him to instinctively draw back his shoulders. The ring quickly warmed against his body heat, resting quietly between his collarbones. With the guiding pheromones nearby, Suguru dreamt peacefully through the night, arising early to don his black hoodie and other garments from the bag before settling in a chair to await the day. Thus, when Satoru entered, he was greeted by the sight of a neatly dressed little fox, sitting upright on the chair, dozing off. Gojo signaled for the others to be quiet, then stealthily approached Suguru, releasing his guiding pheromones as he drew nearer. In his slumber, Suguru furrowed his brow, sensing something stirring his nerves. The unfamiliar scent gradually intertwined with him. Instinctively, he tensed, his breathing quickening. Suddenly, Suguru's eyes flew open, locking onto a pair of cerulean eyes mere inches away. Satoru bent down, nearly brushing his face against Suguru's, a smile curling his lips. "Good morning. I brought you breakfast." For a fleeting moment, Suguru's mind blanked, his gaze lingering on Gojo's white lashes, thick and lush, as his eyes trailed down the bridge of Satoru's nose. They ultimately settled on his smiling eyes, those sapphires from the ring. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Gojo's eyes were even more beautiful than the sapphire itself. Yet, before he could dwell on this, Suguru snapped back to reality, suddenly aware of how close they were. He instinctively leaned back, attempting to create space, but Satoru was quicker, securing his grip on the nape of Suguru's neck. "What are you hiding from?" Gojo chuckled lightly, his thumb caressing the side of Suguru's neck with a warm touch. Suguru stiffened, his throat tight. "What are you doing?" Gojo refrained from answering, his fingertips gliding down Suguru's neck, his brow slightly furrowed. "Where did it go?" "What?" Before Suguru could finish, Gojo's hand slipped beneath his collar. Suguru gasped, caught off guard, and before he could struggle, he felt Satoru's calloused fingers exploring within him. "Ah, found it." Gojo smirked, withdrawing his hand leisurely. He pointed at Suguru's collar. "The necklace is on backwards." Looking down, Suguru realized the clasp of the silver chain had somehow shifted to the front, the sapphire ring askew between the fabric of his hoodie. He reached to adjust it. But Gojo was quicker, his long fingers deftly unfastening the clasp and properly placing the necklace. "There we go." Gojo stepped back, satisfied, observing the sapphire ring hanging perfectly between Suguru's collarbones, accentuated by the black hoodie. "It's obvious whose it is." Suguru turned his face away, feeling uneasy. "Thank you." "You're welcome." Gojo replied with a beaming smile, leaning closer to pinch Suguru's earlobe. "But your ears are quite red. Are you feeling too warm?" "A little," Suguru admitted. Gojo grinned, even wider at the sight of his flushed ears. "Perhaps we should improve the ventilation." Turning back, he waved towards the door. Kirarinasu entered with a look of disdain, followed by her assistant. She scrutinized Suguru, her gaze lingering on the sapphire ring for a moment before glancing back at Gojo. "It seems the mental link is quite stable?" Gojo nodded with a smile. "Absolutely. Suguru is adapting very well." Suguru felt warmth creeping to his ears again as he straightened his posture, allowing Kirari to examine him. Her assistant skillfully retrieved instruments to assess his mental domain fluctuations. The readings were stable. Kirari observed the data, commenting, "Recovery is quicker than anticipated." Just then, Masamichi Yaga walked in, holding a document. His serious gaze swept between Suguru and Gojo, finally landing on Suguru. "Suguru, there are a few matters we need to discuss." His voice was steady and authoritative. "Though your mental domain has stabilized initially, you will need regular follow-ups." Suguru nodded earnestly. "I understand." Additionally, Yaga continued, "Your cohabitation arrangement with Satoru has been approved. Your stable condition is largely thanks to the compatibility between you two, allowing for a quick establishment of the mental link and a temporary mental union. Considering you have yet to engage in your first physical union, it is advisable to proceed gradually and not overly rely on the guiding pheromones." "All right," Suguru nodded, though he barely comprehended the details. And Yaga cast a glance at Gojo. "Satoru, you need to tone it down a bit." Gojo blinked innocently. "I am quite restrained." Yaga sighed, continuing to outline additional precautions. Throughout, Suguru listened attentively, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement, while Gojo stood nearby, his gaze fixed on Suguru with a smile on his face. After the examination concluded, Kirari stowed away her instruments and informed Suguru, "You've made a commendable recovery. You can officially be discharged today." "Thank you," Suguru nodded slightly. "It's my duty." Kirari waved her hand dismissively, glancing back at Gojo as she departed. "Don't overexert him." Gojo waved cheerfully, "Don't worry." Once everyone had vacated the room, Suguru let out a sigh of relief, his shoulders relaxing slightly. Satoru approached him, ruffling his hair. "You did exceptionally well." Suguru resisted the urge to nuzzle against the man's hand, looking up at Gojo. "Thank you." "For what?" "For many things," Suguru murmured, "the guiding pheromones, and the sisters." "Your sisters were arranged by you. What do you thank me for?" Gojo teased, pinching Suguru's cheek. "We're heading to the new home soon. I hope for your continued support." Chapter 32. Two Primitive People. Satoru Gojo, hands in his pockets, tilted his head towards the door. "Let us go, roommate." Suguru followed behind, holding a bag containing his clothes and the breakfast Gojo had brought. His fingers brushed against the sapphire ring around his neck as he maintained a respectful distance behind Satoru. The corridor was brightly lit, the scent of disinfectant diluted by Gojo's faint guiding pheromones, allowing Suguru to breathe a little easier. In the elevator, Satoru pressed the button for B1 and turned to ask, "Do you get car sick?" Suguru blinked. "I shouldn't. That's good," Gojo beamed. "I'm actually quite good at driving." The underground parking lot was serene, the sound of Gojo's footsteps echoing in the expansive space. Suguru Geto gazed at his silhouette, tall, upright. The black uniform jacket accentuating his physique, highlighting broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs. Then, he spotted the car. A sleek, black luxury sedan, both understated and ostentatious. The thought struck him suddenly. If he were to sit in the passenger seat, would Satoru Gojo lean over at a red light? Would he again reach out to touch the back of his neck to check the ring? Would his ears begin to flush once more? Satoru Gojo had already approached the vehicle and turned back to him. "Geto?" Suguru Geto snapped back to reality and hurried over. He fixated on the door of the passenger seat, his fingers tightening and loosening in an anxious rhythm. "Oh, don't like it? This is the most inconspicuous one." "No." "Is that so?" Satoru Gojo smirked at Suguru Geto before extending his hand. Click. The rear door swung open. "Let us sit in the back. I'll put your things in there. It's more spacious. You can lie down for a bit." Suguru Geto froze. Satoru Gojo blinked. "Of course. If you prefer the passenger seat, that's fine too. The back seat is just fine." Suguru Geto swiftly climbed into the rear. Satoru Gojo chuckled softly, shutting the door and making his way to the driver's seat. The engine purred softly to life. Suguru Geto leaned against the window, watching the scenery rush by, modern skyscrapers indicating how far he had drifted from the village. Satoru Gojo's guiding presence was even more palpable in the enclosed car, prompting him to unconsciously touch the ring on his neck. "Cold." Satoru Gojo glanced at him through the rearview mirror. "I can turn up the temperature a bit." Suguru Geto shook his head. "No need, it's just right." The car exited the hospital, sunlight streaming through the windows. Suguru Geto cautiously lifted his gaze, meeting Satoru Gojo's eyes in the mirror, which crinkled at the corners. He quickly averted his face, feigning great interest in the greenery outside. Satoru Gojo let out a light laugh and turned on the music. A gentle piano melody flowed through the cabin, gradually easing Suguru Geto's tension. He leaned back in his seat and, without realizing it, closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the car had already stopped in front of an apartment building. Satoru Gojo was leaning over the seat back, gazing at him intently. "Awake?" "I slept rather well," Suguru Geto admitted. Satoru Gojo reached out to tousle his hair. "We're home." Suguru Geto felt his ears heat up once more. Following Satoru Gojo into the elevator, his heart raced a bit faster. As the elevator ascended slowly, Satoru Gojo spoke. "This place has actually been renovated for many years. We just never bought any furniture. I didn't know what style you liked." Suguru Geto's fingers twisted the hem of his shirt. "After all, it's our home," Satoru Gojo said casually, swiping his card to open the elevator doors. "Our home." Suguru Geto mulled over the phrase until Satoru Gojo pushed open the apartment door. The spacious living room was utterly bare, the pristine white walls glaring in the sunlight. Suguru Geto stood at the entrance, momentarily at a loss for words. Satoru Gojo shrugged. "I did mention there was no furniture. What about tonight?" Suguru Geto turned to Satoru Gojo. "Where do we sleep?" Satoru Gojo stroked his chin, contemplating. "If I order now, a bed and essentials could arrive today. But it might not be set up properly." Suguru Geto observed Satoru Gojo's rapid movements on his phone, adding another layer to his impression of the man. Too casual. "How about this?" Satoru Gojo turned his phone screen towards him, displaying a minimalist double bed, memory foam, reputedly very comfortable. Suguru Geto felt his ears flush again. "Whatever. I'm not too familiar with these things." "Hey, neither am I, huh? Shoko said you're not very socialized, but honestly, I'm not that high on the scale either. Satoru Gojo shrugged. So, as fellow primitives, I'm just a tad more advanced. Please listen to me where you have no thoughts. Suguru Geto found himself at a loss for words and could only nod. Then let us buy the most expensive one. The luxurious double bed seemed extraordinarily out of place in the empty master bedroom. Suguru Geto stared at the freshly made bed, momentarily lost. Indeed, Satoru Gojo surveyed the surroundings, remarking how only a bed appeared too meager. Suguru Geto opened his mouth, then closed it again. He wanted to mention that he used to sleep on straw mats in the village, but the words caught in his throat. What would Satoru Gojo think of him? Would he find him too dramatic? Geto. Satoru Gojo leaned closer. Suguru Geto stepped back slightly. Yes? Don't overthink it. This bed is quite nice. But let us stay in a hotel for these few days. Suguru Geto blinked. But the bed has already arrived. There's no household essentials at all. Even primitive beings can't just rub sticks together to create fire. Wouldn't it cost a lot? No worries, I'm exceedingly wealthy. Satoru Gojo had already dialed a number. Hello, it's me. Yes, I'm on my way. Hanging up, Satoru Gojo noticed Suguru Geto still staring at him. Any questions? Kid, how exceedingly wealthy is exceedingly wealthy? Satoru Gojo chuckled. Exceedingly wealthy means that on a whim, I could have someone pluck the moon for me. Primitive beings don't need the moon. Satoru Gojo paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. You hold a grudge, don't you? Chapter 33. Hello, welcome to McDonald's. On the way to the hotel, Suguru Geto remained seated in the back. He clutched the ring on his necklace, torn between seizing the opportunity to slip away for a moment or proactively speaking to Satoru Gojo. Satoru Gojo was indulgent towards him. He was aware of the matters concerning his two younger sisters, helping him conceal them from Taki and subtly attending to his emotions in minute ways. He didn't want to disappoint this man. Suguru Geto's throat tightened, his fingertips pressing against the ring until it dug painfully into his skin. Finally, he spoke slowly. Satoru. Satoru Gojo rested one hand on the steering wheel, turning his head to look at him. Can I be let go for a while? Satoru Gojo blinked, letting out a troubled sigh. Well, you are currently a key subject of observation, which puts me in a difficult position. Suguru Geto bit his lip, quietly saying, I can meet your conditions. The corners of Satoru Gojo's mouth lifted slightly. Oh, what can you do? Suguru Geto took a deep breath. Within my capabilities, I will do my utmost. Satoru Gojo smiled. Then, how about we sleep holding each other tonight? Suguru Geto momentarily short-circuited. What? Is that not allowed? Satoru Gojo tilted his head, adopting an innocent tone. Suguru Geto felt warmth rush to his ears. That's fine. Satoru Gojo turned his attention back to the road, lightly tapping his fingers on the steering wheel. Where do you want to go? I'll take you. Just drop me off near any telephone booth. Satoru Gojo nodded, not asking further. As the car came to a stop by the roadside, just as Suguru Geto was about to push the door open, Satoru Gojo called out to him. Wait. Suguru Geto turned back to him. Satoru Gojo pointed to the ring on his neck. I need that first. Suguru Geto was taken aback. Why? It has a tracking chip inside. Satoru Gojo shrugged. Your location is being monitored by Taki. Suguru Geto's pupils constricted. Then what we just discussed. Satoru Gojo scoffed. They don't have the guts to do anything. Sakuna observed him for a brief moment before removing the necklace and placing it into Satoru's open palm. Satoru curled his fingers around the delicate piece, winking playfully at him. An hour, will that suffice? The fines for illegal parking here can be rather steep. The wind outside was brisk, causing Sakuna to shiver slightly. The impoverished little fox sniffled. Just how steep? Satoru gestured towards the largest McDonald's-themed establishment by the roadside. Enough for both of us to indulge in everything this place has to offer, with some leftover. Sakuna nodded, still sniffing. All right. He pushed the door open and stepped out, the night breeze brushing against his cheeks, alleviating a hint of warmth. Behind him, Satoru's voice floated lightly. Remember to come back. Sakuna. Not long after Sakuna had departed, a young traffic officer rode up on his motorcycle, halting beside Satoru's vehicle. Sir, parking is prohibited here, the officer stated, tapping on the window with a tone of official severity. Satoru leisurely lowered the window, removing his sunglasses to reveal a face that seemed innocuous. Ah, my apologies. I wasn't aware. The officer momentarily paused, taken aback by his appearance, but quickly regained his composure, insisting that he must issue a fine. Of course. Satoru replied with a cheerful smile as he accepted the ticket, signing it readily. Then, lowering his voice, he added, Could you also sign off on the fines for the next 2 hours? The officer looked astonished. Such a request was against protocol. Satoru casually pulled out a stack of bills from his wallet, slipping them into the officer's hand with practiced ease. Please, my partner is in a bit of a mood. I need to wait here. The young officer glanced at the money, then at Satoru's strikingly handsome face, ultimately relenting with an okay gesture. This would be a one-time exception. Thank you. Satoru winked at him, donning his sunglasses once more. You're truly kind. The officer hastily retreated. An hour later, Sakuna returned punctually. He opened the door and slid into the back seat, still carrying a trace of the cool evening air. I'm back, he announced. Satoru, glancing at him through the rearview mirror, sighed dramatically. I just wasted a charming smile. Sakuna paused. What's wrong? In an effort to persuade the officer to reduce my fine, I had to resort to charming him, Satoru pouted playfully. Sakuna felt a twinge of guilt. Despite Satoru's considerable wealth, he still bore the burden of paying for Sakuna's expenses and the home renovations, hence being frugal was prudent. What should we do then? He asked quietly. Satoru turned, leaning on the seat, gazing at him earnestly. If only you could smile for me, Sakuna. The tips of Sakuna's ears turned crimson. He pressed his lips together, striving to lift the corners of his mouth into a faint smile. Satoru's eyes sparkled with delight. What a treasure. Now, let us drive. Sakuna turned his face away, embarrassed. Satoru, satisfied, returned to his task, starting the car. Off to the hotel we go. Upon arriving at the hotel, Satoru swiped the room key and opened the door. He informed Sakuna that they could freely use and consume whatever was in the room, as it had all been paid for, then pointed to the bathrobe, suggesting that if Sakuna chose not to dry off, he could simply wear it. Satoru encouraged Sakuna to shower first while he prepared lunch for both of them. Sakuna listened intently before turning to head into the bathroom. Behind him, Satoru's voice sighed with amusement. Lift your foot. Sakuna instinctively raised his foot, only to feel it pressed down against the floor. Do you want to shower with your shoes on? Satoru teased. Blushing, Sakuna entered the bathroom in his socks. When he emerged, the tips of his hair were still damp. Despite his efforts to dry off, his hair remained too long. Clad in the hotel's white bathrobe, he stepped barefoot onto the soft carpet, only to find Satoru seated cross-legged by the floor-to-ceiling window. Spread out before him were a plethora of bags emblazoned with the golden M logo. Did you really buy all of this? Well, the officer did let me off with a bit of a discount, Satoru replied, having removed his sunglasses. Appearing almost the same age as Sakuna, come, pick what you like. Sakuna sat opposite him, a towel still draped over his damp hair. Satoru offered him fries. Nudging the container closer, if you're unsure what you like, just try them all. Sakuna looked down at the golden fries drizzled with pink sauce, hesitating before picking one up. How is it? Satoru leaned in closer, his azure eyes reflecting Sakuna's visage. Quite unique, Sakuna murmured, reaching for another fry. Thank you. Seems you prefer something a tad milder. Satoru stretched, the collar of his uniform slightly gaping with emotion. No need to thank me. We are to look out for one another from now on. Sakuna's gaze lingered on the pale curve of Satoru's collarbone for a fleeting moment before quickly averting his eyes. Are we staying here this afternoon? Indeed, Satoru replied. Scrolling through his phone, if you wish to go out, that is perfectly fine. Sakuna's fingers tightened around the edges of the food container. I won't be a bother. All your actions are my responsibility. Satoru interjected. Those old men upstairs would prefer to monitor you around the clock. No need for that. Being here is just fine. The steam from the bathroom still clung to Sakuna's eyelashes as he blinked. I'm sorry for being a hassle. No need for such formalities, Satoru dismissed, playfully ruffling Sakuna's damp hair. Now I shall shower. Sakuna mumbled a response, finally exhaling when he heard the bathroom door close. The sight of that pale collarbone lingered in his mind, and he wondered if Satoru's skin would redden when he perspired. Just then, he felt a gentle squeeze atop his head. Where on earth is the hairdryer? Satoru's voice drifted in from behind him, tinged with mild annoyance. No wonder you couldn't find it earlier. I can manage it myself. Stay put, Satoru commanded softly, pressing down on Sakuna's shoulder, his warm fingers grazing the side of his neck. The hum of the hairdryer filled the air, warm air billowing through Sakuna's hair. Satoru's fingers wove through his dark strands, leaving Sakuna rigid, acutely aware of the occasional brush against his ear, sending shivers down his spine. Your hair is so soft, Satoru remarked, his voice close, breath fanning over Sakuna's earlobe, reminiscent of a small creature. Sakuna's ears flared with heat, and though he yearned to retort, he caught the sound of Satoru's light laughter behind him. I found it, Satoru announced, his fingers pausing at the crown of Sakuna's head. There's a swirl here. His fingertips traced gentle circles, causing Sakuna to instinctively retreat, his focus fixated on the carpet's intricate patterns, feeling the warm air from the dryer grow increasingly intense. All done, Satoru declared, switching off the dryer and tooling the now dry ends of Sakuna's hair. You smell delightful, little fox. Sakuna lowered his head, his voice barely above a whisper. Thank you. I've told you. No need for thanks, Satoru replied, tossing the dryer aside before leaning in closer to Sakuna's face. Your cheeks are so flushed. Is it too warm for you? The distance between them narrowed to a point where they could count each other's eyelashes, and Sakuna felt the scent of Satoru's essence enveloping him. In a fluster, he leaned back, but Satoru held him firmly by the back of his neck. What are you hiding from? Satoru tilted his head, his cerulean eyes sparkling with mirth. Sakuna stammered, I wasn't he avoiding. All right then, I really am off to shower. Satoru chuckled, the chapter drawing to a close. The hem of Satoru Gojo's bathrobe fluttered with his movements, revealing the well-defined muscles of his thighs, glistening healthily under the light. In the spirit of reciprocity, he playfully thrust the hairdryer into Satoru Geto's hands, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Now it's your turn to dry my hair. Sitting cross-legged on the carpet, Gojo's bathrobe barely concealed the upper part of his thighs. I'm wearing underwear, he added. As the collar of his robe slipped further with his movements, the contours of his pectoral muscles became almost visible. Lowering his voice deliberately, he teased. What strange thoughts are you having, Geto? None. Suguru hastily shook his head, his ears turning crimson. Gojo chuckled softly, his damp white hair cascading down, exposing the closely cropped hair at the nape of his neck. Come on, little fox server. Suguru took a deep breath and knelt behind Gojo. Cautiously, he turned on the hairdryer, but Gojo suddenly leaned back, his back pressing against Suguru's knees. Too far, I can't reach. Gojo tilted his head back to look at him. Droplets of water clinging to his eyelashes. Come closer. The warm breeze from the dryer swept across his roots, and Gojo contentedly squinted his eyes, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. He resembled a large domestic cat entirely. Not bad at all, he remarked, his voice laced with a languid rasp. Suguru noticed the short hair at the back of Gojo's neck felt somewhat prickly, perhaps to facilitate wearing an eye mask. Typically, Gojo wore sunglasses around Suguru. Or none at all. The thought of Gojo in an eye mask flashed in Suguru's mind, decidedly alluring. This area is quite sensitive. Gojo suddenly grasped Suguru's wrist, guiding his fingers to gently caress the nape of his neck. Have you noticed? The sound of the hairdryer became deafening in an instant. Gojo's skin at the back of his neck was warm and delicate, subtly rising and falling with his breath. All right, Suguru panicked, shutting off the dryer. It's dry. Gojo turned around, his bathrobe completely unfurling with the motion, revealing a vast expanse of his chest. He seized Suguru's hand as he attempted to retract it, pressing it against his now dry white hair. Care for a little more? Didn't you just say it was very alluring? Suguru's eyes widened. When did I say that? I can tell. Suguru felt the blood rush to his cheeks. Gojo's hair was indeed as he imagined, short and stiff at the ends. The freshly dried volume felt delightful in his palm. He absent-mindedly rubbed it a bit more, feeling as if he were soothing some grand feline creature. Just as Suguru relaxed, he heard the rustle of fabric. Looking up, he found Gojo had undone the belt of his bathrobe, the pristine white fabric sliding off his shoulders to pool at his feet. The perfect physique of an adult male was laid bare before him. Gojo's skin was blindingly pale, his muscular lines smooth and exquisite, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, his abdominal muscles distinctly defined. Suguru's gaze unconsciously drifted lower, and then abruptly froze. The gray boxers clung to a rather impressive outline, its shape as appealing as the man himself, even hinting at a slight curve. Suguru's mind exploded with confusion, his ears nearly steaming as he stammered, What are you doing? Gojo tilted his head innocently. The robe absorbed all the water. It's time for bed. Bed. Suguru's voice nearly cracked. Amused by his flustered expression, Gojo chuckled softly, ruffling his hair. What are you thinking? I love sleeping naked. I've prepared a clean set of clothes for you. He pointed to a neatly stacked set of pajamas at the bedside, smiling. If you want to cuddle with me without clothes, I'd be even more delighted. It dawned on Suguru that he had been toyed with, his entire face turning crimson as he snatched up the pajamas and rushed into the bathroom, followed by Gojo's cheerful laughter. Bang! Suguru slammed the door shut, leaning against the cool tiles, taking several deep breaths to calm his racing heart. He slowly changed into the pajamas, the fabric comfortably hugging his skin. But the thought of the man outside, parading around in nothing but boxers, made him hesitant to emerge. Gojo's voice drifted through the door, laced with a lazy mirth. Geto, if you don't come out soon, should I come in to fetch you? Gritting his teeth, Suguru flung the door open. Gojo was sprawled on the bed, the blanket casually draped over his waist, his upper body entirely exposed to the air, arms behind his head, winking at him. Ready for bed? Suguru stiffly edged toward the bed, cautiously lying down, trying to stay at the edge. Gojo turned to face him, propping his head on one hand. Why are you so far away? Didn't we agree to sleep in each other's arms? Suguru took a deep breath, inching a bit closer. Gojo let out a low chuckle, extending his long arm to pull him into an embrace. Suguru's spine instantly tensed. Gojo's warmth was higher than his, the contact scorching, and he could distinctly feel the other's heartbeat. Relax, Gojo murmured, resting his chin atop Suguru's head, his voice laced with drowsy languor. Suguru bit his lip, gradually letting himself loosen. Gojo's breathing steadied, yet his arms remained securely around him. Suguru quietly glanced up, observing Gojo's face in repose. So different from his usual exuberance. Without his mouth moving, he resembled an angel. Gojo's guiding essence enveloped him gently, distinctly different from the one in the necklace. Having the real person beside him provided an even greater sense of security. He watched for a moment before subtly nuzzling closer into Gojo's embrace. Noticing, Gojo's lips curled into a slight smile, his arms tightening around him. You haven't rested properly these past few days, have you? Go to sleep. Chapter 35. I adore your scent. Suguru fell into an exceptionally deep slumber, as if wrapped in a dry, sunny blue sky, warm and reassuring. Until an unusual sensation stirred him. Groggily, he reached out to push it away. Something was amiss. Suguru suddenly jolted awake, his mind instantly alert. Gojo remained soundly asleep, breathing evenly. His arm still firmly encircling Suguru's waist. He felt completely rigid, afraid to move. This is a normal physiological response. 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 He desperately reminded himself, trying to regain his composure. Suguru's ears burned painfully. He cautiously shifted backward, attempting to distance himself without waking Gojo. Yet, as he moved slightly, Gojo's arms tightened, pulling him back into his embrace. Gojo murmured sleepily, rubbing his chin against Suguru's hair, don't move. Suguru froze. Gojo seemed to sense something. Slowly opening his eyes, his blue gaze still clouded with sleep. He glanced down at the rigid Suguru in his arms, and then at himself, chuckling softly. My apologies. Though he spoke of apologies, he showed no intention of shifting away. Suguru stammered, why you go first? It's just a normal physiological response. Gojo yawned lazily. Still holding him close, you don't mind, do you, Geto? Suguru, how could I not mind? Gojo regarded his flushed face with amusement, asking playfully. Or is it that Geto is feeling shy? Sakuna abruptly pushed him away, turning to sit upright, his entire being nearly ablaze with indignation. Was that intentional? Wataru supported his head, grinning innocently, having just awakened. Sakuna glared at him, while Wataru burst into laughter, pulling him back into his embrace. All right, I'm done teasing you. He leaned closer to Sakuna's ear, whispering, but your reactions are truly adorable. Sakuna swiftly covered his mouth, exclaiming, be quiet. Wataru blinked playfully, lightly biting the palm of his hand. Sakuna jerked his hand back, nearly steaming with embarrassment. Finally, Wataru, in a rare moment of mercy, released him and swung his legs over the side of the bed. I'm going to take a shower. As Sakuna lay staring at the ceiling, listening to the sound of water from the bathroom, he despaired and buried his face in his hands. When Wataru emerged, he was fully dressed in a loose black t-shirt and sweatpants, his hair still damp, exuding a refreshing casualness. He approached the bed and gazed at Sakuna, who was still cocooned in the covers, a smile curving at the corners of his lips. Sakuna, release your spirit form. What do you intend to do? Sakuna asked warily. Wataru snapped his fingers, and a magnificent snow leopard materialized, striding with elegance to the bedside, its azure eyes fixed intently on Sakuna. Before Sakuna could react, the snow leopard pounced upon him, its massive paws pressing down on his shoulders, its wet nose nuzzling his neck. Clumsy cat, Wataru chided, giving the leopard a gentle tap on the head. Don't be so rude. The snow leopard flicked its tail in dissatisfaction, but obediently stepped back. Wataru settled beside Sakuna, explaining, for the stability of your mental landscape, regular psychic integration is necessary. Psychic integration? Sakuna echoed. Yes, Wataru affirmed, rubbing the leopard's ears. While you were unconscious, your fox and my snow leopard formed quite the bond. Soon, a red fox appeared, ears perked with vigilance. The snow leopard excitedly bounded over, affectionately nudging the fox with its head before meticulously grooming its fur. Sakuna watched, somewhat embarrassed, as his spirit form was dominated and licked by the snow leopard. Appearing utterly submissive, Wataru chuckled lightly. It's perfectly fine. This large cat behaves like this when it encounters something it adores. With a resigned sigh, Sakuna inquired, so, how exactly do we perform this psychic integration? Leave that to me, Wataru replied, and Sakuna instinctively tensed. Noticing this, Wataru gently tousled his hair. Relax a little, and first, let me sense your pheromones. Pheromones? Sakuna questioned, puzzled. Wataru patiently clarified, guides possess guiding pheromones, while sentinels have their own pheromones. A guide can determine a sentinel's mental state through their pheromones. Sakuna, somewhat understanding, asked, for instance. Wataru leaned closer, a playful smile gracing his lips. For example, When you woke up just now, your emotional fluctuations were quite pronounced, shifting from calm to embarrassment. Sakuna felt his ears flush again, as Wataru naturally clasped his hand, fingertips gently caressing his palm. Now, try to relax and allow me to perceive your pheromones. Sakuna inhaled deeply, striving to steady his heartbeat. Wataru's guiding pheromones enveloped him gently, reminiscent of a tranquil snowy expanse, coaxing him into a state of ease. Unbeknownst to them, the snow leopard and the fox had curled up together, the leopard's large tail draping over the fox, both spirit forms comfortably closing their eyes. Wataru chuckled softly. They are far more honest than we are. Sakuna cast him a helpless glance, only to find Wataru suddenly leaning in, their foreheads touching as he whispered, "Now, close your eyes." Sakuna instinctively complied, and in the next moment, he felt Wataru's psychic energy tenderly probing into his mental landscape, akin to a gentle snowfall gradually blanketing every inch of land. The intimacy of the sensation caused his breath to quicken, yet Wataru's guiding pheromones remained a steady presence around him, preventing any panic from taking hold. Time seemed to stretch, and eventually, Wataru withdrew slowly, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. All done. Sakuna opened his eyes to find his spirit form, unbeknownst to him, now lounging atop the snow leopard's back, lazily flicking its tail. Wataru ruffled his hair, stating, "From now on, we will regularly integrate like this. Your mental landscape will stabilize more and more." Sakuna nodded, suddenly recalling something and hesitating. "So, what about the pheromones? Did you sense them?" Wataru blinked, grinning wickedly. "Oh yes, I did," he drawled. "Currently, you seem quite at ease, yet also rather shy." Sakuna's face flushed in embarrassment, and the bashful little fox turned away in a huff. Wataru leaned closer, the bridge of his nose brushing against Sakuna's neck as the large feline inhaled deeply. "How strange," he murmured, his warm breath grazing Sakuna's skin. "There seems to be no trace of your scent at all." Having just tucked away all his pheromones, Sakuna felt a flicker of guilt. "What scent?" "Your pheromones," Wataru replied, lifting his gaze, his cerulean eyes piercing into Sakuna's. His tone bore a hint of grievance, and as Sakuna felt the tickling sensation from Wataru's nuzzle, he instinctively turned his head to evade, only to have Wataru seize his wrist. "Don't move." Wataru's voice deepened. "Let me confirm something." Sakuna felt a gentle, yet compelling psychic force enveloping him, as Wataru's guiding pheromones seeped through his mental barriers like a fine mesh. The snow leopard seemed to sense its master's emotions, dragging the fox by the nape of its neck to their feet. The red fox struggled momentarily but was swiftly pinned down by the snow leopard, which began licking its ears, emitting soft whimpering sounds. "I found it," Wataru chuckled lightly. "It was merely concealed." Sakuna's ears turned crimson. "I did not." "You're lying," Wataru countered, lowering his head to graze his teeth lightly against Sakuna's neck. "Let out a little. Let me have a whiff." Sakuna drew in a sharp breath. Wataru's proximity and the distinct sensation of his teeth made him tense all over. A subtle ripple surged through his mental landscape. The fox, which had been calmly resting on the snow leopard's back, suddenly fluffed up its fur and scrambled to the corner of the bed. Wataru stifled a laugh. "Your spirit form is much more honest than you are." Sakuna, flustered and annoyed, pushed him away, but Wataru used the momentum to pin him onto the bed, his white-haired form hovering above him. The refreshing scent from his post-shower body mingling with the faint aroma of guiding pheromones. "If you didn't want me to discover this," Wataru mused, his thumb brushing over Sakuna's lower lip, "why don't you try actively releasing a bit of pheromones for me?" Thus, the mischievous white cat, through both persuasion and pressure, finally caught a whiff of the delightful little fox. Chapter 36, Finally Home. Wataru, thoroughly satisfied after inhaling the fox's scent, retrieved a tablet from his bag and beckoned Sakuna to sit beside him. "What are you doing?" Sakuna asked suspiciously as he complied. Wataru's long fingers glided over a 3D model of a house on the screen. "Renovating." Noticing Sakuna's puzzled expression, Wataru pointed to the item list, bringing up an image of a large bed, selecting a style, and adjusting the perspective to place it in the master bedroom. "For instance, this is the bed we purchased this morning. You can add whatever else you like." Sakuna's eyes twitched as he focused on the large bed displayed on the screen. "You expect to sleep in such a big bed all by yourself?" Wataru immediately donned a look of feigned hurt. "But didn't we agree to sleep together?" "I only promised for one night," Sakuna retorted through gritted teeth. "The implication is that the afternoon nap cuddle does not count for the night." Wataru Fushijiro blinked his cerulean eyes innocently, asking, "So, does that mean we can cuddle tonight?" Suguru Geto had never encountered someone so adept at twisting logic. Upon seeing the fox at a loss for words, Wataru happily scrolled through the screen, pulling up the design plans for the bathroom. "Look, I've chosen a double massage bathtub. What do you think?" Suguru snatched the tablet away, exclaiming, "Enough." Seizing the opportunity, Wataru pulled him into an embrace, resting his chin on Suguru's shoulder. Don't you like it, Geto? It makes sense. You're still growing, after all. It really needs to be a bit larger. Wataru. Suguru's ears turned crimson, and within the confines of his mental landscape, the red fox was furiously digging. I can wash my own bath. Wataru feigned a pitiful expression. Oh, really? And removed the double bathtub from the plans. Must we sleep together? You are, after all, a key subject of observation. Then I can sleep on the floor. Suguru countered. Wataru's face fell immediately, and he dramatically leaned against the sofa. But Geto, I can't afford to buy a blanket for the floor. He sighed, lamenting. The renovations cost so much that I could only afford one bed. Are you really going to make things difficult for poor me? Seeing Suguru, who had no concept of Wataru's finances, showing signs of softening, Wataru continued with his tearful, cat-like eyes. Geto, look, I've already spent so much money for you. Can you bear to let me sleep alone in that big bed? Suguru's sense of morality forbade him from being ungrateful, and he eventually sighed, conceding, fine. Wataru's eyes brightened. Seizing the moment, what about the bathroom? A double one? Suguru's expression remained impassive, single. But, to save money. Oh, Wataru lamented. It seems I can only play with oranges in the bathtub from now on. The earnest adult was completely oblivious to such matters. So Suguru continued diligently working on the renovations. Wataru propped his face up, grinning as he watched Suguru focused on the tablet, occasionally leaning in to offer his thoughts. Geto, this sofa looks rather dated, doesn't it? Suguru contemplated for a moment, swiftly sliding his finger across the screen to change the sofa from deep brown to a fresher beige. Wow, Geto, you really know how to manage. Wataru leaned against him. What about the curtains? Shouldn't we choose some that block out light better? After all, we might end up sleeping in. Aside from some inexplicable requests, Suguru generally accepted Wataru's suggestions. The two bickered and toiled until the late hours of the night, finally finalizing the renovation plans for their new home. Suguru rubbed his tired eyes and inquired, when will this be ready? Wataru stretched lazily, responding, tomorrow, if all goes well. So soon? Suguru was somewhat surprised. Well, it's because it's me, Wataru replied, proudly lifting his chin before flopping onto the bed and patting the pillow beside him. Geto, it's time for bed. Suguru cautiously glanced at him and leisurely pulled out another pillow, placing it squarely between them, precisely wedged at their waists. Wataru? Suguru said flatly, no funny business. Wataru blinked, pouting in feigned distress. Geto, that's unfair. I just wanted to hold you while we sleep. Suguru offered no reply, turning away to lie down. Good night. Wataru stared at the pillow obstructing them, deep in thought. After 3 seconds, he reached out to poke Suguru's back. Geto, the pillow fell to the floor. Who are you trying to fool? I'm serious. Suguru dismissed him lazily. Wataru sighed, rolled over, and effortlessly crossed the pillow barrier, wrapping his long limbs around Suguru's waist. Suguru gasped. Wataru. The pillow is still there. Wataru innocently pointed at the obstinate barrier still wedged between them. I just wanted to cuddle, not anything else. Suguru looked down, noticing the pillow was indeed still in place, but Wataru's arms were firmly encircling his waist. Let go. No. Wataru buried his face in the nape of Suguru's neck, mumbling. Geto, it's so warm. I'm afraid of the cold. Suguru immediately ceased his struggles. Wataru, having succeeded, smirked, tightening his embrace, and contentedly closed his eyes. As for the unfortunate pillow, it was stealthily taken by a snow leopard in the middle of the night and tossed beneath the bed. The morning sun streamed through the sheer curtains into the room. Suguru, still in a haze, sensed a familiar, unusual sensation behind him. Where's my pillow? Suguru awoke with a start, his ears burning, instinctively wanting to shift away. However, as soon as he moved, Wataru's arm tightened around his waist, and a languid voice came from behind. Where are you going? Getting up? Suguru gritted through his teeth. Liar. Wataru chuckled softly, rubbing his chin against Suguru's hair. You were clearly startled. Suguru, feeling both embarrassed and irritated, retorted. Who would be scared of you? Wataru flipped over, pulling him closer. Suguru was caught off guard. Finding himself pinned against Wataru's chest, their bodies pressed tightly together, and he could not help but feel the heat radiating from Wataru. Wataru. Suguru struggled briefly but was firmly held by Wataru's grip. Don't move. Wataru's blue eyes were half open, his voice still raspy from sleep. I didn't release any pheromones. Suguru protested. We formed a mental bond yesterday. The connection is still strong. Your emotional fluctuations are quite pronounced. Wataru chuckled softly, his fingers playfully pinching Suguru's lower back. Wataru's fluffy head nestled into the crook of Suguru's neck. Let me have a taste of your scent. Suguru froze. In the morning light, Wataru's tone lacked the usual sweetness he reserved for coaxing, sounding instead deeper and more magnetic. Suguru muttered an expletive, his face still flushed, and slowly released a faint trace of pheromones. Wataru sighed contentedly, inhaling deeply at his neck. Their bodies pressed closely together. Suguru could distinctly feel Wataru's heartbeat and body temperature. He tensed, attempting to mask his reaction, but couldn't suppress a quick breath. Wataru chuckled softly, the vibrations from his chest resonating against Suguru. Geto, you're so sensitive. I am not. Suguru's ears turned scarlet as he pushed Wataru away. I need to wash up. Wataru relinquished his hold, watching Suguru hurriedly jump out of bed. A pleased smile curling at the corners of his mouth. All right, then I'll go order breakfast. Chapter 37. The Ultimate Combination at Work. After playing with the child and finishing breakfast, Wataru embarked on another day as a corporate drone. As a guide with an assigned sentinel. His role revolved around swiftly addressing any out-of-control sentinels. Guides possess a downward-compatible level of mental control over sentinels, which means Wataru was often tasked with handling both high-level and uncertain-grade sentinels. So today's mission involves this white-haired lady? Suguru scrutinized the task report on Wataru's phone. Yes, we need to escort her safely to Kyoto, Wataru explained. How do you pronounce her name? Suguru inquired, pointing at the name beneath her photo. Wataru squinted through his sunglasses. Doesn't matter. But she asked the client. This was Suguru's first assignment, and he wished to make a good impression. Wataru, behind his shades, wore a flat expression and remained silent, staring intently at Suguru. Suguru felt uneasy under his gaze. Is something wrong? Wataru did not respond. Instead, he reached out, gripping Suguru's wrist and pinning him against the wall. Geto, he leaned in slightly, his voice low. You haven't called my name yet. Satoru Gojo paused momentarily, then provocatively remarked, You big jerk, haven't I called you already? With a sigh, he propped one hand against the wall, effectively cornering Suguru Geto in front of him. His sunglasses slipped slightly down his nose, revealing a pair of melancholic blue eyes that bore into Geto's very soul. It was neither Satoru nor Gojo. He leaned closer, whispering into Geto's ear, enunciating each word. It's Waku. Geto's breath hitched, his ears flushing with sudden warmth. Gojo's presence was so near, exuding a warmth that inexplicably quickened his heartbeat. Care to call out my name? Gojo insisted, his fingertips gently caressing the inner side of Geto's wrist, playfully coaxing, just one time? With no way to escape, Geto bit his lip, and after a moment's hesitation, finally managed to squeeze out the syllable, Waku. His voice, imbued with youthful clarity, had a slightly husky tone that was undeniably melodious. What's that? I didn't quite catch it. Gojo teased, tilting his head closer with a mischievous grin. If you can't say it clearly, then no mission for today. Pressured into a corner, Geto could endure no longer and shouted directly into Gojo's ear, Waku. Waku is a big jerk. Gojo leaned back slightly, momentarily taken aback, then burst into a hearty laugh, his chest vibrating with mirth, shoulders shaking with amusement. He swiftly pulled Geto into an embrace, tooling his hair vigorously. Ha ha. How can you be so adorable, Geto? You were the one who asked for my name first, so why am I the jerk? Regardless, you just enjoy bullying me. You jerk. Geto protested, swaying under Gojo's playful assault, struggling to swat his hands away. Who cares if you hear me or not? Are we going to do the mission or not? After all, it's our Geto's first mission, so of course we will. Gojo finally calmed down, pinching his cheek. But if you make me jealous again, it won't just be a matter of ruffling your hair next time. Geto shot him a glare. What else could you possibly do? Gojo narrowed his eyes, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Perhaps, make you call out my name all day long? Geto, perplexed, followed him as they bickered their way to the hotel lobby. As he opened the car door, he couldn't help but inquire. So, what is the client's name? With a languid smile, Gojo rested his hand on the steering wheel. Just call her Mei Mei. Geto acknowledged with a soft "oh," settling into the back seat. Just as he fastened his seatbelt, he heard Gojo abruptly ask, Aren't you going to make a phone call today? I already did yesterday, Geto replied, glancing down at the task details absent-mindedly. Gojo observed him through the rearview mirror. Two young ones like us should listen to their older brother's voice more for a sense of security. Geto's eyes narrowed suspiciously. What are you plotting now? Gojo's eyes sparkled with mischief. Oh, how did you guess, Geto? Inwardly, Geto rolled his eyes. This guy always had his tail up high like a smug cat whenever he had a scheme. Sure enough, the next moment, Gojo enthusiastically pitched, Geto, how about considering my exclusive services? Weekly, monthly, quarterly, or annual plans available. Please tell me it's not some scheme where you charge for how many hours I talk to you, and then get a week or a month of cuddles. Geto interrupted with an expressionless face. Bingo. I refuse. No worries, I'll make sure Geto agrees. I don't believe it. The duo continued their playful banter. Soon arriving at the cafe where they were to meet, Gojo led Geto inside, spotting Mei Mei, who had been waiting by the window. Dressed in a sharply tailored black suit, her silver hair cascaded casually, and her fingers tapped lightly against the edge of her coffee cup as she glanced up upon hearing their approach. Gojo, you're late again, she remarked, taking a sip of her coffee and glancing at her watch. Gojo, with a sheepish grin, pulled out a chair. I'll transfer the previous amount to your account. And by the way, didn't we two order drinks? That's a different price. Mei replied, nodding slightly, then turning her gaze to Geto who stood beside them. The young man quickly inclined his head respectfully. Miss Mei, I am Suguru Geto, the sentinel responsible for this mission. Her gaze flicked between the two. Gojo, how much do you think this information is worth? This young friend beside you. Mei pointedly looked at Geto. Will he be your dedicated sentinel in the future? Gojo, with a broad smile, interjected, you've been out of Tokyo lately, so perhaps your information isn't up to date. This person is one I personally selected. And it's already common knowledge. Geto merely nodded. Mei chuckled lightly, an S-rank sentinel duo. I trust one won't have to pay extra? Of course not, Gojo agreed. While Mei cast a knowing glance at him. You can handle it alone, right? Or are you planning to train this young one? Gojo immediately protested. Hey. Geto is no ordinary child. Geto, maintaining his stoic demeanor, added, and he is the one who acts more like a child. Mei raised an eyebrow. Gojo, seeing Geto laugh, seized the opportunity to pull him closer. Geto, how can you team up with outsiders to bully me? Who told you to speak carelessly? Geto retorted, struggling in vain as his ears turned crimson from embarrassment. Observing their playful exchange, Mei elegantly rose. Well then, shall we go, my young friends? Chapter 38. Who the hell are you? The vehicle glided smoothly along the highway toward Kyoto, with Mei and Suguru Geto seated side by side in the back seat. The white-haired woman's slender fingers danced rapidly across a calculator, emitting crisp beeping sounds as the numbers on the screen fluctuated. Unable to resist, Geto leaned over to sneak a glance, taking in a lengthy string of digits. What are you calculating? A password? Pressing the final equal sign. The calculator chimed an alert to reset. With a slight smile, Mei turned the screen toward Geto. No, it's the exact amount Satoru Gojo owes me. Geto stared at the staggering figure, lacking the courage to even count the digits. Gojo, from the driver's seat, burst into laughter. Geto, are you now considering my monthly service? Why are you so cheerful when she's just scamming you? Geto exclaimed incredulously. How is that amount even calculated? With a knowing smile, Mei retrieved a sleek notebook from her stylish handbag, flipping it open to reveal meticulously organized entries. Late arrivals incur a fee of 10 minutes per instance, calculated at double the hourly rate of an A-rank guide. Her slender finger traced a line. Assisting your two sisters in evading the tower's pursuit. Over 10 individuals, charged by level and head count. She paused for effect, adding, oh, and don't forget the confidentiality fee. After all, my integrity is quite valuable. Geto sighed in astonishment, realizing how versatile money could be. It's merely a trivial application of spiritual energy, nothing too challenging. Mei remarked casually. Moreover, as an A-rank guide, controlling a dozen individuals simultaneously is no trouble at all. Turning her gaze meaningfully toward Geto, she continued, however, all this money is being spent on your behalf by Gojo. Geto readily acknowledged this point. Mei shrugged, although Gojo certainly isn't short on funds. It does seem a bit unjust to spend money this way. The woman, who had received payment to persuade Geto, smirked from the front seat. Meanwhile, the genuinely frugal Geto contemplated whether he should opt for an annual plan. What is the approximate value of that annual card? Satoru Gojo hesitated before speaking, his mind beginning to devise ways to barter his own worth. With a triumphant grin, the scheming Satoru was ready to extract a hefty sum from the little fox. Suddenly, a deafening crash shattered the atmosphere as the car window exploded into a myriad of fragments. A muscular man, bearing a scarred lip, thrust his body through the shattered glass. Heading straight for the back seat, his indifferent gaze emanating a palpable aura of danger. Maki's reflexes were astonishingly swift, and her spirit companion, a crow, was instantly unleashed. Emitting a piercing caw as it viciously attacked the man's spirit manifestation, a gray wolf, within the confined space of the vehicle. The crow and the wolf engaged in a fierce skirmish, feathers and fur swirling in a chaotic tempest. The silver-haired woman embroiled in the fray silently lamented, anticipating another compensation for her mental distress. Satoru's spiritual energy unfurled in an instant, and a snow leopard leaped from the void, roaring as it lunged at the gray wolf. However, the moment his power brushed against Megami Fushiguro, it vanished without a trace, as if swallowed by the abyss. A dark sentinel. Satoru's expression darkened. Swiftly turning to Suguru Geto, his spiritual energy weaving around him like fine threads, rapidly stabilizing his mental landscape. Suguru, can you hold on? Suguru's senses were jolted by the sudden assault, causing him to tremble slightly. Yet, as Satoru's power enveloped him, he steadied his breath and nodded, signaling his readiness. Very well. A subtle smile graced Satoru's lips as he delicately enhanced Suguru's senses. In an instant, his vision sharpened dramatically, and his hearing, touch, and reaction speed soared to unprecedented levels. Is this the sensation of being augmented by a guide? Megami raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, excitement flickering in his expression as he redirected his focus towards Suguru. Intriguing, he murmured, his fists suddenly imbued with lethal intent. Suguru, invigorated by Satoru's support, found his heightened senses allowing him to precisely gauge every movement, every contraction of the man's muscles. He deftly sidestepped a sweeping kick, retaliating with a fierce elbow strike aimed at his opponent's ribs. The confined space of the vehicle transformed into a cage of combat, the sounds of fists and feet colliding reverberating incessantly. As the battle intensified, Megami's excitement escalated. He seized Suguru's arm, leveraging his strength to hurl him through the shattered window. Satoru. Suguru barely had time to shout as he found himself suspended outside the speeding vehicle. The wind howled in his ears as Megami clung to the roof with one hand, gripping Suguru with the other, their struggle continuing against the backdrop of the car's exterior. After several exchanges, Megami seized an opportune moment, propelling himself and Suguru off the vehicle, tumbling through the air before landing safely on the emergency lane of the highway. Once certain that the car, now devoid of brakes, had sped away, Megami released Suguru and hoisted him upright, casually patting Suguru's shoulder. A hint of approval curled the scarred man's lips. You've made some progress. Suguru brushed off the gesture, his teeth clenched in a low growl. Have you lost your mind? Why did you appear so suddenly? What reason? Megami shrugged, extracting a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it. There's a task on the bounty board to seize information from an A-rank guide, and it just so happens that our paths align. Merely a matter of convenience. Convenience? Suguru's temples throbbed in frustration. Do you realize how easily this could expose us? What's the big deal? Megami exhaled a plume of smoke. If we eliminate them all, no one will be the wiser. Suguru was momentarily silenced, inhaling deeply to regain his composure. What about how are they doing? Shouldn't you be more concerned about your mission? Megami gestured with his chin towards the vehicle in the distance, where the snow leopard had forced to stop. Your guide is still waiting there for you. Suguru, do not forget your purpose in remaining close to Satoru. Observing the car door creak open in the distance, Megami extinguished his cigarette, languidly advising Suguru, let us play our roles to the end. They cannot die yet, nor can you reveal yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes sharpened, and he unleashed a punch, slicing through the air with tremendous force. Even with Satoru's enhancement, enabling Suguru to barely keep pace with Megami's speed. The disparity in raw physical strength and combat prowess remained stark. Megami's strikes were calculated and deadly, each landing with precision, while Suguru struggled to defend himself, retreating under the force of the blows, his arms numbing from the impact. Megami's movements bore a playful taunt, effortlessly evading Suguru's counterattacks. A sweeping kick sent him sprawling, followed by a knee crashing against his chest. Suguru stifled a groan, feeling as though his ribs might shatter. Just then, an overwhelming wave of spiritual pressure swept in from the distance, suffocating in its intensity. The dark sentinel withstood the mighty psychic onslaught, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Satoru's spiritual energy was colossal, creating an almost tangible domain. Megami clicked his tongue, releasing Suguru and standing tall, eyes fixed on the rapidly approaching Satoru. Boom. Megami crossed his arms to absorb the blow, the asphalt beneath him cracking under the immense force, causing him to slide back several meters. Shaking off the tingling in his arms, he grinned. Not bad at all. You're far from it. Suguru swiftly recalibrated his breathing, charging from the side to coordinate with Satoru's attack. Megami feigned a strike to drive Satoru back, then delivered a swift kick to Suguru, propelling himself backward to create distance. Let us call it a day. Megami stretched his shoulders, feeling content with the day's exertions. With that, he turned and vanished in a flurry of agile movements. Chapter 39. A cat lures a fox. The highway fell into an eerie silence, the only remnants being the disarray on the ground and the slightly hurried breaths of the two men. The snow leopard crouched beside Suguru, its fluffy head nuzzling against his leg before extending its warm, rough tongue to gently lick the dust from Suguru's cheek. The coarse texture of the feline's tongue eased the tension in Suguru's frayed nerves. Hey, don't get him all wet. Satoru playfully tapped the snow leopard's head. At that moment, Satoru's spiritual energy felt gentle, cautiously probing into Suguru's mental landscape. Suguru found himself enveloped by an endless expanse of azure sky. The residual turbulence from their battle, the anger and struggle faced against Megami, and the underlying anxiety about his mission were all tenderly soothed beneath this tranquil canopy. Satoru's spiritual essence meticulously untangled each of Suguru's chaotic nerves, mending the subtle psychic wounds inflicted during their fierce encounter. This sensation was both exquisitely comforting and perilously intoxicating. Suguru involuntarily shut his eyes, surrendering to the profound tranquility as his physical exhaustion and mental strain dissipated rapidly. I'm fine now, Satoru. After a long while. Suguru slowly opened his eyes, his voice raspy from emerging from deep relaxation. Satoru smiled, leaning closer to Suguru. See, This is the premium aftercare service of a top-tier guide. Now, about that annual card. Have you given it some thought? Suguru met Satoru's sly gaze, a smile creeping onto his face. Is this top-tier guide truly the strongest? He inquired, testing the waters. Upon hearing those words, Satoru Gojo's smile widened, and he extended a finger to gently tap his own chest, then proceeded to do the same to Suguru Geto's. I alone can be the strongest, he paused, his cerulean eyes piercing deeply into Geto's. But, Geto, together we are the strongest. Suguru Geto averted his gaze from Gojo's intense stare, redirecting his attention towards the direction where Megami Fushijiro had vanished, thus shifting the topic. Was that person exceptionally powerful? It was not a question but a statement. Even with Gojo's amplification, he felt utterly suppressed by the opponent. Indeed, Gojo affirmed. If I am not mistaken, he should be the sole Dark Sentinel in Japan today. Dark Sentinel? Precisely, Gojo explained patiently. In simple terms, it refers to someone who has endured trauma severe enough to shatter any Sentinel's psyche, yet has not succumbed to madness. Instead, they emerged through sheer willpower, reconstructing their mental landscape. Observing the confusion in Geto's eyes, he continued, their mental landscapes are remarkably fortified, self-enclosed, and impervious to any external mental intrusion. Therefore, the majority of a guide's mental attacks and soothing efforts are utterly ineffective against them. They do not require a guide. Their emotions exist in a state of absolute stability, an utter void. Without frenzy, there are no weaknesses. Geto lifted his head to regard the man beside him, exuding an air of unassailable confidence, and posed the most pressing question, can you defeat him? Gojo raised an eyebrow at this inquiry. Of course. Will I be able to defeat him in the future? Well, Gojo winked at Geto. For my annual card members, I can offer some extra care. For instance, he waggled a finger in front of Geto's eyes, one-on-one exclusive combat guidance, around-the-clock mental link practice, and the wicked white cat leaned forward, ambiguously adding, comprehensive, soul-deep sensory synchronization training. The former was comprehensible, but what about the latter? You silly. It means physical union. Geto was taken aback, repeating the unfamiliar phrase, physical union? As soon as the words left his mouth, he caught sight of the mischievous smile blossoming on Gojo's handsome face, which could only be described as diabolical. In an instant, Geto regretted his inquiry. Physical union, Geto, as the name implies, is the most profound physical connection between a sentinel and a guide. Gojo deliberately elongated his tone, his voice laced with a coaxing quality. Through intimate contact, we establish a primordial and steadfast channel that transcends the mental realm. As for the benefits, Gojo's smile grew ever more radiant. Firstly, and most importantly, it can maximize the efficiency of our mental link. In battle, I can achieve perfect amplification and restoration without needing to probe into your mental landscape. Your senses will become my senses, my judgments will become your instincts, and there will be no delays or barriers between us. This is undoubtedly the ideal state every sentinel yearns for. Moreover, this union significantly broadens and stabilizes your mental threshold. In essence, you will be able to withstand more formidable powers and more intense emotional fluctuations without the risk of succumbing to collapse. In simpler terms, it grants you a permanent, top-tier enhancement buff. Gojo paused, savoring the mixture of shock and wavering expression on Geto's face. Lastly, of course, it includes the pinnacle of aftercare services. The wicked white cat transformed into a wicked yellow cat, describing it as an experience 1,000 times more pleasurable than mere mental counseling. One that allows both body and soul to reach the utmost relaxation and delight. After saying this, he straightened up and with a smile, turned to the now silent Geto, spreading his hands in an innocent gesture as if to say, do you see how clearly I have explained this? It enables you to grow stronger while also providing immense pleasure. It's a splendid thing. As for how pleasurable, if Geto wished, he could indulge to his heart's content. Geto remained silent for a while, slowly digesting this overwhelming amount of information. It can make you stronger while also providing pleasure. This summary felt peculiar. How exactly will this be executed? Gojo had been waiting for this question. His smile brightened instantly as he shifted closer to Geto, diminishing the already scant distance between them. A crisp and potent guiding essence enveloped the air, causing Geto's breath to hitch slightly. Excellent question, Geto. To engage in this highest level of union, two crucial prerequisites must be met. He extended 2 fingers. First, an absolutely private and secure environment is required. During the union, both Sentinel and Guide will enter a state of extreme openness, both sensorially and mentally, which allows for no interruptions. Secondly, he retracted 1 finger, his gaze intensely fixed on Geto's eyes, and this is paramount. Both parties must be completely willing. Any hint of coercion or hesitation could lead to the failure of the union, potentially inflicting irreversible damage to both mental landscapes. Geto nodded in understanding. This all seemed quite normal. As for the specifics of execution, Geto sensed a teasing undertone in the guiding essence. We begin with the most fundamental physical contact, gradually building trust and connection. As for the remaining steps, if you truly acquire an annual card, I can personally guide you through them, step by step. Chapter 40. Quarrels at the head of the bed and reconciliation at the foot. The asphalt of the highway lay torn asunder by battle, and the air still lingered with the remnants of smoke and dust. 3 individuals, a snow leopard, and a totaled vehicle stood as obstructions on the highway, with Suguru Geto forcibly powered down by Satoru Gojo, now lying atop the snow leopard's furry back. The only 2 conscious beings engaged in a cross-frequency conversation. How about we take the Shinkansen? The tower has already dispatched personnel, but I haven't ridden the Shinkansen in ages. Are you suggesting you would walk along the highway to the station? We could hijack someone else's car to get to the station. If we already have a vehicle, why go to the station? I said we need to take the Shinkansen. You are not even listening to me. The ethereal being continued to idly tap her calculator before speaking. Our operation is strictly confidential. Having the crow seek out the mole incurs additional charges. What a bother. I'm not interested in work. Gojo languidly leaned against the side, exploring Geto's mental landscape through their mental link. The ethereal being's gaze fell upon the slumbering Geto, hinting, do you suspect him? Geto has indeed concealed many things from me, but I trust him on this. Based on your infatuation with his pheromones? Because he doesn't want me to owe you more money. The 2 exchanged a knowing smile. The sanctuary hasn't deteriorated to the extent of allowing an S-class sentinel to wander outside for 5 years. So, the fox's tail was intentionally revealed. Then, in the distance, the roar of engines approached. Several black SUVs glided to a stop nearby. The doors opened, and pairs of sentinels and guides clad in tactical gear began to disembark, surrounding the area in a defensive formation. The ethereal being stowed her calculator and waved at Gojo. If you need to investigate further, remember to reach out to me. Upon hearing this, Gojo raised an eyebrow with a smile. Sure. The ethereal being nodded in satisfaction and entered the vehicle. Gojo commandeered one of the cars, returning to Tokyo with Geto in tow. Suguru Geto gradually opened his eyes, feeling as though his mental landscape had been meticulously tidied, smooth, and tranquil. He then began to survey his surroundings, the intricate patterns of the ceiling, the hues of the walls, and some uniquely aesthetic furniture that evoked an eerily familiar sensation. Suddenly, he recalled the moment on the highway when Satoru Gojo had unexpectedly struck him at the nape of his neck. Geto resolved to seek clarity from someone. There, leaning against the bedside, Gojo rested his chin on his interlaced hands, silently observing him. Before Geto could voice his inquiry, Gojo interjected, "Ah, you're finally awake. Why did you knock me out?" Shouldn't the first words be a heartfelt thank you to the magnificent Satoru for his careful mental guidance? The man's tone was a blatant accusation. The mischievous cat has spoken first. Geto found Gojo's behavior utterly perplexing. Oh, am I not already a frequent user? He retorted, what is so remarkable about being rich? Does one not need to express gratitude for receiving guidance if they are wealthy? And here I am, without funds, still passively receiving this guidance. Thank you very much. Gojo nodded in satisfaction. So why did you knock me out? Because I needed to discuss certain topics with Megami that are unsuitable for those under 20, Gojo asserted with an air of righteousness. Such as? Geto inquired, his expression a mix of suspicion and curiosity. Gojo instantly straightened up, adopting an exaggerated demeanor that blended mystery and seriousness, lowering his voice conspiratorially as he leaned closer to Geto. For instance, he elongated the syllables, his tone shrouded in secrecy. We discussed the release date of the latest limited edition desserts and how to acquire the unrestricted Kijifuku. Such brutal adult topics, filled with monetary and strategic warfare, are far too tainting for your innocent young mind. Geto was taken aback by Gojo's audacity and the rapid-fire, emotionally charged nonsense that ensued. Satoru, he managed to squeeze out through gritted teeth, don't think you can sidestep this. Oh, really? Gojo exclaimed, his striking blue eyes widening in surprise, then snapping his fingers as if struck by a revelation. You find the topic of desserts too trivial, unworthy of our profound conversations, don't you? Geto regarded him with an impassive expression. All right, I won't jest any longer, Gojo said earnestly, a smile dancing in his tone. Actually, Megami and I were discussing a very serious academic issue. I couldn't have guessed you two had any academic prowess, Geto replied dryly. We were deliberating whether an S-rank sentinel, left in the wild for 5 years without the mental guidance of a top-tier guide, would end up with a mental landscape overgrown with weeds, potentially affecting physiological functions, such as the luster of one's hair. Gojo exclaimed, pointing out a strand of Geto's dark hair, inspecting it closely. Indeed, the tips are split. This is all because of the absence of my beloved guidance. Geto, you are slowly committing slow-motion suicide. How could I stand idly by while your precious hair withers away? Hence, I had to act decisively and knock you out to bring you back for urgent care. That is utter nonsense. Geto swatted Gojo's hand away, his patience wearing thin. There's absolutely no correlation. There's a significant correlation. Gojo immediately retorted. Consider this. If we were to discuss the deterioration of your hair quality in front of you, wouldn't it hurt you? Wouldn't you feel inadequate? Wouldn't the blow be so severe that it could lead to a mental breakdown? I'm merely protecting your fragile self-esteem, Gojo declared, thumping his chest, his logic impressively coherent and unassailable. Geto took a deep breath, trying to pry open the other's mind, stuffed as it was with confectionery and fallacious reasoning. First, he raised a finger, forcing himself to remain calm. Miss Ijishi previously informed me that the influence of mental states on physiology is gradual. It cannot lead to a decline in hair quality within mere seconds. Second, even if my hair were to deteriorate, I value my personal safety and right to know far more than my fragile self-esteem. Thus your claim of doing this for my benefit is utterly invalid. Wow, Geto, I must say, your inexplicable logical arguments are quite impressive, Gojo clapped, though his expression remained unyielding. However, your logic has a massive flaw. What flaw? Geto furrowed his brow. The flaw is this. The reasoning you presented is that of an ordinary person. As for me, I am Satoru Gojo. The strongest logic is mine. If I say it's visible, then it's visible. If I say it's for your good, then it is indeed for your good. Such a statement, bordering on thievery of logic, made the veins on Geto's forehead twitch furiously. You are being unreasonable. Geto ground his teeth. I am merely asserting my reasoning, Gojo declared, hands raised in defiance. Geto was momentarily at a loss for words, preparing to organize his thoughts for a new round of accusations, determined to clarify this matter today. Just then, Gojo's eyes widened in shock, his expression shifting from triumph to utter astonishment. Oh no, he shouted. Startled by this sudden exclamation, Geto inquired warily. What's wrong? Crash. A loud, resonant sound of shattering glass echoed from the living room, followed by a series of dull thuds and animal growls. They're fighting. They're fighting, Gojo exclaimed, slapping his thigh in delight. Geto, your fox and my snow leopard are brawling in the living room. It must be that your fox is being unreasonable. It's undoubtedly your snow leopard bullying my fox due to its size. Nonsense. My big cat is incredibly gentle. Cats reflect their owners. The two bickered as they hurried towards the living room. In the midst of the chaos, the enormous snow leopard persistently nudged its head against the red fox, who fluffed up its fur, baring its teeth and repeatedly swatting the snow leopard's wet nose away. When the snow leopard was brushed aside, it tilted its head and approached again, intent on grooming the fox. Finally, the fox could no longer endure it and bit down on the thick skin of the snow leopard. See, Gojo pointed at the scene. Your fox initiated the assault. Domestic violence. Outright domestic violence. That was simply your snow leopard's sexual harassment. What sexual harassment? My big cat merely wishes to express joy at this long-awaited reunion. How long has it been since they last saw each other? What's wrong with a little grooming? You're being stingy. It was groomed just last night. As Geto countered, he surveyed his surroundings. It seemed as though this place was, perhaps, a home they had selected together. A bizarre yet oddly harmonious blend of styles. Geto's words caught in his throat as he stood there, dazed, taking in this simultaneously familiar yet strange environment. Gojo, still brimming with pride, gazed at him warmly. Welcome home, Geto. Chapter 41. The fox has been duped. Humph, Geto replied, slightly awkward. I have yet to forgive you for knocking me out. Upon hearing this, Gojo's smile widened. Oh, Geto, you're being quite petty, still holding on to that? What will it take for you to forgive me? A kiss, a hug, or to be lifted high? As he spoke, he opened his arms, ready to give Geto a bear hug. Get lost. Geto mercilessly elbowed him away, his ears turning inexplicably red. First, clean up the shards on the floor. At your service, Gojo exclaimed cheerfully, turning to fetch a broom and dustpan. Watching his busy figure, Geto leaned against the wall, the tension in his shoulders finally easing. He cast his gaze downwards, where the red fox had ceased its standoff with the snow leopard. Now being tenderly licked behind the ears by the snow leopard's warm tongue, its eyes half closed in bliss. Suguru Geto let out a sigh. Very well, home it is then. Satoru Gojo quickly tidied up and entered the kitchen, where the gentle clinking of pots and pans resonated. Suguru stood in the living room for a moment, observing the spiritual entity that had nearly melted into a puddle of fox pastry from all the licking, and ultimately, unable to suppress his curiosity, followed to the kitchen door. The kitchen was open-plan, spacious and luminous. Can you cook? Satoru turned at the question, a grin spreading across his face. I am quite adept, you know. Sometimes takeout is just unbearable. Suguru nodded in understanding. For a sentinel guide with a discerning palate, mass-produced takeout was indeed a torment. After all, He was still responsible for 2 little girls, and given the constraints, what he could prepare was limited to mere sustenance. Satoru smiled at him. So what do you say? Suguru? Care to lend a hand? These kitchen tools appeared remarkably modern. Living here meant he couldn't rely solely on Satoru for everything. Consequently, he nodded and stepped inside. First, this, Satoru pointed to a sleek machine. This is a blender. If you wish for soy milk or juice, toss the ingredients in and press a button. How impressive! Suguru remarked with awe as he gazed at the blender. And this, Satoru opened a drawer to reveal a built-in dishwasher. After dining, simply place the plates and bowls inside. Add a tablet, and it will clean itself thoroughly. Suguru observed the intricate internal structure, a question mark hovering above his head. Seeing his serious demeanor, Satoru continued to introduce him to the air fryer, garbage disposal, and smart rice cooker, each one expanding Suguru's horizons like a true primitive man. What do you think? Quite convenient, isn't it? Suguru earnestly nodded. Yes, quite remarkable. Satoru found his earnestness endearing, watching Suguru's inquisitive fox-like eyes. So, Suguru, would you like to help me? Suguru nodded, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. What would you like to eat tonight? Satoru opened the refrigerator door. Feel free to choose. This chef can do it all. Suguru leaned in, scrutinizing the array of ingredients, his expression gradually stiffening. What on earth is all this? He stared at the elegantly packaged, flamboyantly labeled ingredients, falling into a brief silence. A 5 Wagyu beef, Hokkaido sea urchin, truffle sauce, caviar, Iberian ham, none of which he had ever encountered, and being somewhat illiterate, Suguru fell silent. He slowly raised his gaze to Satoru. Satoru blinked innocently. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Suguru remained silent for 2 seconds before finally dryly stating, just make whatever is convenient for you. Satoru chuckled. Suguru fell silent. Satoru laughed outright. Suguru, flustered, retorted, what's so funny? I've never had these before. Satoru, still smiling, retrieved a piece of Wagyu. Then let us have this tonight. A seared steak with truffle sauce, and a seafood soup. How does that sound? Suguru stared at the beautifully marbled meat, hesitating. Isn't this rather expensive? Satoru reassured him, not at all. It came free with the refrigerator. Very well. Satoru skillfully tied on an apron, casually tossing another to Suguru. Here, Suguru, help me with the side dishes. Suguru accepted the apron, bowing his head to figure out how to tie it. Satoru quickly moved behind him, wrapping his arms around his waist, deftly tying the strings. I can tie it myself. The process of cooking and dining unfolded smoothly, with Suguru diligently observing how the dishwasher operated while clearing the dishes. Satoru leaned against the kitchen doorway, his gaze resting on Suguru's silhouette. Suguru's shoulders were elegantly shaped, his waist narrow yet strong, and the oversized loungewear made him appear soft. Satoru swallowed hard and asked, Suguru, how about we explore physical intimacy tonight? The deep connection between a sentinel and guide transcended mere mental fusion. It was an utter physical alignment. Should they succeed, his strength would undergo a qualitative leap, potentially allowing him to contend with formidable opponents like Fushiguro Megami in a short span. No longer would he feel powerless, nor would he rely solely on Satoru for emotional stability. Very well. A smile curled at Satoru's lips. Is there anything we need to prepare? Satoru tilted his head. Well, bathing first, as success cannot be achieved in one go. The sound of water soon filled the bathroom, and Satoru leisurely followed, leaning against the wall outside, listening to the gentle patter of water within, cheerfully contemplating the essentials for their first time. Suguru stood beneath the shoriad, warm water cascading over his shoulders and back. It must succeed. It must be able to defeat that person. He clenched his fists, water droplets escaping between his fingers. The bedroom was illuminated solely by a warm yellow bedside lamp, where Satoru had already settled against the headboard, his snowy hair glowing softly in the light. Upon seeing Suguru enter, he smiled, patting the space beside him. Suguru, come here. Suguru's gaze swept across the bedside table, adorned with several jars and a small, unsealed square package. What exactly must we do? Satoru took hold of his wrist, gently pulling him into the warm embrace of the sheets. Suguru was caught off guard as he tumbled into a sea of warmth, barely able to react before Satoru enveloped him from behind. Warm skin pressed against his back, breaths tickling his ear. Just leave everything to me. Satoru's warm lips brushed against the sensitive skin behind Suguru's ear, his low laughter sending shivers down Suguru's spine. Suguru, relax. The man's voice was magnetic and gentle, as the guide's pheromones gradually seeped into Suguru's senses. Suguru's breaths quickened, enveloped by the guide's pheromones, his entire being tingling. His consciousness began to blur, overwhelmed by Satoru's body heat and the sensation of his wandering fingertips. Satoru. Satoru chuckled softly, his lips tracing down Suguru's neck, lightly nibbling at it while his fingers teased the collar of Suguru's shirt. Give me a taste of your essence. Suguru's ears flushed crimson as he obediently released his pheromones, a crisp sandalwood scent laced with a hint of bitterness, clean and tranquil. Satoru clearly relished this, his spiritual tendrils gently entwining around Suguru. The red fox instinctively lifted its head as the snow leopard's nose brushed lightly against its ear, their spiritual forms drawing closer in a blend of pheromones. In a daze, Suguru's mental landscape expanded into an endless sky, clear blue, boundless, and infinite. The red fox and snow leopard stood side by side on clouds, their feet resting upon soft billows, the snow leopard's tail wrapping around the fox's waist. The spiritual tableau was momentarily merging. Satoru's hand slipped beneath Suguru's shirt, fingers gliding teasingly across his side, carrying an air of seduction. Suguru's breath hitched, his body instinctively tensing. The sentinel's senses were heightened, magnified several-fold by the guide's pheromones. Ryutai's voice trembled slightly, his fingers clenching the bed sheets. Ryutai chuckled softly, his fingertips tracing circles on the sensitive skin of Suguru's abdomen, applying just the right amount of pressure to render him utterly weak. Suguru bit down on his lower lip, his Adam's apple bobbing. Ryutai's fingers continued their ascent, gliding over his ribs before gently pressing at his chest. Suguru shuddered violently. This area is particularly sensitive. Ryutai's voice was laced with delight as he deliberately toyed with that sensitive spot. Suguru's chest heaved, his lip clenched tightly, a faint whimper escaping his throat. Ryutai's fingertip brushed lightly, causing Suguru to arch his back involuntarily. Ryutai? No. The youthful tone had taken on a hint of pleading, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Ryutai chuckled softly, leaning down to place a kiss on the nape of his neck. All right. Suguru, flustered and embarrassed, closed his eyes, his body uncontrollably aflame. Ryutai truly relished the sensation of kneading soft flesh. Unable to endure any longer, Suguru let out a low gasp, collapsing into Ryutai's embrace. Ryutai's smile broadened with joy. Suguru, this is just the beginning. Chapter 42, The Pleased Cat. Overall, it cannot be deemed a success. Ryutai looked down at him, unable to suppress a laugh. Is it still all right? Suguru mumbled a muffled burying his face deeper into his chest. Did it really scare you? It wasn't Ryutai that frightened him. It was the unfamiliar and overwhelming sensation of losing control, every reaction beyond his command, rationality crumbling to dust. Is Suguru afraid? Suguru raised an arm, covering his face with his palm, attempting to conceal his disarray and embarrassment. He could not see Ryutai's expression, isolating himself from visual stimuli, leaving only heightened sensations of touch and sound. Then let us wait for next time. Ryutai's voice floated gently, devoid of impatience or unfulfilled desire. He conveyed, in the simplest and most direct manner, it's all right. I fully embrace your loss of control. Ryutai reached out, not attempting to pry away Suguru's hands from his face, but gently grasped his other cold wrist, gradually warming it with his palm. Fool. After a considerable time, Ryutai finally spoke softly, resting his chin atop Suguru's head. The response came in the form of Suguru, burying himself deeper into Ryutai's chest. The air was thick with an intimate warmth, and Suguru felt a wave of vulnerability and shame wash over him. What should we do next? The question felt somewhat aimless. Even he did not know precisely what he was inquiring about, whether about the awkwardness of the present moment or his own disheveled state. Ryutai's fingers soothingly traced down his back. You should shower first. It's uncomfortable to feel sticky. Suguru pulled back slightly from his embrace, finally lowering his hand from his face, revealing fox-like eyes glistening with moisture, their corners tinged with a faint blush. Why do I have to go first? Ryutai, unable to resist, leaned down to kiss the corner of his eye, before lazily smiling. Shall we go together? The heat that had just subsided surged anew. Suguru's ears flushed instantly. I don't want to. Merely imagining that scenario sent his mind spiraling. He steadied himself, his gaze unconsciously drifting downward. Ryutai, are you uncomfortable? After all, he was the one who had botched everything. Ryutai had halted for his sake, and this consideration filled him with both softness and guilt. Upon hearing the question, the smile on Ryutai's face deepened. He took Suguru's hand, the warmth of his palm imprinting through the thin fabric. I'm really uncomfortable. His voice was low. So, will you help me, Suguru? Suguru, still dazed, asked. How can I help? Ryutai chuckled softly, enveloping Suguru's hand within his own, gently placing his palm over it. Foreheads touching, breaths intertwining. The room resonated with the rhythm of their united heartbeats. Suguru remained rigid, unable to meet Ryutai's gaze, focusing solely on the sensations at hand. Time passed, and an unfamiliar yet potent aroma filled the air as Ryutai's breathing finally steadied. Suguru stood frozen, momentarily at a loss. All right, Ryutai said with a soft laugh, his voice still bearing a trace of hoarseness. You've been a great help. Chapter 43, A Fight. Literally. The following morning, Suguru stood before the mirror, foam from his toothbrush filling his mouth, his expression particularly grave. He furrowed his brows, brushing his teeth with an almost exaggerated seriousness. Wutai leaned against the doorframe, one hand in his pocket, observing him leisurely. Clad in loose sleepwear, his white hair tousled, his eyes sparkled with mirth. "What's the matter?" he asked knowingly, his voice dripping with the laziness of early morning. "Why so serious, little fox?" Suguru paused at the question, mumbling indistinctly before quickly rinsing his mouth. Wiping the moisture from his lips, he met Wutai's gaze in the mirror, his eyes evasive. "It's nothing. Really nothing?" Wutai stepped closer, wrapping his arms around Suguru's waist from behind, resting his chin lightly on his shoulder. "Your face is filled with heavy thoughts." Suguru stiffened slightly at the unexpected intimacy. After a moment of silence, he finally admitted in a low voice, "I think I embarrassed myself last night." Wutai was momentarily taken aback. Then a low chuckle bubbled up from his chest, sending a shiver down Suguru's back. "Embarrassed? Where's the embarrassment in that?" He turned his head, nuzzling Suguru's cheek. "You did wonderfully, Suguru." Suguru pursed his lips, meeting Wutai's blue eyes in the mirror, nodding seriously. "Yes," he said, "next time. I'll definitely manage to handle a third finger." Wutai beamed at Suguru's adorably earnest expression, laughing heartily. He turned Suguru to face him, leaning slightly to whisper into his flushed ear, "Suguru, you felt the size of it, right? Next time, be prepared for 4 fingers." Wutai's words effortlessly shattered the fragile mental barrier Suguru had just managed to build. Heat radiated from his ears, rapidly engulfing his entire face, then spreading to his neck, until his chest felt ablaze. Suguru stood frozen in place, smoke practically rising from him. Wutai, delighted by Suguru's completely flustered state, grinned widely, poking at Suguru's heated cheek with his fingertip. Standing upright, he stretched lazily, his joints cracking softly. "I'll go prepare breakfast. What would you like? Perhaps tamagoyaki?" Suguru remained rooted in place, his mind a blank slate, only able to blink slowly. "All right, got it." Wutai cheerfully turned and sauntered out of the bathroom. For fingers, this bastard. Eating food prepared by Wutai was truly a delight. He was adept at everything. Suguru felt elated, though he kept it to himself. Today, instead of adjusting sensory sensitivity, he planned to take Suguru to practice some martial arts. Satoru Gojo returned to his room to change into his work uniform, and upon donning his eye mask, his demeanor transformed instantaneously from a languid, homey vibe to one radiating sharpness and intensity. Suguru Geto pondered for a moment before adorning himself with the necklace gifted by Gojo, the sapphire ring resting delicately against his collarbone. He then styled his long hair into a small bun, exposing the graceful curve of his nape. Gojo's gaze fell upon that smooth expanse of skin, causing his throat to swallow instinctively. He held back for a brief second, yet succumbed to the impulse, stepping forward to gently place a kiss on Geto's nape. Geto froze momentarily, a faint blush suffusing his skin. "Hey," he exclaimed, abruptly turning to face Gojo, his ears aflame, glaring at the innocent smile adorning Gojo's face. "A reward," Gojo replied with a playful grin, finding Geto's little bun utterly charming. Geto gritted his teeth, but ultimately averted his gaze, hastening towards the entrance. Upon arriving at the tower, Gojo led Geto to Shoko Iari's infirmary. "Shoko, let us see how Geto is faring," he announced, breezily pushing open the door and ushering Geto inside. Shoko looked up lazily at their entrance, gesturing for Geto to sit, then deftly retrieved her medical instruments to commence the examination. The procedure lasted approximately 30 minutes, during which Shoko maintained a composed expression, glancing at Gojo, who nodded in understanding. "You're recovering quite well," Shoko remarked as she concluded her assessment, noting that Geto's mental state was also remarkably intact. "It appears you two are indeed well suited for each other." "Thank you, Miss Iari," Geto replied gratefully. "No need for thanks," Gojo chimed in with a grin, while Shoko shrugged nonchalantly. As they exited the infirmary, the pair traversed the corridor towards the training grounds. Along the way, numerous sentinels greeted Gojo, who reciprocated with ease, occasionally exchanging lighthearted banter. Geto followed closely behind, observing Gojo navigate social interactions effortlessly, marveling at how he truly was the center of attention. The administrator had allocated Gojo a private training room, sufficiently equipped to meet their every training need. The spacious training area was adorned with an array of neatly hung weapons. "Let us not test the weapons today," Gojo declared, stretching his neck with a series of satisfying cracks. "Let us engage in pure hand-to-hand combat, and see where your current strength lies." Geto's expression sharpened at this. "You needn't hold back." A smirk crept onto Gojo's lips beneath his mask, of course. No sooner had he spoken than Geto launched himself at Gojo. His strikes were swift and fierce, yet Gojo adeptly evaded or blocked every incoming attack just before they made contact. He remained entirely in a defensive stance, neutralizing Geto's every move. Geto's relentless barrage was both dense and fluid, yet he found himself unable to breach Gojo's defenses. Gradually, frustration began to simmer within him, beads of sweat forming on his brow as his breathing grew labored. The vexation of being unable to land a blow ignited a flicker of anger inside him. Geto. No need to rush, Gojo chuckled. Taking a deep breath, Geto endeavored to anticipate Gojo's blocking direction, altering his attack trajectory preemptively. Gojo murmured, a wider grin breaking across his face. Geto's attacks began to grow more strategic, moving beyond mere brute force. Impressive for an S-class, Gojo acknowledged. Finally shifting from pure defense to a gradual counterattack, his strikes measured and lethal, targeting Geto's vulnerabilities. Geto's nerves were taut, fully concentrated on countering Gojo's responses. Under Gojo's guidance, he absorbed combat techniques and insights fervently. The sounds of fists and feet colliding became increasingly frenetic, their figures dancing in a whirlwind across the expansive space, stirring up gusts of wind. Gojo felt a surge of satisfaction at Geto's progress, even finding it somewhat unexpected. During a brief lull in their exchanges, Geto's offensive slackened, revealing a fleeting opening. Seizing the moment, Gojo swiftly maneuvered behind Geto, extending his arm to lock him in place. His broad hand firmly pressing against Geto's chest while his other arm encircled Geto's waist, effectively ensnaring him. Geto, you've lost, Gojo declared, a hint of triumph in his voice as he leaned closer to Geto's ear, whispering, care for a break? He felt Geto's chest heaving from exertion, the tension in his muscles palpable due to the restraint. Geto suddenly halted, refusing to speak, and then thrust his head backwards. Oof. Gojo had not anticipated this counter, and the sudden impact knocked him off balance, loosening his grip momentarily. Geto seized the opportunity to break free, spinning away and gasping, it's not over yet. The two engaged once more, the intensity of their confrontation escalating, sweat soaking their garments as their muscles strained and breaths grew ragged. Ultimately, after a fierce clash of strength and skill, Gojo spotted an opening and executed a sweeping low kick, causing Geto to lose his balance and fall backward. Gojo followed closely, pinning Geto to the ground. He secured Geto's struggling wrist with one hand, raising it above his head, while positioning his leg between Geto's to completely immobilize him. Their chests pressed together, breaths mingling. Geto, Gojo panted, his voice low beside Geto's ear. Are you ready to concede? Chapter 44, Cloudy Wanderings. Geto turned his face away, sulking. You win. Gojo raised an eyebrow, playfully pinching Geto's puffed cheek. You weren't quite so meek when you said I shouldn't hold back. Geto couldn't help but chuckle, sweat trickling down his brow. Well, it's not like I can defeat you right now. They exchanged smiles, with Gojo rising first and extending a hand to pull Geto up. He fetched a towel for Geto, followed by a sports drink, watching as Geto sipped it in small gulps. How about sparring with weapons? Gojo suggested. Geto's eyes lit up, sure. Gojo led him to the weapon rack, introducing various implements, long swords, katanas, chains, daggers, nunchaku. He then fell silent, as Geto's gaze was fixated on a striking red 3-section staff. Do you fancy this one? It looks the coolest, Geto replied without hesitation. Gojo smirked. This one might present some challenges. He retrieved the staff, introducing it as Cloudy Wanderings. With a flick of his wrist, the staff came alive in his hands, spinning and slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh. He demonstrated a series of fundamental maneuvers, sweeping strikes, diagonal slashes, and hand transitions, the red staff tracing perfect arcs through the atmosphere. Geto watched, rapt, diligently noting every detail of the movements. Gojo handed the staff to him. Give it a try. Geto accepted the staff, finding it much lighter than he had anticipated. Recalling Gojo's movements, he cautiously attempted a sweeping strike, pleasantly surprised by how fluidly it came to him, the staff gliding through the air in a seamless arc. He gradually increased the amplitude, attempting a diagonal chopping motion. The Yu-Yun responded to his strength with a fluid motion, the links of the nunchaku producing a crisp sound with each connection. With a swift change of grip, Yu-Yun transitioned from his right hand to his left, the movements flowing seamlessly, devoid of any awkwardness that one would expect from a novice. Standing nearby, Yu Waka displayed a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Xiayuja was entirely immersed in the world of Yu-Yun. He discovered the perfect balance of the 3-section staff and began to experiment with combinations of movements, executing a horizontal chop followed by a swift turn that created a whirlwind-like arc, the red shadows of the staff weaving a web in the air. What captivated Xiayuja was the versatility of Yu-Yun. It could sweep like a long staff or strike like a short one, and even utilize the chain's characteristics to perform entangling maneuvers. It seems it quite likes you. Yu Waka's voice rang out, laced with amusement. Xiayuja snapped back to reality, realizing he had unconsciously performed an entire series of movements. He halted, and Yu-Yun fell naturally to his side, the staff swaying slightly. gently caressing Yuyun's smooth surface. Xiayuja's eyes sparkled with excitement, finding it far more manageable than he had anticipated. Wu Xiaowaka stepped closer, adjusting Xiayuja's grip, cautioning him to be mindful of his wrist's power dynamics to avoid injury. His fingertips lightly tapped Xiayuja's wrist, suggesting a bit more relaxation. Following the guidance, Xiayuja adjusted his posture and indeed felt a noticeable reduction in effort. He swung Yuyun again, this time with even greater fluidity and grace. The red shadows tracing dazzling trajectories in the training room. Wu Xiaowaku took a few steps back, adopting a stance of challenge. Care to test me? Attack me with Yuyun. Xiayuja tightened his grip on Yuyun, a spark of combativeness igniting in his eyes. That suits me perfectly. With a flick of his wrist, Yuyun lunged towards Wu Xiaowaku like a crimson dragon, who sidestepped to evade, the rush of the staff grazing his ear, bringing a cool breeze. Not bad, Jia. Wu Xiaowaku chuckled, shifting his stance to close the distance to Xiayuja in an instant. Xiayuja swiftly altered his approach, Yuyun sweeping in a circular arc, leaving a fan-shaped trail of red light. Wu Xiaowaka leaned back to avoid it, reaching out as the staff passed by, expertly grasping the middle chain. Xiayuja raised an eyebrow as the two began to grapple. He twisted his wrist, attempting to break free. Yuyun emitted a sharp metallic clang as they tugged at it. Suddenly, Wu Xiaowaku released his grip only to quickly seize the other end, leveraging it to pull Xiayuja towards him. Xiayuja surged forward, releasing Yuyun to spin. And when he regripped it, it transformed into a reverse hold. Quite cunning, Wu Xiaowaku remarked with a grin as he blocked. Yuyun colliding against his arm with a dull thud. They rolled and maneuvered across the training ground, with Xiayuja growing bolder, executing the newly learned techniques to perfection. Wu Xiaowaku responded effortlessly, his admiration for Xiayuja deepening. In a close encounter, Wu Xiaowaku seized one end of Yuyun, his wrist deftly twisting, the staff embedding itself precisely between Xiayuja's lips. He smoothly pressed in from behind, capturing Xiayuja in an embrace. Do you concede? Xiayuja tilted his head, biting down on Wu Xiaowaka's hand that held Yuyun. Ouch! Jia, you bit me again. You didn't say I couldn't bite, Xiayuja replied with a triumphant smile, elbowing Wu Xiaowaku in the abdomen and swiftly turning as he relaxed his grip. The tables turned in an instant. Xiayuja straddled Wu Xiaowaku's waist, one end of Yuyun pressing against his throat, the other two sections resting against his back, gently swaying with his breath. Wu Xiaowaku lay on the ground, lifting his hand to remove his eye mask, gazing up at Xiayuja with a smile. I concede. Just as Xiayuja was about to respond, he suddenly felt an unusual warmth between his thighs. Realization dawned upon him, his cheeks flushing crimson as he attempted to rise, only to be flipped over and pinned to the ground by Wu Xiaowaku. You're cheating. Xiayuja struggled, his hands ensnared by Yuyun's clever links. I've already conceded, he protested. Wu Xiaowaku blinked innocently, leaning down to gently bite at the nape of Xiayuja's collarbone. Wu Xiaowaku, you're such a puppy. You didn't say I couldn't bite, he reiterated with a sense of justification. Xiayuja turned his face away, the metallic chains of Yuyun lightly brushing against his wrist, contrasting sharply with Wu Xiaowaku's warm breath. Wu Xiaowaka chuckled softly, nuzzling against Xiayuja. All right, I'm off to take a shower. Just as he was about to rise, Xiayuja suddenly tugged at his collar, pulling him back into his presence. Under Wu Xiaowaku's slightly bewildered gaze, Xiayuja lowered his head and left a clear bite mark on his collarbone. A return bite. Jia, you really are canine. That's the third time you've bitten someone today. Raising an eyebrow, Xiayuja challenged. Do you have a problem with that? Not at all. Wu Xiaowaku replied as he rose, his gaze lingering on Xiayuja. Shall we go together? Not a chance. Chapter 45, 2 out of 3. After Wu Xiaowaku emerged from the shower, Xiayuja followed suit. Bored, Wu Xiaowaku, having a rare afternoon without tasks, scrolled through his phone, contemplating how to spend the day. The internet was rife with suggestions for couple outings, and he found himself intrigued by several of them while awaiting a message from Jia Runiazi. They had known each other for many years. Their relationship wasn't particularly close, yet there was mutual trust. The glance Jia Runiazi cast in the infirmary that morning had conveyed to Wu Xiaowaku that there were issues concerning Xiayuja's examination. While Wu Xiaowaku pondered what else they could do besides watching a movie or dining out, a message from Jia Runiazi arrived. Xiayuja's mental landscape is intentionally distorted. Wu Xiaowaku translated automatically. So he is actively trying to get close to me, huh? Jia really can't forget about me. The other party seemed to hesitate as the message appeared multiple times before finally sending. His mental recovery has gone too smoothly, and it seems he bears no psychological scars from the village massacre. His motives for being near you are not straightforward. Wu Xiaowaku smirked, continuing to type. It must be because of the S-rank guide Wu Xiaowaku's exceptional guidance abilities one shot, No lingering issues, meow. Understood, Jiaru Niazi replied, throwing her phone aside in exasperation. She believed in Wu Xiao Waka's capabilities. If she could sense something was amiss, then Wu Xiao Waku, who maintained a mental link with Xiaoyuja, would certainly notice it too. Wu Xiao Waku appeared unfazed, leading her to wonder if he had genuinely become entangled in this situation. After 2 years of quitting smoking, Jiaru Niazi suddenly craved a cigarette. When Xiaoyuja emerged from the bathroom, towel drying his hair, he caught sight of Wu Xiao Waku sitting cross-legged on the floor, grinning at his phone. What is so funny? Wu Xiao Waka tossed his phone aside and jumped up to approach him, reaching out to adjust Xiaoyuja's damp bangs. Contemplating where to take Jia for a date that afternoon. Date? Xiaoyuja paused mid-motion. Yes, Wu Xiao Waka nodded enthusiastically. We'll grab lunch at the cafeteria and then go shopping to familiarize ourselves with the streets surrounding the tower. We can't just remain in the training room all day. Can we? Although Xiaoyuja was eager to continue training, he acquiesced to the outing. The tower housed many cafeterias, strategically located to cater to the needs of various ranks and departments. Wu Xiao Waku selected the nearest one, leading Xiaoyuja there. The cafeteria entrance was equipped with facial recognition turnstiles. Stay close to me. Just swipe my face before you officially register. Wu Xiao Waka leaned in, and with a beep, the gate swung open. Hurry up, Jia. He beckoned to Suguru Geto, who hastily followed him through the gate just before it closed. Upon entering the cafeteria, the spacious and luminous environment, adorned with an array of delectable dishes, greeted them. The self-service setup boasted a splendid selection, ranging from Chinese stir-fries to Western light meals. From Japanese sushi to various desserts and beverages, all exuding tantalizing aromas. At this moment, during the peak of lunchtime, the cafeteria bustled with activity, teeming with people. As Geto scanned the room, he quickly noticed the numerous pairs of sentinels and guides present. The most common sight was that of 2 individuals sitting closely together, one a sentinel and the other a guide, engaged in soft conversation, their atmosphere intimate and harmonious. Occasionally, one could spot a guide returning from a mission, leading a group of sentinels who commandeered a large table with exuberance. Geto observed Wataru Fushiguro, who was eagerly selecting treats from the dessert section, and then glanced at himself, trailing behind, ever ready to accommodate his whims. A subtle sense of satisfaction quietly blossomed within Geto. The image of him and Fushiguro mirrored that of the quintessential sentinel guide pairs in the cafeteria. After their meal, Fushiguro let out a contented belch as he stuffed the last piece of cake into his mouth, then slouched in his chair, appearing utterly drained. I can't take it anymore. The white-haired man lamented weakly, I'm carbon dizzy, Geto. I need to nap in my lounge. Carbon dizzy? What does that mean? Ah, carbon dizzy, Fushiguro explained with an air of seriousness, raising 3 fingers to illustrate appetite, libido, and the desire for sleep, the 3 fundamental urges of humanity. As long as 2 of them are satisfied, one experiences immense happiness and contentment. But here I am, having only satiated my appetite. He patted his stomach and cast a playful glance at Geto. Since my libido cannot be fulfilled at the moment, I must indulge in a nap to achieve that happiness metric. Despite the absurdity of his reasoning, Geto found himself believing it. But I thought we were heading out this afternoon. I wanted to leave early. He needed to familiarize himself with the surroundings swiftly to pave the way for his plans. Fushiguro furrowed his brow in distress. What should we do then? I'm truly exhausted. If I don't take a nap, I'll turn into a lifeless cat this afternoon. And I'll just have to lean on your shoulder and be unable to move. Geto, observing Fushigiro's languid demeanor, found his thoughts wandering to an inappropriate memory. He recalled that evening when Fushiguro guided him, only for their initial experience to be interrupted by his own clumsiness. What if, by fulfilling the second urge, Fushiguro would need to nap, and they could leave sooner? Once that thought emerged, it became impossible to suppress. Geto swallowed hard, peering at Fushiguro as he cautiously broached the idea, what if I just help you out a little? Would that count? Fushiguro, half-lidded and gazing at him, broke into a smile at his words. Of course, that counts. Receiving this affirmation, Geto feigned a serious expression, then led S go to the lounge. Fushiguro readily took his hand and led him. Upon reaching the private lounge, Geto closed the door behind them, pressing Fushiguro against the wall in a playful display of intimacy. Fushiguro, taller than him, leaned languidly against the wall, his eyes half closed with a smile playing on his lips, looking down at Geto. The latter felt a twinge of unease under Fushigiro's gaze, meeting his clear, deep blue eyes before quickly averting his own to the area between Fushigiro's waist and abdomen. However, through the fabric, there was nothing as he had anticipated. After a moment of hesitation, he couldn't resist lifting his gaze again, softly inquiring, Fushiguro, why is there no reaction? Fushiguro chuckled, reaching out to tousle Geto's soft black hair. Geto, arousal requires a certain stimulus. You're a boy too, right? Aside from waking up in the morning, when else does it happen? Geto was left speechless, stammering as he struggled to articulate a coherent response. Observing his flustered expression, Fushiguro relaxed completely, slumping against Geto's shoulder. Forget it, he murmured lazily. I'll just nap against you. With that, his fluffy white head nestled into the crook of Geto's neck. The sweet yet commanding scent of Fushigiro's guide pheromones wafted into Geto's senses. Tentatively, he released a hint of his own bittersweet sentinel pheromones, carefully entwining them with Fushigiro's. The head nestled in his neck stirred slightly, accompanied by Fushigiro's muffled laughter. You're quite perceptive, Geto. The compliment made Geto's cheeks flush instantly. His mind raced back to that evening, recalling Fushigiro's movements. He took a deep breath, mimicking Fushigiro's actions from memory, tilting his head slightly and pecking gently at the skin near Fushigiro's eye. Fushigiro's breath hitched. In the next moment, Geto felt warmth against his neck as Fushigiro's tongue traced along the side, leaving a warm, damp mark. The arm wrapped around his waist tightened abruptly, pulling him closer into an embrace. A muffled sound escaped Geto's lips as a surge of heat coursed through him. He distinctly felt the fervent heat radiating from the area pressed against him, searing through the fabric onto his skin. He had succeeded. He reached down towards Fushigiro's waistband, clumsily attempting to undo his belt and button. Fushigiro did not stop him, but buried his face deeper, breathing heavily against Geto's ear. The heat creeping up Geto's ears mirrored the intensity of his body's response. He faltered, halting his movements, his breath becoming erratic. He had never encountered such a situation, needing to comfort another while grappling with his own loss of control. Ultimately, he turned to Fushigiro for help. What should I do? Fushigiro, nestled in the crook of his neck, emitted a deep, nasally chuckle. Together, his voice was gravelly as he slightly pulled back, his water-glossed azure eyes meeting Geto's gaze, before taking Geto's hand. Chapter 46, the morning after. Fushigiro regained his composure, lazily raising a hand to wipe the corner of Geto's lips with his fingertip, then tasting it himself, narrowing his eyes with a smile. All right, let us go on a date. Geto was momentarily at a loss for how to respond, simply nodding in a daze. It seemed that their afternoon outing could indeed be advanced. His heart pounded like a drum. He couldn't quite articulate the feeling. His thoughts lingered on that not-so-standard kiss. Fushigiro's lips soft and sweet, just like him. It was truly delightful. As Fushigiro stood upright, casually grabbing several paper towels to wipe his fingers, preparing to head to the bathroom before leaving, Geto reached out and tugged at his shirt. Fushigiro turned back to him with a smile. Geto's cheeks were still flushed. Dazedly gazing at Fushigiro, Fushigiro paused, his eyes fixed on Geto for several moments. Then, with an exasperated sigh, he remarked, You do realize that at this rate, we won't be able to leave this afternoon. Before Geto could process this, he suddenly found himself embraced at the waist. Fushigiro discarded the paper towels, leaning down to kiss him. Geto froze, his mind going blank. Idiot, breathe. Satoru Gojo's voice, imbued with a hint of laughter, enveloped Geto in a haze of warmth, making him feel as though he might dissolve entirely within the other's breath. As Gojo kissed him, he supported Geto's lower back, guiding him step by step backward until they both collapsed onto the soft embrace of the bed. Gojo loomed over Geto, one hand propped against the side of his face, while the other lingered warmly upon his still warm waist and abdomen. Geto could only wrap his arms around Gojo's neck, clumsily reciprocating the affection. Under the protective shroud of powerful spiritual energy, the two worlds merged with unprecedented depth. Gripping Gojo's shoulders tightly, Geto exerted himself to affirm, This time, it will surely work. His words were laced with urgency and a touch of stubbornness, prompting a low chuckle from Gojo, who replied, All right. With a gentle yet assertive demeanor, Gojo patiently guided him. The afternoon date they had originally planned was long forgotten. In a dreamlike state, Geto felt himself being tenderly lifted, leaving the soft bed behind. Struggling to open his eyes, he beheld the smooth contours of Gojo's jawline. Satoru? His voice emerged raspily, barely recognizable. Be good, I'll take you to bathe. Gojo pressed a soft kiss to his forehead and walked steadily toward the bathroom. When he was finally cradled back onto the bed, nestled in the comforting embrace of dry, warm blankets, Geto began to awaken fully. Gojo soon joined him, wrapping him securely from behind, resting his chin atop Geto's head, exhaling a contented sigh. The familiar sweet scent enveloping Geto. In the quiet room, only their steady breaths could be heard. Geto blinked in the darkness, whispering, What time is it now? Gojo, slightly drowsy, replied vaguely, lifting his hand to glance at the digital clock on the nightstand. It's 1 a.m. 1 a.m? Geto paused, his mind struggling to comprehend. They had begun in the afternoon, and the span of time was almost unbelievable. A wave of heat surged uncontrollably from his neck to his ears, and he buried his face deeper into the pillow, wondering how it could have lasted so long. In the darkness, he distinctly heard Gojo's delighted laughter reverberating in his chest, sending shivers down his spine. Gojo teasingly pinched his waist, saying, "Well, under normal circumstances. It would have been around 11 at night. But the bond heat was just too intoxicating." Bond heat. Geto caught the unfamiliar term, turning slightly to face Gojo in the dim light. "Yes, bond heat." Gojo adjusted their positions to face each other, patiently explaining. "It is a physiological phenomenon triggered by the deep merging of mental landscapes during a sentinel and guide's first complete union, where a profound mental connection leads to a loss of bodily control." He paused, his bright blue eyes sparkling with mischief and pride. "So, it's not that I'm particularly exceptional. It's that we are simply in sync. Do you understand, Suguru?" Geto felt his cheeks flush deeply. So, that overwhelming sensation of being utterly consumed by his own body, with insatiable desires, was what they referred to as bond heat. He recalled the nearly frenzied indulgence of those hours, his heart racing uncontrollably once more. He dared not meet Gojo's gaze, burying his face into the crook of Gojo's neck, muffling a soft Gojo chuckled lightly, tightening his embrace further. "Sleep now." He pressed a gentle kiss atop Geto's head, adding, "We'll have our date tomorrow." Gojo was jolted awake by a sharp headache. He raised a hand to press against his throbbing temples, the back of his neck aching as if struck fiercely. With his eyes closed, he took a moment to recover, reaching out to pull the warm body back into his embrace, wishing to linger in bed a while longer. However, his fingertips brushed against the cold sheets instead. It dawned on him instantly. Suguru had fled. Sitting up slowly, his bare torso still marked by the remnants of their passionate night, he scanned the room in silence, his gaze eventually landing on the nightstand. There lay a silver necklace, adorned with a sapphire ring. An anticipated conclusion, yet it felt all too abrupt. Am I merely a tool for enhancing strength? Chapter 47. Still lonely, still lonely. From the moment Suguru Geto began to form memories, his world was exceedingly small, confined to just him and his mother, along with their modest little home on the outskirts of the county, complete with a small courtyard. His father was a vague shadow, existing only in his mother's descriptions and the occasional letters sent from afar. He had journeyed to a distant metropolis for work, returning only once every few years, bringing with him unfamiliar scents and a few novel toys, before hastily departing again. Geto had long since grown accustomed to this mode of existence. His life with his mother was tranquil and orderly, with the changing seasons in the courtyard constituting his entire childhood. However, this peace was utterly shattered when his mother fell ill. Initially, it was merely a cough and a low fever, but soon she struggled to even rise from her bed. Lying there, her once gentle face had become gaunt, her eyes resembling his own fox-like gaze, filled with remorse as she looked at him. The family's meager savings quickly dwindled under the burden of medical expenses. For the first time, the young Geto was engulfed in overwhelming panic. In his innocence, he reached out to everyone, scribbling a letter with his unsteady hand to that distant address. He waited for a long time, so long that he thought this letter, too, would vanish into the void like his father. Until one early autumn afternoon, a dilapidated car pulled up outside their little home. His father had returned, but he was not alone. A strange woman followed him, holding the hands of two smaller girls, who timidly hid behind her. Geto stood frozen, watching as his father entered the bedroom and whispered something to his mother. He couldn't hear the words, only saw her shake her head vigorously, ultimately lowering her hands in defeat, tears soaking the pillow. That day, his father took him away. He turned back to see his mother struggling to sit up, gazing at him through the dusty window, her lips moving silently. The car roared to life, and the little house, along with his mother's figure, grew smaller until it was swallowed by the bend in the road. They did not head to the grand city his father had spoken of, but rather turned into a secluded, remote mountain village. The woman became his mother, and the two girls were his sisters, Tanaka and Miko. Life there was novel. Yet Geto could never quite integrate. He remained an outsider, observing this patched-together family with cold detachment. Soon enough, some fearsome men arrived, shouting and hurling red paint onto the door. They were debt collectors. What followed was a relentless stream of anxiety and quarrels. Finally, one day, after a fierce argument, the woman left without looking back, just as his father had abandoned his mother. Her departure toppled the first domino, and within days, his father too vanished into the morning mist. The house was left with only the young Geto and his two similarly abandoned sisters, who could only cling to his legs and weep. Outside lurked the predatory creditors, while inside stood an empty rice jar. Everything his father and that woman had brought him had vanished, leaving behind only heavy debts and two sisters with no blood ties to him. He stood in the desolate house, a humble dwelling in the county town, alongside his mother, whose fate remained uncertain due to his abandonment. Perhaps everything was a closed loop. He had to survive, and he must ensure the survival of those two fragile lives. That summer when he was 13, Suguru Geto's body began to undergo subtle transformations. His senses sharpened with remarkable acuity, enabling him to hear the faint sound of a spider weaving its web beneath the eaves of the neighboring house, and to smell the damp fragrance of wildflowers from miles away. His muscles, bones, and every nerve were recalibrated, imbued with an unprecedented vigor. This newfound strength first manifested itself on yet another day when a debt collector paid a visit. The leading man kicked open the rickety wooden door with his usual force, unleashing a torrent of profanities that spilled into the room like filthy water. The small forms of Mai and Mei cowered behind Suguru, their tiny bodies trembling with fear. In the past, Suguru could only silently endure the shoving and beating, using his frail back to shield his younger sisters. But today, when that greasy hand reached out, everything changed. He acted. His body responded faster than his mind could think. He sidestepped, twisted his waist, and threw a punch. His movements clean and crisp, defying the expectations of a mere 13-year-old boy. The burly man barely registered what had transpired before he doubled over in agony, clutching his stomach on the ground. The others hesitated for a moment, then surged forward in a fit of rage. Suguru's mind was clear. Everything around him slowed to a crawl. He could foresee the trajectory of every fist, the angle of each foot raised. For the first time, he expelled the nightmares that had haunted him for years. He triumphed, but the victory came at a fleeting cost. As dusk fell, the group returned, accompanied by reinforcements wielding glinting iron rods and knives. They blocked the sole exit of the dilapidated house, their faces twisted with vengeful delight. Suguru tightly shielded his two sisters behind him, clutching a makeshift wooden stick he had found, bracing himself for an inevitable bloodbath. Just then, a shadowy figure appeared behind the group, a man with black hair and a scar at the corner of his mouth, clad in a simple black t-shirt, exuded an aura of danger that was starkly out of place in the tranquil mountain village. Suguru could only catch glimpses of motion and splashes of blood. There were no screams, only the muted sounds of blades slicing through flesh and bone. Minutes later, silence returned to the yard, leaving behind a nauseating stench of blood. The once menacing figures now lay sprawled on the ground in grotesque postures, each with a gaping wound in their chest or throat. Suguru had witnessed blood many times before, the dark crimson streaks on his mother's handkerchief when she coughed from her prolonged illness, the blood that flowed when debt collectors struck him. Yet the sight before him was entirely different. This was pure blood, thick and warm, gushing from the corpses, staining the evening dust a deep red. The man stepped through the pool of blood, advancing toward him, crouching down to scrutinize the taut young boy with interest. "Are you the sentinel?" Suguru did not respond, only tightening his protection around his sisters. The man smiled, the scar on his mouth twitching. "I've eliminated these men for you," he said, nodding toward the bodies on the ground, his tone flat, "and you must repay me." In the face of absolute power, the weak had no right to refuse. Suguru regarded this man, then glanced back at his terrified sisters, who could not muster a word, and slowly nodded. "Good," the man said, rising to his full height. Looking down at him, "I am Kinji Hakari. From this day forth, I shall be your new creditor, and your first task is to reject Satoru Gojo's invitation." Chapter 48. So here I am standing all alone. Who Satoru Gojo was mattered little. Suguru only understood that all he needed to do was reject this man. Kinji Hakari's arrival was abrupt, and his departure was equally swift. He left behind a yard full of corpses and a declaration of ownership before vanishing once more. Suguru dealt with the bodies himself, his methods clumsy yet unervingly calm. He dragged them to the back mountain, dug a deep pit, and buried them. The mingling smells of earth and blood lingered in his nostrils long after they had dissipated. Life returned to a semblance of normalcy, though the door no longer bore red paint, nor were there any more fearsome debt collectors. He lived with Mai and Mei, scraping by in a meager existence. They foraged for wild vegetables in the mountains, fished in the river, relying on that sudden, carefully concealed strength to uphold this precarious household. Yet the world's malice towards him did not diminish in the slightest due to his endurance. The awakening of the sentinel magnified his senses infinitely. He could hear the whispers carried by the wind, the villagers weaving the harshest tales about his origins, labeling him as an abandoned wildling, burdened with two worthless girls of uncertain lineage. He could smell the acrid blend of sweat, tobacco, and disdain emanating from them. Countless tiny needles incessantly pierced his sensitive nerves. The true summer had arrived. The heat enveloped the mountain village like an impenetrable web. The air was thick and sticky, the cicada's cries sharp enough to pierce eardrums. For Suguru, this was nothing short of torture. His skin's sensitivity reached its zenith. Every friction of coarse fabric felt like sandpaper grinding against him, delivering waves of subtle yet relentless pain. Sweat soaked his clothing, clinging to his back, the oppressive humidity driving him to the brink of madness. On an otherwise typical, irritable noon, Several villagers obstructed his path home, their faces adorned with greedy entitlement. They claimed that his dilapidated house encroached upon communal land, demanding he either pay a hefty sum immediately or vacate with his two burdensome sisters. Money, 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 money. This word had pervaded his brief 13 years of existence. His mother's illness had worsened due to a lack of funds for treatment. His father's departure was rooted in unpaid debts. Even Kinji Hakari appeared because of his monetary value. He had never possessed a single penny. Suguru lowered his gaze, unwilling to engage in their arguments, hoarsely asserting that he would find a way to repay the debt. One of the men scoffed, casting a malicious glance at Mai and Mei, who were cowering behind him. Repay? By the time you can. The flowers will have wilted. I see your two sisters are rather fetching. Selling them outside the mountains could earn you a tidy sum. Suguru finally took action. He scarcely registered how he did it, his body instinctively taking down the sources of malice one by one. He did not kill them, merely knocking them unconscious on the ground. When he finally stopped, the world spun wildly around him. In his mental landscape, an unprecedented tempest of fury raged. The villagers' spiteful words, Mai and Mei's suppressed sobs, the stinging discomfort of fabric against skin, the scorching sun's heat, the nauseating scent of sweat. All sensory inputs converged into a torrent of information, mercilessly assaulting his nearly shattered consciousness. He clutched his head in agony, feeling as if he were on the verge of being torn apart. Just then, a refreshing breeze swept into his stormy mental realm. Finally, the overcast skies had arrived. A figure emerged before him. The individual was tall, with striking white hair that shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, and wore a pair of small round sunglasses perched upon their nose. Summer Yuji felt the tumultuous force that had been tearing at him gradually subside, as if a tender hand had gently lowered the volume of his heightened senses, alleviating the burning pain that had seared his skin. An unprecedented sense of tranquility enveloped him, akin to a weary traveler finally discovering an oasis after a long drought. The white-haired youth tilted his head slightly, the sunglasses slipping down to reveal a pair of cerulean eyes as clear as the sky itself. In those eyes, there was no disdain, no judgment, only pure curiosity. You must be Summer Yuji, he spoke, his voice resonant and bright. You are the newly awakened sentinel, and I am Gojo Satoru. You are to accompany me back to the tower. Take me away, he implored silently. What enticing words those were. To escape this malevolent village. To leave behind the endless poverty and torment. Summer Yuji felt an almost immediate inclination to acquiesce. He was not required to offer anything in return. Gojo Satoru made no demands, did not seek payment, nor did he, like Fushiguro Megami, assess his worth. As if taking him away was the most natural thing in the world, like a gentle breeze passing by. Summer Yuji raised his gaze to meet those azure eyes. His throat dry. With all his strength, he managed to utter a soft, no. Behind him were two lives that needed his protection. He could not abandon anyone else. Gojo Satoru paused momentarily, yet did not press further or impose his will. He regarded Summer Yuji with a gaze that was complex and inscrutable. Then, with a shrug, he adjusted his sunglasses, leaving behind a business card, and turned away with a nonchalant grace, vanishing into silence, like a wind that leaves no trace. Just as Gojo Satoru's figure disappeared at the end of the path, another shadow loomed ominously. It was Fushiguro Megami. He stood there silently, a habitual, playful smirk playing at the corner of his lips. He glanced at the unconscious villagers sprawled on the ground, then at Summer Yuji's tightly clenched fists, and lazily remarked, "Well done. You've shown a bit more progress than I expected." His gaze settled on the business card still clutched in Summer Yuji's hand. He reached out and deftly plucked the card from between his fingers, examining the name and contact details inscribed upon it. Flicking the card with his fingers, he turned his attention back to Summer Yuji. "Your second task," Fushiguro Megami declared, "is to enter the tower and become Gojo Satoru's exclusive sentinel, and then acquire his guiding essence." Summer Yuji's head snapped up. He had just turned down the one named Gojo Satoru. "Why didn't you let me leave with him?" "Because your danger level is not sufficient," he replied, his disdainful gaze scrutinizing Summer Yuji, a mere half-hearted soul incapable of taking down even a few villagers. He thrust the business card into Summer Yuji's hand. "When you are ready to undertake a mission, I will come for you. Until then, survive and strengthen yourself." That wait would span 5 years. 5 years was ample time for a frail youth to mature into a sturdy young man. At 18, Summer Yuji had grown into his features, his elongated fox-like eyes now harboring a deeper well of inscrutable emotions. Significant transformations often occur amidst the mundane. Carrying farming tools home from the fields, he was met with an acrid scent of blood wafting through the air as he approached the village entrance. The heightened sensitivity of a sentinel surged within him, his nerves taut as a drawn bowstring. The village lay in eerie silence. No barking dogs, no curling smoke from hearths, no sounds of children at play. His heart plummeted, and he abandoned his tools, sprinting towards his home. Cautiously, he pushed open the ajar door, only to be met with a forceful punch that struck him squarely. The sheer power was overwhelming, sending him hurtling against the courtyard wall, blood spilling from his mouth as his throat tasted copper. Before he could react, Fushiguro Megami descended upon him with the ferocity of a tempest. Each punch and kick landed with precision on his vulnerabilities, artfully avoiding any fatal blows. "Where are Nanako and Mimiko?" Summer Yuji screamed in despair. "Complete the task." Fushiguro Megami's voice was as cold as ice, his movements unrelenting. "I will return those two little brats to you." With each relentless strike, his consciousness began to blur, and he felt his bones cry out in agony. He was knocked down, only to rise again and be felled once more. In a haze, he forced his eyes open, and the sight froze his blood. He lay atop a pile of corpses, the entire village, men, women, and children, those who had once hurled insults at him. Those who had merely watched in indifference were all dead. Fushiguro Megami had slaughtered them all. Reclining on this altar of blood and death, numbness enveloped Summer Yuji's heart, tinged with a perverse thrill. In that moment, his mental world shattered entirely. Guilt, relief, worry for his sisters, and despair over his own fate intertwined into a colossal net, ensnaring him and dragging him into the abyss. He was on the brink of death, his spirit teetering on the edge of annihilation, just as darkness threatened to consume him entirely. Salvation from the tower arrived once more. A pristine, azure sky forcefully tore through the crimson twilight of his mental landscape. With great effort, Summer Yuji opened his eyes, beholding a face he had not seen in 5 years, yet had never forgotten. Gojo Satoru knelt beside him, still exuding that air of invincibility, though now stripped of youthful naivete. "What is going on?" Gojo murmured, extending his hand, that cool and tranquil energy enveloping Summer Yuji's fraying spirit once more. "I told you, I am here to take you away." This time, Summer Yuji found himself devoid of strength, devoid of reason to refuse. Chapter 49. Is Daddy going to get hit again? When Gojo Satoru anticipated that Summer Yuji would accompany him, Summer Yuji declined. When Gojo thought Summer Yuji had fled, he found him trembling in the bathroom. Just as Gojo prepared to use their mental link to retrieve him, he heard the faintest sound of water trickling from within the bathroom. He paused, raised an eyebrow, and stealthily approached the bathroom door. Tentatively, he pushed it open, but the door was abruptly braced from the inside by a panicked figure. Through the crack, he glimpsed Summer Yuji standing barefooted, clad only in a loose white t-shirt. His face flushed, eyes darting in embarrassment and anger. With a loud thud, the door was slammed shut by Summer Yuji's frantic hands. Gojo initially stared in surprise, then burst into a low chuckle. He found himself utterly charmed by Summer Yuji. This person continually defied his expectations. "Wonderful, you're still here." In high spirits, he leaned against the bathroom door, languidly inquiring, "Yuji, what are you doing in there?" After a brief silence, a hoarse and flustered voice emerged. "Nothing." "Nothing? Then why don't you open the door?" Gojo's smile deepened. Another silence ensued, followed by a quieter voice. "I can't come out." Gojo feigned ignorance. "What do you mean you can't come out?" The voice from behind the door suddenly escalated in pitch, filled with indignation. "It's because of you that I can't come out." As soon as the words were uttered, an oppressive silence enveloped both sides of the door. Satoru Gojo, with a smile, gently pushed open the door. The bathroom was enveloped in a steamy haze, where Suguru Geto stood beneath the shoriad, his oversized t-shirt clinging to his form, rendered semi-transparent by the moisture, accentuating his slender and exquisite physique. The collar tilted to one side, revealing a generous expanse of pale collarbone and shoulder, marked by an array of varying shades of red. In an instant, Satoru grasped the situation. Upon waking, Suguru's initial instinct was to flee. Yet, even walking was a struggle for him. Observing Suguru's flushed cheeks, glistening eyes, and the expression of utter humiliation and anger, Satoru felt like a scoundrel, with his moral compass nearly non-existent. He was inexplicably elated, particularly because Suguru's inability to escape stemmed from a rather sordid and involuntary circumstance. His heart raced with excitement and possessiveness. Satoru turned the lock on the bathroom door and stepped closer to Suguru. "Geto," he called, his voice slightly hoarse with excitement. "If you need assistance, do speak up." He reached out, his hand resting on Suguru's flat abdomen through the damp fabric of the t-shirt, his fingers drawing gentle circles. "Here, or perhaps a bit higher." There was an unmasked teasing lilt in Satoru's voice. "I remember quite vividly, Geto." Suguru's neck and ears burned crimson. He bit his lip and averted his gaze from the handsome face so near to him. Ultimately, Satoru, in a moment of unexpected kindness, helped him clean up. Once they confirmed that Suguru was thoroughly cleaned, he felt utterly drained, his face flushed, and he delivered a swift kick to the scoundrel, still whispering jibes in his ear. ejecting him from the bathroom. The door slammed shut, isolating him from that vexing gaze. Outside, Satoru leaned against the wall, laughing softly. The kick had been neither painful nor bothersome. Instead, his chest swelled with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. He sauntered back to his room, reclining comfortably on the bed while examining a necklace adorned with a sapphire ring. As time passed, the sound of water ceased, and after a considerable while, the door was gently pulled open. Suguru finally emerged, clad in a fresh set of clothes, his hair still dripping with water. His complexion remained less than favorable, though he no longer bore the near-tearful embarrassment from before. Satoru ceased to fiddle with the necklace, lying on his side, propping his head with one hand as he gazed intently at Suguru. Suguru returned his gaze, his elongated fox-like eyes betraying a whirlwind of emotions. They remained in silent communion, locked in each other's stares. Satoru rose from the bed and took a few strides towards Suguru, his tall figure casting a shadow over him. He raised a hand to rub the back of his neck, a look of feigned distress painting his handsome features. "It hurts," the white-haired man whined. Suguru watched him, words on the tip of his tongue, but unspoken. He lowered his eyes and ultimately whispered, "I'm sorry." Upon hearing the apology, Satoru's lips curled into a smile, the previous sense of grievance dissipating instantly. He seized Suguru's wrist, his tone turning matter-of-fact. "Then I shall show mercy and forgive you for attempting to flee." With that, he produced the necklace he had been holding and placed it around Suguru's neck. The cool metal chain pressed against his warm skin, causing Suguru to instinctively recoil. Satoru's fingers glided over the pendant before gently grasping Suguru's chin, compelling him to meet his gaze. "No, next time, all right?" Suguru remained silent for a long while, his throat constricting before he quietly asked, "What if I really did run away?" Satoru chuckled at the question. That would be simple enough. He released Suguru's chin and spread his arms wide, enveloping him tightly in an embrace. "I would just bring you back." Suguru leaned against Satoru's chest, the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat resonating within him, each beat striking against his own heart. "Let me go," Suguru murmured, his voice muffled. "I have important matters to attend to." "I know," Satoru replied, not loosening his grip but holding him tighter, resting his chin atop Suguru's head, gently rubbing against it. Suguru struggled momentarily, but to no avail, and continued, "I might go kill someone." "I know," Satoru replied, his tone still nonchalant. Suguru found himself at a loss for words. Satoru's indulgence bordered on permissiveness. He accepted Suguru entirely. They remained in silence for a while, Satoru quietly holding him. "Fushiguro Zenin is not an easy opponent," Satoru remarked. "How did you know I was going to look for him?" Satoru smirked, his tone dripping with envy. "Because last time, you were too close to that man during your fight. I don't like you carrying the scent of others." Suguru's tightly drawn lips involuntarily curled upwards. "You're not a feline." He shook his head, jesting, "Clearly, you're a canine, a large vicious dog at that." "Not at all," Satoru immediately countered, pinching Suguru's cheek. "Felines have a strong possessiveness over their belongings." "I will help you rescue those two girls," Satoru promised. "And what about Fushiguro Zenin?" Suguru's voice was hoarse. "Do you wish to kill him? If you do, what then? Will you find relief, or will you plunge deeper into despair?" "I don't want that." Satoru chuckled, loosening his embrace to intertwine their fingers, locking them together. "Then we won't kill him. We'll beat him to a pulp so that he can never rise again to trouble you. How does that sound?" "All right." Chapter 50. The Sea Urchin Kidnapping Plan. Fushiguro Megami couldn't fathom why he had been deceived by a fox. He also couldn't comprehend why his first reaction upon spotting the fox on the street wasn't to contact the zoo director, but rather to stealthily follow the creature. A small black sea urchin was tied to a chair, its mouth stuffed with a piece of strawberry daifuku. After discussing, Suguru and Satoru concluded that a kidnapping should at least resemble one. However, given the target's diminutive stature, they couldn't be too harsh. After much deliberation, stuffing with daifuku seemed the most fitting approach. Fushiguro Megami stared blankly at the humanoid fox before him, with its slender brows and upturned eyes, pondering if this world could truly harbor a fox transformed into a being. Suguru crouched before him, patting his shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. I'm merely borrowing you for a bit." Fushiguro, expressionless, chewed laboriously on the strawberry daifuku. A fox suddenly transforming into a human and capturing him with a rainbow sack. This man's claim of not being a villain was utterly laughable. Suguru glanced at the still somewhat anxious sea urchin and continued gently. "Technically, this isn't a kidnapping. It's a strategic hostage negotiation. I saw that phrase on television last time." Fushiguro Megami, still with his mouth stuffed with daifuku, could only continue to chew. Fushiguro Zenin perched atop a utility pole, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, his gaze dark and fixed on the warehouse. He harbored a sliver of concern for the boy, as he was, after all, the last remnant left by her, his only heirloom from that gentle soul. Life felt rather mundane. Yet her existence had somehow made him nostalgic for this wretched world. She had said the child resembled him and would grow up to be quite masculine. He didn't know how to articulate his feelings, merely foolishly stating that the child would be better off resembling her. I don't possess much masculinity. I just wish to grant you true happiness. However, you departed too soon, and I reverted to being a solitary specter in this world. Fushiguro Megami was at a loss as to how to provide a satisfactory resolution for the two children. It was indeed a perplexing dilemma. The most viable solution he could conceive was to sell them to the Zenin family. He was a gifted child, and once he matured, he would not be mistreated by the Zenin clan. With his abilities, he would be capable of safeguarding his sister. Last time, Kakashiyu had inquired about the little ghost's well-being. What was that spiky-haired child's name again? Ah, it eludes me, but he is still alive, which is quite fortunate, thought the unworthy father. Locating Fushiguro Megami would not prove overly difficult, for he was a notorious mercenary within the realm, known for his willingness to undertake any task for the right price. Many individuals who traversed the gray areas were well acquainted with him. Fushiguro Megami had never anticipated that someone would utilize that child as leverage against him, or rather, he believed their connection had become utterly severed. The wind tousled the man's dark hair, and he squinted his right eye, catching a glimpse through the skylight of the warehouse at the small figure bound to a chair. A troublesome little ghost, he muttered under his breath. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Fushiguro retrieved it, the screen illuminating an unknown number. He pressed the answer button and held the phone to his ear, remaining silent. Hello, mighty gorilla. A low male voice came through the line, laced with a hint of provocation. I suspect you've discovered the surprise in the warehouse. Fushiguro exhaled a puff of smoke, his voice deep and steady. Satoru Gojo. Gojo's tone remained buoyant. Indeed, it's me. Release that child, Fushiguro stated matter-of-factly, devoid of any discernible emotion. He heard faint footsteps on the other end, followed by the sound of a chair being shifted. Don't be so hasty, Mr. Fushiguro. Your son is quite safe. I'm treating him to some strawberry daifuku. He is not my son, he replied coldly. Oh really? Gojo teased. So, are you on your way to kill me, while simultaneously rescuing this spiky-haired child? Fushiguro fell silent for a moment, flicking the cigarette butt away. Professional ethics. I do not divulge employer information. Gojo chuckled lightly. Truly a professional assassin, aren't you? Regardless, I have a proposition. Return those two girls to Jet, and I will return your son to you unharmed. I've already said, he is not my son. Fushigiro's voice turned even colder. You may do as you please. On the other end, there was a brief silence. Then, a rustling sound indicated that the phone had been passed to someone else. Hello? A youthful yet composed voice emerged. Fushigiro's body stiffened. He had not anticipated Gojo would let the child answer the call. He remained silent, fists clenched. He says you are my father. Fushiguro Tsumiki's voice was unnervingly calm for a child in captivity. If that is true, please tell them I do not know you. That way, they will let me go. Fushiguro felt as if he had been struck heavily in the chest. Memories of that rainy night flooded back. His mother in the hospital bed, clutching his hand, entrusting him with the child. Back then, he could only nod silently, ignorant of how to be a father. He still remained voiceless. Hello? Is anyone there? Tsumiki's voice held a tinge of confusion. Never mind, I don't care anyway. The phone was snatched back, and Gojo's voice re-emerged. Did you hear that, gorilla? Your son claims not to know you. Fushiguro inhaled deeply. What is it that you truly desire? I've made myself quite clear. You release them, and I will release him. How do you know? How do you know he is your son? Gojo interjected. Surely you are aware that there is nothing unattainable without money. Fushiguro clenched his teeth. He did, on occasion, check on that child, albeit from a distance, merely ensuring he was alive. He believed he had concealed his presence well. 3 days. Fushiguro declared, grant me 3 days. Oh, and how do you intend to accomplish that? I will complete the task. Fushigiro's voice regained its calmness. In 3 days. I wish to see the child unharmed. That is unacceptable. Gojo's tone turned frosty. I require you to return those 2 girls immediately. Fushiguro rose from the telephone pole, gazing down at the warehouse. Listen, Gojo, that child means nothing to me. However, I would not hesitate to blow the tower to smithereens. Silence enveloped the line for a few seconds before Gojo erupted into laughter. Ha! Mr. Fushiguro, is this how you express paternal love? Truly touching. Fushiguro disregarded his mockery. By this time tomorrow, I shall reach out to you once more. With that, he ended the call. He cast one last glance at the warehouse before vanishing into the night. Inside the warehouse, Gojo returned the phone to his pocket, squatting down to meet Tsumiki's gaze. It seems your father cares for you after all. Tsumiki finally swallowed the strawberry daifuku in his mouth, calmly asking, is that person really my father? Gojo tilted his head, pondering. From a biological standpoint, yes. However, based on his actions, he is quite derelict. Tsumiki lowered his head, his bangs obscuring his eyes. I understand. Don't you want to ask why he abandoned you? Gojo inquired curiously. Samaiki shook his head. If he wished to tell me, he would do so naturally. Gojo observed the small child before him. You are rather perceptive. Would you like another daifuku? It's too sweet. Only children enjoy that. Gojo blinked, looking at the boy. All right, but if you eat my daifuku, you must tell me your name. Samaiki Fushijiro. The boy inexplicably divulged his name, feeling somewhat deceived. Samaiki, Gojo repeated softly. A lovely name. An awkward silence ensued until Samaiki asked, why did you capture me? Gojo sat cross-legged in front of him. To prevent your father from making a grave mistake. Does he often make mistakes? Well, Gojo stroked his chin. From his profession, it seems not entirely. The young boy fell silent, staring at the ground, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Suguru Geto quietly untied the ropes around his hands. Do you know Nanako and Mamiko? I do. A pair of sisters he abandoned at home months ago, and has yet to return. He does not care for me, nor does he care for Samaiki. Geto did not refute this, merely saying softly, sometimes, humans express their concern in peculiar ways. Samaiki did not respond, simply gazing down at his shoes. Meanwhile, Fushijiro stared into the distant night, retrieving his phone to dial a number. Kakashiyu. He spoke briefly. Eliminate the contract on Satoru Gojo. I am withdrawing. On the other end, the Korean man expressed astonishment. What? Have you lost your mind? Are you forfeiting your deposit? I will pay the penalty. Those monkeys cannot touch me. Fushijiro's voice was resolute. There are matters of greater importance. Did you suddenly win a fortune in gambling? What could be more significant than 30 million? Kakashiyu was incredulous. Fushijiro paused for a moment before responding, family matters. Chapter 51. This jet is no longer an undocumented individual. When Fushijiro called Gojo the next day, he discovered he had been blocked. Arriving at the warehouse from the previous day, he found no one there. Having lost a son and 30 million, Fushijiro. He entered a phone booth to call Gojo, who promptly answered. As soon as the call connected, Fushijiro was met with Gojo's languid voice before he could utter a word. Ah, gorilla, your efficiency is quite remarkable. Fushijiro Megami suppressed the irritation swelling within him, his voice low as he inquired, where's the kid? The kid? Satoru Gojo feigned ignorance on the other end of the line. What kid? I don't know anyone by that name. Gojo Satoru. A hint of warning crept into Fushijiro's tone. Ah, you mean that sea urchin-headed one. Gojo suddenly realized. Wherever they came from, they returned there. I have no interest in helping you raise a son. With that, he abruptly hung up the phone. Wherever they came from, they returned there. This meant the child had already returned to the apartment. He stepped out of the phone booth, the cold wind sweeping through him, sharpening his muddled thoughts. Should he go back? What would he say upon his return? How would he face those two children? Especially Megami. What kind of gaze would that little one cast upon him? He had no answer. The endeavor of fatherhood was hardly simpler than a task that danced upon the edge of a blade. Fushijiro wandered aimlessly through the streets for a considerable time, ultimately finding himself in a supermarket. The mingling scents of fresh vegetables and meats filled the air with the essence of life. Eventually, he emerged with several plastic bags laden with produce and fresh meat, diligently searching his memory for the almost forgotten address, ascending the staircase step by step. Standing before the familiar door, Fushijiro inhaled deeply, raised his hand, and knocked gently. Inside, a flurry of tiny footsteps echoed. Soon, the door opened a crack, revealing two heads, one large and one small. It was Tsukimi and Megami. Dad! Tsukimi exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with joy upon seeing him. Without hesitation, she swung the door wide open and wrapped her arms around Fushijiro's leg. Megami lingered behind his sister, standing silently with his head tilted upward, his gaze fixed upon Fushijiro with those remarkably similar eyes. Fushijiro looked down at the two children, awkwardly raising his hands, accustomed to wielding weapons, and clumsily ruffled their hair. Tsukimi squinted her eyes in delight, while Megami merely tilted his head slightly, but did not shy away. Fushijiro parted his lips, intending to utter something, perhaps an apology, perhaps an explanation. Yet, the words that emerged were mundane. How about some noodles for dinner tonight? Satoru Gojo finally relished the joys of being both a husband and a father, albeit through a rather convoluted journey. Kanako and Mimiko flitted around Suguru Geto like two jubilant butterflies. Brother Geto, can we have pudding today? Brother Geto, shall we go play in the park this afternoon? Geto smiled, gently patting their heads, responding tenderly, of course. Gojo pouted, eager for attention. Geto, I want to play too. I want pudding as well. You've already had plenty of sweets today, Geto unflinchingly countered. Kanako and Mimiko immediately sided with Geto, sticking out their tongues at Gojo. White-haired fool. Don't you dare steal our brother Geto. Gojo feigned sorrow, leaning against Geto's shoulder. Geto, look, they're bullying me. To provide the two energetic girls ample space to roam, Gojo extravagantly purchased a grand villa with a garden. Their previous flat became a secret hideaway exclusively for the two of them. It didn't take long for Geto to realize that caring for one adult and two children was far more challenging than he had anticipated. Initially, Kanako and Mimiko regarded Gojo with suspicion and hostility. In their eyes, this white-haired man not only monopolized their beloved brother Geto, but also frequently pilfered their snacks. His behavior utterly detestable. Brother Geto, why is this white-haired fool living here too? Kanako clung to Geto's arm, casting a wary glare at Gojo, who was lounging on the sofa, munching on daifuku. Exactly. Mimiko chimed in. He'll eat all our snacks. Gojo responded by making a silly face at them. Nah, I know nothing. Perhaps the refrigerator sprouted legs and ran away. The girls began to wail even louder. In the end, Gojo took one in each hand and whisked them away to Tokyo's largest dessert shop. Kanako and Mimiko settled into plush chairs, their eyes widening at the array of cakes, puddings, sundaes, and a towering glass of fruity milkshake before them. Gojo sat across from them, his own dessert mountain piled high. He took a large spoonful of chocolate lava cake, his eyes squinting in satisfaction, then leaned toward the two temporarily won-over girls. So? Isn't this better than what was in the fridge? Kanako swallowed her cream puff and eagerly nodded, while Mimiko followed suit with vigorous agreement. How about a deal? Today's escapade, and everything here, must remain a secret from Brother Geto, alright? This is our little secret. Kanako tilted her head inquisitively. Can we come back again? Absolutely. Gojo confidently replied, tilting his chin upward. As long as you keep it a secret, I'll be your exclusive dessert supplier. Just tell me what you want. Deal. The two girls promptly extended their pinky fingers. Gojo joined them, intertwining their pinkies, sealing the pact with the promise of 100 years of fidelity. Thus, when Suguru Geto returned home after completing his business, he was greeted by an unexpectedly harmonious scene. The living room was pristine, with the three children seated in a row on the sofa, engrossed in an animated show. Geto cast a skeptical glance at them before heading to the refrigerator, his gaze sweeping over the empty ice cream container that lay in the freezer. Turning back, he squinted, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Gojo, Kanako, Mimiko, he began slowly. Can anyone explain to me where the ice cream has gone? The three on the sofa froze in unison. 3 pairs of eyes, 6 pupils, collectively gazed at the ceiling, all responding in unison, no idea, no idea, no idea. Geto, it seemed, was on the brink of rebellion. Yet, his smile remained unchanged, his voice still tender. Kanako, Mimiko, you both continue watching cartoons. I need to have a little chat with Brother Gojo. The two girls nodded obediently, their eyes subtly drifting toward Gojo, filled with the concern of conspirators. Jiesia approached Wu Xiaowu, seizing his wrist with an unyielding grip, effortlessly pulling him from the sofa and directly dragging him towards the entrance. With a resounding thud, the door was slammed shut, severing all ties to the living room's ambience. Outside, a cool night breeze wafted through. Jiesia released his hold, crossed his arms, and leisurely regarded the man beside him, who towered over him by half a head. Despite being pulled out, Wu Xiaowu exhibited no hint of apprehension. Instead, he grinned broadly, leaning closer and wrapping his long arm around Jiesia's waist, resting his chin comfortably on his shoulder like a large feline nuzzling its caretaker. Jia, you're back. How did everything go? Are you tired? As he spoke, Wu Xiaowu's hand began to unbutton Jiesia's coat, his fingers gliding gently over the fabric of his shirt, teasingly caressing his waist. Jiesia's body stiffened, and he swiftly swatted away the mischievous hand, casting a reproachful glare. We're nearly done here. Don't think you can evade responsibility by merely climbing into bed. This matter is far from over. Unperturbed, Wu Xiaowu continued his endeavor, now attempting to unfasten Jiesia's shirt buttons with renewed fervor. Jia, how could you think so poorly of me? He protested, justifying his actions with an air of righteousness. I haven't lied at all. They didn't eat the ice cream. It was entirely me indulging from start to finish. Jiesia could only roll his eyes in disbelief. So, you're telling me you devoured their rewards while taking them out for a feast, and then conspired with them to deceive me, and you believe you have a valid point? Indeed, Wu Xiaowu leaned closer, his warm breath cascading over Jiesia's ear. I've even recruited them as my accomplices. They're completely under my influence now. Jia, you're quite isolated at this moment. Have you considered aligning yourself with us? The buttons of Jiesia's shirt were now mostly undone, and the cool night air seeped in, provoking a slight shiver. Jiesia grasped Wu Xiaowu's hand that sought to venture further, his breath wavering, yet he gritted his teeth, determined to hold his ground. Not here. Within the room, 2 small heads peeked through the crack of the door. Why did they leave again? Maimei inquired softly. I don't know. Neko shook her head, then confidently declared, but it seems Jie Gu is not angry. Our dessert shop is safe. That's wonderful. Chapter 52. Yu Xiaowu, where are your lines? This piece is an original narrative line of the 100 Demons Night March Confinement If. The best ex-boyfriend. Male ghost Wu, severed arm Jia. Summary. Yet no one else makes my tears flow so freely, akin to a couple discussing their breakup. The closest someone is always better than never having met them at all. Consciousness awakens before the body. Jia opened his eyes in the familiar darkness. Heavy blackout curtains blocking the morning light. The air still carried Wu's scent, mingled with the echoes of their passionate encounter from the previous night. He turned his head, finding the space beside him empty. The bed was in disarray, the sheets crumpled, concealing the evidence of last night's fervor. Jia smiled softly. Wu was always like this, devouring him in bed, yet meticulously cleaning up afterward. A faint aroma of food wafted from the direction of the dining area, enveloping him in an oddly comforting warmth. Jia propped himself up, his bare torso exposed to the cool air, before heading to the bathroom to brush his teeth. The man in the mirror appeared decent, though his eyes bore a hint of fatigue. His collarbone to abdomen was marked with an array of varying shades of bruises. The toothpaste was already squeezed onto the toothbrush, and just as Jia grasped it, another figure appeared in the reflection. Wu silently emerged behind him, without his bandages. His expression impassive, his blue eyes appearing particularly cold under the bathroom lights. He stood there quietly, wordlessly fixing his gaze on Jia through the mirror. Jia returned the gaze, a gentle and understanding smile gracing his lips. Unfazed, Wu stepped forward, enveloping Jia entirely in his presence. He gathered Jia's disheveled black hair, delicately combing through it with his fingers before securing it into a loose bun, fully exposing the marked skin at the back of Jia's neck. After admiring his handiwork, the coldness in Wu's gaze softened slightly. Wu leaned down, burying his face into Jia's neck, his prominent nose pressing against his skin. Jia remained still, allowing him to absorb his essence, feeling the subtle tremors with each of his breaths. Then, as suddenly as he had arrived, Wu released him, straightening up, casting one last glance at the reflection before silently departing the bathroom. The sound of clattering utensils resumed in the dining area. Jia observed the fleeting blush on his neck in the mirror before lowering his head to brush his teeth, the cool foam spreading in his mouth. After finishing, he rinsed and casually wiped his face with a towel. Still clad in nothing, he loosely wrapped a towel around his waist and made his way towards the source of the tantalizing aroma. In the dining room, Wu had already set the breakfast table. A white porcelain bowl held creamy millet porridge, accompanied by golden, enticing tamagoyaki, and a small dish of dark, evidently medicinal stew. He had already eaten half of his portion and, upon seeing Jia approach, glanced up briefly before returning to his leisurely meal. Jia pulled out a chair across from him, and the only sound in the air was the occasional clinking of chopsticks and bowls. He had little appetite. The previous night's exertions left his body in a state of weary fatigue. He picked up a couple of pieces of the sweet, soft tamagoyaki, slowly savoring them, followed by sips of warm porridge to soothe his stomach. "I'm done," he announced, placing his chopsticks down, ready to rise and return to the bedroom. However, as soon as he stood, his wrist was seized. Jia turned back to meet Wu's unflinching blue gaze. In the next moment, he found himself forcibly seated on Wu's lap. This position left him feeling somewhat helpless. He squirmed slightly, but the arm encircling his waist only tightened. "Wu, stop it." Wu feigned ignorance. With his free hand, he reached over, his rough thumb prying Jia's lips apart. He then took a spoonful of the dark medicinal stew, precisely shoving it into Jia's mouth, followed by a spoonful of porridge. Jia was compelled to swallow, the rich, gentle flavor spreading within his mouth. He offered a resigned smile, tilting his head to evade the next spoonful. "Isn't that enough now? Take your medicine," Wu stated succinctly. He was referring to a small dish on the table containing several white pills, prescribed by Inui Natsuko for health regulation. "I want to take it," Jia firmly refused. He despised the monkey-s medicine. Wu said nothing further. He lifted his own cup, taking a large sip of water, then firmly grasped Jia's chin, forcing him to turn his head. The cool pills were pushed inside, followed by a rush of water, roughly flooding his mouth. Jia coughed a couple of times, water spilling from the corners of his mouth, tracing down his jawline and into his neck, as he was compelled to swallow the mixture of medicine and Wu's essence. After a deep kiss concluded, Wu pulled back slightly, his breathing somewhat unsteady. He gently probed into Geto's mouth once more, parting his lips to meticulously examine his teeth and the underside of his tongue. Upon confirming that the tablet had indeed been swallowed, the frigid glimmer in his eyes softened slightly. At that moment, his phone, carelessly discarded at the other end of the dining table, stubbornly vibrated, the screen illuminating intermittently in the dimly lit restaurant, casting a faint cold glow. The notification sound had been muted, yet the incessant vibrations were a source of irritation. Aren't you going to check? What? Perhaps the monkeys are in trouble again. Satoru's gaze remained fixed on his face, dismissive of its significance. After uttering those words, he lifted Suguru effortlessly and strode directly toward the bedroom. The room was still engulfed in that familiar, suffocating darkness. Satoru gently placed him on the edge of the bed before opening the wardrobe. Inside hung a row of soft, simply styled loungewear, predominantly black and white. He selected a clean set of black cotton pants and half-knelt before Suguru, first slipping on the trousers. He then picked up the top, carefully avoiding the empty right sleeve, dressing the left arm first before meticulously adjusting the collar. Throughout the entire process, Suguru remained compliant, a warm smile gracing his lips. What? You can't confine me. I know. Satoru then took up the bandages, wrapping them around methodically. I'm leaving. See you tonight. The smile on Suguru's face gradually faded as he drew back the curtains, extending his left hand, only to be pulled back by an invisible tether. Once outside, Satoru finally unlocked his phone, revealing a message from Kinji Hakari. Imprisoning others constitutes the crime of illegal detention. Illegally detaining another person or otherwise unlawfully depriving someone of their personal freedom is punishable by imprisonment for up to 3 years, detention, or restrictions on political rights. This indicates that imprisoning another person, that is, unlawfully depriving someone of their freedom, constitutes the crime of illegal detention. If accompanied by assault or insult, the punishment will be more severe. If the act of illegal detention results in serious injury, the punishment shall be imprisonment for not less than 3 years, but not more than 10 years. If it leads to death, the punishment shall be imprisonment for over 10 years. Satoru glanced at the message and replied with a simple, "Oh." Chapter 53, Christmas Eve. Satoru felt he could not afford to lose Suguru again. Winter in Tokyo was bitterly cold, and the snow had yet to fall. Suguru adored Satoru's azure eyes and his snow-white hair. He would say the blue sky resembled Satoru's eyes, and the white snow mirrored his hair. Everything reminded him of him. Leaning against the wall of a narrow alley, half of Suguru's body lay in a pool of blood. He smiled gently, reminiscent of the boy from years past. Satoru pondered if this was where they would end. A decade of entanglement, a decade of pursuit, culminating here in this deserted alley as the final chapter. Are my family members well? Suguru's voice was faint, tinged with the frailty of blood loss. One by one, they all fled. I couldn't care less. Satoru crouched down to meet Suguru's gaze. They conversed aimlessly, as if engaged in casual banter. It was Christmas Eve. The sky gradually darkened, the sun descending, its last rays resembling blood. Suguru gazed at the sunset, then turned to Satoru, offering a radiant smile. In that instant, an overwhelming sense of grievance engulfed Satoru. Don't you care how I've been? Don't you want to talk about how you've spent these years? Do you have nothing to say to me? The questions that had been bottled up for a decade remained unvoiced, unable to escape his lips. A silence enveloped them. The last sliver of daylight vanished, the sun sinking gradually below the horizon. Satoru noticed that Suguru had become nearly skeletal. The wide robe could no longer conceal his gaunt shoulders and sunken cheeks. The one who always urged him to eat well had neglected his own nourishment. Satoru wished to abandon thoughts of righteousness, of burdensome debates, of the painful cycles of curse and redemption. He merely desired that something was better than nothing. He was unaware of the meanings of friendship, love, or familial bonds. Such complex emotions held little significance for him. He had always been isolated from the world, and it was Suguru who had drawn him back to humanity. Now, that person was about to depart from him entirely. His youth, his decade, his humanity. The last glimmer of light at the alley's entrance disappeared, the sun slowly descending beyond the horizon. Aren't you going to act, what? Satoru remained silent, staring intently. Seeing his lack of response, Suguru extended his relatively uninjured hand, straining to grasp Satoru's hand that hung at his side. Satoru's hand was cold, but Suguru's was colder, 2 blocks of ice pressed together. It was said that the strongest sorcerer possessed a move called Ziz, a purple technique. Suguru took a breath, the smile at the corners of his lips deepening. I want to see it. On what grounds? Satoru's voice emerged through clenched teeth, cold and hard. Suguru's eyes crinkled with mischief and tenderness. Isn't a boyfriend's final request worth granting? Satoru pouted. You still remember that you're my boyfriend. Boyfriend, he repeated each syllable slowly, laden with 10 years of resentment and grievance. You owe me a birthday gift for 10 years. And you Haven Tea compensated me. Suguru chuckled softly, the laughter tugging at his wounds, prompting a violent cough. You owe me a gift for 10 years. I have prepared it. Suguru stared at Satoru, speechless. Don't you want to take a look? I don't want to. Satoru's irritation intensified. Observing his demeanor, Suguru laughed again, gently sighing. Go ahead, what? If you prolong this, I may become reluctant. Will you be reluctant too? Suguru chuckled lightly, evading the question. Didn't you say you trusted me? Satoru thought, indeed. He trusted him. He trusted that Suguru would make his own choices, that he wouldn't look back, that he would reach this point. What if you don't die today? I'll come back. All right. Then, under Suguru's astonished gaze, Satoru bent down and swept him off the cold ground in a horizontal embrace. Then I'll give you the chance to come back. Suguru was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter. The laughter was heart-wrenching, pulling at his frail body, causing him to tremble violently in Satoru's arms. Ha ha ha, what? You're still so willful. Suguru gasped between chuckles. You haven't changed at all. Satoru ignored his mockery, merely holding him as he walked steadily out of the dark alley. Curious glances from the sparse pedestrians cast upon this peculiar duo. He remained silent throughout. Suguru found the silence too tedious. He turned his head, leaning in close to Satoru's ear, teasingly asking, what do you plan to do? Hang me up with ropes, bind me, and play that SM game you've always wanted to? After saying this, he exaggeratedly laughed again. Satoru shielded them from the gazes of onlookers. Suguru, if you don't want to laugh, you don't have to. Suguru's laughter abruptly ceased. Satoru looked down at him. Don't do that, Suguru. Satoru Gojo fell into a contemplative silence, parting his lips momentarily before turning his gaze away. Suguru Geto, with an air of defiance, tore asunder the conclusion that had been laid before them, forcefully flipping to a new chapter. With nowhere left to escape, he was left to confront the man he had forsaken for a decade. Gradually, he closed his eyes, resting his head against Satoru's shoulder. Gojo, he surrendered, relinquishing his resistance. I feel cold. The automatic door of a convenience store slid open at the street corner, accompanied by a crisp, welcoming chime. Satoru hastened towards the shelf stocked with medical supplies, swiftly gathering alcohol wipes, gauze, bandages, and medical tape with one free hand. At the checkout, he slammed a sizable bill onto the counter, not waiting for change before vanishing once more. The apartment was enveloped in darkness. Satoru teleported, cradling Suguru, to the threshold of the bathroom. He pushed the door open with one hand, illuminating the space with the warm glow of the bath heater. The amber light cast upon them accentuated the bloodstains on Suguru's form, rendering them even more stark. Carefully, Satoru lowered Suguru into the bathtub, his body sliding down under the gentle force, his eyes remaining shut throughout. Satoru adjusted the shoriad, calibrating the water temperature until a steady stream of warmth flowed forth. Soon, the bathroom was enveloped in a veil of steamy mist. He knelt before Suguru, beginning the delicate task of removing the blood-soaked garment that clung to him. As the loose fabric fell away, Suguru's gaunt body was fully revealed under the light, covered in blood. He remained silent as Satoru meticulously wiped away the stains with a warm towel, carefully avoiding the most grievous wounds, before rinsing with warm water from the shoriad. Suguru kept his head bowed, his dark, damp hair clinging to his pallid cheeks and neck, droplets cascading down his emaciated jawline. He sat there, allowing Satoru to tend to him. At last, Satoru had cleaned his body, wrapping him in a large, soft towel before lifting him once more and placing him gently onto the soft bed in the bedroom. He opened the medicine cabinet, retrieving the supplies he had just acquired. As the alcohol swab brushed against the edges of a wound, Suguru involuntarily shuddered, yet he remained voiceless. Satoru paused, looking up at him. Suguru kept his eyes tightly shut, his lashes glistening with moisture, trembling softly. Having completed this task, Satoru sat on the edge of the bed, pondering what to do next. He had saved this man. Then what? Gojo. His bandaging technique was unpracticed, causing him pain. Chapter 54, The Innocent Years. When Satoru Gojo was 15, he was enamored with the 15-year-old Suguru Geto, whose outwardly exemplary demeanor concealed a rebellious spirit. With earrings, oversized trousers, and an eccentric hairstyle, he often spoke in a polished manner, wielding it like a weapon against adults, articulating the most unorthodox thoughts with a gentle tone, dismissing rules as mere suggestions. The arrogance and defiance hidden beneath the guise of a top student resonated oddly, yet profoundly, with Satoru's brazen bravado. At 16, Satoru cherished Suguru's unique attention and tenderness. Suguru was gentle with everyone, yet remained distant. He offered friendly camaraderie to Kinji, responsible guidance to his juniors, and a protective instinct towards ordinary people. Yet all of this tenderness was formulaic, standard, and proper. But when it came to Satoru, that gentleness was specific, intricate, and vibrantly alive. He would place vegetables onto Satoru's plate, knowing of his sweet tooth, and silently sit beside him during moments of exhaustion from information overload. In the ceaseless summer cicadas, while the world gazed up at the six eyes, only Suguru met his gaze levelly, inquiring about his meals and restful nights. At 17, Satoru found solace in Suguru's silence. After the Shinjuku mission, the balance began to shift. They were no longer walking side by side. The mission had divided their time, and they often acted alone. seldom crossing paths. He cherished returning to an empty dorm late at night, where he would find notes left by Suguru on his desk. The handwriting remained as elegant as ever, sometimes reminding him of food in the fridge, sometimes notifying him of joint missions the following day. He relished the chance encounters with Suguru between tasks, perhaps around a hallway corner or beneath the shade of trees in the training grounds. Suguru would lift his head, gaze upon him, and offer a gentle smile, his expression still warm and focused, though veiled in a thin layer of dust. At 27, Satoru admired the idealism of the 27-year-old Suguru, reminiscent of the past. A decade had passed, and the world had changed drastically. Suguru had chosen a path that diverged from his own, a man lost and pained before the ignorance and malice of villagers, wrestling between strength and responsibility, ultimately opting for his own righteous cause. Satoru loved Suguru's unwavering, foolish idealism, just as he had in years gone by. The single bed in the apartment felt cramped. Two grown men squeezed together. Your bandages have quite the personality, Suguru teased. Satoru chuckled lightly. Much better than your monk attire. Far superior to your ambiguous appearance. Suguru shot back. Huh, I am the popular teacher, Gojo-sensei. And I am the revered teacher of curses. Satoru grinned at the remark. Those little gremlins you've raised are quite spoiled. Indeed, Suguru replied, just like you. Satoru paused, refraining from retorting, his eyes sparkling with amusement. Suguru fell silent. After a lengthy moment, he spoke again. Your students are quite impressive. They seem wary of you. They should be, Satoru replied. Suguru chuckled softly. After all, I am a notorious curse user. 10 years have passed, and you've only managed to slaughter a village. You don't seem to be taking your villain role very seriously. Satoru mocked. Suguru mirrored his tone, leisurely retorting, you abandoned class halfway to indulge in desserts, yet I see no signs of teacherly ethics. How do you know? Satoru was momentarily at a loss. Suguru raised an eyebrow, countering, how do you know? You're the notorious special grade criminal of Jujutsu High, after all. I certainly know your dossier inside and out. Suguru chuckled lightly, extending a finger to gently press against Satoru's chest. You are the esteemed teacher of Jujutsu High. My most formidable opponent. How could I not be concerned about your intel? Huh, Satoru laughed, capturing Suguru's mischievous finger against his chest, holding it firmly. You are indeed insightful. Suguru's smile faded, and he softly asked, what is it like being a teacher? It's just like that, Satoru shrugged. Most of them aren't very bright, making it quite a challenge to teach. And you? What is it like being a curse user? Money is hard to come by, and the work is arduous. Satoru burst into laughter. I'll have Kenji come by tomorrow to give you a thorough checkup. Upon hearing this, Suguru wore a wry smile. She is going to talk about us again. Accuse me of being reckless. Call me stubborn. The two exchanged knowing smiles. What are your plans moving forward? Suguru's gaze drifted to the ceiling. First, let us think about how to escape from under the watchful eye of this special grade teacher. Recover well before you think of leaving. What? I currently have no cursed spirit, but my martial arts skills remain commendable. I suggest you bind me. I have no interest in playing the role of S. Is that so? I am indeed prepared to be tied up. Satoru Gojo emitted a sound devoid of mirth, remarking, you really are an M. After this exchange, silence enveloped the two once more. The room was cloaked in stillness, punctuated only by their steady yet independent breaths. Intimacy lingered on the surface, unable to plunge deeper. Chapter 55, Passerby. The once vibrant Kaori Shouko, now a mere shadow of her former self, had seemingly taken on the role of Satoru Gojo's private physician, having been smoke-free for 4 years. The struggle was becoming unbearable. Suguru Geto was the type to either consume all his medication in one go or abstain entirely. Satoru Gojo, on the other hand, oscillated between stoic restraint and violent aggression. Kaori Shouko had no fondness for cigarettes, nor did she relish the idea of cleaning up after two imbeciles. Yet, she savored the numbing embrace of nicotine. She had once explained this to the two fools, only for them to question why she didn't simply use injections. Because the needle marks are rather unsightly. Wouldn't you agree? Having started working clandestinely at Jujutsu High at the tender age of 15, her unique technique often summoned her away on missions. During her smoking breaks, she found solace in the absence of disturbance, the smoke forming a small sanctuary for her to breathe. Always in a hurry, she traversed the myriad events that unfolded around her, seldom pausing to lament the inevitable separations of life and death before another phone call would whisk her away. The sunlight was faint, the smoke diffusing in the light, as everyone spoke of sorcerers who never experienced regret in death. A decade ago, they were too young to grasp that death, in truth, bore no weight. The songstress often urged her to quit smoking, acknowledging that it was indeed detrimental to her health. Yet she also lamented the toll it took on herself to be the one to constantly admonish her. Thus, the lighter had languished in the infirmary drawer for 4 years. This old, battered lighter, a relic left behind by Suguru Geto, who had once advised her to quit, bore scratches upon its silver exterior and required a bit of effort to ignite. Satoru Gojo scoffed at its functionality, claiming he could procure a far superior one with ease. Suguru Geto merely chuckled, asserting that the older model was far more aesthetically pleasing. Therefore, on the rooftop of Jujutsu High, at the end of the corridor, in the disheveled corner after a task was completed, that clumsy flame would invariably ignite Kairi's cigarette. Shauko, smoking is bad for your health, Suguru Geto would solemnly advise. Mind your own business, you little brat. Just take care of Satoru. Satoru Gojo, who never smoked, would snatch her freshly lit cigarette, play with it between his fingers, and expertly flick it into the garbage bin. Sweets are far better than nicotine, he declared, his blue eyes sparkling in the sunlight, embodying a juvenile, irritating scoundrel. Thus, while she still found pleasure in smoking, she despised the aftermath of cleaning up after the two knaves. The burning tobacco was fleeting and bright, extinguishing at a visible pace, ultimately leaving behind a mere remnant of useless ash. She would forever remain a passerby, incapable of altering the outcome. Each time she lit a cigarette, it served as a confirmation of her fate. The smoke formed her barrier, isolating the clamor of the outside world. She dissected corpses, as well as her own self. She had once believed that those two vibrant souls anchored her, providing coordinates to navigate the madness of existence. Eventually, one became a cursed sorcerer, while the other emerged as the strongest sorcerer. With the coordinates collapsed and the world thrown into disarray, only the smoke between her fingers remained unchanged, enveloping her in a warm, albeit deceptive, solace. Memories were the tar that seeped into her very marrow, having long since become a part of her being. Kairi Shauko, somewhat awkwardly, retrieved the lighter from the drawer, ignited a cigarette, and took a deep drag. She inquired of Satoru Gojo, "Have you bled again?" Satoru, wrapped in bandages, wore an expression devoid of emotion. "Why can't you gain weight?" "Oh, so you haven't bled." Despite eating regularly, Kairi exhaled a plume of smoke, the swirling white haze obscuring her tired expression. "What did you two get up to yesterday?" "Yes," was the expected response. She fished another cigarette from the pack, holding it delicately between her fingers, gently caressing its cool surface. "Shauko, that smell is dreadful." "Is it?" Kairi shrugged, returning the unlit cigarette to the pack and extinguishing the burning stub in the ashtray. "Did I not say to let him rest for a while?" Her voice was calm and steady. "He cannot withstand your torment. He intends to leave. Clearly, he exhibits tendencies towards self-harm. Cunning. I truly should confine him. A match made in hell." She was merely a patchworker, stitching wounds and reconnecting broken bones, incapable of mending shattered souls. "I am merely confirming he is still alive." Kairi Shauko closed her eyes, the familiar sensation of black lines filling her vision, transporting her back to that faintly sunlit afternoon. Suguru Geto smiled as he urged her to quit smoking, while Satoru Gojo snatched her cigarette and offered her a piece of candy. She picked up the antiquated silver lighter once more, attempting to ignite it. Click, click. The flame finally sparked to life on the third attempt. "Satoru, leave," she commanded, signaling his dismissal, placing the newly lit cigarette to her lips. The door shut, sealing off the outside world. Kairi inhaled deeply, allowing the familiar sensation of nicotine to invade her mind, granting her a fleeting moment of numbness. She used tearing to affirm her existence, pain to feel the bonds. Love, after all, is a curse. The ash in the ashtray continued to accumulate. Kairi Shauko lost track of time as she smoked, until her phone vibrated, jolting her back from the void constructed of nicotine and memories. It was a call from the supervising assistant, a routine task report. Yet another young sorcerer lay gravely injured, requiring her immediate attention. "Understood, I will be there shortly." She extinguished her last cigarette. Retrieving her phone, she donned the white coat resting on the table, slipping it on with practiced ease. The reflection in the mirror revealed a woman composed yet weary, her lips still holding a faint hint of tobacco's essence. A habit abandoned for 4 years was effortlessly resumed in an instant. Once tainted by addiction, one could never truly cleanse themselves. Exiting the infirmary, the corridor lights cast a cold glow, prompting her to quicken her pace toward another life on the brink of fracture. She remained that hurried passerby, ever racing toward the next scene, perpetually dealing with the aftermath of others. Yet today, a pack of cigarettes and an antiquated lighter resided in her pocket. Surely, she needed something to accompany her as she burned. Chapter 56. Will you eat? Kairi Shauko ultimately decided to message Satoru Gojo, listing the medications and informing him that Suguru Geto might have become somewhat corporeal. If this continued, he would only grow thinner. After attending to several critically injured sorcerers, it was already evening. The air was damp and chilly, the bloodstained white coat discarded into the recycling bin. Standing in the empty corridor of Jujutsu High, Kairi pulled out her phone to take a glance. Beside the message sent to Satoru Gojo lay a quiet read notification with no reply. Predictably so. That man either chose not to look or would only address matters in his own manner. A craving for smoke surged once more as Natsuki's family member, Glass, lit another cigarette, gripping the pack tightly in his palm before turning to leave the high school. The taxi wound through the night, finally halting beneath an upscale apartment building. Satoru Gojo was occupied with his tasks. At this hour, he was likely somewhere in the world exorcising special-grade curses, bearing an unparalleled burden of strength and solitude. Natsuki stood before the door, raised her hand, and knocked. The door swung open swiftly, revealing a man who momentarily left her dazed. He was taller than she remembered from her youth and noticeably leaner, the oversized loungewear hanging loosely on his frame accentuating the gentle contours of his face. His hair was unbound, and his elongated eyes exuded a calm warmth. Their gazes met, and a smile broke across their faces, a cherished friendship rekindled after a long separation. Glass, Yuta exclaimed, stepping aside to allow her entrance, his voice deeper than she recalled. Did Satoru trouble you again by coming so late? What do you think? Natsuki retorted, slipping into the living room in her slippers. The apartment was immaculate, perhaps overly so, possessing an air of stark emptiness. That was just like him. Yuta poured her a glass of warm water, forever unable to master the art of handling significant matters, only knowing how to cling tighter. Natsuki accepted the glass. And you? Have you learned how to manage? She raised her gaze to meet his. Have you learned to cope, thus resorting to self-harm and evasion? Yuta settled onto the couch opposite her, unflinchingly meeting her stare. A faint, resigned smile graced his lips as he replied candidly. I'll escape soon enough, is that so? Natsuki sipped the water, the warmth sliding down her throat. I wish you luck in surpassing Satoru. That's his endeavor, not mine. Yuta's gaze fell upon his excessively slender wrist, where a faint ring of red marks lingered. Are you really not planning to recover your right hand? No intention. He replied. There's a certain thrill in the act. Natsuki regarded the man before her. He was still himself. I noticed you've increased your dosage of anxiolytics. You don't even take them. Setting down her glass, Natsuki remarked. Your mental state is attacking your body. You refuse to eat, subconsciously rejecting the very act of living. Satoru compels you to survive in his own way, and you resist him in yours. It's as childish as a quarrel between two elementary school students. Perhaps, Yuta murmured, lifting his head. Glass, haven't you quit smoking yet? You're not much more agreeable than you were back then. Yuta, stop abandoning Satoru. A fleeting shadow crossed Yuta's gentle smile. Natsuki continued, he can't bear it, and neither can I. I don't wish to collect the remains of either of you any longer, nor do I want to be the sole spectator of this farce. Yuta lowered his gaze, responding softly, I can't run, Glass. As long as he refuses to let go, I cannot escape. Under 6 eyes, there's no refuge. But you must run. Natsuki's voice sharpened, turning to face him directly. You have been attempting to force his hand through starvation, self-harm, and every means that can inflict pain upon this body, compelling him to let go and acknowledge that he cannot keep you. At her words, Yuta finally lifted his head, a smile returning to his face. Indeed. I see you are too idle. Perhaps you need a job. Huh. I long ago lost the ability to confront Satoru. Then meet him with the most genuine expression. Natsuki rose, feeling that all that needed to be said was spoken, and any further words would merely echo the futility long destined a decade prior. She walked to the entryway, bending to retrieve her shoes. Satoru will bring back the medication. Remember to take it on time. I want to consume anything concocted by monkeys. Childish. Natsuki opened the door and stepped outside. The heavy door closed behind her with a soft click, severing the connection between their two worlds. The apartment instantly returned to profound silence, save for the refrigerator's low hum. Yuta lingered in the entryway for a moment before retreating to the living room, grabbing the remote to turn on the television. The late-night programming was dull and noisy, flashing colorful advertisements for things he would never need. Yuta sank into the soft couch, his long limbs stretching out, yet his gaze remained unfocused on the screen. He suddenly found himself devoid of tasks. In this safe yet empty home crafted by Satoru, he was free from the need to ponder missions, placate followers, or even prepare meals. All time morphed into a vast void, merely serving to combat the obsession named Satoru Gojo. His eyelids grew heavy, and the exaggerated cries of the television's characters faded into a blurred background noise. He shifted slightly, curling up, and gradually drifted into slumber upon the couch. Time passed, and a soft sound of keys turning echoed from the entryway. Satoru had returned. He carried the chill of the late-night air with him, weary from his travels. The living room was illuminated solely by the television's glow, casting bizarre shadows across everything. He immediately spotted the figure curled up on the couch. Yuta slept restlessly, his brow furrowed, the oversized loungewear accentuating his slender frame. Satoru's gaze swept across the dining table, where the lunch and dinner he had prepared earlier lay untouched, sealed in plastic wrap. Silently, he approached, disposing of the now-cold meals into the trash. After completing this task, he knelt beside the couch, carefully lifting Yuta into his arms. The weight of the man was slight, and Yuta stirred slightly in his embrace, but did not awaken. Satoru carried him through the spacious living room toward the bedroom. The bed had been replaced with a double one, soft and spacious. Satoru gently placed Yuta on the bed, drawing the covers over his cold body. He turned to find the remote, activating the central air conditioning and setting the temperature high. A soft hum filled the room as warm air silently enveloped everything, dispelling the chill of the night. Satoru stood quietly at the bedside, his cerulean eyes fixed unwaveringly on the man lying there. Once he felt the room was sufficiently warm, he leaned down, his fingertips deftly unbuttoning Yuta's loungewear. The loose fabric fell away, revealing a slender body, the lines still elegantly defined beneath. Satoru's gaze traveled from Yuta's neck downwards, meticulously inspecting every inch of skin, ensuring there were no new scars. Yuta's eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. His violet irises appeared clear in the darkness, calmly meeting Satoru's intense gaze. Silence fermented amidst the gentle flow of warmth. Then, Yuta lifted his leg, wrapping it around Satoru's waist in a slow, intimate motion. "Satoru," he murmured, "my right arm itches." Satoru obediently leaned down, one hand resting on Yuta's waist, guiding him closer. His lips brushed against the wrist of the severed arm, where the skin glowed with a faint pink hue from healing. Warm lips pressed gently, kissing tenderly, followed by a wet tongue that softly licked. Yuta tightened his grip around Satoru's waist, his body arching slightly as a suppressed gasp escaped his throat. "Satoru," he called again, his voice more hoarse than before, filled with longing. In the next moment, fervent kisses rained down upon him. Chapter 57. You will eat on your own. Xiao Yuja, the person in question, will only eat when observed by Fujo Wujing, and it possesses a somewhat coercive quality. He declines to touch takeout, yet accepts a bite of the meal prepared by Wujing. During mealtimes, Xiao Yuja invariably broaches the same topic. "Can I get in touch with Satsuki and Mei? They will be worried." "No," is Wujing's unwavering response as he scoops up a spoonful of tender stewed beef and offers it to Xiao Yuja's lips, urging, "Open up." Obediently, Xiao Yuja consumes the morsel and continues, "They are still too young. At the very least, let them know I am alive." Wujing acknowledges, albeit reluctantly, that he is somewhat possessive. He is loath to share anything related to Xiao Yuja with anyone else. "I will consider it," he replies in a tone that carries a hint of persuasion. "Now, take another bite." Recently, the most substantial meal Xiao Yuja has had was when Wujing half-heartedly coaxed him onto the bed, feeding him as they engaged in their passionate interlude, their bodies entwined. Ablaze with desire, Wujing forcefully stuffed food into Xiao Yuja's mouth, compelling him to swallow. Though Wujing does not detest their intimate encounters, he cannot tolerate Xiao Yuja's self-destructive demeanor. In bed, Xiao Yuja is excessively uninhibited, exhausting himself in such a manner, asserting that apart from this body, he possesses nothing else. He never denies Wujing any request, even going so far as to accommodate him, mocking the twisted nature of their relationship in the most reckless of ways. Today, following yet another fervent encounter, Xiao Yuja lies bare upon Wujing's chest, his damp black hair clinging to his cheek. He again brings up the two girls. "Wujing, I wish to see them." Wujing pauses for a moment before lifting Xiao Yuja and striding towards the full-length mirror in the bedroom. "You wish to see them? Well, you must at least allow them to see you." He presses Xiao Yuja against the cold surface of the mirror, compelling him to raise his gaze. "Look at yourself now." The mirror reflects their figures with crystal clarity. The man within it has disheveled long hair, a dreamy expression, and pale skin marred by an array of bruises and fingerprints, stretching from his collarbone down to the inner thigh. His elongated, fox-like eyes still glisten with remnants of tears, and the corners of his mouth curl into a playful arc. Xiao Yuja surveys his reflection, tilts his head, and leans closer to Wujing's ear, chuckling softly. "What do you think?" "Wujing, I sense you rather enjoy it." The following day, Wujing returns home in the early hours. He has prepared himself for the sight of a table laden with cold dishes, even contemplating whether to be forceful or coaxing. However, upon entering the dining room, he is taken aback to find the table completely cleared of food. The bedroom door creaks open, revealing a serene figure nestled in bed. Xiao Yuja no longer curled up on the sofa, but instead lying properly beneath the covers. Though his slumber remains restless, at least he has taken the initiative to sleep. Only after confirming that Xiao Yuja is genuinely asleep does Wujing depart the room, retrieving a note from his pocket. It is a contact and address for Satsuki and Mei, provided by the window. On the other end of the line, the girls weep uncontrollably, repeatedly inquiring about Xiao Yuja's condition and whether he is still alive. Such deep emotional bonds, reciprocated, leave Wujing speechless. For several days thereafter, The situation remains unchanged. He has won this round, yet feels he has lost even more profoundly. Ultimately, Wujing brings the two girls home. At the designated meeting spot, Satsuki and Mei Mei regard the white-haired man before them with wariness and hostility. "We will not go with you," Satsuki declares, gripping Mei Mei's hand and summoning her courage. "Xiao Yu just sent me to fetch you," Wujing states succinctly, unwilling to waste breath. Upon hearing that name, the two girls exchange glances before reluctantly following in Wujing's wake. It seems Xiao Yuja had anticipated their arrival. The living room, once stark and desolate, is now adorned with steaming cocoa and a plate of freshly baked egg tarts, the sweet aroma enveloping the entire room. The one they have longed for sits upon the sofa, smiling at them. His long black hair, previously disheveled, is now loosely tied back with a hair tie, and he dons Wujing's oversized white shirt, which softens his usual intensity. Xiao Yuja. The moment the door swings open, the two girls can no longer contain themselves, crying as they rush into his embrace. He catches them, gently patting their trembling backs with his left hand. "There, I am right here," he soothes, embracing them before guiding them to sit beside him. "How have you been lately?" He studies their faces intently, advising them not to bear any insurmountable problems alone, but to seek out Lalu and the others. "We are well," Mei Mei replies, wiping her tears, her voice thick with emotion. "Xiao Yuja, how are you? How have you been?" Their gazes flit across his form, searching for any signs of injury. "Did you not see?" Xiao Yuja chuckles, gesturing toward the snacks on the table. "I am quite well." He picks up an egg tart and offers it to them. "Try this, it's homemade. Though its shape may be lacking, the taste should be satisfactory." Satsuki and Mei Mei accept the egg tarts, nibbling at them, tears continuing to stream down their cheeks. The three of them sit together, quietly conversing about the recent happenings with their comrades and sharing mundane details of their lives. Throughout, Wujing remains seated in a solitary armchair, silently observing the scene. He picks up a now cool egg tart, expressionless as he takes a bite. It tastes delightful. Just as Wujing is about to finish off all the egg tarts, Xiao Yuja interjects, "Wujing, leave a few for the girls." Wujing responds with a casual "oh," yet continues his leisurely pace, taking another tart to his mouth. "Since it was made by Xiao Yuja himself, I must indulge a bit more." Finally, Wujing speaks, his tone languid, laced with a hint of playful petulance. As he stretches his hand toward the last two tarts on the plate, Xiao Yuja's hand is quicker, pressing down on the dish and nudging it toward the girls. The atmosphere in the living room shifts, becoming subtly tense. "Wujing, don't be mischievous." Wujing retracts his hand, leaning back into the soft sofa, falling silent. The visit does not last long. The girls, reluctantly, are escorted away by Wujing, and before they leave, Xiao Yuja squats down, earnestly advising, "Live well, your happiness allows me to rest easy." When they return home after bidding the girls farewell, night has fallen. The living room is illuminated only by a solitary floor lamp. Xiao Yuja has tidied the table and is now seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book. Wujing approaches, wrapping his arms around his neck from behind, resting his chin in the crook of his shoulder. "Xiao Yuja, you were rather excessive today. You are the one being childish. They took my things first." "Wujing, what are you sulking about?" "I am not." Xiao Yuja hooks his left arm around Wujing's neck, attempting to steal a kiss. Wujing turns his head aside, resisting the advance. Today, he will not fall for that. Xiao Yuja raises an eyebrow, pulling Wujing closer and pinning him against his chest, asking, "Is this what works?" Wujing bites down fiercely, asserting, "Next time, none of your tactics will work." Sakuna Jie's soft grunt signified his acquiescence as he leaned forward once more. "I understand." Chapter 58, 10 years. The relationship between the two had experienced a subtle thaw, most notably exemplified by Sakuna Jie finally relinquishing his persona of sexual addiction, occasionally teasing Wu Xiaowu for his lack of a protective measure. Wu Xiaowu, devoid of guilt, remarked that since the tax evasion had already been uncovered, they might as well delve deeper into the matter, personally inspecting the flow of funds under his watchful eye. The two girls visited every fortnight, and in the 5 days leading up to their arrival, Sakuna Jie would declare abstinence, to which Wu Xiaowu would retort that as a healthy adult male, he could not endure such a deprivation, resulting in a resolution to leave no trace. At long last, Sakuna Jie had begun to adhere to a regular 3-meal regimen. After nearly 2 months of nurturing, Wu Xiaowu was pleased to see a slight return of flesh. Confined indoors, Sakuna Jie busied himself with concocting various small delicacies. And over time, the sweet aromas permeated the air, much to Wu Xiaowu's delight. Wu Xiaowu inquired whether Sakuna Jie wished to venture outside, to which Sakuna Jie replied in disinterest, expressing a dislike for crowded places. Nevertheless, Wu Xiaowu insisted on taking him out, assuring him that it would be just the two of them, that no one else would intrude. Before departing, Sakuna Jie requested Wu Xiaowu to bind his eyes with his bandages, stating, I do not wish to know the specifics. The pristine white bandages encircled Sakuna Jie's eyes. His long hair cascading over his shoulders, his lips set in a straight line, exuding a cool detachment. Wu Xiaowu leaned down and planted a soft kiss upon his faintly colored lips. They were off. Wu Xiaowu clasped his hand, their fingers interlaced. The car glided smoothly along the road, and Sakuna Jie sat quietly in the passenger seat, the bandages severing his connection to the outside world, rendering his senses acutely heightened. He could detect the scent of leather mingled with Wu Xiaowu's crisp, sweet fragrance, hear the gentle whir of the air conditioning, and the steady rhythm of his companion's breath. Time slipped away until the car came to a halt. We've arrived, Wu Xiaowu's voice resonated in his ear, followed by the sound of the car door opening, and a breeze carrying the dampness of grass and earth wafted in. Sakuna Jie raised his hand to untie the bandages. His vision initially blurred before gradually sharpening. A pre-erected two-person tent awaited them, alongside a petite folding table and chairs. The barbecue grill was adorned with skewered meats and vegetables, while a small cooler held several cans of beer and soft drinks. Everything was meticulously arranged, clearly having been set up in advance. Sakuna Jie paused for a moment, then comprehended the situation, turning to Wu Xiaowu with an understanding smile. Wu Xiaowu mirrored the smile, recalling how in their second year, they had promised to go camping, only to be whisked away for an urgent mission, missing the opportunity altogether. That was a long time ago when they fancied themselves the strongest fools, believing that countless summers lay ahead for their indulgence. We can make up for what we missed, Wu Xiaowu said, guiding Sakuna Jie to sit in the folding chair. He began to kindle the fire. The charcoal ignited swiftly under the influence of the lighter fluid, casting a warm red glow and crackling to dispel the mountain's chill. So, this is your idea of ensuring no one else is around? Sakuna Jie teased, twirling a skewer of green peppers in his hand. Indeed, Wu Xiaowu replied, placing several skewers of beef and chicken wings on the grill, the oil dripping onto the coals, releasing an enticing aroma. I've sent everyone away with my funds. We can linger as long as we please. The term we had vanished between them for a decade. Wu, Sakuna Jie interjected, if you apply too much sauce, it will be salty. Noted, Wu Xiaowu acknowledged. As some skewers reached readiness, he promptly lifted one and offered it to Sakuna Jie. Try this. It's my newly learned secret sauce. Sakuna Jie bit into it, even though he had long since lost a sense of taste. He nodded, murmuring, it's decent. Just decent? Wu Xiaowu inquired. Shouldn't it be exceptionally delicious? All right, it's exceptionally delicious. Thus, they exchanged playful banter while savoring grilled skewers and chilled beverages. It seemed as though there was no heavy past nor uncertain future. Noticing the flames dwindling, Wu Xiaowu stood, brushing off the ash from his hands. I'll fetch some backup charcoal from the car. Jie, keep an eye on the fire. Understood, Sakuna Jie responded, accepting the grilling tongs from Wu Xiaowu. His gaze fixed intently on the sizzling meat. Wu Xiaowu walked a few paces to the car parked nearby, rummaging through the trunk. A mere minute passed before he returned with a small bag of charcoal, only to find the barbecue grill empty. Jie? He called out, but received no reply. Only the crackling of the coals could be heard, and some skewers had begun to char from neglect. Wu Xiaowu sensed a faint trace of cursed energy lingering in the air, weak yet distinct. Jie had neither cast a spell nor strayed far. Following the trace, he maneuvered around a cluster of low bushes and soon spotted Sakuna Jie. Sakuna Jie crouched behind a sturdy oak tree, not far from their grilling spot, perfectly concealed by the trunk and shadow. Bowed over, his long hair obscured his expression, his shoulders subtly trembling, and a plastic bag clutched in his hand. Wu Xiaowu's footsteps halted abruptly. In that moment, everything became clear. Why, despite Sakuna Jie's newfound commitment to regular meals, he remained unable to gain weight. And why after nearly 2 months, Wu Xiaowu had only managed to coax back a slight semblance of flesh. Each time after a meal, Sakuna Jie would concoct an excuse to linger in the restroom for an extended period. It was not a matter of appetite, but rather an inability to retain. His body had developed a habitual rejection of sustenance, perceived as foreign. With the slightest oversight, it would be entirely expelled. What he believed to be tenderness and healing. Those meticulously prepared meals, those delightful snacks he had eagerly offered, had ultimately devolved into a torment of silent purging for Sakuna Jie, who found himself alone in a corner. Sakuna Jie gazed up at Wu Xiaowu in silence before forcing a smile. He managed a raspy chuckle. Why do I always look so disheveled when you catch me? Wu, I'm sorry, Wu Xiaowu replied, approaching him and squatting down, gently wiping away the tears that had escaped the corners of Sakuna Jie's eyes due to his physiological response. I'm sorry, Wu Xiaowu repeated. Sakuna Jie extended his hand, grasping Wu Xiaowu's shirt, burying his head into the crook of Wu Xiaowu's neck, his body shaking uncontrollably. The desolate ruins of his heart had been forcibly pried open, laid bare to the air. Wu Xiaowu embraced him, encircling his emaciated back and stroking his long hair. They had missed a decade of summers, only to find themselves once more in the depths of their shared anguish. Sakuna Jia had cloaked himself in smiles and facades, while Wu Xiaowu had merely unveiled a bloody corner. Chapter 59. Are you taking your medication? Sakuna Jia reverted to a state of lethargy. He no longer pretended to be capable of consuming meals, nor did he expend effort in baking those delectable confections that once filled the air with sweetness. He ceased discussing his aspirations and ideals, and no longer expressed a desire to escape. He rejected all visitors, including Nanako and Miko. When the two girls arrived, they could only stand outside the door, listening to the lifeless silence within, and were sent away with red-rimmed eyes by Wu Xiaowu. Only Wu Xiaowu was permitted to enter. Most of the time, the house remained shrouded in heavy curtains, isolating it from the light and sound of the outside world, resembling a vast cocoon. Suguru Geto spends over 10 hours a day in a state of slumber, awakening only to find himself lost in thought. He is frequently roused from his reverie, sometimes by nightmares featuring indistinct monkeys and cursed spirit orbs that he has consumed, their foul and sticky essence surging in his throat. Other times, he awakens from chaos without warning, his heart racing, cold sweat saturating his back, fixating vacantly on a point on the ceiling until the palpitations gradually subside. Satoru Gojo, whenever free from missions, hastens home at the earliest opportunity to ascertain Suguru's condition, ensuring he has not harmed himself once more. He harbors an intense fear that this individual, who has already relinquished himself once, might do so again in his absence. Gojo prepares light, easily digestible fare, such as warm millet porridge or a broth of thoroughly cooked vegetables, placing them silently on the bedside. When Suguru is awake, if inclined, he will pick up the spoon and eat a few bites with an expressionless countenance. If he cannot eat, he simply sets it down. Gojo will quietly retrieve the bowl and replace it with a glass of warm water. The home begins to fill with an assortment of snacks, individually packaged biscuits, savory crackers, small bags of nuts, and nutritious energy bars. These items are casually placed by Gojo on the living room coffee table, the armrests of the sofa, and the nightstand, anywhere within Suguru's reach. He hopes that during a moment when he is absent, should Suguru feel even the slightest pang of hunger, there will be something available to assuage it. On a particular day, after finishing a challenging task, Satoru returns home late at night. He pushes open the bedroom door to find Suguru awake, lying on his side, turned away from the entrance, curled into a defensive posture, his shoulders trembling slightly. Gojo approaches quietly, refraining from turning on the light, and sits down at the edge of the bed, extending his hand to gently rest upon Suguru's shoulder. Suguru's body stiffens momentarily before he hears Gojo's low, soothing voice, "Suguru." The taut muscles gradually relax. "Did you have another nightmare?" Gojo inquires. Suguru does not respond, merely burrowing his face deeper into the pillow, his long hair cascading over it. Gojo ceases to press further, maintaining his comforting hold, transferring warmth through his palm. After a considerable time, sensing that Suguru's body has ceased to tremble, he softly asks, "Suguru, would you like to hear a joke?" "No," comes the muffled response from beneath the covers, tinged with nasal congestion. Undeterred, Gojo begins his tale. One day, an elephant and a little rabbit were in the bathroom together. The elephant asks the rabbit if he sheds fur. The rabbit replies no, and so the elephant wipes himself with the rabbit. The next day, the elephant dines with the squirrel. The elephant asks the squirrel if he sheds fur. The squirrel replies no, so the elephant wipes his mouth with the squirrel. And then the squirrel says, "I was the little rabbit from yesterday." He continues his narration, his voice kept low, and he catches a soft chuckle from Suguru. As he speaks, he feels a gentle tug at the hem of his clothing. Looking down, he sees Suguru's hand emerging from the blanket, fingers distinct, like a lost butterfly, delicately resting upon him. Gojo halts his story and takes hold of the icy hand. "Satoru," Suguru's voice emerges softly from the covers, "I think I might be a bit hungry." "All right," Gojo replies. "Wait here, I'll prepare something for you." He returns Suguru's cold hand to the warmth of the blanket, tucking it in, and swiftly exits the bedroom. Soon, faint sounds emanate from the kitchen, the cupboard door opening, the rush of water, then the soft click of the gas stove igniting. After Gojo departs, silence envelopes the bedroom once more. Suguru gradually turns over, lying on his side, gazing toward the window. Approximately 10 minutes later, Gojo returns, carrying a small tray with a bowl of steaming millet porridge, golden and tender, accompanied by a beautifully soft-boiled egg. He approaches the bedside, setting the tray on the nightstand. Suguru senses the familiar presence beside him, his gaze slowly shifting from the curtain to Gojo's face. "Caring for me must be quite a hassle," he remarks. "Indeed," Gojo replies, sitting on the edge of the bed. stirring the porridge with a spoon to cool it down while grumbling. It's a complete nuisance. You're so stubborn, refusing to eat anything. And when I manage to force some down, you just vomit it back up. The little weight I manage to put on you disappears as quickly as it comes. You stop talking mid-conversation, as if I'm merely conversing with the air. Suguru listens in silence as Gojo enumerates his grievances. As he does so, an almost imperceptible smile flickers in Suguru's otherwise tranquil eyes. Then why do you still put up with me? He murmurs softly. Gojo scoops a spoonful of porridge, blows on it, then lifts his gaze, focusing intently on Suguru. Because, he asserts, I do not regret it. 10 years ago, I let go. And now that I have finally regained my hold, I will never release you again. Suguru bows his head in silence, parting his lips to obediently swallow the porridge that Gojo offers him. The warmth of the porridge slides down his throat, filling his cold stomach, gradually radiating warmth throughout his limbs. Gojo continues to feed him, and Suguru eats bite by bite. The bowl soon reaches its bottom. Gojo sets the bowl down, removes his shoes, and joins Suguru on the bed, wrapping his arms around him from behind. Suguru leans back against Gojo's warm, solid chest. The familiar warmth and scent envelop him like a secure and gentle net, catching his faltering spirit. Suguru tilts his head slightly, and in the dim light, he can discern the outline of Gojo's profile, so close. He leans in and places a gentle kiss upon him. Gojo turns his head, their breaths intertwining, and he murmurs softly, I was just thinking about whether we should get some UV lights for the house. Why? Otherwise, it feels like I'm harboring a vampire at home. Gojo replies with a hint of amusement. You don't see the light, you don't eat. And you're just hanging on to life by my meager life force. Suguru chuckles at his jest. Then you should replenish yourself. Indeed, it is time to replenish. He agrees. They exchange smiles, and the atmosphere shifts subtly as their gazes deepen. Gojo lowers his head, precisely capturing Suguru's lips with his own. He pries open Suguru's mouth, engaging in a fervent, deep kiss. Suguru feels slightly breathless, his body growing weak, releasing a soft gasp. Just as he is about to succumb to the intertwining warmth and desire, he suddenly feels a small, hard object pushed into his mouth by Gojo. It is a pill. Awakening from his reverie, he blinks in surprise. As the kiss concludes, both are slightly breathless, their foreheads touching, breaths mingling, eyes locking. Gojo's cerulean gaze swirls with intense emotions and a hint of playful cunning. Is this how we take our medicine, Suguru? He asks in a hoarse whisper. Suguru gazes at him, his throat moving slightly as he swallows the pill imbued with Gojo's essence. Then, he raises his hand, curling it around Gojo's neck, pulling him closer once more. From now on, this is how we shall take our medicine. Chapter 60, Spring's Gentle Light. I do not enjoy taking medicine. After yet another lingering kiss, Suguru turns his head, evading the pill offered by Gojo. Gojo pauses, supporting himself on his arms, and asks why. After taking the medication, Suguru Geto's gaze fixated on an empty point in space, rendering him incapable of even feeling pain. He found this sensation disquieting. While the excruciating agony was undeniably terrifying, the numbing absence of pain instilled a deeper sense of dread within him. It was as if his soul had been severed, leaving him a detached observer, watching the shell known as Suguru Geto meander aimlessly through existence. Wataru Watanabe fell silent for a moment, aware that this emotional blunting was a common side effect of antidepressants. He reached out, gently caressing Geto's cheek, tracing the contours of his gaunt face with his fingertips. Geto, I understand, Watanabe murmured softly, but your emotions are taut. And if you don't loosen them, they may snap. These medications are meant to help you relax and allow for healing. If you discontinue them now, the tension may return, perhaps even more intensely, prolonging the recovery process. What he refrained from voicing was his slight fondness for one particular side effect of the medication. In this state, Geto's reaction slowed, his gaze becoming somewhat vacant, resembling a confused fox. A few days prior, Watanabe had purchased a box of newly released Pocky. After unwrapping it, he ate one himself and then extended another towards Geto's lips. Geto opened his mouth to take a bite, and Watanabe, amused by his slow, hamster-like chewing, continued to feed him one stick after another. Geto sat on the couch, passively accepting the treats, his eyes fixated on the dull documentary playing on the television. His movements were mechanical. Whenever Watanabe offered him a Pocky, he would open his mouth and chew slowly. Watanabe discreetly tucked away the box, then gently placed his finger against Geto's lips. Unprepared, Geto opened his mouth and enveloped his fingertip. The warm, soft cavity enveloped his finger, and a moist tongue instinctively licked it. Geto seemed to sense something amiss. He halted his chewing, his violet eyes slowly turning to meet Watanabe's mischievous grin. He did not release Watanabe's finger, tilting his head slightly, then tentatively bit down again. The pressure was gentle, with the tips of his teeth lightly grazing the knuckle. sending a subtle yet distinct shiver coursing up Watanabe's spine. Fool, Watanabe retracted his finger, the tip glistening with moisture. He leaned down, pressing the medication into Geto's mouth. Geto obediently swallowed, the bitter taste spreading at the back of his tongue, mingling with a hint of pocky sweetness. Watanabe, he gasped for breath, finally realizing. No more of this next time. What else shall we play? Geto offered no response, merely burying his face deeper. In moments of numbness and confusion, Watanabe always found a way to help him reconnect with tangible sensations. Naturally, he would never disclose these subtle intentions to Geto. Watanabe typically refrained from wearing his blindfold at home, allowing his watery blue eyes to soften Geto's heart. It was childish, yet remarkably effective. Open your mouth, Geto relented. Watanabe's eyes gleamed with triumph as he slightly parted his lips, and in the next moment, Geto initiated a kiss. Geto ventured forward, awkwardly mimicking Watanabe's previous actions, brushing gently against him, then pulling back slightly to whisper the medication. Watanabe's breath faltered for a moment as he swiftly returned the pill that had been resting on his tongue. Is this acceptable? Geto's breath was still unsteady. His ears faintly flushed. Watanabe sighed contentedly, pulling him tightly into his embrace, burying his face in Geto's neck and inhaling deeply. Watanabe felt an overwhelming joy lately, particularly exuberant. After the harsh winter, spring was approaching, and the frozen earth within his heart was quietly pushing forth its first shoots. Geto was visibly improving, day by day. During his time at high school, Watanabe had enjoyed sleeping in, but after Geto left, he no longer needed anyone to awaken him, until today. Whenever there were no missions, he would stay home with Geto, rising quietly, washing up, and preparing breakfast for both of them. After completing these tasks, he would typically carry a warm cup of milk back to the bedroom, sitting quietly on the carpet beside the bed, watching Geto sleep. This was a cherished daily ritual for him. Watanabe could gaze for hours, greedily tracing the features of a face that had once been shrouded in lifelessness, but was now regaining a semblance of vitality. Geto's eyelashes fluttered gently, and then his eyes gradually opened. He was no longer startled awake. His gaze remained somewhat bleary, but upon recognizing Watanabe, sitting by the bed, the confusion melted into a familiar warmth. Good morning, Geto's voice was husky from sleep. Good morning, Geto. Watanabe's lips curved into a broad smile. Did you sleep well? Not too bad. Geto propped himself up on his arms, leaning against the headboard. I dreamed of our time at high school. Oh, what did you dream about? Did you envision my heroic stature? I dreamed of you hiding teacher Yaga's sunglasses and then getting chased and beaten by him. A hint of a smile graced Geto's lips. Hey, he began to willingly draw back the curtains, initially just a narrow gap, which gradually expanded into a full window. He sat on the sofa by the window, lost in thought, then messaged Watanabe to buy some snacks that girls might enjoy. Although what Watanabe returned with was a pile of vinegar seaweed. When Nanami and Mei returned, he finally opened the door, and the two girls rushed into his arms, crying uncontrollably. It was then that Geto started to willingly step outside. Initially, it was merely to carry a trash bag to the recycling point downstairs, a journey of no more than 3 minutes. After which he needed to lean against the door for a long while to compose himself. Gradually, the distances he ventured increased. From taking out the trash, to buying a bottle of soy sauce at the nearby convenience store, and then to walking 10 minutes to the supermarket. Sometimes, Watanabe would follow him like a shadow, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far. Once they stepped outside their shared sanctuary into the realm of ordinary people, Geto automatically activated his silent mode. He still loathed crowds, and whenever he went out, he would lower his gaze, his expression cold, his tightly pressed lips refusing any unnecessary communication with the outside world. Spring was truly not far away. Chapter 61. Watanabe was so elated that he could leap over hurdles, sink three-pointers, and twirl hula hoops until the roof came down. As the weather warmed, the curses began to surge in an explosive manner. Watanabe had been incredibly busy lately, juggling teaching curses, recruiting new students, and occasionally stepping in to assist the younger generation. On the playground, dust swirled around them. Maki, throw your punches faster. Panda, don't rely solely on brute strength. Pay attention to your defense. Watanabe lounged lazily against the horizontal bar, wearing sunglasses, keenly capturing every movement of the two on the field. As he offered casual guidance, he pulled out his phone and began typing. Geto, I won't be able to return for lunch today. Itaki has burdened me with several high-level tasks, such a nuisance. There's tamagoyaki and miso soup I made this morning in the thermos, and there's weijiu in the fridge. If you want sukiyaki for dinner, wait for me to come back and prepare it. Remember to eat. The message was sent, and soon, the gray scent indicator transformed to read. Then, there was silence. Satoru Gojo gazed at the read but not replied chat box, not the slightest hint of concern etched upon his features, as a mischievous smile graced his lips. Upset, perhaps? Undoubtedly, he mused. After all, being stood up must have left him in a sulk. Tisk, how amusing. The thought of Suguru being home alone, brooding, brought him inexplicable joy. Salmon. A voice interjected from beside him, as Tuj Inamaki pointed toward the field and then back to Gojo. Gojo tucked his phone away and winked at Tuj, mugwort. They had plenty of time. Practice was still in order. Kombu? Tuj tilted his head in confusion. No, it's mustard greens. Gojo retorted with confidence. I am the strongest. Multitasking is merely a basic skill, is it not? Salmon, Tuj acknowledged, then quietly retreated to the sidelines to continue observing the match. Just as Gojo was about to resume his enjoyment of Panda and Maki's sparring, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. He anticipated it to be Suguru finally giving in and replying. But instead, he was greeted by the name of Shoko Iori. Come to the infirmary after class. Gojo raised an eyebrow and replied, Why? I'm rather busy. No nonsense. Just come after class, was her terse response. Gojo pouted, and the message abruptly vanished. With a bang, the infirmary door swung open. What's the rush, Shoko? What is so urgent that you needed me here? Inside the infirmary, beside Shoko, sat the elegant Mei, casually sipping tea with her legs crossed. Gojo's face instantly fell in disappointment. What was this about? Why did it require his presence in person? Mei set down her teacup with a graceful smile. Satoru. My raven spotted someone intriguing at the entrance of Jujutsu High. How much are you willing to pay for this exclusive information? Huh. Gojo shrugged. What's the matter? Did Nanami finally come to his senses and decide to wear Lolita to work? Mei snapped her fingers, and a jet-black raven perched on her shoulder. She gently stroked its feathers, and its eyes projected a live image. The image revealed the ancient, crumbling gates of Jujutsu High. A man with a half-up bun sat quietly on the stone steps, clad in casual home attire, his right arm conspicuously absent, with sunlight casting a slender silhouette. Mei relished the rare look of astonishment on his face and asked with satisfaction, What do you think? How much? Mei held up her fingers, forming an 8 gesture. Deal. But no peeking at what comes next. Gojo blurted out, and in the next moment, his figure vanished from the infirmary. Mei observed the suddenly empty room and glanced at her still-raised hand, clicking her tongue in mild disappointment. It was less than expected. Shoko beside her exhaled a puff of smoke, casually remarking, You've made a fortune. Almost simultaneously, at the entrance of Jujutsu High, Suguru felt a breeze and suddenly found himself in the company of another. He looked up to see Gojo, whose breath was still a bit unsteady. Yet his expression remained unchanged. What brings you here? I took the bus, Gojo replied, gesturing towards the distant bus stop. He had somehow made it all the way here. Swaying slightly on his feet, Gojo took a deep breath, a broad grin stretching across his face as he settled next to Suguru. What is the occasion for this visit? Medication. The medicine from yesterday, you didn't take it. Are you skipping it again today? Didn't you say it's unwise to stop suddenly? So, he had come to supervise his medication intake. Gojo couldn't help but chuckle, feeling as if his mouth might not close today. He said it was because Suguru was feeling much better and could gradually reduce the dosage. However, leaning closer to Suguru's ear, he added, You still need to take today's dose. He removed his sunglasses, lifted Suguru's chin, and pressed a deep kiss against his lips. As their lips parted, their breaths mingled, laced with a hint of gasping. Suguru's cheeks flushed a delicate pink as he turned his head to evade the intensity of Gojo's azure gaze, whispering, This is the school entrance. I know, Gojo replied, showing no intention of restraint, playfully rubbing his nose against Suguru's cheek. So, we can't do this here. Suguru insisted, giving a gentle push. Considering the various implications, Gojo took Suguru's hand and stood up. Then let us head home. We can continue there. The space beneath their feet warped slightly, and in an instant, they arrived home. Gojo clung to Suguru from behind, resting his chin on his shoulder. Suguru. Gojo's voice took on a playful tone. You still haven't replied to my message. There's nothing to reply to. Oh, how can that be? You should be angrily questioning me. Satoru. You scoundrel. How dare you stand me up? Followed by an angry emoji. I'm not angry, Suguru replied, placing a piece of tamagoyaki in Gojo's mouth, effectively silencing his chatter. I just think you must be very busy. Indeed, I am quite busy, Gojo mumbled as he swallowed. So let us stay up a little later tonight, all right? As night fell, the city illuminated with vibrant lights. Having completed his final report, Gojo eagerly departed Jujutsu High, unable to contain himself any longer. From the moment he had caught sight of that figure in the infirmary screen to the restrained kiss at the school entrance, he simply couldn't hold back any longer. Click. The bedroom door swung open. Suguru had just finished showering, still enveloped in a mist of steam and the fragrance of body wash, clad in a loose white t-shirt as he contemplated what position to take tonight. Gojo lunged onto the bed, his movements urgent and fierce, pinning Suguru against the soft mattress. Satoru. Gojo's response was a searing kiss. His hand gripping the back of Suguru's head while the other deftly slipped beneath the hem of his oversized t-shirt, exploring the warm, smooth expanse of his back, igniting a flurry of sparks. Wait, Satoru, Suguru gasped between kisses, struggling to catch his breath. No time to wait. Chapter 62. Gojo was elated, executing a sweeping kick. A spinning kick. The raven flies. A giant axe chops down trees. Recently, Suguru had been feeling a bit anxious about his physique. This was primarily due to his reduced food intake over the past few months. While some muscle remained, his body fat percentage had dropped too low. As the night deepened, Gojo finished his classes and returned home, brimming with anticipation for a warm embrace and an unspoken intimacy to follow. What awaited him, however, was Suguru, gazing at him with a scrutinizing stare. What's wrong? Gojo approached with a smile. Why do you look at me like that? Were you missing me? Suguru said nothing. Leveraging his strength to rise to his feet, a finger hooking onto Gojo's belt, and with a slight pull, he led him toward the large dressing mirror in the room. The mirror reflected two tall figures. Gojo, taken aback by the suddenness of the action, felt a surge of excitement as he wrapped his arms around Suguru from behind, resting his chin on his shoulder, gazing at their reflections, and softly chuckled. Suguru, you're quite forward today? As he spoke, he lowered his head, intending to kiss Suguru's luscious earlobe. Don't move. Suguru gently pushed Gojo's hands away from his waist and turned to face him. In the midst of Gojo's puzzled gaze, Suguru swiftly grasped the hem of his t-shirt and, with a decisive motion, yanked it off over his head. The impeccably defined lines of muscle lay bare, unabashedly exposed to the air. Broad shoulders, firm pectorals, chiseled abdominal muscles, and sensual contours extending to the V-line. All were suffused with both power and beauty. Oh, so, you wish to admire first? The corners of Satoru Gojo's mouth stretched wider, teasingly asking, in such a hurry today, are we, Jay? He leaned in again, intent on kissing those slightly parted lips. I said, stand still. In response, Suguru Geto extended his hand, grasped his oversized t-shirt, and peeled it off. Two equally bare torsos stood side by side before the mirror. The muscle lines, a testament to years of combat, were smooth and aesthetically pleasing. His shoulders remained erect, and his abdomen flat and taut. Yet, the issue lay in the fact that over the past few months, he had barely eaten and his rest had been anything but stable, leading to a noticeable thinning of his form. Though the once robust muscles still existed, their contours lacked the former fullness. The low body fat percentage rendered every muscle boundary excessively pronounced, even revealing faintly blue veins beneath the skin. Satoru Gojo stood a few centimeters taller than Suguru Geto, with a slightly larger frame. In this moment, standing shoulder to shoulder, he appeared significantly broader, save for the thickness of his chest. One exuded an unassailable strength, while the other seemed slender and frail. Suguru Geto stared at the mirror, his brow knitting tighter. He reached out with his remaining left hand, first poking at Satoru's solid chest, feeling the fullness and remarkable elasticity, then lowered his gaze to touch his own somewhat softer chest. Next, he squeezed Satoru's firm abdominal muscles. The hard texture irked him, and when he pressed against his own abdomen, though equally firm, the disparity in thickness was undeniable. He was decidedly displeased. Extremely displeased. Satoru Gojo finally grasped the root of his fox's peculiar behavior. Observing Suguru's face, a mix of frustration and gloom, lips pressed together in silence, he provocatively inquired, Jay, what are you doing? Comparing sizes? Suguru shot him a glare. All right. Satoru relented, extending his arms to envelop the sulking figure entirely, pulling him close. Feeling his lean back pressed against his warm chest. So you've lost a bit of weight? Just eat more meat, and you'll be back to normal in no time. Satoru's chin nestled against his hair, suggesting, how about we get some gym equipment at home? Yet, soon after, Satoru found himself regretting that notion immensely. His envisioned scenario involved the two of them working out together at home, drenched in sweat, naturally rolling into the shower and then onto the bed, seamlessly blending fitness with intimacy, a perfect plan. He had forgotten that a diligent student is always a diligent student. The day after proposing the idea, while Satoru was at school managing a group of hyperactive youngsters, an array of top-tier gym equipment was efficiently delivered and installed at home. Upon returning that evening, the once empty room occasionally used for practicing martial arts had transformed into a fully equipped gym, complete with a power rack, smith machine, dumbbell sets, and bench press, all present. And there was his fox, clad in snug training attire, sweat pouring down as he toiled on the treadmill, expressionless. From that day on, Suguru Geto's life became alarmingly regimented. In the early morning, while Satoru lingered in bed, attempting to entangle himself further with the person beside him, Suguru's internal clock rang promptly. A gentle kiss graced Satoru's forehead before Suguru silently arose to commence his morning workout. By the time Satoru, bleary-eyed, ambled into the dining room, his sugary breakfast was already laid out, while Suguru sipped a seemingly toxic green vegetable juice, accompanied by boiled chicken breast and several egg whites. In the evening, upon returning home from work, Satoru was greeted by a devilishly muscular figure engaged in heavy-weight training in the equipment area. The air was thick with the scent of hormones and sweat, the sound of metal clashing resonant and powerful. Suguru's focus was razor-sharp, each muscle's exertion precise and on point. Sweat trickling down the defined lines of his back, sculpting an exquisitely sensual curve. Satoru found himself parched, yearning to approach and do something, but each time he drew near, Suguru would dismiss him with a casual offer of protein powder. Watching Suguru unflinchingly down that viscous white liquid doused Satoru's passion with a chill. After a grueling day of training, Suguru was utterly drained. Often, just as Satoru finished his shower, emerging all steamy and suggestive, ready to engage in tender entanglements until dawn, he would find the person beside him breathing steadily, already fast asleep. Satoru poked at his face, but received no response. He leaned in to kiss Suguru's lips, only to have him unconsciously smacking his lips in his sleep. Slipping his hand under the covers, he ventured downwards, only for Suguru to roll over, turning his back to him and sinking deeper into slumber. Satoru. Unexpectedly, during this time, the high school was inundated with missions, numerous and urgent. Satoru often found himself toiling late into the night, returning home weary, with scarcely a moment to exchange words with Suguru. Thus, the days passed by. Satoru, counting the days on the calendar, realized he had been living a month of unfulfilled desires. On this particular day, from the moment Satoru stepped out in the morning, he harbored a resolute belief. Today, without fail, he would reclaim what was lost, with interest. Fueled by this lofty ambition, Satoru exhibited an unprecedented level of work efficiency. Supervisors and students alike marveled, realizing that Satoru could complete tasks without slacking off. Having accomplished all his duties with remarkable speed, Satoru dashed home. He burst into the gym, intent on whisking Suguru away. Suguru had just concluded his training for the day. Bare from the waist up, a towel draped around his neck. His long hair held back with a clip, and loose black workout pants adorned his lower half. Just as Satoru prepared to pounce, Suguru spoke first. "Welcome back, Satoru." His voice, husky and magnetic from exertion, locked onto Satoru's gaze. "Care to join me for a shower?" Satoru's mind momentarily short-circuited. The happiness of such a sudden invitation left him momentarily speechless. Suguru offered no further words, merely nodding towards the bathroom before striding over with long legs. Arriving at the edge of the bathtub, he deftly released his hair from the clip, swinging a leg over to settle into the tub. He reclined comfortably, letting out a satisfied sigh as his hair fanned out in the water, floating atop the surface. Turning his head, he peered through the mist at Satoru, who remained stunned at the door, raising an eyebrow. "What's the matter? Aren't you coming in?" Satoru snapped out of his daze. Quickly shedding his clothes and stepping into the tub, he nestled behind Suguru, wrapping his arms securely around him, resting his chin on his shoulder, releasing a contented sigh. I missed you so much." Suguru's warm, water-soaked hand rested over Satoru's arms, encircling his abdomen, gently caressing. "It's only been a month. Is it really that exaggerated?" "Indeed." Satoru Gojo immediately retorted, biting lightly at his shoulder in discontent. "For the past month, you've either been sweating or sleeping. I can scarcely remember what it's like to hold you." As he spoke, his hand began to roam over Satoru Geto's body. The results of their training were commendable. Gojo's breath grew gradually heavier as his lips traced down Geto's elongated neck, the tactile sensation more exquisite than before. Geto felt a tingling from the kisses. Instinctively drawing back his neck slightly, his Adam's apple rolling as he let out a muffled sound of suppressed pleasure. Merely caressing one teeth suffice, he extended his damp fingers, lifting Gojo's chin to meet his gaze, questioning whether Gojo was merely adept at physicality. Of course not. With a low chuckle, he turned Geto's body around to face him. The two, nestled in the not-so-spacious bathtub, had their knees touching, close enough to feel each other's heartbeats. Gojo cradled Geto's face, his thumb caressing the damp skin of his cheek. "Geto, I am about to begin." Geto smiled, leaning forward to nuzzle his nose against Gojo's face, a longing fulfilled. Chapter 63. The Good Do Not Come. Without broaching the subject of techniques, Geto remained silent, and Gojo followed suit. Their daily lives unfolded as if in a world devoid of curses and cursed spirits. This represented a delicate and precious equilibrium. Such balance is ever so fragile. Geto had long understood that as long as he drew breath, the prying eyes from the shadows would never cease. The higher-ups, both wary of Gojo's strength and intensely curious about the fate of this special-grade sorcerer, were keen on the notion of Gojo keeping him a secret while conspiring to topple the upper echelons. a narrative they desired above all else. Gojo's attitude toward this was one of arrogant nonchalance. He had no intention of subjecting Geto to a life of concealment. One weekend, Gojo found himself ensnared by the mundane affairs of Jujutsu High, leaving Geto alone at home. Having just concluded his core training for the day, he took a shower and donned comfortable loungewear, leisurely fiddling with the newly purchased projector, planning to watch an old film with Gojo that evening. Just as he was adjusting the focus, an unfamiliar wave of cursed energy surged into his perception without warning. It was faint yet imbued with a malevolent viscosity. Thanks to Gojo's presence, this area had long been purged thoroughly. Geto's narrow eyes narrowed slightly as he turned and strode into the kitchen, retrieving a long, sharp fruit knife from the rack. The resounding crash of shattered glass erupted in the living room, accompanied by brash footsteps. Geto felt irritated. The floor-to-ceiling window was something they had painstakingly cleaned just the previous week. Holding the knife firmly, he stepped out of the kitchen. 3 oddly dressed individuals stood in the living room, exuding a foul and tainted aura. The leader paused upon seeing Geto, his expression shifting from surprise to disdain as his gaze fell upon Geto's empty right sleeve, a look of contemptuous glee spreading across his face. Huh, what a cripple indeed. Those old geezers are making a fuss over nothing. They send all 3 of us for such a handicapped waste? Their laughter was jarring and foolish. A shard of flying glass grazed Geto's cheek, leaving a narrow trail of blood. He weighed the fruit knife in his hand, while it paled in comparison to cursed tools. It had served him well for slicing fruit. After losing his arm, he had spent considerable time readjusting to his body's balance. Insects, he muttered, and in that instant, he moved, a pure embodiment of martial prowess. The first sorcerer to mock him barely registered the blur before a chill enveloped him. He instinctively attempted to activate his technique. But Geto's speed eclipsed his reaction. Geto's body tilted at an improbable angle, the knife's handle twisting deftly in his grip. He reversed it, and, with precision, pierced through the gap in the sorcerer's attempting defense, burying it deep into his throat. The leader's face remained frozen in arrogance for but a moment before his body collapsed. All this transpired in the blink of an eye, the other 2 sorcerers scarcely grasping how their companion fell. "You!" one exclaimed, both astonished and furious, forming hand seals as countless strands of darkness erupted from the ground, launching toward Geto. Utilizing the momentum of his advance, Geto stepped onto the fallen body, propelling himself upward. Executing a nimble aerial flip, his core engaging. The second sorcerer, intending to coordinate an attack, suddenly felt a chill at his neck. Lowering his gaze, he saw the knife's tip protruding from the side of his neck, dripping with his own warm blood. Geto had already landed behind him, swiftly withdrawing the fruit knife. The second body collapsed onto the sparkling shards of glass, blood rapidly spreading and staining the fragments crimson. Only one remained. The shadow-controlling sorcerer was utterly seized by terror, screaming as he attempted to flee through the shattered window. Geto stood firm, retracting his arm, and with a decisive flick of his wrist, the fruit knife accurately penetrated the sorcerer's back, the blade plunging into his heart. The sorcerer's forward momentum abruptly halted, a scream escaping his throat as he futilely grasped at the air, his face contorted in shock and denial before he collapsed heavily, stirring a flurry of glass shards. His eyes remained wide open, reflecting Geto's indifferent silhouette. 3 corpses lay sprawled in the living room, blood mingling with glass, emitting a nauseating stench. Geto approached, extracting the knife from the third sorcerer's heart, blood cascading down the blade. What a pity for this knife, he mused, wiping the tip on the sorcerer's clothing before discarding the bloodied fruit knife in the center of the living room. He raised his left hand, fingertips lightly brushing over the bloodied laceration caused by the glass. Having completed these actions, Geto moved to the apartment's window, surveying the disarrayed living room as he inhaled deeply. Born from darkness, from the darkest dark, filth and corruption, all shall be purged. A deep incantation escaped his lips, and an invisible barrier, imperceptible to the eyes of ordinary humans, enveloped the entire apartment in an instant. From the outside, it appeared to remain the same tranquil and ordinary dwelling. Geto cast one last glance at the 3 lifeless forms, then strode directly to the sofa in the living room, sinking into its embrace with a sense of relaxation. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. The sounds of shattering glass, the scent of blood, the tremors of death, he found them exceedingly vexatious. A weariness rooted in the depths of his being, an ingrained aversion to this endless cycle. After a while, Geto opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon the unwrapped projector on the coffee table. The planned movie night with Gojo seemed destined to be postponed. Before long, the apartment door swung open from the outside. Satoru Gojo's tall figure appeared in the doorway, still clad in his Jujutsu High uniform, his iconic blindfold still in place. He surveyed the scene in the living room, his gaze passing over the 3 corpses and the scattered debris, coming to rest on the solitary figure on the sofa. He closed the door, striding across the pool of blood and shards of glass, and enveloped Geto in his arms. Gojo's chin rested atop Geto's head. It seems I have arrived a moment too late. Geto leaned into his embrace, the tension in his shoulders finally easing. He turned his head. His cheek pressed against Satoru Gojo's chest, and spoke in a muffled tone. 3 have come. I knew it the moment they arrived. Satoru tightened his embrace. The scheme of those old-timers was painfully evident, deliberately concocting a situation to keep me occupied, then making their move when I was away. I also took care of those 3 old gentlemen, you know. I had initially intended to handle things more gently, but to my surprise, they were so impatient that they sought their own demise. Satoru tousled Tsuru's Geto's dark hair, then leaned down to rub against Tsuru's cheek. Geto, I assure you that such incidents will not occur again. Suguru let out a soft sigh. Honestly, I quite like this apartment. Satoru paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. What's so difficult about it? We can simply move downstairs. After all, I have purchased the entire building. Suguru laughed along. Having money is impressive. Chapter 64. By the autumn of 2018. The 2 prominent jiu-jitsu schools and associated personnel had become acutely aware of Satoru Gojo's clandestine relationship with his contemporary and close friend, Suguru Geto. Under the iron fist and overwhelming influence of Satoru, a significant power vacuum and palpable fear had emerged within the higher echelons of jiu-jitsu society. Ever since the long-suffering Satoru had eliminated 3 deeply entrenched senior officials, a bloodied blade now hung over the heads of the remaining survivors. They feared Satoru's unparalleled power and were even more terrified of his unpredictable madness, capable of anything. Consequently, the previously initiated hunt and trial against Suguru were indefinitely shelved. Satoru embodied an attitude of supreme dominance. He sent Yuta Okotsu abroad, and shortly thereafter rescued a pink-haired boy sentenced to death. Satoru would never broach the subject of Suguru, and others would not dare to inquire. Some feared him as a demon, others revered him as a savior, while still others cherished him as an old friend. Many loved him, enamored by his gentleness and his noble ideals, hoping for his true happiness. Now, he was sheltered by Satoru, entwined in a web of love, hatred, fear, and desire, constituting an indelible trajectory of existence. He lived under Satoru's protection, as well as within the memories and expectations of all. So, that white-haired bastard actually has a partner. The short-haired girl vigorously shook Megami Fushiguro. So what type of woman does Satoru-sensei like? The pink-haired boy energetically shook Megami as well. Megami felt his brain jostled, his ears ringing. He barely steadied himself and expressionlessly swatted away their hands. Yes, he does indeed have a partner. Megami sighed, and they have known each other for 11 years. 11 years. Nobanakoshi exclaimed. Wasn't Satoru-sensei still in school 11 years ago? My goodness. From school uniform to wedding dress, it must be first love. Yuji Itatari chimed in. Wait, what is their name? Is she a senior from school? Or just an ordinary person he met outside? Nobana's eyes sparkled as she bombarded him with questions. How did they meet? Who pursued whom? Yuji joined in the barrage of inquiries. Megami glanced around, ensuring no one was paying them any mind, before lowering his voice. I can't disclose that directly. Yuji and Nobana leaned in closer, their eyes fixed on him. However, Megami paused, lifted his chin slightly, and indicated. You can just ask Satoru-sensei directly. Really? I'm going to ask him right now. Yuji exclaimed excitedly. Nobana and Yuji rubbed their hands together in anticipation. Wait. Megami swiftly halted the 2 fools, took a deep breath, and corrected them with a complex tone. It's true, he is a contemporary. But there is something you might misunderstand. Yuji and Nobana looked at him with confusion. Megami cleared his throat. Satoru-sensei's partner is a man. The air instantly froze. Yuji's expression of excitement was replaced by contemplation of this new reality. Nobana maintained her hands on her hips, her shock morphing into an odd understanding, followed by deeper excitement. Isn't Satoru-sensei's contemporary just Miss Irie? Quiet. Nobana slapped Yuji on the back of the head, her gaze locked onto Megami, her tone filled with inquisitiveness. Megami, clarify. Is it that legendary, cursed master? Megami slightly nodded, conceding his affirmation. At this, Yuji was utterly flabbergasted. He looked back and forth between Megami and Nobana, feeling as though his internet speed was lagging compared to theirs. So what about the details? She suddenly grabbed Megami's collar, her eyes ablaze with gossip fervor. How did they get together? Who pursued whom? Is Satoru-sensei clingy? Does he find Satoru-sensei annoying? Who's on top? How often do they? Megami, hurry up and tell us. Nobana urged, bouncing on her feet. Megami felt his collar almost choking him from the excitement-driven madness of this woman. The increasingly absurd questions from Nobana made his temples throb. Who's on top? How often? How long each time? Yuji's brain finally rebooted. And although he felt flushed and racing at the last few questions, curiosity prevailed. Yes, Megami, you have to tell us. How could I possibly know that? Just as the three were pulling and tugging, descending into chaos, a playful and familiar voice unexpectedly floated down from above them. Hey! The trio froze, slowly looking up. Satoru Gojo was perched on the classroom window, tilting his head with a smile. The physical training class time has arrived, students. What are you doing here instead of gathering on the playground? He asked with a cheerful grin. Megami immediately stepped back, distancing himself from the other two. Expressionless as he raised his hand, I'm not with them. Satoru easily flipped through the window and landed gracefully. His gaze swept over Yuji and Nabana, the smile on his face widening. So you aren't in cahoots? What were you just discussing with them? Let me guess. Was it about the private life gossip of your dashing, powerful, and charming Satoru-sensei? Nabana instantly broke free from Satoru's grasp, her eyes sparkling as she looked up at him. Teacher, since you heard everything, don't hide anything. Exactly. Satoru-sensei. Yuji chimed in. Megami said you have a partner. Is that true? Indeed, it is, Satoru confirmed. Upon receiving a positive answer, Nabana and Yuji gasped in unison, followed by an avalanche of questions. Oh my gosh. So you really didn't kill him? How did you reconcile? Who was the one to reach out? What does he look like? Is he taller than you? Who cooks? Who washes the dishes? Is Satoru-sensei very clingy? Does he find you annoying? Faced with the student's boundless enthusiasm, Satoru rested his chin on one hand. Oh dear. So many questions, I hardly know which one to answer first. He glanced at the corner where Megami pretended to be uninvolved, and his smile grew even wider. Megami, you should come over for dinner with Tsukimi sometime. Megami's mouth twitched. Maybe next time. Satoru had no intention of letting him off easily, his grin deepening. Oh dear, Megami. Why are you so shy? Recently, Jet has been incessantly muttering about wanting to see whether your martial arts skills have improved. Fushiguro Megami's eyes darkened, and he felt an intensifying headache. It's always the two of you scoundrels conspiring against me. Thank you, Mr. Suguru. Fushiguro resigned himself to his fate. Wow, can we go? Exclaimed Itatori Yuji excitedly. Can we? Gojo Satoru smiled with pride. First, let us complete today's task. Yay! Cheered Itatori Yuji and Nobara Kujisaki. Fushiguro silently facepalmed from the side. Chapter 65. Murdering the Husband Jet. Please bring 3 little friends home for dinner tonight. I'm swamped with today's tasks and can't help you prepare. A message concluded with a flurry of lively emojis. Jet chuckled, tapping his slender fingers on the screen. Got it. If there are so many of us, let's prepare sukiyaki and some sushi. I'll make dessert in the afternoon. Gojo's reply came back immediately. Send me the list quickly, and I guarantee it will be delivered within 30 minutes. Jet set his phone down and rose to the kitchen, meticulously counting the available ingredients. There were some fresh wajayu and a bit more, but certainly not enough for 3 growing youths. Vegetables, tofu, and konjac noodles needed replenishing, along with nori and fresh sashimi for the sushi. He recorded everything in his notes app and finally sent a lengthy shopping list. Received. Task guaranteed to be completed. Sending love, Bayubiabayu. In the kitchen, Jet methodically handled the ingredients that did not require last-minute purchases. Suddenly, a gentle breeze stirred behind him. A familiar and powerful wave of cursed energy flickering through the air. In the next moment, a tall figure appeared in the living room, laden with shopping bags. I'm back. Jet, your exclusive delivery has arrived. Jet wiped his hands and stepped out of the kitchen, approaching to accept the shopping bags from his companion. Gojo deliberately turned slightly, lowering his head to bring his face closer to Jet's. Following his cue, Jet lifted his gaze and gently pressed a kiss on the cool corner of his mouth. Is that reward too meager? Upon hearing this, Jet sighed helplessly, setting down what he was holding and slightly raising his chin. All right, do as you please. Gojo promptly wrapped his arms around Jet, leaning down to kiss him. The kiss lingered for quite some time, and upon parting, Gojo rubbed his nose against Jet's warm skin, trailing downward. Finally, he nestled his head into Jet's neck, calming his racing heart and breath. After a while, he lifted his head and planted a kiss filled with fervent desire on Jet's lips. All right. He licked the corner of Jet's mouth, his voice languid and satisfied. That's in advance. I'll come back for the main course tonight. As the last rays of the sunset faded, the sukiyaki broth in the kitchen was bubbling, emitting a sweet aroma of soy sauce and mirin. Jet had just finished plating the sliced sashimi when he heard a chorus of chatter at the door, accompanied by the cheerful sound of the doorbell. He untied his apron, wiped his hands, and went to open the door. As soon as it swung open, a lively atmosphere rushed in. Itatori Yuji's energetic voice rang out first. Sorry to intrude. Wow, it smells amazing. Beside him stood the cool-faced Fushiguro Megami, giving a slight nod, while Nobara Kujisaki curiously surveyed the interior. Gojo leapt in the moment the door opened, wrapping his long limbs around Jet, his tall frame completely draped over him. Jet, I missed you so much. Gojo rested his chin in Jet's shoulder, a stark contrast to his earlier brusque demeanor. Jet was slightly pushed back, but skillfully steadied himself, placing a hand on Gojo's waist to balance them both. All right, everyone is watching. Oh, Nobara immediately chimed in with a knowing cheer, arms crossed, wearing an expression of, I knew it. Itadori Yuji whistled playfully. Who would have thought? Mr. Gojo. Fushiguro silently averted his gaze. Jet managed to extricate himself from Gojo's embrace. Yet the latter still affectionately draped an arm around his shoulder. He turned to the three young guests, a warm smile gracing his face. Hello, I'm Jet. Welcome to my home. Please come in. Dinner is ready. Hello, I'm Itadori Yuji. I'm Nobara Kujisaki. Pleased to meet you. Fushiguro Megami. Jet's cooking is absolutely delicious. You're in for a treat today? Gojo boasted proudly, leading Jet by the hand toward the dining room. You're too cunning, sensei. At the dining table, the sumptuous sukiyaki simmered invitingly, alongside sparkling sushi and several exquisite cold dishes. Jet naturally took the seat of honor, distributing bowls and chopsticks to everyone. Gojo settled closely beside him, resting his chin on Jet's shoulder, watching him bustle about. Jet, I want that one. Gojo pointed to the most succulent piece of weijiu on the platter. Help me dip it. Jet picked up the beef, gently swishing it in the boiling broth until it turned an enticing pink, then dipped it in fresh egg before steadily delivering it to Gojo's bowl. The three students watched their teacher in this endearing and natural state with awe. Thus, this was the complete form of Mr. Gojo. Jet observed everything with a resigned smile. Don't be shy, dig in. There is plenty more. The meal was filled with lively chatter, with Itadori and Nobara being the main contributors to the atmosphere, while Fushiguro, though quiet, ate earnestly. Gojo seamlessly switched between teasing Jet and playfully snatching food from the students, the table echoing with laughter. After the meal, Jet brought out the cheesecake he had made in the afternoon. Wow, dessert too. Nobara's eyes lit up. How about that? I told you, Jet is amazing. After finishing the cake, it was nearly 9 o'clock. The three students sensibly offered to help clean up and take out the trash. Once everything was tidied up, they prepared to take their leave. Thank you for the wonderful hospitality. It was truly delicious. Itadori Yuji bowed in gratitude at the entrance. We've taken the trash out. Fushiguro volunteered, holding up the sorted trash bags. Be careful on the way, Jet advised gently. Gojo leaned against the doorframe, lazily waving his hand. See you later. The three of them walked down the quiet night road, the streetlights casting elongated shadows behind them. After a moment of silence, Itadori was the first to speak. Scratching his head in mild frustration, in the end, it seems we didn't ask anything. That's because the moment you saw the weijiu, you were completely distracted. Nobara bluntly retorted. After a pause, she shifted the topic. I didn't expect it to be an amputation though, with Miss Irie around. Why didn't we seek her out for a reversal technique? Nobara murmured. Fushiguro, who had been silently walking, finally spoke. That was Mr. Suguru's own decision. Itadori and Nobara turned to look at him. Whether to restore or not, it's his choice. Fukuhara Megami gazed ahead along the path and continued. As juniors, we should not indulge in baseless speculation. The adult world is truly perplexing. On another note, his hair was remarkably splendid. How could it be so long yet remain utterly unfrizzy, radiantly dark and lustrous? It's infuriating. Itadori Yuji could not help but empathize, running his fingers through his own short pink locks, indeed. And that bun is exquisitely tied, right? I was just dying to inquire about his hair care secrets. What brand of shampoo does he use? And so on. Itadori's companion, Kujisaki Nobara, lamented. But it was just too delectable, and I completely forgot. Next time, I must remember to ask. Are we really going again? Of course. The food is simply divine. The voices of the three youth gradually faded into the night, their discussion ultimately fixating on what dishes to order on their next culinary adventure. As they rounded a corner, fervently debating whether to indulge in tempura or eel rice, their phones chimed almost in unison. It was a message from Satoru Gojo, sent to their group chat comprising the four of them. Minasan, a sudden notice. I have important personal matters to attend to tomorrow, so I won't be going to Jujutsu High. I've entrusted tomorrow's tasks to Nanami, so make sure to behave and no slacking off. The message was accompanied by an enigmatic cat gif. Huh, so sudden. Kujisaki Nobara was the first to express her dissatisfaction. How incredibly selfish of him. That foolish teacher. Important personal matters, Itadori Yuji mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully, then suddenly clapped his hands, a look of realization crossing his face. Nobara evidently had the same thought, and she immediately leaned in closer. They exchanged glances, both igniting with the flames of gossip. Surely it must be that, Nobara whispered excitedly, raising a finger conspiratorially, after a hearty meal. Then, Itadori instantly grasped her implication, nodding vigorously, mimicking her tone. Then it's time for the main course. They exchanged a knowing look, and the atmosphere shifted palpably. Thus, with his innocent curiosity, Itadori posed the pivotal question, so, who's on top? Is that even a question? Nobara immediately adopted the demeanor of a seasoned analyst, arms crossed, articulating clearly, although Gojo-sensei appears carefree, he is, after all, the strongest. With such an imposing presence, he must undoubtedly be the dominant one. Not at all. Itadori countered swiftly. Did you not notice during dinner today? Gojo-sensei was practically draped over Suguru-sensei. He was essentially a large accessory. And while Suguru-sensei is indeed gentle, he seems to be the one making the decisions. I believe his composed demeanor indicates he is the one on top. Shallow. You only see the surface. Nobara scoffed. That is called charm. Do you understand? It's the contrast displayed before a lover. To the outside world, he is the domineering strongest, but privately, he is a clingy little puppy. Isn't that quite endearing? Yet Suguru-sensei can effortlessly support Gojo-sensei with one hand. His boyfriend's strength is unparalleled. That's because Gojo-sensei deliberately allows him to. Suguru-sensei's gaze is incredibly affectionate. That's merely a strong man's tolerance for another strong man. The two's debate grew increasingly heated, on the verge of devolving into personal attacks. As they continued their dispute, they suddenly turned, fixing their gazes on the ever-quiet Fukuhara Megami, who had been attempting to diminish his presence since earlier. Fukuhara, they exclaimed in unison. What do you think? Nobara inquired. Yes, Fukuhara, do enlighten us. Itadori pressed. Caught between them, Fukuhara halted, a barely perceptible vein throbbing at his temple. He gazed expressionlessly at his two inquisitive companions, paused for a moment, and replied, Why would I know such things? With that, Fukuhara disregarded the two and quickened his pace. Striding ahead. Hey, don't run off, Fukuhara. Offer us your opinion. Itadori and Nobara immediately chased after him, their clamorous voices once again shattering the tranquil night. In the end, it seemed both of them were correct. The air was imbued with the refreshing scent of soaked tree after a bath. As Satoru Gojo reclined on his bed, his azure eyes narrowed slightly, observing the figure straddling him. Suguru Geto leaned down, propped on Gojo's chest. His long hair cascading down, the strands brushing against Gojo's cheek and torso, sending delightful shivers through him. Gojo, he began, his tone languid and indulgent. Am I being used as a massage tool? Indeed, this model fits perfectly in size and frequency. I am thoroughly satisfied. Geto, you are committing marital homicide. The end. If you enjoyed this, please like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.